Imagine that you could time travel 2 years into the future and you discovered that you'd built a successful YouTube channel and business. What questions would you ask yourself so that when you went back in time, you could speed up your results? Well, for the last few years, I've been recording what's basically a letter to my past self, documenting my journey on YouTube. It's 8 hours of discoveries, wins, mistakes, and how I have solved problems along the way. And these letters, they started off as weekly emails that I wrote to my list. Whilst I was doing that, I thought, why not just record them as audio too? And this became one of the most loved things I think I've ever created. And now for the first time, I've put all of these audio letters here on this channel. So if you're looking for quick fire advice, something you can throw on in the background that is packed with lessons I wish I'd had years ago, I think you're gonna like this. It's called the YouTubepreneur. And if anyone makes it through all 8 hours, let me know in the comments. Enjoy. Hey YouTubers, what order should you try to level up your skills in for success on YouTube? That is a question someone asked me during my live workshop last week. And I thought it was a fantastic one because whether you're new or even if you have experience, there are skills you need to focus on at different stages of your journey to grow a channel and a business. So today, I'm going to give you a roadmap to show you where I think you should focus your energy for the best chance of success based on the different stages of your journey. All right, let's do this. And by the way, if you missed that live workshop, there's a link in the email. You can click on it, give it a little watcheroo. Oh, and by the way, if I'm speaking weird, I just got stung by a caterpillar. Didn't even know they could sting. It's one of Bali's many delightful creatures. Anyway, let's start with the caveat. Before we begin, keep in mind this is going to be a general review. I've written it with assumptions that you're wanting to grow a business that sells products and services on YouTube at some point. What that means is, I'm not going to be a perfect fit 100% of you, but I still think a lot of you are going to learn from this. Okay, so let's start at looking at if you have 0 to 100 views per video, where do you level up first? Well, at this stage, you are probably expecting YouTube to be a walk in the park. The thing is, you're at the bottom of Mount Everest with a tent and a month's worth of food in your back. This is the first thing that usually holds people back. We think YouTube's going to be easy, and then we quickly find out that even setting up a camera is hard. So you need to allow yourself to be a student here, because nobody starts off a pro, even you. So where should we focus? Well, firstly, presenting to camera. I don't think people should ever stop trying to level up here. It's so important, because if we don't look confident on camera, it will make viewers feel awkward, it hits credibility, and it will stop you from getting anywhere. The thing is, this is one of the biggest hurdles to get over because you'll hate the way you look and sound. So we need to overcome this feeling first. To do that, you want to try this. Step 1, make sure nobody is in your house. You need to be alone, so you're not worried about people listening to you because this is going to feel a bit embarrassing. Step 2, write one paragraph explaining something, anything. It doesn't matter what it is at all. And then step 3, just present it to your phone over and over again. But each time, throw more energy at it. Try to say it in different ways. Present it in stupid accents, and just make sure you're using really expressive body language. Just practice it to get used to filming yourself and getting comfortable on camera. You don't have to show this thing to anyone at all. When you watch it back, as long as you really dropped all your inhibitions, you're going to end up seeing a version of you that is more confident and doesn't make you feel so cringe. Then you just try to emulate that as you make more videos. The second thing is just look, become a dirty little copycat. People hate this. Everyone wants to be original. I do, but hear me out. Right now, you are overwhelmed. There's just so much to learn. And really, you just need to get a good understanding of how to film, present, and the very, very basics of YouTube before you move on to anything more extreme. Not unless you've got guidance from a pro anyway. Strategy, ideation, thumbnails, writing, all this stuff is a mountain to master on your own. So all you should do is find a video that performed well in the niche you think you want to enter, then just copy the title and make a very similar version of their thumbnail. Then watch their video, note down what they talk about, and just talk about the same thing but in your own way. Try to add one point they didn't, and that's it. The reason you should do this isn't because YouTube's all about copying, it's because it will stop you getting stuck trying to decide what to talk about, and it gives you more of a chance of getting a few views and getting videos out. And then the next step is you just repeat. Just keep doing this with the videos in your niche until you start to find the basics of filming, editing, and presenting. Come more naturally. 100 to 1,000 views per video. All right, so this next person, if you're getting 100 to 1,000 views per video, where should you level up first? So now we are cooking, and this is where we want to start a bolt on a little bit more complexity. The first thing you want to do is look at your understanding of YouTube and strategy. At this stage, YouTube's probably not going to make much sense to you at all, but now that you're not totally overwhelmed with the very basics, we want to start to build a strategy that doesn't just rely on being a complete copycat. To do that, I'm going to tell you a secret. All you need to do to win on YouTube is understand patterns. A pattern is something that keeps repeating itself. So you might notice that all the best performing videos ask a question in their opening line. You might realize a word in a title keeps appearing on videos with a mountain of views. You might notice a particular thumbnail style performing very well on multiple channels. The trick is to study the platform to try and discover patterns of what works. You then bring those elements into your own content. But the real secret here is to practice pattern spotting as often as you can until you get to the point where you have an idea for a video and then instantly know what a great title or fantastic thumbnail might be for it based on these patterns. patterns. Now, this isn't an overnight thing. It's going to take months or years of practice, but those who study YouTube as often as they can will win. Here's how I became a pattern spotter, because this is like going to the gym. You've got to train that muscle on a regular basis. So years ago, I realized I was spending a lot of time on my phone in the evenings, doom scrolling. So I replaced Instagram, Bumble, the news apps, and Twitter with going to the YouTube homepage on my phone and just scrolling through it. Anytime a video jumped out at me, I'd look at the views. If it had a lot, I'd ask, what made this video's packaging get so many? Then I'd look at the title and thumbnail and try to work out what might have caused it to get my attention. It became a game. After doing this for a few weeks, I suddenly started to see the same things appear over and over again. Words, thumbnail concepts, similar titles, all with tons of views. So I brought them over to my own videos, and that's what blew me up. The next thing you want to focus on here is writing. When people say I present my videos in bullet points, I die a little bit inside. Because what will happen is when they get to a position they want to build a business, they are potentially years behind as a result of not learning to write. When you learn to write, especially in the way I teach, you make better videos because you harness storytelling and retention tactics. At the same time, you build a skill that will enable you to write emails for your marketing, grow your business because you'll understand how to hook people, generate more sales because you'll write better landing pages, and find better team members because you'll know how to write killer job descriptions. Don't kid yourself into thinking bullet points make you sound more natural on camera either. They can cause waffle, they make less creative content, and they hold you back over the long term from a business sense. And then the third thing is just thumbnail mastery. I hate how important these are on YouTube. They are really the number one killer of views. But if you've replaced doom scrolling with pattern spotting, you will get better at knowing what to put in them. But you need to take these very, very seriously. They are the difference between 1,000 and 100,000 views sometimes. My advice at this stage is to keep them simple, elegant, and easy to make. If you can win with a very simple thumbnail style that takes minutes versus hours to produce, it's like having a cheat code for YouTube. So the next type of viewer has 1,000 to 3,000 views per video. Where should they level up first? Well, look, congratulations. You now have a community. That's exciting. That's the name of the game. You are now winning, even though you'll probably still feel like you're losing. Because only a tiny percentage of people ever get here. So take some time to congratulate yourself. But where should you focus? Well, firstly, optimization, evolution, and consistency. If you watched my live workshop, you will know the power of evolution. But optimization plus evolution plus consistency is where the big gains are because of this. When you were a kid, you probably created a painting and looked at it and said, wow, that's really good. A few years later, you'd look at the same painting and say, wow, can't believe I thought that was good. It's awful. This is YouTube through and through. Through practice, consistency, and always trying to improve, aka optimization, you will eventually look at older videos and understand exactly why they sucked and flopped. When this happens, it's a very good sign. It means you're starting to understand your audience, and that's the name of the game. So to evolve and optimize, look at every video you make, and no matter what the results are, you have to ask yourself, why did this do better or worse? Take a little time away from the video, don't spend the first 48 hours over-analyzing, and eventually you will start to understand the changes to make that will grow your channel. My biggest revelations have come weeks after a flop because that time away and what I learned in between gave me clarity and made big problems crystal clear. All right, so now, what if you're 1,000 to 3,000 views per video? Where do you level up first? Well, because you learned to write, you're actually ready to build a business now, one that can make money quite fast. So this is where I'd focus. Firstly, you got to start an email list and get to at least 1,000 subscribers. Make a simple sign-up page and send a weekly value-packed email to it. Treat it with love and care. This will become the heartbeat of your business. You can also use it as a testing ground for future videos. Nobody seems to have noticed this yet, but I've been turning these emails into videos. That was creepy. So look, so here at this stage, all you do is you just keep making videos and optimizing them for results, but we want to get those viewers over to email ASAP. And then for the guys at 3,000 to 10,000 views per video, where do they level up first? Well, once the email list is at 1,000, the more the better, you can switch to thinking about a product. I learned so much about my audience producing simple products. It actually made me a better YouTuber and helped me understand what to build next. Key here is to have patience. Yes, you can go and make something bigger, but I'd rather make mistakes on a smaller scale first, and you will make mistakes. So produce something simple that doesn't take you months, but still gives high value for your viewers. You've got to learn how to build a landing page, write sales copy, and produce promotional emails. So switch focus to learning marketing, sales, and leveling up here. Some books I'd recommend, Alex Hormozi's $100 Million Offers. That's very good for beginners. Another book called Sell Like Crazy. Kind of similar to Hormozi's book, but it's a bit more detailed. Warning though. Do not try to build complex email automation funnels, nurture campaigns, or gigantic launches. The internet is going to trick you into thinking you need to do lots of fancy marketing hacks to generate sales. You do not. You are a YouTube creator. You've made all of those videos which have built up so much trust and goodwill, you just don't need to do the majority of what other people without channels have to. I've generated over $1 million since the start of 2024 by keeping my marketing as basic and boring as possible. When I say boring, I have no lead magnet, no nurture campaign, and neither do my most successful friends. Simplicity is the name of the game, so try this. Step 1, research what your viewer's biggest problem is. Step 2, produce a simple product that solves it. Step 3, build the sales page. Step 4, promote to your list. Step 5, make it a link in the description on every video and promote it. The goal here is to practice all of these key skills, make money, get a great result for your viewers, but also to help us improve for our next offer that'll be bigger and better. You can go bigger sooner, but if you don't have expert guidance, probably wouldn't advise it. When I've helped people launch products, I've actually begged them to message me daily so I can give feedback on every single element. You just don't know what's wrong or right until you've been doing this for years. The second thing you need to do is outsource editing. The win here is to get rid of editing as soon as you can afford to. If it's your passion and you love it more than anything else, then you need to get rid of thumbnails and strategy, but it's 100 times harder to find people who are good at ideation and thumbnail strategy than it is an editor. Buy back your time to focus on the tasks that really move the needle towards your goals. Editing, as much as I love it, from now on will only hold you back. And now, the people who are getting 10,000 views per video, where do they level up first? Well, at this point, I'd be asking myself this question. What do I actually want from YouTube? And how desperate am I for cash? Here, you can pretty much make any kind of product from low ticket to high ticket, and as long as your writing skills are on point, you will build a business with no problem. I say no problem. This also requires you to have a niche channel that is in line with your offer. If you have a broad channel, you'll probably struggle here, but check out my workshop. That'll teach you how to niche down. Thing is, what if you just focused on your channel a little longer? What if you decided to go for 30 or 50,000 views per video and let your simple low ticket product sell, took in ad revenue, and maybe the odd sponsor to keep you going full time? This is the trade-off. The longer you hold off selling to focus on community growth, the more you will end up making when you do finally take the plunge. When you start to become a bigger business, you'll make money, but there will be less time to focus on growth. Your headspace will be split. You'll have a team to manage, and suddenly content production gets harder to stay consistent with again. I had simple offers until I was hitting the 50k views per video mark. When I launched my first high ticket program to my email list, it sold out straight away, and I remember thinking, wow, I just made £60,000 in a month. It didn't seem real. But that's not to say don't jump in and build a bigger offer and business. It's just something to be mindful of. So where do you level up here? Well, firstly, you want to learn marketing, sales, and how to build out an offer. Then you want to learn how to build a team. You can't be editing your own videos at this stage. Every second you spend editing takes attention away from your business. Thirdly, you got to work on your mindset. Business and YouTube equals double the stress. We need to take the attitude that we are either earning or learning. You will make mistakes that cost you money and time. Just always find the lesson in them, and you can't lose. So those are the areas I'd focus on. Here's my advice for anyone, no matter what stage you're in. There is one pattern I see time and time again in people who make YouTube work, and it is this. They are relentless. They don't moan when things don't go their way. In fact, the things that cause most people to quit make them more determined and driven to find out why things are not working. I gave 3 examples of small YouTubers crushing it in my live workshop last week. All of them have this attitude on another level, so they're winning big. Check it out. There's a link in the description so you don't miss it. I'll see you next week with a much shorter email. Ed. Why, I'm going to go and Google caterpillar stings now. I do feel a little bit dizzy. This would be an embarrassing way to die. Hey YouTubers, you will never be qualified to sell information via your YouTube channel, and today I'm going to walk you through why that is, how to build confidence in yourself, and I'm going to tell you a secret I don't tell many people. So why you'll never be qualified to sell information. The reason you'll never be qualified to sell info products via your YouTube channel is that there is no qualification. That's it. Really, all you need to be qualified is a few things. Firstly, you need to have done the thing you are teaching people to a high standard. Secondly, you need to launch a product and then get feedback to make it better, or to bring it into your next product to make that better. That's kind of it. But knowing that, you probably won't feel that confident in yourself, so here's how to build that confidence. Firstly, you just want to launch a simple product that helps people get a result in something. The second you start to get testimonials, you will feel 10 times more comfortable with your own level of expertise. Even if you think your info is basic, one thing you need to realize is it's actually very hard to give basic info. The more knowledge you pick up, the harder you'll find it to relate to the people you're trying to serve who are less experienced than you. So in some cases, less experience can actually make you a better teacher. But really, jumping in is the best way to build your confidence. If you remember the email I sent a few days ago about the super successful creators, Leon said that when he saw his product get results, it blew up his confidence and his marketing and his sales as a result because he had so much self-belief. And then there's the return views factor. So one thing you have to realize is if people keep coming back to your videos, that means they trust you. So if you get 1,000 views on a video, there's 1,000 people who are giving you their time. And if they keep coming back, that's a community. Time is a commodity. And unlike money, it can't be replaced. So you could argue that the very fact people come back to your content is proof enough that you are credible enough to sell because they are spending their time with with you. All right, so here's a little secret I don't tell many people. If people were to describe me, they would usually call me something like a YouTube guru. But in truth, I feel like a complete imposter. I know there is so much I don't know that it feels crazy people buy anything I make, yet others describe me as someone who's top of my game. The truth is, the more credible you become, the less credible you feel. This is pretty much what everyone goes through too. So if you're worried you're not experienced enough, there's a really strong chance other people look up to you as an expert, and you're just riding the imposter syndrome train, sat in the seat right next to me. The thing is, even with this over my head, which is still there, and it's always going to be there, I think, I managed to overcome it and came up with a super simple strategy to ease me into the world of online business, and in a couple of days, I'm going to start to reveal that strategy to you. See you then. Ed. Hey YouTubers, if you don't sell a product that helps your audience, you're doing them a disservice. Forget all the haters. There are so many people out there who want to buy products and support you, and if you can't get over that fear of selling, then you're not looking after the people who value you the most. The thing is, there are some ways to sell that feel way less slimy than others. So today I'm going to show you how I sell from the stealthy way to the more in-your-face promo, so that you can take these tools and use them in the same way. Let's do this. P.S. There's 24 hours left until the next run of my insanely successful product launch course kicks off. If you want to have a product making you money by the end of Feb, take this survey in the email. And if you're ready, you can apply and join a small group of YouTubers in making some big money fast. All right, so the first method is the stealth mention. Selling just doesn't have to be aggressive. Even a subtle mention can have a very big impact. That's why when you have a product to sell, simply mentioning it fast in your videos will remove the slimy feeling that you're worried about. And all you do is say something like this. When I have one-to-one calls with viewers, they always tell me this too. Or, all of the students I've spoken to have taken my course say the same thing. You can just casually drop in a line to confirm a point in your video that feels like a natural part of the script. The cool thing about this method is you create awareness that you have a product, meaning not everyone will buy, but they'll start to understand there is a business behind your channel, which we need them to realize for the long term, and it will make sales too. The next method is the laziest method ever. Once you have a product, you just leave a link to it in every video description that shows the value of your product. Then just make it the main link on your main channel page too. That's kind of it. It's incredible how many people go snooping around in the description, and as long as you give viewers a compelling reason to click them, they will. But how do you do that? Well, don't write this, buy my course, and then put the link next to it. Do write this, grow tomatoes 10 times faster without spending hours in the garden, and then insert the link. You only have one line to get a click, so focus on describing your product by the result it will give the viewers. They don't want to buy a course, they want to buy the solution to their problems. The third method is just the channel video. I made an entire video about this one, which there's a link to in the email. This is how it works. You make a promo video, and set it as your channel trailer. If you don't want to blast your audience with it, you can just set it as unlisted and still put it here too. This is a fantastic tool for sales because the only people who end up on your homepage and see the trailer are those who have discovered you before that moment. So they're much warmer and will be more willing to watch an ad. This promo lets them know your available business and also generates sales too. The case study. This is hands down the most powerful advert you'll ever make, and it won't feel like one at all to your viewers. You basically produce a video for your channel that documents a transformation you had or shows how you helped someone else get a fantastic result. This is probably the best example I can think of where I blew up Liv's channel as fast as I could. When we started the challenge, it was never supposed to be an advert, but it just so happened she went through my program and then her growth exploded and we'd been documenting it. So without ever feeling like an ad, her story sold my service like nothing else on the planet could do. I left a very short call to action at the end, and it filled up my program in a matter of days. Fifth way is to just make your customer the hero. This is one of the most important lessons I ever learned about sales and marketing. The concept is really simple too. Use your customers as your marketing and make them feel special at the same time. There's so many ways you can do this. By posting to your community wall stories of the amazing results they had when they listened to what you told them to do, you make sure they are the hero of the story. By giving them praise, they'll feel special, and your viewers will see you're credible and learn a lot in the process too. And then the sixth is the promo, where you just don't hide it. This one's just really simple. You just go all out and say, I made something cool I want to share with you because I know it will help. Selling often feels slimy when people think you're trying to game them. If you just get it out in the open, it won't feel like you're hiding anything. If you just get it out in the open, it just won't feel like you're hiding anything. The thing is, what if you're not good enough to build a product to sell anyone yet? What if you don't have the experience or credibility? When can you finally try to make money online? And the answer's simple, and I'll be sending it to you next week. See you then. Hey YouTubers, I have something incredible to show you. So this YouTube channel with 8,000 subscribers, which teaches people how to play an instrument, went from generating no sales for 10 weeks to 24,500 in the last 34 days. But what did they do to change their fortunes? Well, today I'm going to show you the one thing they focused on for insane results. But to understand how this all works, what we need to do is start with the problem they have and maybe you do too. So the real reason YouTubers don't make money is this. Let's simplify it down into 4 simple steps. Step 1 is views. If you want to make sales, you need views. This creator has 8,000 subscribers and gets 3,000 to 40,000 views per video. So just don't trick yourself into thinking you need millions for this to work. You don't. Step 2, a call to action. Then you need to make sure people can easily find a link to your product or service under your videos. Then step 3, you need a landing page with an offer plus a call to action. Your landing page should just clearly explain your offer, the problem it solves, and provide proof of your achievements. It also needs calls to action so that someone can hit buy or hire you. And then step 4, a sales process. So some of your landing pages might just have a buy now button. Others might ask your readers to apply. In this case, the creator asks people to book a call to learn more. So why don't YouTubers make money from their channels? And what did this creator do so differently? The big reason I see people struggle to make money from YouTube is because one of these steps is not working, so the chain breaks and everything else fails as a result. But instead of taking the time to think about where the problem really lies, most people just assume I need more views, focus there, and it doesn't work. So what did this creator do differently? Well, what this creator did differently to generate $24,500 in 34 days was look at each of the steps I've just shown you to see where they actually needed to improve. And what they realized was steps 1 to 3 were doing okay. The real problem was step 4, as their calls were just not converting. So they tweaked their offer, and guess what? Things improved fast. But they didn't stop there. Since views turbocharged the system, they then focused on improving their content and their landing page too. And then when their higher quality videos gained views, the entire newly optimized system kicked in even more, resulting in $24,500 in a month with just 8,000 subscribers. But how did they know what to do? Well, they didn't go it alone, and they asked for a lot of feedback. They submitted their landing pages to the copywriter on my team, who pointed out the issues that helped with conversion. They submitted all of their video ideas, thumbnails, titles, and scripts to us for help, so we could help them see any pitfalls that might ruin click-through rate and retention. And when they were trying to figure out why they were struggling to sell, we brainstormed with them to try and find a solution. Having access to 5 professionals who are experts in their field is like a cheat code for success. So if you want us to help you identify and fix your own bottlenecks to achieve amazing results like this creator, click in the email to learn more. I'll see you next week, Ed. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering why I didn't reveal their channel, it's a little bit frustrating for you guys, I know. But they did agree for me to talk about this result and actually share it. I, however, don't want to blast 20,000 people who don't have any interest in what they do at their channel, because it could cause it some issues. If they were much bigger, it wouldn't be a problem. Hey YouTubers, you've heard storytelling is powerful, but how do you actually incorporate it into your own videos? Well, today I'm going to give you 3 simple ways to use it. I'm going to tell you how not to use it, and I'm going to give you a chance to ask me questions whenever you like. Well, kind of. You'll see. P.S. The YouTube growth system opened last week. I've been blown away by the amount of applications. If you'd like to grow your channel and make more money from it, click in the email to learn more. Okay, let's look at why storytelling is so important. Those stories are so powerful because they enable us to imagine what might happen in the future so that we can prepare for it. And that's how we learn. No other species on the planet can do this. They also create emotional reactions. They make things easy to understand. And because of this, we remember them better than just a list of data. That's why there isn't a marketing guru in the world who doesn't swear by them. The thing is, how do you use them? Because it's not that obvious. Well, here's 3 options. Option 1, I call this the life changer. So about 3 years ago, I was seen as a complete joke. You should have seen the comments, people mocking me, telling me I didn't know what I was talking about. But story changed that forever, because one day I decided it was time to make a video about getting monetized, and I watched everyone else's on the topic, and I thought I wouldn't do it like that. But who was I to go against all the other gurus? I just get laughed at for challenging the traditional make videos to rank in search advice. So I decided to start a new channel and to try to get it monetized as fast as I could, and I documented the whole thing in an attempt to prove I knew my stuff, and it worked. And when I say this video changed my life, I really do mean it. It's currently got 2.5 million views, and it shut up all the haters. I started getting invited to collaborate with larger channels, people started calling me the YouTube expert, and my business took off. So I did another one. Here, I documented blowing up Liv's channel as fast as I could. Then I did another one, where I documented generating hundreds of thousands of dollars for small YouTube creators. You just can't argue with proof of results like this, and it's why, to me, documenting challenges is the most powerful type of story you could tell. Now, this might not work for every niche, but to work out if you could make one, ask yourself, what do my viewers want to achieve more underperform at anything else, and then just go out and do it. Now, the cool thing about this is you can bring in elements of the vlog style, which is really engaging, and even if you fail, it doesn't actually matter. As long as you can pass on one important lesson, the viewers will admire you more for trying than anything else. The second option you have for storytelling is just simplification. If I ever have a point I need to make, I always think to myself, do I have a good story that could make this point? But what's a good story? Well, to me, it's something that shows people how to overcome a relatable problem. Show being the key word here, because instead of saying step 1, do this, step 2, do this, you just tell the story of the problem and how you overcame it, which is infinitely more engaging. And then the third way is just simply the anecdote. So a story doesn't have to be an entire video. It can be kept very short to make a point. So instead of explaining this to you, I'm going to show you how Remit Sethi uses it. So I'm going to read out part of a script of his. It starts like this. I'm a multi-millionaire and I don't own a property. But why? Isn't a house a great investment? When you run the numbers, that's actually often wrong. Because when I was living in New York, I was renting a nice place and I noticed that the unit next door with the same square footage and the same number of bedrooms was available for purchase. And I tracked it. It would have cost me 2.2 times more to own that than what I was paying in rent. So instead, I took the extra money and invested it in the markets. I made more money doing that than I would have by owning the property. Okay, so that was his story, which he used to make a point. And he started it with a fantastic hook that will get you interested, but it also builds his credibility because he says he's a millionaire, and then he proves his point in a few lines in a way that's way more interesting than a complex spreadsheet of data. You can check out the clip in the email. How not to use story. So people don't want stories. They want good stories. So make sure you ask yourself, firstly, is this the best way to get the info across, or is it a pointless story for the sake of it? Secondly, then you need to ask yourself, is this actually relatable to my audience? And you also need to ask, is it interesting? If your idea doesn't tick those boxes, don't force it, because it will backfire. See you next week. Hey YouTubers, have you ever worked hard on a video and expected it to perform really well, but then you've uploaded it and it's a massive flop compared to all your other videos? I have, many times. Anyway, today I'm going to help you understand why that happens and give you a trick to stop it happening again. So let's go. Oh, and by the way, if you want to grab one of the last spaces for edutainers before the price increase, you can apply in the email. Okay, so the first reason videos flop, this is a really big culprit, and it works like this. Let's say you decide to make a video on the best slug repellents for onions. The image in the email sums up the problem straight away. So if you pick a topic that isn't of interest to the largest possible audience size you have, then it's just more likely to underperform on release. So if your channel is about growing vegetable patches and you talk about onions and slug repellent, that's only going to appeal to people who are interested in growing onions and have a slug problem, meaning your audience size shrinks massively. Now that might sound obvious, but the thing that makes this tricky is we don't always know how much interest there is in a topic. So we make videos thinking we're targeting 90% of people, when in reality it's more like 5. And another challenging aspect is that a flop doesn't mean a video is actually bad. You could have produced the best video in the world on slugs and onions, but the views would suggest otherwise. So this is why if you really just only care about views and views alone, you should only ever make videos on topics in your niche that have demonstrated they consistently attract more viewers. Otherwise, you're just guessing, and it's too difficult to gauge the audience pool's interest. On to the second reason. Now, we all know how important thumbnails and titles are, but keep this in mind. Even if you choose the most viewed topic in your niche, when that video is uploaded, you compete against every other creator a viewer watches. This means you're up against a ton of other topics viewers can't resist. So if one element of it lets you down, this will happen, which is shown in an image in the email. But for those of you listening, let me try and explain it. If you've done unclear packaging and there's no intrigue, you have dramatically decreased the amount of people who are likely to click, which means your video is going to underperform. It's simple as that. So this type of flop is due to the fact your video had its great potential diminished by the way you crafted your title or design. But this is also why changes to thumbnails sometimes make videos explode, because the audience size interested in the topic was just sitting there ready and waiting for you. And then the third reason, now this is where viewer satisfaction comes into play. Educators struggle with this a lot because they always want to provide the best information. So let's say 75% of your viewers are beginners, 10% are intermediate, and 5% are pros, and you make 3 points in your video. The image below in the email represents the information depth of each point. The larger the blob, the easier it is for the beginner to grasp. So if 90% of your viewers are beginners, and in the first point of your video you give them deep scientific facts you as a pro find fascinating and easy to grasp, your video will flop hard because you will overwhelm them. Now, some might stick around to the second point and get more value, but over-informing can be a massive video killer because most people will not have the same interest or level of expertise as you do. But does that mean you've made a bad video? No, not at all. It means the majority of people who watched it were just not ready for it yet. When this happens, you'll probably find the comments are incredibly positive, and they'll say things like, oh my god, this should have had so many more views, it's amazing info, which makes the flop even more frustrating. So how do you never have a flop again? Well,
Well, the flop is just a result of YouTube's 1 out of 10 system. Before that came in, I don't really remember anyone getting that upset by videos not performing, and it's kind of why I struggle with it, because it teaches us that our videos are bad or good, and that views are the prize, not that a video potentially only resonated with a smaller audience, and there's a very big difference. So to avoid having a flop ever again, all you should do is set a goal for your video that determines if it's actually a flop or not. Goals like, I want to bring back a lot of return viewers, I want to generate email signups, I want to bring in some sales, I want to break out to a new audience. If your sole goal is views and your video is a 10 out of 10, then yes, it's a flop. If that happens, just go and look at the 3 reasons I've told you again to see if you fell into one of those common traps. But if your goal was to generate business or emails, only base the results on that. If you hit those goals and your video did rubbish, then it was a success. This is why having a product to sell is so important for educators, because you tend to find flops do a fantastic job of hitting other goals and they stop us focusing on the wrong things. And to give you an example of how powerful this is, I made a video about a YouTuber called Joshua Mayo. Now, the whole point of it was to go a bit deeper and to show my value to creators in the business, marketing and finance spaces. So when I introduced Joshua, it would have put off a massive amount of people who had no interest in making talking head videos, had no interest in his niche or him as a creator, or even just the topic. Gaming channels and vloggers would have likely left fast because it just wouldn't have felt relevant. This is the nature of the beast though, because the goal here wasn't to keep 100% of people happy to get as many views as I possibly could. It was to go deeper and relate to a certain type of creator so I could educate them more. On the channel, it looks like it's underperforming against other videos, but what actually happened was pretty mind-blowing. At the time, I had my diary open for one-to-one drop-ins. After that video dropped, 48 people booked calls over the next few weeks, and only 3 of them were not in the business, marketing or finance niche. In fact, every single one of them said that the video was the reason they wanted to talk to me. So next time you prepare a video, ask yourself what your goal is and think about the potential audience size of your topic, packaging and information depth before you convince yourself.
Hey YouTubers, if you don't sell a product that helps your audience, you are doing them a disservice. Forget all the haters. There are so many people out there who want to buy products and support you, and if you can't get over that fear of selling, then you're not actually looking after the people who value you the most, which is bad. So this is how you need to look at sales from now on, because it's true and it'll enable you to hit all of your goals. Thing is, there are some ways to sell that feel less slimy than others, so today I'm going to show you how I sell from stealthy to more in your face, so that you can take these tools and use them in the same way. Okay, so first let's look at the stealth method. When you have a product to sell, you can actually mention it fast in every video without it feeling like a pitch. The cool thing about this method is you create awareness that you have a product, meaning not everyone will buy it, but they'll start to understand there is a business behind your channel and it will make sales. And all you have to do in your video is say something like this. When I have one-to-one calls with my viewers, they always tell me this too. Or all of the students I've spoken to have taken my course, they say the same thing. You can just casually drop in a line to confirm a point in your video that feels like a natural part of the script. But you can use this for more than just sales, and you can say things like this. For those of you on my email list, you'll probably already know this, and then just move on fast. The next method is the laziest method ever. Once you have a product, just leave a link to it below every video in the description. Leave a link on your main channel page in the About section, and then when you do leave links in your description, make sure you sell the value of the product in that link. Lots of people go and look in the descriptions and they'll click on things like this. You just need to give them a compelling reason to. But how do you give them a compelling reason? Well, you don't write this, buy my course, and then insert a link next to it. You do write something like, grow tomatoes 10 times faster without spending hours in the garden, and then put your link. Only have one line to get their attention and the click, so focus on describing it by the result it will give viewers. They don't want to buy a course, they want to buy the solution to their problems. The next is the channel video. Now I've made an entire video about this, and there's a link to it in the email. So this is a video that you can set as your channel trailer on your channel's homepage, and it's a great tool for sales and awareness. You can produce a short trailer for your product and put it there with a link in the description. The only people who ever end up on your homepage are those who have discovered you before, so they're much warmer and they're going to be much happier to watch an ad. Promo lets them know you're available for business too, and it generates sales. Next is the case study. So this is hands down the most powerful advert you'll ever make. It can blow up credibility, it can blow up your channel, and it can blow up your sales. You basically just produce a video that documents a transformation you had or that shows you helped someone else to get a fantastic result. So the best example I can probably think of was a video where I blew up Liv's channel. I'll leave a link in the email. It was called I Blew Up a YouTube Channel as Fast as I Could. When we started the challenge, it was never supposed to be an advert, but it just so happened she went through my program and then her growth exploded and we've been documenting it.
So without ever feeling like an ad, her story sold my service like nothing else on the planet could do. And then I left a very short call to action at the end of the video and it filled up my program in a matter of days. The next way is to make your customer the hero. This is one of the most important lessons I ever learned about sales and marketing. The concept's really simple. Use your customers as your marketing and make them feel special at the same time. There are so many ways you can do this, but by posting to your community wall stories of the amazing results they had when they listened to what you told them to do, you make sure they are the hero of the story. By giving them praise, they'll feel special and your viewers will see you're credible and learn a lot in the process too. There's a link in the email that goes much deeper on that idea. The sick thing is the promo, where you just don't hide that you're advertising. You go all out and you say, I made something cool and I want to share it with you because I know it's going to help you. Selling often feels slimy when people think that you're trying to game them. If you just get it out in the open, it won't feel like you're hiding anything. The thing is though, what if you're just not good enough to build a product to sell to anyone yet? What if you don't have the experience or credibility? When can you finally try to make money online? Well, the answer is actually really simple.
Hey YouTubers, someone called me out for using scammy marketing techniques this week. So today I'm going to show you exactly how to use those same scammy techniques to turn your viewers into buyers. So let's start with lesson 1 and the allegations. So I recently sold out 2 things. One was my program, one was my software, which made quite a few people rage at me. They're like, how can you sell something out that has unlimited spaces? Software doesn't work like that. But that's lesson number 1. Because the easiest way to turn your viewers into buyers is to make your product so good people actually want it. When you do that, you get loads of testimonials and undeniable proof that it works, which makes your sales so much easier. The thing is, you can't do that if you don't keep improving it, because the first version of anything is the worst. So that is why I limit spaces. For my software, I kept access because it's version 1, and I have absolutely no idea what will happen if we push 1,000 people into it. It will probably break. The first batches of users, they help us find the bugs and tweak the experience and make it better for the next. Then once it's improved, you open the doors wider. It's the same in my program. At the end of 2024, I remade a huge chunk of it to speed up client results. So when I reopened it, I limited spaces to ensure the updates worked and didn't cause more problems and solutions. If you think growing slowly and sustainably to build something incredible is scammy, just ignore this point and move on to the next. But if you want to turn viewers into buyers, the easiest way to do it is to try and build something amazing so you can actually get results, then show the world you care about quality over quantity, and then you let the results do the talking for you. If that means shutting down sales to focus on those improvements, just take the hit. It's going to pay off in the long run. Lesson number 2. So thousands of you recently told me your biggest problem, and turning viewers into buyers was pretty much top of that list. And after checking out loads of your sales systems, the main issue became really clear, and it was this. So imagine your channel was all about relieving pain. So you have videos on ankle pain, shoulder pain, headaches, and so on. One of your headache videos blows up, let's say it hits 250,000 views, and 1% of those viewers decide to click the link to your sales page in your description. They land on it, and the first thing they see is fix shoulder pain in 30 days. Those 2,500 people came to you with a headache problem. So they will land there and go, this isn't my problem, and won't buy. This may sound like an extreme example, but I was shocked by how many of you had offers that completely mismatched the problem your channel solved. If you want to turn viewers into buyers, it really is as simple as making sure your product solves the same problem as your channel. That's it. So here's a quick test to make sure you don't fall into that trap. Step 1, get someone, literally anyone, to visit your video page, and in 3 seconds, have them tell you what they think the main problem your video solves is. In step 2, send them to your sales page and ask them the same question for that. They're not allowed to scroll down. It has to be the first thing they see. If the 2 answers don't match closely, your viewers won't buy. If they can't immediately identify what problem your channel solves, your viewers won't buy. If they don't know the results your offer promises within seconds of landing on your page, viewers won't buy. Now, you're going to want to check out the video I'm dropping on my channel this Thursday, because I fixed the problem for 3 of my viewers and you'll learn a hell of a lot watching it. Lesson number 3. This was the next big reason so many of you could not turn viewers into buyers. So once you have a channel and an offer that solves the same problem, all you then need to do is make a sales page that makes your offer sound like a no-brainer. And you do that by writing a sales page that follows this simple structure. You start with a results-based headline that grabs attention and basically makes them want to read the subheadline below. You then write a strong subheadline that builds excitement for the amazing solution to their problem you have. Below that, you can have a promo video, and that can just open with the problem the viewers have, then unpack your solution, and then you can say you can buy it here if you like. Below that, you want some Social proof, testimonials, case studies, are basically just proof that your solution works. Then you have a breakdown of the problem so that the readers feel seen. You then talk about how you solved it, so they trust in you. And then you position your solution so they see the value. And then you show how they can use it to get results with what your process is. After that, you just list everything they'll get, so there's no confusion, just clarity at what makes up the offer. Then you throw in some bonuses just to sweeten the deal, write some FAQs to knock out objections before they even ask, and then put a reason to act now because hesitation is going to kill your conversion. That's kind of it. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but if you look at it in the written email, it's not. You don't need fancy design. You don't need animations. In fact, the best looking sales pages often convert the worst. You just need clarity and simplicity so that when people get to the page, they read the headline and go, that's exactly what I want, and then continue to go down the page. If you nailed lesson 2, this will happen because people who arrive here will only know you for that one problem. Lesson number 4. This week, a client told me how much money she'd burned on consultants and how none of their advice had worked. I asked her what they told her to do. She began to reel off their list: webinars, email funnels, complex sales systems, and immediately the problem was clear. Most experts who have worked with YouTube creators don't get how easy we have it. If you build a bank of quality videos solving a problem that aligns with your offer, just like I told you to do, all you need is a link to your sales page under your videos, and just making a video once a week can get sales. If you're selling a higher ticket service, you probably need to push people to book a call, but that's simple still. So here's a test to make sure you're not falling into this complexity trap that kills sales. Step 1, set a timer. Step 2, explain out loud your system for turning viewers into buyer. Step 3, check how long that took. If it takes you more than 15 seconds to explain how you make sales, you're probably making things too complex, and the more complexity you add, the more things there are to go wrong. So always just try the simplest approach first. You will be so shocked at how well it works. Lesson number 5. If you want to turn viewers into buyers, you only need 3 things. Step 1, focus 100% on building a community of hot fans who really value you. Step 2, make an offer in line with the problem your channel solves and a sales page. And then step 3, promote that page via YouTube and email. The thing is, this doesn't work without one thing. Step 1. The viewers, the readers, the people who come back week after week are your business. They are the people you should focus on more than anything else. If you can make videos so good they want to buy them, you will win big here. But rush into making sales without a hot community, and yeah, you might make a bit of money, but the way you win this game is by thinking long term. If you are too focused on money and not focused enough on changing viewers' lives for free first, everything else gets 10 times harder. I'm eternally grateful to those of you who've been watching everything I do for years. You're the only real reason I've had any success, but it all stems from the fact I've focused on step 1 for almost 3 years. See you next week, Ed. Oh, P.S. I'm going to reopen a few spaces for my program in a couple of days. Click the link to get notified for the waitlist in the email. And yes, they're going to be limited again, but that's just because I'm a scammy marketer. Who cares about my clients? And then PPS, I have 2 YouTube videos going out this week. I'm doing some experimentation. The first one is out today, probably right now. It's going to show you the exact system that will take anyone from $0 to $1 million on YouTube. It's a deep dive. Never done anything like this before. And then the second one's coming out on Thursday, and in it, I roast my viewers' channels and businesses. You guys applied to be on this, and I've rebuilt some of their sales pages. I've remade viewers' promo videos, and I've shown you how to fix a lot of the issues that I've talked about in this email. And I really want to do more of these because it was fun. So please let me know if it helps. This is basically what I do day in, day out, all day, every day. And it's kind of what I see get the best results from my clients too. So I want to roast more of your hard work.
Hey YouTubers, imagine if you could travel forward in time to the day you became incredibly successful. What would you ask yourself? Armed with this newfound knowledge, how much faster do you think your journey to success would be? Sadly, we don't have a time machine, but I do have some seriously successful YouTube creator friends, so instead of trying to build your own flux capacitor, I asked them for one sentence to describe what they'd do if they started over to make 100 grand quickly. And here's what they said. First up, we have Charlie Morgan, whose monthly turnover from YouTube is $1 million a month. Yes, I know, that is pure insanity. Charlie helps people grow social media marketing companies, and what I love about his business is he gets a few thousand views per video, and the majority of his business comes from those views. And when I asked him the number one thing he'd focus on to get from 0 to 100k, he said this: Put 10 times more effort into your products than your videos because traffic sent to a jam will not move. Next, we had James Watts, whose yearly turnover is over $2 million. James has been in the online business space since he was 15. He has multiple offers, from helping people grow their businesses with adverts, to helping people become full-time creators, to building a community platform called Teach.io. And when I asked him what he'd do to get to 100k quickly, he said, "I'm big on analytics, so I focus a lot on Parsons' law, which states when performance is measured, performance improves. When performance is measured and reported back, the rate of improvement accelerates. You need to measure your marketing to learn what works and what doesn't. If you ignore it, you just won't progress." Andrew Kirby's next, who made $1 million before the age of 21. His advice was this: make 100k by understanding the 3 Ps rule. Don't do everything for everyone. Solve a very specific problem for a specific person through a specific path. Tom Nash was next, who's an investor and YouTube creator. Tom has built up a really impressive online community in the investing space, and his advice was this: if I needed to start over today, I would do 2 things. Focus on thumbnails above everything else, and build a community off YouTube right away, even if it was small at the beginning. Leon Sylvester's up next. Now, you might not have come across Leon before because he has a super niche YouTube channel that helps people quit drinking alcohol. Yet, he has a fantastic business and has offered tons of help that's impacted my own business journey. Regarding the importance of focusing on results with the products you sell, Leon said this: "Nothing compensates for a lack of results. As soon as that first testimonial came in, my entire worldview shifted. I realized I could change lives. My conviction in sales and marketing exploded because I believed in myself so much more." Thomas is next, known as the internet-made coder, and he teaches people how to code faster. He's got a really successful business, and he's also building a startup. Thomas said this: "I would think about what I wanted to eventually sell first before choosing what content to make, not the other way around." And then we have Max Hertan, who's built his net worth far above $10 million. Max is exceptional. He starts businesses and he scales them for fun, and even with multiple operations running, he has loads of time to do anything he likes outside of work. His new YouTube channel teaches you how to do the same thing too. It's a must-watch for anyone interested in building systems and productivity. Max's take: the fastest way to make $100,000 is learning a skill that helps people earn money or achieve their goals, like Facebook ads or Google ads or YouTube writing, email marketing, SEO. Take an online course to master it, learn sales, and then reach out to 30 people a day with a custom tailored message explaining how you can assist them, and then charge them for a monthly fee. And then there's me, my advice, and it's this: never assume there will be a perfect time to make a product. There isn't really, and there will always be a reason why you shouldn't do it. It's by taking action and learning from those actions that you'll see results. So take the leap. But there's one more thing they all agreed on that I didn't include in this email. It's so critical though, I decided to dedicate a separate email to it, and I'm going to send it to you in a few days to help you overcome the one thing stopping you from making money online. Good news is, it's actually a really easy fix. See you soon. Ed. That's the name. Where it
Hey YouTubepreneurs, have you ever seen a retention graph like in the email I've sent you before? And if you're listening to this in the future and you can't find the email, it's basically like someone drew it with a ruler from start to finish, apart from a bit of a drop at the beginning. Well, that's from one of my old videos on Film Booth, but even though you're told you want to get good retention like that, I don't really care about it anymore. So today I'm going to show you why and what businesses should care about instead. Oh, and by the way, I'm starting a new series of reviews on my channel. Submit your channel in the link in the email, plus your biggest problem. I'll do my best to fix them in a video. Can't guarantee it though. Can't guarantee you'll get on. All right, so why don't I care about my retention anymore? Well, years ago, my videos were optimized so that your best friend's grandmother and his little sister would get to the end. Now, I optimize for sales and leads, and I want my content to work as a filter so only the right people get to the end. Also, if I do this over and over and the right people send YouTube signals of satisfaction, it's going to push the video to more people like them, even if the wrong people trash the graph. Meaning I'm trying to optimize who my content gets pushed to as well as who it drives to my business, and it's working. So to do this, in the intros, I often say words that call out my avatar and put off everyone else, like sales or products or leads, which will trash that graph. So do I even look at the graph anymore? Well, yeah, I do, but in a different way. If there's a drop, I first ask myself, is that because I went too deep for the people I don't want to attract? Or is that because I used words or talked about something only my perfect avatar cares about that repels everyone else? Then I ask if I paid off something early or used a boring story or ordered my video the wrong way. For businesses, you have to keep in mind who is watching your content when you look at this data. Otherwise, you'll optimize for views, not the right viewers and conversions. I also do this. So when I doubled my upload schedule for a few weeks, I found the same flat spot showed up again and again when doing something in a video. That told me exactly what to do more of. I did, and the comments clearly loved it too. What I track more than anything else now. So the YouTube Studio was built to help you get more views, not the right viewers who buy your stuff. So now I only care about this following data. How many people convert to emails? How many people converted to my lead magnets? How many people joined my waiting list? How many people bought? And I know all of that because my software tracks it. And it makes sense, right? If you make more of what gets you more views, you get more views. If you make more of what gets you more conversions, you get more conversions. So that's why I don't care about the retention graph anymore. See you next week, Ed. Oh, and by the way, we'll open up some spaces 21st of April to my program. If you want to join the waitlist, there's a link in the email. Hey, YouTubepreneurs, you want to hear something crazy? Even though people might call me a YouTuber, over 90% of my income this year hasn't come from the platform. It's come from emails instead. So today I'm going to show you exactly how to write emails because I kind of wish I'd started doing this a lot sooner. All right, so step one, this is the idea. And I have two different ways I come up with ideas. Option one, I just pick a video idea. I'm thinking about mating. Mating? Making. And that's how you can tell this isn't AI generated because AI doesn't make mistakes. And actually, the headline of today's email is a video I might try out. And if this gets a strong reception and good open rates, I'll make it into a video. Option two, I just think about what I've learned in the last 7 days or what problems my clients came up against, and then I choose that topic. That's kind of it. And step two is the headline. So the headline is kind of like a YouTube title. And because of that, I often try a potential video title as my email headline. Sorry, I'm just yawning. If the open rates are good, it can be assigned to then use it on the channel too. All right, this is the first time you've listened to one of these emails. I apologize. Step three, writing the content. If you really struggle to write, just use this framework. It's so simple. The first thing is you just say this good or bad thing happened to me. And then the second thing is you say, here's what I learned and how you can get the same result or solve the problem. So for instance, in the email you're listening to right now, the thing that happened to me was I make most of my money from email. And the here's what I learned is, well, this is my proven email writing system. So if you're a gardening channel, it could be, this is the thing that happened to me, slugs ate my lettuce. Here's what I learned, I did this to stop it from happening again. So just think about one or good bad thing that happened and then share what you learned to solve it. You don't have to do much more. And then step four, the edit. So I used to spend more time editing than writing because it's critical to remove fluff and confusion, but I built myself an AI bot and I trained it on my writing style and my system, so it gives me feedback. It's kind of like AI me. It's scarily good. Also, it comes up with headlines. Sometimes it comes up with better options of my own too. But before you think my emails are AI, they're not. It's just like having a writing coach who points out areas you could refine. Oh, and by the way, if you're one of these people who keeps commenting on my YouTube videos saying, I'm now an AI presenter, stop it. That's very offensive and rude. I am not an AI, I'm a real person. All right, step five, recording the audio. At the top of every email, I include a link to the audio recording. That's how you're listening to this. Again, this is not AI. AI wouldn't do that. It's me presenting. So yeah, try it out if you've not. I noticed many of my clients prefer to listen, so even though it doesn't look like it gets many clicks, it's been absolutely amazing for business. In fact, I'm starting to think I should do an audio-only podcast because it's been really powerful. Can I find time for that? Maybe. It needs to be good though. Anyway, step six, post. I post every Monday at 10 a.m. because that's when my target market is awake. That's kind of it. Which brings me on to the secret sauce. If you want this to work for you, you want to make money, email can't be an afterthought. If it's making me like 90% of my income, maybe it might even be closer to 100% since the start of this year. It's pretty mad. You got to make time for it. You got to try and write good ones, right? So my goal is consistently put out stuff people like so that when the headline appears in their inbox, they don't go, I'm interested in the headline. They just go, cool, Ed's emailed. I'll see what he has to say. If that happens, that's when you can make the good moolah. All right. See you next week. Oh, by the way, I've opened up a few more spaces to my program. We've sold out a lot of the spaces already. I'm not sure if they'll still be available by the time you get this email. But if you want to apply, there's a link in the email below to learn more.
Hey YouTubers, Imagine if you could grow a YouTube channel and a business faster without making more videos. Wouldn't that be great? Well, that's actually how I grew mine. And I've never actually told anyone this before, not intentionally, until now that is. So in this week's email, what you're going to learn is my secret to leveling up your content without making more videos, the system I use to improve my videos faster, and the next level benefits of doing this on a regular basis. So let's dive in. So in the 1980s, there were these two decathletes who had an absolutely insane rivalry. One was called Daley Thompson, and the other one was called Jürgen Hinson. Now, I actually did some work for Daley once, and he revealed to me how he became one of the greatest of all time and his plan to beat Jürgen at the Olympics. It was really simple. He said if Jürgen was training Christmas Eve, I was training on Christmas Day. He practiced as much as he possibly could, and his theory was that if he went further than anyone else, he'd win, and it worked. He won the Olympics. And that too was my secret for leveling up my own videos. I just thought, how can I go further than anyone else in the niche and practice when they are not? But that wasn't the breakthrough. The breakthrough. So one day I wrote down everything I did to make a YouTube video, and it looked like this: strategy, thumbnails, titles, writing, filming, editing, data analysis. I then asked myself, which one of these can I practice more than any other so that it will have the most leverage on my YouTube channel and business? Editing and filming got crossed off straight away because I can't practice those on a flight or waiting for a train. Strategy, data analysis, thumbnails, and titles were next to get the cut because outside of YouTube, they didn't actually have any other benefits to my life, leaving me with writing, the one thing I could do anywhere in the world at any time of day, which getting good at would help my videos, marketing, and sales. How I practiced writing without making videos. So don't get me wrong, I was writing YouTube scripts all of the time. But in order to get good at hooks, opening loops, and telling stories, I needed to do it more often and then learn from the feedback. So I turned to writing Twitter threads. They're pretty much the same system as writing a YouTube video. You write one line that gets attention and then set up something the readers want to find out so they get all the way to the end of your thread and comment, like, or follow. Now the cool thing about this was I got much faster feedback than is possible on YouTube because I could pump out a thread every day. One tweet might only take me 20 minutes and then I can gauge the reaction to the content to see how well my writing has come on. I also practiced writing these emails that you're listening to right now, played with hooks, stories, and I know when something works and something doesn't as I get instant replies from many of you. What this means is, like Daley, when everyone else is practicing on Christmas Eve, I'm practicing on Christmas Day. The unexpected result. Not only did I get to practice more, which had a massive impact on my own video quality, but anything that worked well as an email became a Twitter thread, anything that worked well as a Twitter thread became an email, and anything that had a really strong reception made the list of things to include in your videos. But also my Twitter following grew and brought in lots of email subscribers with it, and now those two combined generate most of the sales for my business. So ask yourself this: what can you leverage in your life that you can practice on a regular basis so it impacts not just your channel but your business too? In other news, you can follow me on Twitter.
Hey, YouTubepreneurs. Are you posting to social media because you feel like that's what you have to do now? Well, it's not, and I can prove it because when I stopped posting, my business's monthly turnover exploded. So give me 4 minutes and I'll give you all the permission you need to stop wasting your time on social media too. All right, so first, why should you stop forcing yourself to post to social media? Well, have you ever played Whack-A-Mole, the game where moles pop up and you smash them back down with a big foam hammer? Imagine growing a business online is this game, and to win, you have to whack 100 moles. Player 1's game has 5 different holes moles pop up from. Player 2's has just one. Who's going to get 100 points first? It's the person with only the one hole to focus on, right? Because they have no other distractions making their life harder and can just do the same thing that works over and over again. This is making money online. When I started tracking sales with RevTrack, I could very quickly see that the only platform getting me a real return was YouTube and email by a mile. So I just quit posting to social media and it ended up saving me time and earning more too. But that's just the start. Here's 5 more reasons you might want to quit social media to go all in on YouTube too. The first is fake views. Everyone claims it's easier to get seen on Instagram or TikTok, but they don't mention that these platforms inflate view numbers to hook creators into posting more. The way they do that is by counting a view the second a short form video loads, even if viewers skip it immediately. YouTube calls this an impression, not a view, because, well, nobody's actually viewed anything, so why would they call it a view? On YouTube, though, a view requires someone to watch for at least 30 seconds, so though everyone thinks YouTube views are always lower, at least they're actually views. The second thing is lead quality. At the start of the year, 2 friends of mine both said, "Ed, I'm going all in on posting short-form videos to every platform." 3 months later, one had added 150,000 new subscribers to their email list, the other had totally booked out their sales calendar, and they were buzzing. When I caught up with them a few weeks later, one had deleted the 150,000 emails and the other had cancelled all bookings generated on their calendar. Turns out that their lead quality from social media was so poor, they both said I should have just stuck to YouTube. And it's not just them, many of my clients find the same thing too. But why? Well, let's be honest, most social media content is mindless crap designed to hook viewers, but not much else. As a result, it doesn't provide enough true value to grow a business. YouTube, however, brings in the best leads because long-form video gives insane value to viewers who are more serious buyers, not just looking to kill time and get their next dopamine hit. Number 3, you can earn money in your sleep. So years ago, my ex-partner had an Instagram following she generated sales from while I was using YouTube. We both got COVID and took 2 weeks off. After 2 weeks, she panicked because her income dropped from not posting. Mine stayed the same. And she said, how are you still making money when you didn't do any work? The answer is the next reason I don't bother with social media. Because YouTube is the only platform that pushes new and old content 24/7. That means every video is a sales tool that can grow your business for years. Social media, however, requires you to post daily. Then when you stop, your reach dies and your business can shut down as content isn't evergreen. As a YouTube maxi, it blows my mind that people even consider other platforms that turn you into a content slave. And before the algorithm, X, or Twitter as it was called, Instagram and TikTok change their algorithm more than a teenager changes their underwear. What that means is, if you do actually crack what's working, a few weeks later, you're back with low views and no reach. I can't recall any significant YouTube algorithm changes in the past 5 years. It simply reacts to user behavior, so you learn it once and you're set. Although I have a feeling with the advancements in AI, things are about to change. And then finally, social media actually takes more time than YouTube. Now, I can hear you going, that is nonsense, YouTube takes forever. But hear me out. Most social media platforms require daily posts to get results. What that means is, each month, you've got to come up with 30 ideas, 30 hooks, write 30 scripts, film 30 videos, edit 30 videos, post 30 videos, respond to comments on 30 videos, and analyze data for 30 videos. If you're also posting the same content to 3 platforms, that's 120 pieces of content to manage monthly. On YouTube, you only need to produce 4 videos a month, making it potentially 30 times less work. Plus, going the social media route means you get 30 times more troll comments, 30 times more flops, and 30 times more meaningless dopamine spikes that wreck your mindset and your focus. Yes, YouTube is work intensive initially, but once systems are in place, it can become way more efficient. In fact, I spend 4 mornings a week on YouTube, and this is what generates $400,000 a month now. I don't waste my time on anything else. So if you're fed up with social media, stop posting and go all in on YouTube. See you next week. Oh, and if you want to transition from social media to build a business like mine, click the link. I'm opening up a few more spots to my program on the 21st of July, and I'm working on some epic updates to make YouTube even easier too.
Hey YouTubers, does YouTube feel like an unsolvable puzzle where nothing you try seems to work? I remember feeling the same way, and it used to drive me insane. What was even more confusing was I get compliments from big YouTubers praising my content that the algorithm wouldn't push my videos. But one day everything changed, and my channel blew up, and I'll never forget that moment. So what did I do differently? Well, during one of my classic I hate YouTube breakdowns, I asked myself this question. What's the first thing my viewers think about when they wake up in the morning? To try and answer it, I reflected on my own behaviour, where every morning I'd rush to check my phone to see if I'd gained new subscribers. With that in mind, I looked at my videos and could suddenly see why my views were so low. Because nobody wakes up and thinks, I desperately need to find a good stock footage platform. And I've been making videos like the best free stock footage for YouTube videos. And nobody thinks, I can't wait to set up a playlist for my videos, and I've been making videos called How to Create and Make YouTube Playlists Properly. They wake up and go, did I grow last night? And they feel really crap about themselves when they did not. So I started packaging my videos in a way that made it very clear I would help people solve that big problem, and the results were astonishing. The first video I made with this new way of thinking got nearly 500,000 views, and it was called Waking Up with No YouTube Subscribers, Try This. The difference in views was insane, and it still makes me laugh that I wrote that title based off that tantrum, and it works so well. This was the first video I made with this new mindset. After that day, most of my videos went from struggling to hit 1,000 views to 6 figures in a few weeks. So if YouTube feels like an impossible puzzle, ask yourself this. What's the big problem on my viewers' minds the second they wake up in the morning? And just make sure your videos are packaged so it's crystal clear you're going to help them solve it. See you next week, Ed. P.S. I've decided to cap admissions to my program in January. I'll be opening up the waiting list. However, if you want to be the first to know when they're open for bookings, you can join the waitlist in the email. See ya soon.
Hey YouTubepreneurs, have you seen those channels on YouTube blow up overnight and you've always wondered to yourself, what are they doing differently to me? Well, it's usually for the same reason. So today I'm going to show you what it is they do differently to grow so fast and how to harness it yourself. All right, so why do some channels blow up at light speed? Well, it's kind of simple. The fastest growing channels nearly always find a gap where there is more demand for their content than there is supply. Often they are their only competition. So how do you find gaps? Well, you're probably thinking, oh great, there are no gaps in my niche, I am screwed. But that's not true, because there's 7 different types of gaps you can fill. They're just kind of hard to spot. Gap type number 1 is called a topic gap. So a great example of someone who harnessed this recently was Callaway. He exploded from 0 to about 250,000 subscribers in about a year, making the top of his channel social media, not TikTok or Instagram or YouTube tips all combined like everyone else in his niche does. Now this worked because not a single person, believe it or not, was making videos about broader social media advice, meaning he zoomed out when everyone else was really zoomed in. And by the way, like this almost never happens, by the way. So topic gaps, they happen when verticals in a niche are missing or poorly covered, and they're very rare now, but they are like winning the flipping lottery if you find one. Gap number 2, we've got age gaps. So Iman Gadzi is a fantastic example of this. Iman was the first business advice channel to target people younger than 23. So the reason this worked was because most business advice channels back then, when he was blowing up, targeted ages like 30 plus. And the creators who were presenting that content were also 30 plus too. That meant when Iman appeared, fresh out of puberty, making videos targeting younger viewers, they just couldn't get enough of it. So age gaps exist when a demographic isn't catered to in a niche. This is one of the easiest gaps right now, but it's not going to be soon. Gap number 3 is skill gaps. So a great example of this is Rian Doris. So whilst most channels taught basic kind of like productivity advice, Rian came in with science-backed theories. Years of studying the topic meant his info was fresh and new. And this worked because his channel served people looking for more than just a Notion template to become productive. So he appealed to those who wanted deep, next-level work and focused strategies. Skill gaps appear when a niche ignores an ability level, like beginners, intermediates, or experts. You usually find everyone goes for beginners though, because that's the most views, but they're often the worst clients. No offense, beginners. On a complete tangent, I once went to Rian's very fancy house in LA where he was having a party, and I turned up with a bright orange carrier bag of beers, and he looked at me and said, "What's in the bag?" I said, "Beers." And he was like, "No one here drinks." So I spent the evening walking around with a carrier bag of tinnies, getting drunk on my own. Gap number 4, the message gap. So before Hormozi, the main message in the business space was get more leads. But Alex came in with the narrative of fix your offer, and his different take kind of found a gap. Now, this worked because he attacked a belief everyone had accepted, and then he reframed success as crafting irresistible offers instead of buying traffic. Message gaps emerge when the market's core belief is just wrong or outdated. And this is actually incredibly common on YouTube, and you'll fill it by teaching people to think differently. Gap number 5 is process maps. Gaps. So, too much gapage today. So a great example of this was another friend of mine, Charlie Morgan. Charlie exploded in 2024 because he gave viewers his exact process to make $1 million a month. Now, this worked because many channels back then were giving surface-level business advice. Charlie came in and gave systems, plus credibility and results combined, that didn't just show you how to do it yourself, but proved it works too. Process gaps exist when everyone talks about what to do, but nobody shows how it works in practice. When Charlie lived in Dubai, I went to his house quite a lot, and one of the first times I went, he invited me over to a barbecue, and I thought, oh great, I'll bring a 24-pack of beers. And I turned up, and no one was bringing any alcohol. So once again, I sat thinking beer on my own. Gap number 6, called positioning gaps. An amazing example of this was the future. So instead of business growth, Christo originally positioned himself as helping designers grow businesses. So why did this work? Well, back then, when Chris started, the space wasn't as crowded as it is now, but it didn't matter, because to anyone who was creative, the videos that he made just felt so targeted to them, it was hard not to fall in love with the channel. And it's why he created such a cult following. Positioning gaps appear in crowded niches where everyone's targeting the same problem and the same people, which is pretty much what everyone new to YouTube does, because they think the advice is go and copy the bigger channels. And trust me, it's not. It's similar. So here you just want to nail the exact who and what problem you solve and then own the lane. And gap number 7 is a style gap. So another friend of mine, Crystal. So whilst most self-improvement creators pumped out talking head videos, Nicholas approached the niche like a filmmaker. He told personal stories through cinematic visuals and custom music and minimalistic narration. And he's coming back to making content soon. His new videos are insane. Now, this worked because his ideas weren't new, but the way he expressed them felt very fresh. So viewers didn't just learn from him, they felt something. Style gaps appear when everyone in a niche looks and sounds and edits the same. You fill them by reimagining the pacing, the tones, and the visuals, or the narrative style. And that's what I did on Film Booth, for those of you who have been around for ages. I lived with Nick Crystal for a month. It was a great experience. When I turned up to spend a month with him, he was like, in a German accent, "Hey Ed, just want to lay some ground rules. Just don't talk to me before 7 p.m. any day." I was like, "Cool, Nick, I got you." And then at 7 p.m, he'd be like, "Ed, we've worked hard. Would you like to go and have a beer on the roof?" And I was like, "Yes, Nick, I would." Oh man, definitely shouldn't have had that extra coffee today. This is what my podcast would sound like. Okay, so that brings us on to the question you probably have. How do you fill a gap? Well, the creators who grow the fastest, they don't actually fill one, they stack 3. But let me give you an example. So right now, Dan Go's channel is growing faster than Bamboo after 1,000 litres of radioactive waste has been dumped on it. And it doesn't seem to make much sense because to outside eyes looking in, it just looks like he's giving regular fitness advice. But if you go one level deeper, he's actually hitting multiple gaps. So the first gap he's hitting is a topic gap. He's giving fitness advice for regular people who don't want to get jacked or super fit. Believe it or not, it's very hard to find that on YouTube. In fact, I don't know of another channel doing it. The second gap he's filling is age gaps. So his thumbnail style, his delivery, everything has changed recently to cater to an older demographic than his previous content. And then the third gap is the skill gap he's filling. He's not really trying to help people work out ways to shed that extra 0.5% fat. He's just giving really simple, easy to follow advice that anyone can engulf no matter their level. So when you combine who you're speaking to, what you're saying, and how you're saying it, you stop competing with everyone else and you sort of build your own lane. And that's how channels grow incredibly fast. There is one problem with this though. You can't really tell if you've found a gap until you've tried. So stop listening to this email and go and make yourself some videos because you have got a little gap to fill. I'll see you next week, Ed. P.S. I cannot promise I'll find you a gap, but you stand 10 times more of a chance of succeeding with my help than you do going this alone. Probably 100 times. So click the link in the email to learn how we can make that happen.
Hey YouTubers, if you want 2024 to be your most successful year ever on YouTube, then you only have to do one really simple thing. And I guarantee this will transform your channel and your business if you can stick to it. So in today's email, I'm going to show you what it is, how to pick if you are a level 1, 2, or 3 YouTuber, and what YouTubers get very, very wrong. Let's do this. P.S. A lot of spaces have already gone for my final small group cohort of edutainers. You can apply in the email to get 10 weeks of support, training, and feedback from myself and my team. Okay, so the one thing you need to do for massive success in 2024. I want you to imagine that all of your wildest dreams will come true if you burn a hole in a piece of paper with a magnifying glass using the light from the sun. Now to do this, you have 2 options. Option 1, you move it up and down the paper, and then option 2, you just leave it in the same spot. Which one do you do? It's option 2, right? Because leaving the glass in the same position creates intense focus of the sun's light to start a fire. This is how you should view 2024 if you want to speed up growth or sales from your YouTube channel. Pick a goal, go all in on it, and ignore 100% of the things that will not help you hit that goal faster. But how do you know what to focus on? The 3 levels of being a YouTube creator. So I believe there are 3 levels of YouTube, and in order to build a channel and a business, you need to work out which level you are at, then focus 100% on only the tasks that will enable you to complete the level to move on to the next. So let me break them down
so you can work out which one you are. Level 1 YouTubers. At this stage, the focus should be on leveling up your skills to get more views on long-form videos so that you can build credibility and a personal brand in a section of a niche. Your primary metrics to focus on should be views and return viewers, and you should have a clear goal. For instance, getting 10k views per video within the first week. That's it. That means if someone says to you, oh, you should be making short-form content, you'll ask yourself, will this help my long-form get 10,000 views in a week? If the answer is no, which it almost 100% will be, then you just ignore it. You basically use your one specific goal as a benchmark to make all of your decisions by. If you put all your focus into learning how to write great thumbnails, titles, scripts, edit, film, and level up your content, you will go far. Bring in anything else and you just end up warming the paper rather than burning a hole. Level 2 YouTubers. If you don't know this, I specialize in helping information-based channels grow followings and businesses, so if you're an entertainment channel, this isn't going to be that relevant to you. I believe that you can consider making the leap to level 2 though when you are consistently generating over 3,000 views per video. Now, this isn't a golden rule and can be niche specific, but it's kind of when you should start to consider building a business. Trying to grow a YouTube channel and build products at the same time will water down the effectiveness of both. So here, you either cut down on how many videos you make or you stop for a few weeks or months until you have a simple product ready to launch. Then once you have that product, you go back to making content more regularly with the aim of building up more and more views to drive people towards it. This could continue for weeks, months, or even years. At this point, you should be building an email list too, and the goal of your new video should be to fill that up and provide the people on it more value weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. Once you've learned how to make a product or service and gotten results, you should also be thinking about making more or creating a bigger offer. Again, you focus all your energy on that until it's ready, then make a switch back to generating views. Creators can stay in level 2 forever and can generate millions of dollars without giant followings. I honestly believe that most people don't actually need to go to level 3 YouTubers. At this stage, you need to be a master of content creation and have a scalable product that is tried and tested. When you have this, you are ready to explode. This is when I believe short form content comes into play for educators. The aim is to build a team that puts you out on every platform going so you become omnipresent. You attempt to explode your personal brand with regular high quality long form videos, podcasts, emails, tweets. You basically throw all the money you make from level 2 into creating a monster that then explodes your revenue even more. At this stage, you basically become a CEO, someone who delegates all creative so you can focus on the things that matter the most to grow the following in business. Why you're getting YouTube wrong. So hopefully you just realize what level you're on, and with that, you might have realized the big mistake people make. Level 3 strategies are pushed at us all of the time and take our focus away from the things that actually matter to get us results. We're told to make live streams, podcasts, beat email lists, social media posts, products, merch, land sponsorship deals, but really doing all of these things at once, or even more than just one of them at a time, is only something you should do at level 3. So here's a quick win for you. Go and write down every task you think you should be doing in a list. Then go and delete every task that won't make you better at making long form videos if you're on level 1, or delete anything that won't get your product built and launched in level 2, and only focus on the tasks that remain so you can ignite. And then here's 3 little tasks almost everyone should delete this second. The first is just replying to snarky or negative comments. Just don't ever give them more than a split second of your time. The next is checking your YouTube studio more than once or twice a week. And then the third is just making short form content, unless you have a team to focus on that so you don't have to do anything else. When you realize your goal and the steps that you need to take to hit it, ignoring everything else is an amazing weapon. See you next week. Ed, a level 2. Hey YouTubers. Most YouTubers have a totally warped view of just how soon they can start making money on YouTube, and today I'm going to prove it to you with 3 examples of small YouTube channels making bank with totally different methods. Our first channel is called Dark Label, and they have a super niche channel that teaches music producers how to build their businesses. His average video gets around 1,500 views in the first 3 months, yet he's generating hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from those views. In fact, 90% of his leads come through YouTube, meaning it costs him $0 to generate leads versus his competition, who are spending $1,500 to generate new clients. And of course, because YouTube is evergreen, unlike most other platforms, every video he makes is another highly targeted long-term business generation machine. The next channel is Timbo from Kano. On average, he gets around 3,000 to 7,000 views per video in the first few months. Now, there are so many ways you can monetize your content, but Timbo from Kano has a drumming channel, and he took a slightly different route to generate $20,000 in passive income. So here's what he did. First, he released drumless tracks for people to practice with. The cool thing was, the people who bought them would record themselves practicing and then tag Tim. This created something called a flywheel.
That means that their followers would then be introduced to Tim and his tracks, and then they'd purchase them and do exactly the same thing. What makes this slightly different from a traditional offer is Tim made his tracks pay what you want, meaning some took them for free whilst others paid generously. Our third channel was called Flyfish Dan. His average videos get between 1,500 and 3,000 views. So Dan has a fly fishing channel, and he was struggling to find brands to partner with that he could trust. However, he wasn't having much luck getting paid by the ones that he did, so he took destiny into his own hands and made his own rods instead. The FFD Rod Company was born, and he generated just under $20,000 in the first 2 months. So how are these guys doing it? Well, it's actually pretty simple. To make money from your YouTube channel, you only need a few things. Firstly, viewers who trust you, and secondly, an offer or a product. And that's kind of it. It's one reason why trying to own a niche is so powerful, because fanatics are the ones who want to spend money on the things you talk about, while the general audience doesn't. So although getting lots of views looks impressive, chasing a general audience is often far less profitable than staying smaller and devoting your time to producing a product. Once that's up and running, you can look to scale again. The question is making a product really a better option for you than getting more sponsors or focusing on affiliate sales?
Hey YouTubers, do you ever feel like you're the only one struggling whilst everyone else is just out there thriving? Well, last weekend I spent 48 hours at a creator's mastermind who's pulling in 7 figures a month, and what I discovered shocked me. So today I'm going to show you 4 hidden truths about successful creators nobody tends to admit. I'm going to show you why earning more money sucks, and I'm going to show you why you need to just cut yourself some slack. I hope this reduces stress, because it's truth bombs everyone needs to hear. All right, so first, just what is a mastermind? Well, a mastermind is an event where the attendees ask questions and the host and room then answer them. And for me, the best thing about them has always been, firstly, people share their best tricks for business and following growth, the stuff you often don't see online. Secondly, people share stories about what didn't work for them, which can then save you years of error. I really recommend joining one if you can. So here's the first truth. Everyone is going through the same shizzle. So the first discussion topic was voted on by all of us as a group. And guess what won by a landslide? Mindset. So it turns out nearly everyone in the room was battling the same issue. Imposter syndrome, poor focus, and self-doubt. Now, we've all seen those like hustle porn posts online that say the only way to succeed is you need to live this perfect, productive, confident life, knocking out every task at record speed. But it's a load of bollocks, because nobody actually lives like that. And I know a lot of the gurus who teach you to do this, and they're definitely not doing that. So if you've ever procrastinated over a task, or you scroll through social media instead of working, or you're worried that you're not qualified to make a video on a topic, don't beat yourself up because you think everyone else has it all figured out. They don't. We're all just as messy as each other. Truth number 2, nothing goes up and up and up. So you know how everyone on the internet loves to show off their amazing businesses making X amount every month, like it's all sunshine and roses, and yes, I'm guilty of this too. Well, when your views and sales are down, watching that kind of content can make you feel like a bit of a failure. So one of the most refreshing moments at the mastermind for me was when the host, who were famous for pulling in insane amounts of money, admitted last month wasn't actually that great for us. They then walked us through how they fixed this kind of unusual problem. Now, this was really interesting, but what really stuck with me was this simple truth. Even the most successful people have bad months. So the next time you're feeling low because things are slow, remember, this happens to us all, and success really looks like a graph that's very bumpy, not a line that just shoots straight up in the air. Truth number 3, the disgusting reality of making a lot of money. So have you ever stopped to think about how much money is enough for you? I mean, like, have you set a number where you're just going to hit pause on the hustle and focus on your lifestyle and say, yep, I'm good, let's just have some fun now? Most people put this number really high, and they set off on this magical quest to hit $1 million or more a month. But the host showed us the reality of this, and let me tell you, it filled me with anxiety for 3 reasons. Firstly, the cost. Imagine waking up on the first of the month to seeing 100 grand vanish from your account. That actually happened to me in August, and it was terrifying. But these guys, they're spending 2 to 3 times that alone on ads. And that's before all the other expenses and payroll for their team. And the truth is, if you want to make a lot, at some point your spending explodes. And if you have a slow month, problems can arise fast. The second thing was just insane measurement. The host shared how they monitor every single metric in their business daily, so they don't have numbers that suddenly run away from them and kill the business. It takes 2 hours a day. I can barely divide sums by 8 without a calculator, so the thought of spending 2 hours a day staring at a spreadsheet is like, no thanks. And then the third thing is just the team size. When you get so big, you have to hire heads of department. you're not just managing a team anymore. You're responsible for ensuring like 15 families get food on their table. We see these massive numbers thrown around online, but behind the scenes, for the people at the top, it's a full-on high-stakes operation. So I think the lesson here is don't feel pressured into always thinking you have to make more and more money. The whole beauty of being a creator or an online business owner is you can make an amazing living, have massive profit margins, and build whatever lifestyle you desire. The number going up can actually mean this doesn't happen. And then the fourth truth, being on your own is really hard. It's like, do you ever feel like it's impossible to make videos and grow a business at the same time? Because I do. That's why I work in seasons. I'll spend a few months focused on making videos and sales, and then I'll kind of slow down on content or just stop, close sales, and then put all my time into focusing on improving the product, and then I ramp everything else back up again. It's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect. But I can't do it all at once, even with a small team helping me. And you probably feel the same. But here's the thing. Our mastermind hosts, they were not doing it solo. They were partners. One handles the numbers in the business, the other focuses on content and product. So when an area has 100% of your focus, that is when you get insane results in that area. But when two people have 100% focus, that's a cheat code. So if you're trying to do everything on your own and you're comparing yourself to others who are not, we just can't expect similar results. So what's the real lesson from all of this, Ed? Well, growing a YouTube channel and a business is tough. Doing both at the same time is really hard. So if you're serious about success, you do need to surround yourself with more like-minded creators, because this will motivate you, it's going to help you level up faster, and it's going to give you people to share your wins and failures with, so you realize that you are not alone in all of this and that everyone has the same problems. Having that support system makes all the difference in keeping this journey sustainable long-term. See you next week, Ed. Oh, P.S. I'm going to be opening up limited spaces to my program and community at the start of January. If you want to be one of the first to hear about this, join the waitlist in the email. And PPS, there's another mastermind in March. If you're interested, I can introduce you to the guys running it. You can just reply to this and I'll CC you into them or something. Just keep in mind, it's in Dubai. It's over 5 figures to attend, so it might not be obtainable for everyone right now.
Hey YouTubers, do you want to know something crazy? Have you ever felt uncomfortable when someone interrupted you in the middle of a task because you just wanted to get it done? Well, this is called the Zeigarnik effect, and it's the idea that people remember interrupted tasks better than completed ones. YouTubers can use this effect to their advantage by introducing a concept in a video and then intentionally leaving it unresolved. What this does is keep it at the front of viewers' minds, and that means they engage more deeply with the video to find the resolution, which you will eventually give later on. This is why hooks are so powerful. They open a loop, making the audience feel compelled to continue watching so they can close it. But how do you write a great hook that harnesses the Zeigarnik effect? Well, I've got 5 anyone can use to grab attention fast, which will result in longer watch times and more views. P.S. Every day I give YouTubers feedback on their hooks and scripts to help them level up faster. If you don't want to slog through YouTube on your own, click the link in the description, book in a call with one of my team. Alright, hook number 1, it's this. Do you want to hear something completely insane? And that's on Alex Hormozi's most viewed video. It's very powerful because who's going to say no? But you've got to be careful with it, because although it's going to get everyone listening so they can close that loop, you'd better make sure the words that follow are going to blow people away. If you set up that something is insane and the payoff isn't, you'll hit your credibility. Another version of this hook is, do you want to hear something that's going to blow your mind? Hook number 2. Can I tell you a secret? If anyone has ever said this to you in person, you just know what's coming is likely to be pretty flippin' juicy. The desire to uncover and understand hidden information is a really strong motivator for viewers, so they're going to want to stick around to find out what it is. Not only that, knowing a secret often implies having access to exclusive information, and this makes people feel special or part of an inner circle. It also harnesses the power of storytelling. The structure of a secret creates a storyline with a beginning, the unknown, the middle, the discovery process, and the end, the revelation, which is incredibly satisfying and engaging for us humans. Like the first hook though, the secret needs to be a good one. Hook number 3. Why is nobody talking about X? Not the letter X, let's just fill in the gap. You see this one in short form content a lot. It also makes a really good title and is often associated with a lot of views. Now the reason it works is because it suggests that there is something important or interesting that is being overlooked, making viewers want to find out what it is and why it's being ignored. It also suggests something important is being missed, which can trigger FOMO. And it gets the viewers to question the status quo and think critically about why a particular topic isn't being discussed, whilst also harnessing storytelling, as it suggests there's a hidden story about to be revealed. Number 4. Imagine a city where gravity is optional and you can float at will. That's the hook. But it's not so much opening a loop, more a way to get viewers to re-engage their brains. And Hamza shared this one with me. The idea is you get the viewers to picture something in their minds by simply saying imagine. It's actually very hard not to imagine something when people tell us to. It does need to relate to the video though. We can't just throw out random imagines and then move on to something completely different. So here's some examples. Imagine if everything you found hard to do became easy. Imagine if one sentence could win your ex-boyfriend back. Hook 5. This is why you X. The X again is filling in a gap. This type of hook is all about second guessing your viewers' big problems and then alluding to the fact you have an answer to them. So for example, this is why you can't focus. This is why you keep getting rejected. This is why you look so tired. Viewers with that problem will naturally be hooked because it will feel incredibly targeted to them. Just make sure it's something a lot of people can relate to, otherwise it could be an anti-hook. And what I like about this hook is it drives people straight into the content and it also works as a setup at the same time. Oh, by the way, if you missed my live stream where I broke down the 12 big blockages you need to fix to grow a channel and make money online, there's a link in the email. It had a great reception from most people. Some people email me to complain that
Hey YouTubers, there is one number that can make or break your success on YouTube and most creators miss it. So today I'm going to show you what it is. 4 more big mistakes you need to avoid if you actually want to make money on YouTube. But first, how do I even know these problems exist? Well, over 500 creators recently submitted their channel for review on my deep dive live stream, and almost everyone was making the same critical mistake. So I'm hoping this email is going to stop you from doing the same too. Alright, mistake number 1. This is probably the biggest mistake, and it won't just stop you from making money, it stops your channel from growing too. So imagine that in order to make money from YouTube, all you need to do is plant some fruit seeds on a patch of land, then nurture them and then harvest them when the fruits are nice and juicy and ripe. The mistake most people make is sowing some seeds, but then harvesting when their land looks like this, which isn't helpful because there's a picture. Basically what I'm trying to say is, the mistake most people make is sowing some seeds, but then harvesting them far too soon so there's no fruit on them. YouTube is like an empty field. Every video you post is a seed. Until you consistently hit thousands of views per video, you haven't really grown a crop worth harvesting. This means if you try to sell too early, you're harvesting too soon, and you'll get disappointing results. The longer you nurture your channel, the better your eventual harvest, aka your profits, will be. Put it simply, the real success on YouTube is built when you plant your seeds, not when you harvest. Yes, it's possible to make sales with a few hundred views, but you really want to be hitting thousands consistently over and over again to get that juicy income. It works a lot better if you look at the pictures. Okay, mistake number 2, the most important number on YouTube. So let me ask you a question. What approach would you pick to make money on YouTube faster? Option 1, you get 10,000 views per video, which drives 1,000 videos to your sales page each week, and that generates 5 sales. It means your conversion rate is 0.5%. Option 2, you get 1,000 views per video, it drives 100 visitors to your sales page and generates 5 sales. The same, but your conversion rate is 5%. Now hopefully you said option 2. It's far easier to increase your conversion rate on a sales page than to chase down 10 times more views. So many people in my live stream applications said they wanted more views so they could make more money, but when I looked, they didn't need more views. They just needed to increase their sales page conversion rate. Driving 10,000 people to a bad sales page won't fix your problem. Fixing your conversion rate will, and it's 10 times less work. So if you want more sales, do this right now. Take the number of sales last month, divide it by the number of visitors to the sales page, and multiply by 100. That's your conversion rate. If it's under 1%, you need to fix that urgently and forget about chasing views. All right, mistake number 3. One word can kill your sales. So I had a product that was consistently generating $25,000 a month. Then one day I decided to change the very first thing people saw when they landed on its sales page. It was like someone turned the sales tab off. Not a single sale for a week. I switched back to the old version of the page, and just like that, the sales started flooding in again. Now you might think this is some sort of freak occurrence, but I see this mistake over and over again when reviewing sales pages. If the first thing your potential customer sees isn't interesting to them, you're gonna lose them right from the start. Think of it like a YouTube thumbnail and title. The whole point is to hook people and make them curious enough to stick around. On a sales page, that hook is your headline. So here's an example of a good versus bad headline. So a bad headline would just say coaching for teachers. A good headline would say mark students' homework 5 times faster and reclaim your free time. You see the difference? The second headline doesn't just state what you do, it makes a bold promise about a result that's very appealing. Makes you wonder, how can I do that? And that's curiosity drives people to want to know more. The rest of your page can then work its magic once they're hooked, but never underestimate the power of your headline. Mistake number 4, no proof. If you are terrible at marketing or writing sales pages, don't worry, fix this next mistake and people will still buy from you. So they say seeing is believing, and that's why some of the best performing sales pages are practically nothing but testimonials and screenshots of real results. Why? Because proof does the heavy lifting for you. Make it to your mission to gather video testimonials, before and after, screenshots of results, anything that shows your product or service in action. Not only will this skyrocket the most important number, your conversion rate, but you can also repurpose that proof for social media or even feature it in your videos. I mean, look at this video. You can't because you're listening to this, but there's a link in the email. The whole thing's just a giant case study or testimonial. That one video has generated over 6 figures as a result. Mistake number 5, the killer blow to your business. So imagine that you run a Chinese restaurant, but you hand your customer a Greek menu. They'd leave and head next door to get Chinese food because they actually wanted that, right? Even if you've got the best headline and a flawless sales page, none of it matters if your offer isn't what your viewers really want. So the mistake to avoid here is having a channel that solves one problem, then an offer that's just not in line with it. The formula for success is pretty straightforward. Create a channel that solves a big problem, make sure your product solves that problem too. Now that sounds super obvious, but people don't often stop to think, wait, is this what I'm known and trusted for, before they come up with a product. If you missed my live session, be sure to check it out. I go a lot deeper on this. It could be a game changer for you. See you next week. P.S. I help YouTube creators fix their conversion issues so they can make
Hey YouTubers, there are 5 things successful YouTubers don't do, so today I'm going to reveal them so you can avoid them too. That rhymed. Ha! Alright, let's do this. Start with a nice little poem. Oh, by the way, at the bottom of the email, I got a little something special for you. It's free. You'll like it. Alright, first thing, ranking videos in search. A client of mine recently learned this the hard way. He was convinced that ranking videos in search was the best way to grow his channel because that's what he'd been taught online. But his best performing video had like 1,800 views. And that was like of all time. So when I showed him a new way to approach his videos, he was skeptical in a bit of a battle. And it went against everything he'd watched online. But in just 5 days, his first video using the new strategy hit 7,000 views. I'll put his email. Whoops, dropped my phone. Hope it didn't smash. I'll put his email at the bottom of this one. The truth is, successful YouTubers don't build channels around ranking in search anymore because search-based videos attract one-and-done viewers. They come in for a really specific solution and leave when they have it. So they don't binge your channel. It's also painfully slow. You're basically waiting for it to come to you rather than have YouTube throw your videos at them. And you also build subscribers, not fans. And that is a huge problem. I'm going to go deeper on that last point. So look at any channel built through search. They'll have 100,000 subscribers, but only get 300 views per video in the first week. It makes sense. Especially when to grow a business and community, you need videos that keep people coming back again and again, because that's when you see bigger view counts right after release, a loyal audience who engages with your content, and also this warms people up. You get hotter prospects who are ready to buy from you because they watch so much of your content, they keep coming back. So please, I'm begging you, if you're using search as your main strategy, you've got to drop it. It's like using an abacus when everyone else has AI. If you're stuck on the search bus, and a lot of people still are, I've done my best to stop this. Check out the link in the email. I've helped a lot of people escape. The next thing they don't do is chase new. So you might not realize this, but trying new ideas is really high risk, and it can actually hold back your channel. Successful YouTubers eventually realize this and don't constantly chase trends or reinvent the wheel. In fact, they just end up kind of boring. And here's what they do differently. They basically figure out the 3 to 5 topics, titles, and thumbnail patterns their audience loves. They repeat them in new and creative ways over and over again, and they just don't waste any time chasing new ideas because 99% of the time new ideas fail. Everyone hates this advice. It doesn't sound very fun, but we just all end up realizing this and this is the best way eventually, so just skip to it now. It will save you a lot of heartache. If you do want to try something new, just mix it up between videos and stick to what works most of the time. The next thing is appealing to everyone. So answer me this question. Who is your channel for and what problem does it solve? Answer it out loud. I'll give you a couple of seconds. Go on, just do this, okay? So just pause it. Who is your channel for and what problem does it solve? All right. Hopefully you played the game. If your answer listed more than one person with one big problem, it's very likely your channel's going to fail. Successful YouTubers have all been through this too. They'll be like, oh, I help this person and that person with this problem and that problem. But it stops when they realize targeting just one type of person with one problem brings in more views and grows their business. If you want to see why and just how powerful this is, I've made a deep dive. I'll link to it in the email you can check out. The next is overcomplication. So someone once asked me if they should have a visual hook every 5 seconds because that's what they'd heard. I said, well, what's your niche? They said I give tax advice to experts. So the answer was, of course, no. Everyone goes through this period where they think YouTube is this magic machine and that if you do 1,000 things to get it correctly, the stars align and you get more views. But it's not like that. Successful YouTubers know that the more things you do, the more things you're likely to mess up. So they just keep things very simple. If you watch a video on my channel, it might seem like there's a lot going on sometimes, but really I just do this. Hook, intro, set up a problem, say the video will solve it, tell a story or give an example that prove it works, and then just show people how to do it themselves and repeat. That's it. And the fifth thing is just caring too much about failing. My clients have started to joke that I have the same answer to every question because of how often I say, well, just try it and see what happens. Successful YouTubers stop living in fear of what if it doesn't work, and they shift to they'll either go right or just learn something. YouTube and businesses are just one big, giant feedback loop telling you what to do more of and what not to do again. And once you realize this, you can just care a lot less about the outcome. So how many of these are you ticking off? Don't rush it. Many of these things can be taught, but the biggest lessons come through the experience itself. See you next week. Oh, at the bottom of this email, you can see the email that I got sent, which was basically saying search sucked. Oh, P.S. I'm making a video where I want to use viewers as examples. I'll basically fix problems with your channels and sales system in the content. If you'd like to submit your channel and offer, you can click the link. Please note, if you don't have a product or service, this isn't the right thing to submit to. Fear not, I'll be roasting intros, I think, at some point. You can apply to that instead. And PPS, if you want to avoid the SEO trap, there's another link in the email to learn. And you can find out how I help people solve it. With my program, we're sold out, by the way, but you can get on the wait list to apply for one of the limit spaces when we open around mid-Feb. All right, guys. Have a lovely day.
Hey YouTubers, YouTube has changed a lot in the last few years. It's more competitive, there's more viewers than ever, and in order to create a sustainable channel that competes, you really need money to hire help now. Basically, your channel is a business, and those of you who think of it like this tend to succeed far quicker than those who don't. Now, I started my first business nearly 20 years ago in September, so to help you thrive, I'm going to tell you 41 things I wish I'd known sooner, so I can speed up your income generating results. Give it 5 minutes, and I'll give you an almost 20-year head start. P.S. If you want to build a channel that grows a business with the help of myself and a team of YouTube and business experts, click the link to learn more. So start by looking at 11 things that are going to really impact your mindset. Firstly, don't be afraid to take risks. To quote Mark Manson, to get ahead of 99% of people, you have to be prepared to do the things 99% of people are not. Secondly, embrace the fear of failure. It means you actually try something new. This is how you grow. The 99% will let fear hold them back. Thirdly, you want to see stakes as a very valuable lesson, not a failure. Every time you make one, you learn what not to do. It's crazy we don't celebrate mistakes. They help us hit our goals. Really, we should all just be like ABBA and feel like we're winning even when we lose. Didn't think I'd be quoting Waterloo in an email. Next, you want to set clear goals. When you have them, every decision you make is easier as you simply ask yourself, will this decision help me hit my goals faster? The fifth thing is you want to focus on one thing at a time. The more things you have on your plate, the worse results you get in all of them. Give all of your attention to only the things that will hit your goals and you will get there faster. The sixth thing is not to worry about things out of your control. I used to spend so long thinking about what if a client isn't happy, and then I made up stories in my head about how I might respond to this complaint. 99.9% of the time, people are happy. Don't let the 0.1% of things that might never happen consume you. And the seventh thing, if you hate what you're doing, quit. The biggest risk is not going after your dream and staying in the same position you're now in. Which moves us on to the eighth thing. Just get ready to work 10 times harder. Just because you follow your dream doesn't mean it will fall into your lap without years of hard work. I think I said there was 11 things. There's not. There was 8 in this one. Now let's look at marketing. The first thing is to learn to write hooks. You can blow up on every platform in the world, create effective ads, and will generate more sales from your landing pages and email if you get good at them. The next thing is to learn copywriting. This is the most powerful marketing skill in the world. Good copy on a simple landing page will build a business far quicker than a funky design with boring words. Third thing is just to keep your marketing simple. I made the dumb mistake of building advanced email automations and funnels too early in my career. The more complexity you add, the harder it is to convert. Start simple and maybe add all the tech doodahs over time. The next thing is you need to focus on one platform. It's very hard to grow on any of them, but trying 2 or 3 at once, almost impossible. There's so many people on each platform now, you'll potentially never need more than one anyway. And whatever you do, don't try and start 2 YouTube channels from scratch. It's a death sentence. And the next thing is you need to build an email list sooner. Email saved my second business from going bust. 5 clients hadn't paid us, and we needed money fast. 1 email to our list with a tasty offer took us from panic stations to having a great month in 48 hours. The next thing you need to do is just measure as much as you can. If you know what's working in your marketing, it's a cheat code, because then you just do more of that. If you don't, you waste time doing things that pull you away from your ultimate goal. The 7th thing is to optimize. Now, the launch of a product is not the end, it's the start. So when you do put out a product, go back to your marketing and keep updating it and changing it as you learn more about your clients. I always find a few months after a product launch, I look at my landing page and think, what was I thinking? Because the avatar's desires have now become so much clearer. The 8th thing is to get as many testimonials and as much social proof as you can. These are your ultimate marketing weapon. Ignore them at your own peril. The 9th thing is keep communication clear and concise. Write to a reading age of 12, use short sentences, and don't try to sound like an expert with jargon and industry terms beginners won't understand. The 10th thing is to learn to tell stories, and the 11th is to get feedback on your marketing. You can't spot the obvious mistakes on your own. Okay, so now let's look at sales. First thing with sales is you need to understand that selling isn't scammy. If you have a product or service that can actually help people, and you truly believe that, then making sure you change that person's life with that service is your duty, so you have to sell it to them. The second thing is that sales is the ultimate business skill. Master the basics and you'll go very far. Third thing is all about the time I went to buy a fancy car, and the dealer said to me, how interested in the car infotainment system are you? Basically all the tech stuff. And I said, not very. He then spent 30 minutes showing me every feature on it. I would have bought the car in a split second if he just turned the keys and let the engine roar. Work out what your buyers really care about and only sell them on that. The 4th thing is to say their name. So my dad taught me this. For some reason, we all love hearing our own names, especially from someone we don't know that well. If you say someone's name back to them, it builds trust and warmth. Just don't overdo it. The 5th thing is to use visuals. When I had my lawn care company, after a year, we had a ton of before and after photos. So we started using them in our quotes, and we didn't lose a single sale for 4 months. Seeing is believing. The 6th thing is to pre-qualify. I once had an open at my production company's studio, and we booked 14 people for quick meetings and closed every single one of them. A few months later, I followed up to see what they'd done with the content we'd produced, and only 1 of them had used it. I quickly realised the other 13 had no marketing, no traffic, and no understanding of how to use video. Now, they were really happy with what we'd made them, but if we wanted to build a business, we needed some results, and selling to people who can't get them is dumb. So don't sell to everyone. Discover who you can actually help and then turn the others away. The 7th thing is to ask for referrals the second someone signs up. And the 8th is the less that you talk in a sales meeting, the better. Ask questions and don't coach. Customer service. Treat people like you'd like to be treated. Look for ways to surprise people, give a little extra service, send a gift on a special occasion, send Loom videos to give personalised art. Don't be lazy. Send them the calendar invite. If you know their time zone and it's different from yours, try to convert it for them. These little things add up. Turn your biggest complaint into your biggest fan. When someone complains, they'll have told themselves a story that you're likely to not give them what they actually want. They'll probably have imagined an argument and will have their feathers ruffled. Just stay calm, be gracious, and find a way to make it right. Most of my complaints became my biggest fans as a result of this. If a client is a nightmare, don't be afraid to refund. Move on fast. They'll probably show a newfound warmth for you too. Always own up to your mistakes. You will make them all the time. Just admit you messed up. Tell your clients how you plan to fix it. And thank them for being understanding. In the YouTube space, your clients are fans. They're on your team, so they won't really mind the odd hiccup so long as you address it. And the 7th thing here is a client once told me his lawnmower blade kept getting chipped because the pebbles from his drive kept getting walked into it. So then, from that moment, every time I came to his house, I took off my boots and picked out every stone before I went on it. I don't think he could believe it, and he ended up referring us to half of his street. Do the things 99% of people won't to show that you care. And the 8th thing is just be on time. And now let's look at leveling up faster in business. First thing is you need to network with people who where you want to be. This is a massive game changer. The second thing is you don't want action advice from just anyone. If they've not achieved your goal, then they might not give you the right steps to take. Third thing is to find a mentor, and the 4th thing is to read books. 5th thing though is not to read books. Well, don't just read books, take action. Books take me a really long time to read because it's rare I'm not being inspired what they're saying and then I try to action things by the end of the chapter. If you only read, you just won't get far. You need to put things into practice. The 6th thing is just to hire consultants and buy courses. Everyone says, but the information's free online. But that's the issue. Free information is in a totally random order. You will go in 20 different directions based on that information before you take the right steps. Pay someone to show you what to do and you'll save years. I've never met a successful person who didn't pay for help and doesn't rave remember back to. The seventh thing, think of money as a headache removal token. So if you hate doing something, if you're not good at something, if you have to spend ages learning something new, it's a headache you don't need. So if you have funds, use them to find people to remove this headache, and you'll make 10 times more than you spend, freeing up all your time to focus on the critical tasks you do enjoy. And finally, don't be afraid to ask for help. You tend to find people who are successful in business, love to share what they've learned, ask them questions, and they'll unload years of wisdom. Hey YouTubers, want to generate $20,000 on YouTube? Well, you don't need lots of views, you just need one thing. So today I'm going to show you what it is, how to make it for yourself. All right, so let's look at the most important thing you need to make money on YouTube. So if you went up to one person in the street with a block of gold and you said, hey there stranger, do you want to buy this massive block of gold for $1? They wouldn't hesitate to buy it, right? It's just a no-brainer. Spend $1, get $25,000 worth of gold. This is the real secret to making money online. People think it's about getting massive views, but the truth is, if you have an amazing offer, you only need to get it in front of one person, and if you've done everything I'm about to show you right, they'll buy. So now let's look at how to make money from YouTube without virality. So step one, just pick a problem. Your channel needs to solve a specific problem. In an ideal world, you become known for solving this one problem and it becomes your niche, and then you just build everything around it. But what problems can you solve? Well, the most profitable problems are in health, wealth, and relationship niches. Channels that teach people to build businesses, invest, lose weight, or bag a hot date tend to make the most from YouTube. After that, the creative niches can be a real goldmine too. Teaching people to play an instrument, take photos, DJ, produce music, things like that are very profitable. In fact, a client of mine in one of those creative niches charges $25,000 for his program, and people buy it. Another one is generating over $25,000 a month from his small channel in one of these niches too, all because they know the secret of having a great offer and getting some eyes on it. Step two, you then want to make content solving that problem. This is pretty simple. You just make free videos helping people solve the problem to build trust and goodwill. This is the whole point of your channel. Step three, you then come up with an offer that solves the problem. So here you have lots of options, but I'm going to show you probably the simplest and most appealing offer for your viewers. It's a fantastic launch pad to build on over the long term, and it won't overwhelm you. I recently added a new course to my program to help people produce this kind of thing, and students have started to see 20K months as a result. The idea is they run it small to start, get some great testimonials, then push to scale it over the long term. So this is the simplest offer. You basically don't build a course or community, you just work one-on-one with people and sell them a program. This could be an 8-week program to help them solve the specific problem your channel targets. You can run it as a small group or just one-on-one and meet up every week for 30 to 60 minutes to keep them motivated, teach them new tricks, and push them towards that goal. Pros of this are people love one-on-one support. As an offer, it's more appealing to be the only person someone is looking after, so it's potentially going to be easier to sell. You can also charge a lot. Because it's one-on-one, you can charge thousands. So you might decide on, say, 2K, which means you only need to get 5 clients to make 10, or 10 clients to make 20, with a good offer that's obtainable. You also learn a lot. So working one-on-one with people enables you to learn about their problems very quickly, and it's very likely that they will have the same issue as most of your viewers. So this can be a great launch pad to building something even bigger. Cons, it's not very scalable. Now everyone wants that one big scalable offer, but the truth is most people are just not ready for it. They need to start small and build up, learn on the job, and get used to working with clients. And the other con is you have to do some work. A lot of people want passive income from YouTube, but this relies a lot on getting big views to make big money. Far easier just to sell a service for larger amounts and work with fewer people. This will then give you the cash to outsource your editing, your thumbnails, and then you can focus on what really matters. So in step 4, you want to build a simple sales page. This is where the magic happens. People really, and I mean really, underestimate the power of a sales page. This is basically a page that sums up the big result you can get people and then introduces your product as the solution. This page is essentially your offer. And getting this right is the difference between making 10K and $1. To show you how fragile this is, I once changed just the headline of a sales page on a product I had and witnessed sales come to a grinding halt. I swapped it back a few days later and it was like someone turned the tap on again. It really is that powerful. But how do you design a great sales page? Well, my own sales pages have generated over $3 million in the last couple of years. So here's the simple format I use. Write a headline, promises a big result. This is probably the most important part of your page. Then write a sub-headline that fills in some of the gaps and continues to unpack the value. Then include a video that shows how to solve the problem. And then just tell your story on how you solve the problem on the sales page, and then introduce your offer as the solution. You want to add as many testimonials as you can. If you don't have any yet, just add comments people have left from below your YouTube videos. The idea here isn't we're trying to trick people with fake testimonials. We make it very clear that they're from YouTube, but it will still help raise your credibility. And I have an entire system for building a sales page. If you want to go deeper, there's a link in the description. But really, your sales page is just a game of saying, I have a problem, I solved it, and here's how you can too. And then wrapping it off in an offer that sounds really juicy. Don't worry about fancy design. If you look at mine, it's actually very boring. It's mainly just text down the middle of a page, but it works really well. And then the 5th step is you just promote this page? I think in the online world, we sometimes forget that offline exists. When your sales page and your offer's ready, you can just tell people in the real world about it too, and they might just be interested. Otherwise, link to it below every video you make, promote it on your community wall, and email people about it too. You just need to get it in front of people. Don't hide it. It always blows my mind how many people don't link to their offer below every video and then wonder why it doesn't sell. Step 6, deliver, optimize, and repeat. There's kind of 3 parts to this. So in the early days, you want to make money, but really you're looking to see how you can improve and help more people and build on this initial offer over time. So these areas are where you need to focus. The first is service delivery. So I spent $16,000 in August hiring help to get feedback from my clients. I now have a roadmap of where to focus to make my service even better. So I'm building new content to help fix issues and putting on extra support in September with a new writing workshop, as that was one of the big bottlenecks. Focus on improving your product is critical if you want to help your clients get results. The next thing you want to be doing is optimizing your sales page and offer. You won't really know how to come up with the best offer until you've been helping people for a while. You can take a great educated guess to start, but this weird thing will happen. You'll look at your sales page and realize you're not promoting it in the best way at all based on what you've learned about your clients the more you work with them. So it's critical that you come back to your sales page and your offer on a regular basis to keep improving the ways that it's being communicated. If you're reading this or listening to this and you've not looked at your sales page for a year, this is your sign to revisit and fix them up. And then the third part of this is just building goodwill. So once you have a great offer, all you need to do is get people to see it. And that means you go back to the very start of this whole process and make videos that push people towards it. I truly believe the future of online business is hyper niche, small creators with fantastic offers, helping small groups of people while making big money doing it. If that sounds like your jam, click the link in the email and I'll show you how you can do the same. See you next week, Ed. Oh, and by the way, so a few weeks ago, I emailed you guys about the power of niching down by age. This whole idea is that you target particular age groups in your titles. This is the picture of what happened when my client tried it recently. They went from 300 to 18,000 subscribers in a week.
Hey YouTubers, for those of you who have an email list or are looking to build one, I think you're going to find this really interesting. So last night I was on one of my weekly group business calls where we just bounce ideas around as a group, and a guy named James Allen shared something that changed my perspective on how YouTube creators should use email. Now it seemed like such an obvious thing to do, so for the next 30 days I'm going to try it. So let me explain why I think you should too. Alright, so what's the new way of looking after your email list? Well, when you message your friends, do you wait until Wednesday at 3 PM every week, or do you send them a message when you have something to say? James's whole idea is that email should be about sharing as much value as possible, so if we discover something valuable, why wait to share it with our list? The more I thought about it, the more I realised that social media is exactly the same. When something amazing comes to you, you post it straight away. It's all about sharing at speed, so why should email be any different? But not only that, I talked to a lot of creators about how they use email, and one thing I've noticed as a pattern is that the guys that post more often rave about it. So I'm going to invite you to join me in a 30-day experiment of treating your email list like its own social media platform starting today. Here's some structure to get you going. First thing, make sure what you send is useful. So we don't need to send drunk photos of our Saturday night antics. Stick to posting only light bulb moments you picked up on that day. The second thing, don't disrupt your working day. So if you have an idea, don't just drop everything you're working on to write it straight away. Complete the task you're on and make sure you can fit it into your day. We don't want to distract from other tasks that might be more critical and create a productivity nightmare. The third thing, just keep it short and sweet. Fitness YouTuber Jeff Nippard is now sending an email to his list that is just a paragraph. That's the whole point of it. It's just one tiny chunk of gold. And the fourth thing, don't force it. So this isn't about sitting there trying to come up with ideas. It's about recognizing when something shareable comes to you and quickly posting it. But what if your email list doesn't like it? Well, that's why we test to see what happens. We have to take some risks in business, but if you treat each message with some love and some care and stick to those rules, I think they will. So I'm going to keep putting out my regular Monday email either way, but the next time I get some information I think people need to know, I'm just going to share it with you, and then I'm going to report back on what has happened in 30 days' time. See you at some point soon-ish. Oh, and by the way, if you try this, let me know what happens. I love hearing about the impact this email has on your business and your channel.
Hey YouTubers, did you know that 88% of YouTube videos get less than 1,000 views and 0.7 get between 100,000 and a million? Looking at those numbers, the chances of actually making it on YouTube are slim. Unless you read this email, that is, because today I'm going to show you how to get on the right side of those stats, why I sabotaged my own videos, now it led to faster growth, and how the most successful YouTubers think for long-term success. Let's do this. How the most successful YouTubers think for long-term success. Success. It's a harder word to say than you'd think. Most people fail on YouTube because they put too high an expectation on a single video, and it means they get decision paralysis and often stop posting as a result. Here's how top creators escape that trap and generate more views with a mindset shift. Imagine YouTube is a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle. To grow, all you need to do is connect the pieces together step by step. When you start, you don't magically grab 2 pieces that fit perfectly. Instead, you'll probably pick 2 that don't connect at all. What matters in completing the puzzle is how you respond. Do you come to a halt and have an existential crisis, or do you ask why don't they fit and try again with a different piece based on what you learned? Successful YouTubers always do the latter. Each video is just a puzzle piece to them. They don't expect them all to be a hit. Instead, they aim to learn one thing from each and then apply that lesson to their next video. Over time, this causes your views to tick up, and it ends decision paralysis because the emphasis is now on posting and learning instead of perfection. It's critical you see YouTube as nothing more than a giant puzzle where you consistently post, learn, and improve, because you'll never guess exactly what your viewers are thinking. In the software space, they call this ready, fire, aim, and it couldn't be more true for YouTube as well. Why I sabotage my own videos, and how it led to faster growth. Did you know sabotaging your own videos could be the secret to growing your channel? It sounds odd, but when I was posting on Film Booth, I'd think I made a breakthrough discovery, but the only way to confirm it was by intentionally making a mistake in a video and then seeing how the retention graph reacted afterwards. When the graph dipped exactly where I expected, it was a eureka moment. I'd proven my theory and knew how to avoid that mistake in the future. I didn't care if the video got fewer views because that mistake helped me learn how to make my next video better, which grew the channel faster. How to get on the right side of those stats. Step 1, stop trying to make every video your best performing ever. If you do, you'll fear experimentation, which is actually the key to success. Step 2, focus on learning one thing from each video. It could be why people didn't click, why retention dropped, or why it outperformed the last one. Step 3, keep experimenting, testing, and learning from every video. Step 4, repeat over and 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 over again. You get the idea. When you treat each video as a lesson, you'll stop obsessing over individual video metrics and avoid decision paralysis too. This is when you'll start making huge strides towards your goals, but only after you've laid down enough of the wrong pieces, and there will be many. See you next week, Ed. And P.S., one of my hardworking clients 3x'd her business in a month. Hey YouTubers, I built you a time machine, but sadly you can't get in it and give yourself the winning lottery numbers. Instead, it's a list I wrote to a guy trying to make it on YouTube who spent years feeling defeated, stressed, and was always on the cusp of quitting. And that guy was me in 2019. I figured if I had this list, it would have kept me going, it would have helped me get fast results and set some better expectations. And I posted half of this list to my Twitter and my community wall over the past few weeks, and it got a lot of love, but you guys are going to get all 100 little nuggets of wisdom. Let me know if it helps. Number 1, your hard work will pay off. You just need to stick to the plan. Number 2, I'm not going to keep saying the numbers. The people you admire will start watching your videos. It will take a few years, but eventually they'll flood your DMs. Practice writing hooks as much as you can. Understanding your viewers is the most important growth hack, bar none. Spend 10 times more on ideation than you think you need. Don't try to come up with smart answers to people who attack you in the comments. You will never win. Copying what works is smart, but being the channel everyone else copies is the game changer. Accept that some people just don't like you. Let that be their problem, not yours. Stay out of the YouTube studio as much as you can. Flops happen, so don't beat yourself up. You need them to learn what doesn't work, and that will give you a clearer path to what does. Your subscriber count doesn't matter nearly as much as your views per video. When you get over 250,000 subs, people will start to look up to you. Don't try to do too much at once. Pick one area of focus, complete the project, and move on to another. Ignore 99% of sponsorship requests. When that first one comes in, you'll be excited. Just realize they sent that to 1,000 other people, and it's likely their product is complete crap. Short form content is a waste of time unless you can outsource it. Focus only on long form to grow a YouTube channel to start. If anyone is bragging about their results with shorts on YouTube, ask them what it is doing for them. Other than making a views number tick up, 99% of the time, they don't have an answer. Write a script, then leave it for 2 weeks, come back to edit it, and you won't remember what you've written. So you'll spot the weakest areas really easily. Work smarter, not harder. Build systems for everything. Hire an editor as soon as you can. It's holding back your business and channel doing it yourself. Don't try to be a YouTuber. Be a business person with a YouTube channel. You'll work fewer hours, make more money, and help more people. Niche down, own a space, and try to become associated with it. You'll build your business and your channel faster in less time, and then you can use that money to do whatever the heck you want. Hire people to help with brainstorming. Network a lot. Have a big mission. When you get this right, you'll hit your goals incredibly fast, and you're not going to feel satisfied. YouTube's potential is 10 times what you think it is, Aim higher than you could ever imagine. If you catch yourself saying, I don't want to be like all the other creators in my niche, and they're all doing 10 times better than you, realize they probably said that once too, but went with what works and all ended up in the same place. Inspire people much faster. If they're not trying hard straight away, they never will. Thumbnails and titles are more important than the video. Write scripts that make people realize how great they could be. Lose the ego. Network with people you admire. Build an email list as soon as you can. Use the community wall to validate ideas. Figure out what the most important tasks to complete are for the fastest results and ignore everything else. Don't try to go on multiple platforms at once until you've hired some help. You will learn more faster by hanging around with other creators and business owners than the internet can teach you. Don't react to people who comment, I can't hear you, on a live stream unless everyone is saying the same thing. It's usually because they don't have their speakers on. Spend your money on coaching and courses, not on fancy kit. Always do thumbnails and titles first. Don't confuse what works for entertainment channels with what works for educational channels. You can play a totally different game. Find a way to differentiate in your niche. Think in 3 to 5 year periods. 6 months to a year isn't enough. Don't get annoyed when other people copy you. It's not worth your headspace. Make sure you have a crystal clear goal. Base every decision on, will this help me get to that goal faster? If it's a no, you probably shouldn't do it. Keep things as simple as possible. The more complexity you add to your business and channel, the more things there are to screw up. Don't make what you want to make unless you're prepared for it to totally flop. Batch produce your videos. It's all about your audience. Batch produce your videos, the time savings are exponential. When you have a following, stop posting for 2 weeks and witness as the world doesn't totally fall apart. You'll lose the anxiety that you always have to get content out, and then it's way more fun. Creating curiosity is the most powerful YouTube hack. YouTube will be more of a mental battle than anything else. Learn from your mistakes, but don't dwell on them. If you get good at ideation, packaging, and making videos, the data looks after itself, and then buddy up. Have a meeting once a month or every 2 weeks with a creator in a similar position to you. Share what's working, mastermind your problems, and witness things change fast. Don't go on new podcasts. They nearly always quit and won't publish it. Get to know the people in your niche. You don't have to compete in a way that you think. Do not ever do anything that might impact your reputation. You can get very, very, very rich very, very, very fast on YouTube, but only after you've put in the grunt work for years. Hide user from channel fast. Consistently trying to maintain quality will feel like you're wasting time for a long time, but when a video finally pops, all of your old ones will too, and you'll set yourself apart in your niche. You just have to trust in the process. Don't chase perfection. You literally can't hit it. Be consistent. Always make multiple thumbnails for a video. Repeat what works. It's easy views. Invest in a good light with a softbox. It will make any camera look 10 times better. Stop targeting search. This is a bad way to build a community. Watch podcasts and videos about other creators when you're lacking motivation. Be grateful for the views you have, even when they feel like they're not enough. Get feedback on your scripts, get feedback on your thumbnails and titles, get feedback on your editing, get feedback on your landing pages, get feedback on your offers. Always back up your SD card as soon as you finish filming. Charge all of your batteries the night before a shoot. Always hit record, present a few lines, then watch the footage back on a computer to check 1, is it in focus? 2, is the mic recording? Try not to have a breakdown when you finish filming and realize it is not. It happens to the best of us. The more time you spend on YouTube, the better you become at YouTube. There is not one magic way to grow your YouTube channel, but multiple ways. You just need to pick one and go all in for the long term. Your viewers are more interested in themselves than they are in you. Create a big bank of music you use over and over again. Don't be afraid to make old videos. Show, don't tell. Editing your script should take longer than writing it. Realize nobody actually has a clue what they're doing most of the time. YouTube and business is more about trying stuff and optimizing for results over the long run. Try things before you write them off as nonsense. Never use visual metaphors in the thumbnails. They don't work. Don't fear failing. There's no such thing if you learn a valuable lesson. YouTube is harder than every other platform but has the biggest payoff. Make evergreen content. Don't be one of those people who watches videos to learn something but then never tries to action the advice. Target the news for easy views, but don't build your entire channel off it. Jump on big trends, but only ones that work for your niche. Some niches are 10 times easier to grow in than others. New people will appear in your niche all of the time and blow up fast. Most will quit, even though it looks like they're smashing it out of the gate. Inject as much personality into your content as you can. Be yourself. Don't quit your job too soon. The pressure to make money fast will cause you to make short-term decisions. Don't troll other creators or spend time writing arsey comments. Nobody wins. If you buy a new camera, make sure you don't have to upgrade your SD cards, hard drives, and computer too. Top-of-the-line kit requires top-of-the-line everything. You don't need every piece of software and subscription for your YouTube channel. One day you'll look back and be proud of all the hard work your past self put in. All right, that was a big old list. Is anyone still here? Hopefully that's useful. Probably more of a reader, today's email. Anyway, question of the week. Steve asks, Ed, I've been wanting to be more consistent on YouTube, but the most time-consuming part of my process is script writing. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks. Do you have any advice or tips on how to write not only better, more engaging scripts, but also how to do it faster? My answer? I posted a video to film with this week that answers that question, and in it I'll show you how I wrote a script.
Hey, YouTuberneurs. You see these numbers? $37,000, $37,000, $25,000, $20,000, $35,000. They all add up to $154,000. Those were just a handful of results I have helped different clients achieve recently. The cool thing is they all did it in the exact same way. I'll put proof images at the bottom so you can see this is all legit. So today I'm going to show you the simple system that got them there. Step 1. You just solve one problem and build everything around it. I know this seems too simple to be true, but if you want to make money on YouTube, you just need these 3 things to solve the same problem. Your channel, your email marketing, and your marketing, and your offer. Putting it simply, if your offer, channel, and all of your marketing solves exactly the same problem, you just make money easier. There's no positioning, and the thing that sucks about it is working out how to position yourself on its own is very hard. I give clients a process to establish the best positioning for their offer and channel so we can make sure the following steps can actually make themselves. You just can't expect any kind of result if this step is a mess. Step 2, you get some traffic. So if you can't get people to see your offer, you can't sell it. There's some deep rocket science, I know. So the next step is to drive viewers from videos to your offer. But you don't need to go viral to be successful. I mean, look at the image below. This video made $53,000 from 17,000 views. That's $3 a view. I know 17,000 views is still a lot, but think about it. If you can generate $3 a view, you only need 1,000 views to fund your next holiday. And when you get YouTube working for you, that can happen in your sleep. The real secret is to making sure your videos are so good that viewers watch and think, how can I work with this person? When that happens, YouTube sales blow up big time. But you don't just create quality content without years of trial and error. So I give my clients the exact proven YouTube system I've used for years to generate millions of dollars so they can turn viewers into buyers. Step 3, email. I know this is hard to believe, but all you really need to do to make money on YouTube is this. Make videos that drive people to your sales page and email sign up. Send emails that drive people to your sales page plus deliver more value. I'm literally doing this to you right now. How does it feel? It's okay, right? You're learning and you're probably thinking, maybe I should look more into what you could do for me. And all of those clients I showed you were taught to make videos and write emails that create this exact same feeling for their viewers. But they didn't have to make up what to say. I just took the email templates I wrote for myself. I've already made millions, customized them, and then I give them to my clients who have us check their own versions of them, and then they send them, and then they make money. Step 4, the offer. So getting hot viewers to see your offer makes them 10 times more likely to buy it. But if it's not clear what result it brings, or you market it in a way that makes viewers go, oh, I don't really want that, the whole system falls apart. Sadly, this is what kills most people's sales. But fixing this isn't that hard. All my clients did was, firstly, follow a simple research process I gave them, build their offer using a proven framework I gave them, ask us for feedback, and then they use my tested templates. If you can follow the instructions and ask for help and feedback, then this could work for you. Step 5, optimization. Not every launch I've done with clients has been a hit from day one. I can't pretend that you just work with me and instantly get rich. I'm not a magic money fairy. What you need is some traffic, the right content system, and some credibility. Every one of those client wins I shared had that, but even if a launch goes wrong, the real results come from long-term optimization and what you do after your product is live. This just means looking at your data and working out with my team, where can we improve to earn more? Sometimes we tell clients to raise their prices. Other times it's a full repositioning of their channel. But the big money is in the long-term testing and refining with our support. All of those big wins I showed you, it was their first time doing something like this, but now we'll keep helping them improve their content and funnels to help turn $30,000 months into hopefully $60,000 to $100,000 months. Ed. Oh, and by the way, if you want to work with me to start generating more sales, views, and leads from YouTube, click this link in the email to apply for one of our limited spaces.
Hey YouTuberneurs, have you ever wondered if your channel is losing money because you're investing time in the wrong things? Well, a few months ago, we launched RedTrack software that tracks leads and sales from YouTube videos. Since then, we've tracked over 350 million views and now have some eye-opening data about what's making money. So here are 4 things the data is telling me that I think might help you spend more time on what actually generates some income. So discovery number 1.
If all your videos perform like your top 25% do for sales, your revenue per view would more than triple. What that means is, if you're not identifying which videos are earning the most per view and repeating what's working, you're potentially growing your business 3 times slower. Discovery number 2, link clicks are the most important metric. We found that even a small increase in the click-through rate of the links below your videos can dramatically grow your revenue without changing your offer at all. For example, if your average video has a 0.13% click-through rate and you increase it to 0.59%, you could 4.5x your revenue from the same views. So what should you do? Well, say your call to action before 40% of the video is done, not just at the end, ideally in the first 90 seconds. Put your link in the first 2 lines of the description and pin it in the comments, and try curiosity-based lead-ins like grab the free toolkit inside your video itself. Discovery number 3. So taking the average of all sales made from YouTube, the average order value was quite low, just $22.80, which kind of surprised me. So if you're selling something low ticket, I'd recommend raising your price for a few weeks just to see what happens. If you're feeling brave, double it and then see what happens. I encourage all of my clients to do this, and it often works out very well, but I think we need to get that average order value up. Discovery number 4. So the average video earned $4.92 per 1,000 views, but the top 5% earned over $132 per 1,000 views. The pattern in these top performing videos tended to be they have laser targeted content, they have higher converting calls to action, and they have aligned offers. So basically their offer solves the same problem as their videos. So my main takeaway from all of this data so far is this. Look, I've got a lot more to pull from the data, but I think it's just that we're neglecting calls to actions in videos, not like way too much. And when you look at what separates the top 5% from everyone else, it's crystal clear. You should be doubling down on calls to action and creating high ticket offers to bring up your average order value too. If you want a discount on RevTrack, we're going to give 20% off the yearly plan for a limited amount of people in the next 24 hours. You can click the link in this email to take advantage of that. I'll see you next week. Oh, and by the way, if you want to work with me, I'm going to be opening up a few more spaces in July for my program. There's a link in the email you can check out too. Have a nice day.
Hey YouTubers, have you ever noticed how social media is filled with people showing off their perfect lives? It's all, oh, look how amazing I am. The thing is, I've learned that when you do the exact opposite by showing the kind of messy and painful parts of your journey, you can make far deeper connections. So today, I want to share my most painful lessons from 2024 in an attempt to do just that. Number 2 is a bit weird. Forgive me. I'm a weird guy, all right? The first one is, turns out my dream life wasn't that great. I'd always dreamt of being able to work and travel anywhere in the world, and thanks to YouTube, that dream became a reality. And for 18 months, I lived in Airbnbs, not between countries, until one morning I woke up and found a long black hair in my bed, which was weird because I'd been the only person who'd slept in it. Then I realised, oh, hang on, the sheets smell a bit like perfume, and it hit me. The hosts hadn't changed the bedding. Ugh. So I moved to another Airbnb, but my health took a drastic turn thanks to some parasites I'd picked up in Bali. Yay! On top of that, the air conditioning in this new Airbnb absolutely stank of rotten vegetables, but I was too ill to move on, so I just stuck with it for a month. When I look back at the 18 months, I realised most of the Airbnbs I stayed in had issues you just don't want to deal with, from grime, smells, flood, noise, or even not being given any bedding at all. I think I had maybe 2 months where everything was totally stress-free out of those 18. Oh, and by the way, it wasn't like I was staying in cheap places. The Airbnb bill would make your eyes water. But Ed, why didn't you stay in hotels? But that takes me on to my second lesson, which I'm calling my weird showers. Because I did stay in hotels, but there was an issue. So Airbnbs usually give you a washing machine, apart from in Bali, where you send your laundry to a service and it comes back covered in purple stains or just missing. Hotels don't. So one week, when I'd run out of clothes and I was staying at a hotel in Ibiza, I asked them to do my laundry and they handed me a bill for €300. It felt like a scam, so I refused to use their service. The problem was, there wasn't exactly a laundry service nearby and I didn't have a car, and if you've been to Ibiza, you'll know the taxis there are just a nightmare. And it was going to waste hours trying to find somewhere to go. So instead, every day I got in the shower with my clothes on, washed them, took them off, stamped on them until the soap came out, and then hung them in the sun to dry. And you know what? They smelled amazing. So now when people ask me about my life, they always say, wow, Ed, that sounds really glamorous. And then I tell them that story after, and I watch their face change. My third painful lesson is just that my health's gone the wrong way.
My dad kept urging me to get my blood tests since I'd been ill for so long with the flipping parasites, so I finally agreed. Even though I'm absolutely terrified of injections, I always pass out. And the results came back, and it was clear that this 18 months of not cooking a single meal for myself and living off takeaways, and really taking its toll. And I set a family record for high cholesterol, and I'm on the verge of pre-diabetes, which I didn't even know was a thing. And I was pretty confused, because most of my takeaways are usually like salads or poke bowls, and I do eat very clean. It's not like I'm having a Big Mac every day. But it kind of became apparent that stress was playing a big role in some of my blood results. So while the business grew incredibly fast last year and I got to live my dream, it looked like that dream was slowly killing me. And don't get me wrong, I'm extremely grateful for the position I've ended up in. But really the most painful lesson of 2024 was just realizing that the thing I dreamt about my whole life turned out to be a series of pretty disgusting events and bad blood results. On the flip side, I now know what I do want, and I am incredibly excited for what 2025 brings. See you next week. P.S. If you do shower with your clothes on, you got to really stamp on them to get the soap out. And P.P.S. Jan 6th, I'm going to be reopening spaces to my new improved program. Join the waitlist to be the first to hear about it in the email. Take care, guys.
Hey YouTubers, recently I shaved hours off the most frustrating part of my YouTube workflow, trying to come up with in-demand video ideas. Here's how I did it, so you can get back your time too. Step 1, you've got to find some outliers. So an outlier is a video that has significantly more views than a channel's average. These are really important because when a video breaks out, it's a sign that the topic is in demand, the title was incredibly appealing, the packaging got attention and created intrigue, and the content inside was rocking. So the whole point of research is to find these outliers, then study them to figure out why they broke out, so you can bring their powerful views generating elements to your own content. So I'm going to quickly show you what I mean by breaking down an outlier I found with 28 times more views than the channel usually gets. So let me just describe what this image looks like. The video itself is called The Lies That Make Your Tech Actually Work. And inside the thumbnail, there's a picture of an iPhone keyboard, the letter M is highlighted, and "This is a lie" is pointing at the letter M. So here's why this works. Firstly, the word "actually" in the title implies that people have been lied to about this topic. Secondly, people hate being lied to, so this word makes viewers curious to know what lies they've been told. Thirdly, lie appears again, which is a strong sign that this word has a lot of power, and then the highlighted M on the keyboard makes it look like the lie is about the keyboard. And a lot of people use those keyboards daily, which ramps up the intrigue for a massive potential audience. So with this info, I would then use these elements to craft an idea that is way more likely to succeed. For example, that might mean creating a title like this: The Lies That Slow Down Your Diet, or The Lies That Wreck Your Productivity, or The Lies That Keep You Poor. Quite like them. Or by pointing to something in an image and labeling it a lie. But here is what is so frustrating about finding outliers. It takes ages. But this game-changing software has solved that. It's like a giant YouTube filter. It removes all non-outlier videos from YouTube, showing only the ones that broke out, so finding winners takes a few minutes, not hours. Step 2, you use this game-changing software, which is called 1 of 10, and they are sponsoring today's email. This is where my epic time savings are coming in though. So for those of you who watched my ideation live stream, you will have seen this in action. And I'm going to show you a couple of other ways I'm using it now to save a massive amount of time and get better results. First, let me just show you how 1 of 10 works. So 1 of 10 is like a big search engine. You type in a topic or a title or a niche, and then you adjust these little search bars. One of the search bars is called a multiplier, and this is the genius part. You set it to only show outliers based on the number of views videos have compared to their channel average. So if I set it to over 10x, it'll only show me videos that have got 10 times the views of the channel that made it. That's it. It's so beautifully simple. So let me show you a couple of ways I'm using this right now, and you're going to start to see why it's so powerful. So I don't just research my own niche using it. That would be foolish. I explore the darkest corners of YouTube. I do this to find words and images that clearly capture massive human interest. What that means is if I was making a video for the coding niche, I'd potentially look at cleaning or tiny ecosystems as a niche. By the way, these are just examples, not exact studies I've done. Now these places might feel random, but they're where you can find inspiration that will not just get you more views, but help you to stand out in your niche. Now, in the past, it was really tricky to come up with niches to try and raid, but 1of10's got a button called Surprise Me, and all you do is click it, and it shows you random outliers from all over YouTube. Now, I need to warn you, this is going to feel a bit weird. They're going to show you all sorts of odd stuff, but just stick with it, because I found this video below in the email in a matter of seconds, and I noted down the title. So let me just explain what this image is for those of you listening. The title was called Top 15 Corner Repairing Tips and Hacks That Work Extremely Well. The video had 50 times more than the channel average, and the thumbnail had some bad looking tiling on the left with a red X and some good looking tiling on the right with a green. So what I did was I noted down that works extremely well from the title, as I feel like that is really strong copy that I can keep in my title bank for later and use in another video, and I would not have found it just looking in the obvious places. And if you notice anything about the title of this email, yeah, I took that work extremely well from YouTube and I applied it to my email headline. So this is a great tool for working out human interest. Now, the next thing I do is I use this software to harness small channels. So the problem of being a larger creator is you take fewer risks because you live in fear that your community won't come back. Smaller channels who have not built up a baseline viewership don't have that fear. This means they kind of try all weird and risky things sometimes in the hope of breaking out, and it can work. Now, in 1of10, what you can do is you can set it to only search for smaller channels with outliers. And what this can do is show you high view videos that nobody with a larger following would have ever dared to make, which is a goldmine because you can then relate these ideas back to your own niche and look incredibly unique. Now, these are just 2 uses. If you want to try it out, there's a link in the email. I also asked the guys to give you a discount code if you want 20% off. The link's in the email too. Just type in FB20. And they have a free Chrome extension that shows you outliers on YouTube, which you should download too. See you next week, Ed. Oh, before we go, question of the week. So every week I ask people to send me their questions, and each week we'll answer one in an email. This week, James asks, when you have a topic in mind to create a video around, for example, mistakes YouTubers make, how do you turn that into an engaging video idea like a challenge or a journey or some other unique way? So here's my short answer. If I'm making a video about making YouTube videos quickly, let's say, I'd turn it into a challenge where I show people how to do it faster, documenting my own struggle. If I wanted to teach people how to drive a golf ball further, I'd take a complete newbie and teach them how to drive a ball and then document the challenge. All you need to do is ask yourself, how can I show this instead of tell it? And it usually reveals a fun answer and a great story. The question is, do you have the drive and determination to do it? Because they usually take a lot longer to produce.
Alright, so a slightly different intro and a bit of bonus content that the people reading this email will not get. And that's a little bit of insight into how I make these audio recordings. So, truth be told, the audio recordings don't get crazy amounts of listens, but I get tons of emails for the amount of listens saying how much people appreciate them, so I'm just going to keep doing them, and it doesn't take very long. The problem I have is this: I'm currently moving around the world quite a lot, and sometimes I don't have kit with me. So the way I've recorded a lot of these emails is I simply use the inbuilt mic that's in my laptop, and I sit on my bed, and the mattress and the quilt, or whatever it's called, really helps to remove the echo, and then I pop a sheet over my head, and I just talk like I'm doing now. So I'm currently sat in my bed with the sheet on my head, about to read you this email. I hope you find that interesting. Let me know if you've been doing this in your own emails too. Alright, let's move on to the email. Hey YouTubers, I think you should act more dumb. Why? Well, because it'll actually make producing YouTube videos easier, faster, and I think it's going to make your content better too. So this week, I'm going to give you 5 tricks to achieve just that, which are so simple, they're borderline dumb. Ed. Oh, P.S. There's only 3 spaces left for edutainers, my 10-week cohort. If you'd like to apply for one of the remaining spaces, you can do so at the bottom of the email. Okay, dumb trick number 1. Every educator should write scripts for their videos. It's just not really possible to build in strong enough setups, payoff loops, stories, and metaphors without it, but that's another story. My point here is that what tends to happen when you write is you will type away for a few hours, and then you'll read it back and think, yeah, this works, and then you go and film. But my advice is stop, don't film. Walk away from your script and come back no sooner than 24 hours later and read it again. Because giving your brain space away from your writing will mean you have recharged and you'll come back with fresh eyes. This means you'll start to spot the weakest areas in your scripts and you'll do your watch time a world of goods because you'll spot what can be deleted, what doesn't make sense, and what you could have done better so much easier just with a little bit of time away. This is a mega hack. Dumb trick number 2. This one's so simple, it really does feel dumb. So let's say you have an idea for a video and because you're a good YouTuber, you live by the golden rule and make your thumbnail and title first. The thing is, even when you do this, try
trying to come up with a thumbnail and title for an idea can still be a flipping nightmare. You can struggle to come up with the right words or the best ways to create an appealing image, and hours can go by whilst you get more and more frustrated. Here's what you do to solve this. Nearly all of the best performing videos I've ever produced have had one thing in common. Thumbnail and title came to me so easily. There was no friction at all. The idea was just obvious. But the biggest flops? Well, I've spent so long trying to work out how to package them up and they still failed. So the answer is simple. If there's a lot of friction, just move on to an idea that feels way easier to package and make that instead. Dumb trick number 3. So I used to really struggle, and I still do if I'm honest, with trying to work out how to write a video script that explains complex things. I find myself second guessing everything. Oh, if I say this, then a troll could argue that. And I can't say this because it's only true for 55% of the viewers, so if I do, I'll have to waste time caveating what I've said to avoid confusion and my retention will drop. The answer to solving this is once again so simple it's dumb, but if you get to a sticking point where you feel overwhelmed, just stop and ask yourself, what is the simplest way to describe this as I possibly can? It's amazing what happens when you stop looking at all the complexities and focus on the dumbest, most simple thing, how much better they are to watch too. Dumb trick number 4. This one's a bit more advanced and much more for the storytellers out there who want to push their editing and content further, but it's a game changer. So many people when they edit will cut up the narrative, then add B-roll and text and graphics, and then add music. But they're doing it in the wrong order. What you should really do is cut up your narrative and then add music that creates the right emotion to match the part of the story you are telling, then add your B-roll, text, and graphics. So your music can do so much of the heavy lifting when it comes to creating an emotional response. And when you pick that first and then pace all your cuts to match the tone of the music, it makes the viewing experience so much more natural and engaging. Pass this on to your editors too. I often find that editors are bad at picking tracks, but by doing the music first, even if you pick a bad track, you can make it work better by timing all of the edit to it. Unless it's really bad, then you're screwed. Dumb trick number 5. This dude can't even get 1 million views on every video he makes, and he's teaching people how to grow on YouTube channels, is a comment I remember really struggling to reply to. First, I tried to reason with them and explain that niches are different. 1 million views on a video in my own is pretty rare. Then I tried to argue back and thought about giving their own channel a damning review. Then I went back to educating them to try and help them understand. It wasn't until I looked at the clock and 30 minutes had vanished and I still got an empty comment reply box in front of me that I realised this ultimate dumb time-saving YouTube trick. Just don't respond to negative comments. Don't even think about them. You right now might not get many comments, but you will. And when you make a video that blows up, you'll get loads of them. Most will be mean because that's what happens when you hit a new audience. So practice the art of moving on as fast as you can from anything you read that annoys you. Don't allow yourself to feel anger, hate, or frustration. Don't let your ego take over and force you to reply. Instead, reply to the comments with the least friction. The questions you can answer fast. Anything that upsets you or makes you feel anxious or angry needs to be recognized as the time to step away and move on. I'm telling you now, if you write a reply setting the world to right, they'll probably see it and think, that's too long, I ain't reading that. Or
Hey YouTubers! For over 18 months, I have been trying to work out all of the signs that you are ready to make big money from YouTube. So here's exactly what I've discovered matters for income generation and what to look for in your own channel, email, and business as a sign you are about to hit the big time. Oh, and before we get on, I'm going to open a few more spaces for my program on Wednesday, so you can join the waitlist below if you want to hear about it before anyone else. All right, the first thing, focus on this one thing, making money gets so much easier. So what I've established, more than anything, is that the quality of your content is the most important part of making money from YouTube. Not in terms of getting lots of views, but in terms of warming viewers up. Basically, if you make content so good, people go, how do I work with this person? They tolerate poor marketing and a slightly confused offer and just throw money at you. But if you get the marketing and offer right as well, that's like the biggest game changer. The thing is, if your content is not creating that effect, everything else gets harder. This is why rushing videos out, regurgitating a blog post, and not getting to grips with storytelling will hold you back. By the way, on Thursday, I'm going to drop a video. It's going to go deep on how to build an entire channel around your story. I'm very excited to release this. It's new content I've never spoken about before. So really, quality is king because it then activates everything else on my list. Moving us on to number 2, comments. You get a lot of comments in the first 24 hours, it means you have a fan base. A lot could be 10, a lot could be 100. It kind of depends on your channel size, but really what you want is people commenting first. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but when you have people writing that, they're so excited to comment under your video because in a weird way, it raises their status being in pole position. When this happens, it's a sign that you have a red hot audience. Now, the reason I say in the first 24 hours is because if a video blows up later, I don't really care about those comments as much. They're a cold audience. We want the hot viewers to grow a business. The third thing is likes. If you can get around a 10% like to view ratio in the first 24 hours of a video's life, that's another sign you have a fan base, because when viewers love you, they click like before you even open your mouth. The fourth thing is shares. I think this is one of the most powerful stats YouTube gives us. So the YouTube Studio will tell you your video shares when you look in advanced mode. And if you see a high amount on a video, that's a big sign you've created content so good, people want to buy it, which you now know is the key to this all. The fifth thing is views per video. Now, I always use a rough benchmark of around 3,000 views per video being a sign that you're ready to make money from your channel. Obviously, the bigger this number, the better, as long as that audience is perfect. The thing is, views per video may vary greatly by niche. Really, what we want to see is people coming back to each video again. That's a sign they're starting to warm to you. The best sign, though, is when you make a flop and thousands of people watch it. I know it hurts, but think about that for a second and you'll understand why it's amazing. The sixth thing is the 30 to 90 day return viewers. So in your YouTube Studio, you have the audience tab. It will tell you return viewers for the 30 and 90 day periods. This number is basically the size of your active hot audience. For me, when I'm growing a business, I'm less bothered about my subscriber count shooting up and more bothered about seeing this number either remain consistent or keep increasing. That is your hot audience size. The bigger this is, the more money you will have waiting for you. Seventh, the boring, and this is the boring truth no one wants to hear. So recently I've come across an interesting and frustrating problem. So a couple of clients, they blew up their channels really fast before we met, and looking at their metrics, they had massive views, lots of return viewers, and their email data was strong too. All the signs that I used to trust that someone was ready to make money. But when we launched their product, it didn't work out how we expected, and I was pretty shocked because the offer looked good, the sales page was great, and I lost a lot of sleep because of it. It didn't make sense. The thing is, when this happens, you have to remove yourself from the project and give yourself a few days away, otherwise you overanalyze and miss the obvious problem. So we did. In return, what happened started to become a bit clearer. Basically, they'd grown so fast, the audience wasn't as hot as we thought. It was big, but colder than expected, because the creators had not spent that much time in the game building trust. Which makes sense, right? I mean, who do you trust? The person you've seen on YouTube for years, or the one who makes 2 outliers and appears out of the blue? The thing is, how much time in the game do you need to avoid this? Well, it's not that easy to answer, sadly. I'm working on figuring this out, but I'd probably say 6 months post blowing up in your niche would be a good amount of time to build trust to a much higher level with consistent content. Number 8, email signups. People actually joining your email list from YouTube. Hot viewers will actively seek out more content from a creator, so you need to see emails coming in daily to show viewers are hot. Number 9, email open rates. What is your weekly email open rate? Mine's about 46 to 50%. If you're not around that, your audience is not quite engaged enough, or your emails just aren't high quality enough to warrant regular open from your viewers. You might just also need to delete a ton of people from your list. I remove anyone who's not open for 6 months on a regular basis. What this means, though, if this number's low, is you can't continue to warm people up, and it'll ultimately hit your sales. Number 10, email replies. I know when I've written a powerful email when I wake up and there's 80 replies in my inbox. Replies are a sign you struck a chord. Even if you get 2 or 3, you need to take note of this, as it's not easy to get people to write back. The more replies you get, the better your content, and the more you're warming viewers up and are ready for the big time. Number 11, low-ticket products selling fast. So did your low-ticket offer sell out quickly? That's a potential sign your viewers are ready for a higher priced offer. If they fly off the shelf, simply leaving links below your videos too, that's another sign viewers are hot and your videos are rocking. Number 12, people hunt you down to work with you. Are people asking, whoa, up in there, are people asking to work with you directly? That's just a sign of demand and that you're ready for a bigger offer. So are you hitting enough of these metrics? Well, it doesn't actually matter. Here's why. So if you're the sort of person who's happy to take a risk and you launch early and you don't sell much, then you will just learn so much that the next time you do it, you stand more of a chance because you know where to focus. It's going to hurt like crazy, but it is part of the game. We all have things that don't work out. The wins come from our losses. But otherwise, if I could only pick one metric, I still think return viewers is the best one to track. When people keep coming back, it's a sign they value you, and that is what matters the most, Ed. See you next week. Oh, P.S. Thank you for all the happy birthday emails. I had a mini heart attack when I woke up and there was 100 emails in my inbox. I'd forgotten that I'd sent last week's email. I'm sorry I couldn't reply to them all. I tried to reply to as many as I could. But do you know what I loved? it was really funny seeing how many of you said the same thing about being in your 40s, and I especially loved just how positive you guys all were about it. I really wasn't expecting that.
Hey YouTubers, do you find it hard to work out which parts of your videos might cause viewers to get bored, confused, or to leave? I do, even though I've written thousands of scripts, and I know for a fact it's a massive problem for creators because they tell me this all of the time. Recently though, I discovered a super simple way to spot obvious issues that your viewers will pick up on, so today I'm going to show you what it is, why this trick works so well, how to use it for yourself on your next video, and then I want you to try it out because it really does blow me away the difference it makes. So why does this trick work so well? Well, to start, I need to explain the science behind why it's so powerful. When you write a script, you should always present it out loud to yourself to look for areas to improve or to change. This will give you a much better idea of the flow of the content and the final result too. The thing is, when we do this, we are both the listener and the presenter, which makes it harder to be critical of ourselves, so we don't actually spot all of the issues. My trick solves this by harnessing the power of the audience effect. The audience effect makes you aware of how your words are perceived and received, and this will help you pick up on awkward content and potential problems. It will also make you more aware of how your audience reacts, and it puts you in a heightened state, which makes the clarity of your message more obvious. But how do you harness the power of the audience effect to make better videos? How to harness the audience effect. When I was trying to level up my writing, I got really frustrated because no matter where I went online to learn, nothing seemed to apply to YouTube. Books covered writing movies and fiction, but nothing was YouTube specific for educators. So I decided to stop trying to learn from books and hired a storytelling coach to help me turn this info into things that can relate to information-based creators. For 2 years, we've met up every week to work out how to do this, and as part of that, I read all of my film booth scripts to John, and he gives me feedback on them. This is when I discovered the audience effect, because when I present my scripts to John out loud, something crazy happens. I can suddenly spot all of the glaring areas in them, because when we perform to an actual audience, it gives us a higher state of awareness. What that means is I can see all of the problems in my script, well, nearly all of them, before he even has to say anything to me about them. It turns out if you present your script to someone face to face, and we use Zoom, even if they don't provide explicit feedback, you pick on their non-verbal cues like facial expressions, body language, or even slight changes in their attention, and this reaction helps you to see mistakes and make better content as a result. So do this for your next video. The next script you write, ask someone if you can present it to them out loud. They don't have to provide any feedback at all, and what you're likely to find is that you notice issues in a whole new way. Let me know how you get on. I'd say 80% of the time I do this, I pick up on the things that I couldn't grasp on my own. See you next week. P.S. Thank you to all the people who replied to these. It's amazing for me to see the impact these emails have.
Hey YouTubers, I asked my community what they struggled with the most, and to my surprise, they said audience retention. The good news is, when you break it down, it's actually a pretty simple concept to crack. So today, I'm going to give you 3 steps to take for meaty retention. P.S. There's 2 interviews at the bottom of this email I'd love for you to see. The first is likely to change the way you think about marketing your business. The second is a deep dive interview with myself where I drop some writing nuggets that are going to help you level up. Okay, so the 3 steps to massively increase audience retention. First is to build tension. In order to keep your viewers hooked, you need to increase tension. Here's how you do that. Step 1, introduce a problem at the start of each point you make. You can do this by presenting a challenging question, a problem, or situation your viewers want to resolve in their own lives. This creates curiosity, making them more eager to find out the solution. Step 2, you then explain why this problem is significant or how solving it will massively benefit them. This adds urgency and pumps up the personal stakes, which makes the viewers much more motivated to keep watching. And then step 3, you layer in the information to solve this problem gradually. Don't provide the solution straight away. This is like telling the punchline of a joke first, unsatisfying. Step 2, you release tension. So once you have built tension, you need to release it, otherwise the viewers will get frustrated. Here's what you do next. Step 1, you provide the solution. After building up the anticipation, reveal the solution to the problem, and this will give viewers a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. And then step 2, explain the solution. So go through the solution step by step and simplify it so that viewers easily understand how each piece of information will solve their problem. Be careful not to confuse or overwhelm them. They'll leave. And then step 3, show them how to apply it in the real world. Telling a story that shows them how someone else applied it will reinforce what they've learned and clarify the information. And then the third thing is emotional pacing. So education isn't just about information. The way it's delivered is where the magic happens. Next, you want to bring in emotional elements to make your content easier to digest and more memorable. Here are a few ways to do that. First, use interactive elements. Incorporate quizzes, diagrams, questions. Basically look for things that require active participation from your viewers' minds. These elements are like little mini satisfying tension releases. I often put things on screens and ask the viewers to spot the problem. And nearly every time I do this, I see a spike in retention where people re-watch the section to play the game. The second thing you want to do is use storytelling. Show how someone solved the problem you set up in stage 1. Stories add an emotion to the content, and that makes it 10 times more interesting. And then the third thing, you just want to use visuals. So in the edit, use charts, graphs, text, and footage to simplify info and add visual interest. These visuals will also create more points of tension release and make it much easier for viewers to follow and understand. By building and releasing tension with answers and explanations, us educators can keep learners motivated through a sense of achievement and closure, and this is what will keep them watching. Joel asks, do you think any YouTube channel can be successful if they make consistent high quality videos, even if they don't trend surf or any of the other YouTube shortcuts? My answer, yes. That's all you need to do. If you do that for years, you can't fail. Also, I would never advise anyone to just chase trends. You will build a mixed audience if they are not relevant to one niche. In terms of shortcuts on YouTube, there aren't any really. The things that speed up growth, like you're talking about, are often just smoke and mirrors. Targeting trends in your niche that are relevant to the audience you want to serve for the long term is smart and can get faster and easier views, but really the only way to grow a sustainable channel that has a massive impact on your life.
Hey YouTubers, ever wondered if you're focusing on the right things to generate sales, views and leads on YouTube? Well, sadly, most people are not. So today I'm going to give you a simple roadmap that pinpoints where to focus your skills based on different stages of your own journey, so you can go from $0 to $1 million earned faster. Okay, so let's start with if you are getting 0 to 100 views per video right now, just do this. So when I started making videos, everything felt really hard. Like the camera had these confusing buttons, the editing software didn't make any sense, and I had no idea where to put the flipping light. On top of that, I was told I needed to post 3 times a week and make thumbnails and titles people wanted to click on, which felt impossible to do all at once. So where should you focus? Well, at this stage in your journey, focus on building a simple content production system, one you can practice over and over again until the practical side of making videos starts to feel faster and easier. When you get into this position, it's going to free up a ton of time, and then you can move on to more advanced things like strategy titles, writing, and sales funnels. Your metrics for success at this stage are, well, you can't use views as a complete success indicator because you're going to be you're going to be a beginner. So it's very likely you're going to get that many, and that will just crush your motivation. Really, what you want to do is look at speed of production and feeling more confident on camera as your ultimate indicator of progress and success. Okay, so if you are getting 100 to 1,000 views per video, do this. So I went from $0 to $1 million on YouTube doing nothing but what I'm about to show you. At this stage, you're over the basics. You've built a small return viewership, and that means we can start to generate some sales, some emails. But don't build a big sales funnel unless you've already got one in place. All I did was this: make videos, drive people to an email sign up, send a welcome email with a call to action to my program on it. That's it, and it worked. Most people are going to tell you to make something complex, but YouTube videos warm people up so much that they don't need as much marketing to convert. It makes sense to build a minimum viable sales funnel first before we give ourselves more work. But what if that doesn't get you new emails or sales? Well, try this. Make a lead magnet, which is something you will offer for free to get people to sign up to your email. Then make a 3 to 5 automated email nurture campaign like this. Day 1, it sends the welcome email. Day 3, it sends a value email, something educational with a soft call to action. Day 5, it will send a case study to show how awesome your offer is and the results you can get. Day 7, you just send an outright promo promoting your offer. And then day 9, you just give some urgency to that promo. So you might say, hey, hurry up, there's a limited time special offer if you sign up today. Then, in as many videos as you can, just promote your email to get people into this system in the first 90 seconds. It will feed evergreen leads into your little simple system. So your metrics for success at this stage are firstly sales. Now, if you start to see sales coming in from YouTube, that means your little system's working. The next metric for success is email signups. So look at this video below. It's the biggest views flop I've had in years. It was a complete 10 out of 10 disaster, but it was a 1 out of 10 for email conversions. I've never had so many emails in the same time period. So seeing as every email goes into my sales system, I'm not crying about the video that YouTube's telling me didn't perform, because it did. So at this stage, you want to see regular email signups so that you know you're getting people into the simple funnel. And then the next thing is views. Of course, we still want to grow a following and we still want to bring viewers back so that we can warm them up. So keep working on the content quality, making your videos so good people want to buy them, and refining your strategy. And then you're going to get to the next level where things get interesting. If you want to learn how to build $1 million YouTube strategy, check out the link in the email. If you are getting 1,000 to 3,000 views per video, just do this. So when I started to get more regular views, the money followed, but only because my simple funnel was working. Now what you want to work out is if yours is too. So here's where you focus. You want to look at what percentage of the people who click your links converted to emails. We want about 40% plus. Then you want to look at what percentage of the people who visited your sales page converted to clients. We want about 1 to 5%, depending on the offer. And then if the percentage is low, you know where to focus your efforts next. Because you have thousands of views per video, you're in an amazing position because all you need to do is make a change to the weakest area, then post a few videos encouraging people to go to the new version of your page. And then you can see how effective your updates have been. Your metrics for success are firstly, more consistent sales. Now, 3,000 views per video is no joke. With a well-optimized offer and funnel, you can see more consistent sales so long as your videos are next level too. Your next metrics, email. Same as before, we want to see the list building. And your next metrics, views. Same as before, we just want to get to the next level there. All right. If you are at 3,000 to 10,000 views per video, do this. So I took my earnings on YouTube from $1,000 a month to $400,000 a month in 3 years because I realized what I'm about to show you. So if you want to earn big money from views, you need to charge more than $19 for something. Don't get me wrong, I've launched hundreds of low-ticket offers and have seen $10,000 generated in just a few days from them. But for long-term, consistent, big income, we need to make sure you have an offer charging $1,000. By now, you should know enough about your audience so that you understand all of the pain points. So where do you focus? Well, start talking to your viewers to establish their biggest pain points. The bigger the pain, the more you can charge. Then you can start to plan out a high-ticket solution to their biggest problems or bundle your low-ticket offerings together into something more substantial. What we want to see is results like you can see on screen. This is one of my clients who launched their first high-ticket offer and made $20,000 in the first month of doing so. But the goal is that every time you post a video, a big juicy payment hits your bank because you have a simple optimized funnel working hard for you. Your metrics for success are simply maintaining a consistent income from this and then building something larger to take your income to the next level. Getting 10,000 views per video? Okay, this is what we're going to do. You're now at a similar views level to myself, and this amount of views per video enabled me to make $3.5 million in only 12 months. But how? Well, at this stage, you want to simplify things again. If you have multiple offers, we really just want one high-ticket offer we can go all in on rather than a complex product suite. Then everything you do drives people back to this offer. Your daily routine should look like this. Morning, make YouTube content. Afternoon, work on the product. You just want to make your product as good as you can so you get lots of results. You can then put in your videos and marketing to drive more people to your offer. This is the secret to hitting $1 million. Of course, there are many ways to do this, but this is the exact system I use myself and I've helped others get results with, as you can see below too. So if you'd like my help to do the same, click the link to learn more.
Hey YouTubers, if you really want to grow a YouTube channel, stop having original ideas. Hollywood realised this a long time ago, and that's why there are 74 Fast and the Furious films and 900 from Marvel. It's such a risk trying something totally new, so it just makes sense to remake what people already have shown signs of loving. So in today's email, I'm going to help you take ideas that already exist on YouTube and make them look original. Let's go. P.S. I totally love original ideas. Be weird, be creative, be wonderful, but just know that every time you come up with one, they're more likely to fail than succeed. So step 1, validate. The next time you think to yourself, I'm going to make a video about insert idea, don't make that video. Go to YouTube and find other people who have covered the topic and look to see, firstly, did any videos on the topic perform above average for that creator? And secondly, how did they thumbnail and title it? If you have no evidence that this topic performs, just don't make the video. That would be like Hollywood making a sequel to John Carter, a film that Disney lost $200 million on. 2, steal a title. So you found a topic that gets lots of views, now you need to title that bad boy. Now the cool thing about titles is you can steal them from anywhere. I like to look outside my niche for titles other educators have pulled in epic views with, and then simply ask myself, could I make that work for my video? So let's use this title, I wish I knew this before I was, and then insert the thing you wish you knew before you were something or other. This title works in pretty much every educational niche, and I found loads of evidence to support that too. So it would make a lot of sense to just use this title for yourself. So Shelby Church got 2 million views with 7 things
things I wish I knew before I got a Tesla Model 3. We have another channel here which got 2.5 million views with 10 things I wish I knew as a beginner guitarist. Another one with 2.7 million views with what I wish I knew before growing a beard. And then another with 1.5 million views, 15 things I wish I knew before having a baby. Number 3, still a thumbnail. So original thumbnail concepts are again a bad idea for the same reasons. So it makes sense to borrow inspiration from thumbnails too. So to do this, and still be original, find some channels that pull in big views, ideally outside your niche, but closely related, and then hunt for thumbnails that are on their videos which performed way above average. Here we're just looking to borrow some words from the thumbnails that might have had big views, or adapt their style. YouTube really is just a game of spotting patterns associated with views and then incorporating those powerful patterns into your content. For this example, I borrowed inspiration from a thumbnail from Leela, which you can't see on screen right now. Just to describe it to you, it's an editing timeline with "do this" pointing at it. And then what I did is I paired that thumbnail style with a title I borrowed from elsewhere to create an original video, and it worked well and got 1 million views. The title I chose was "What a YouTube Editor with 5 billion Views Can Teach You." I simply took that title, but isn't that copying? Well, yes, it is, but everything is copying. Apple released the iPhone and acted as if it was the first smartphone ever. Finding Nemo and Taken have the same plot, and every fashion logo right now looks exactly the same. There are an infinite number of things that don't work, and a much smaller amount that do. So finding one that does is a miracle that should never be ignored. And by the way, in my niche, there's actually a small group of us that message each other and ask for permission to borrow inspiration from each other's videos. Nobody declines, but it's pretty cool that some people ask. Caveat. Having said this, I still think we want to have original ideas every now and then. The new and unique ideas that work are often the game changers for channels. However, if you're not validating 80 to 90% of your ideas using the data we have on YouTube, you're just setting yourself up to fail. Thumbnail of the month. Every month, members of Thumbnail University enter a competition to win $100. At the end of the year, all the monthly winners are entered into the Thumbnail of the Year contest for a chance to win $5,000. This month, we had some amazing results and designs, so let's check out how this winner created their thumbnail and achieved a spike in their graph too. So our winner this month is Brody, and his thumbnail helped him get 10,000 views for the first time ever in a month on a video. Now, how Brody made this thumbnail was quite cool. So there are two types of people in this world. Person 1 takes some feedback and then doesn't come back for more. Person 2 gets feedback, then comes back for more, and then more, and more, until all objections with their image have been addressed. Brody was person 2, and we actually ended up sending over 80 messages of feedback to him in our Discord, but it paid off. So congratulations, Brody. You worked very hard on this. $100 in Amazon vouchers is on the way to you, and you've made the final. This video was a validated thumbnail style from the self-help niche, and he applied it to drones to create an epic look. So if you want to level up your views and join a community of YouTubers all looking to do the same thing.
Hey YouTubers, I hate the following advice, which is this. If you want to grow a YouTube channel, you have to understand what your viewers really care about. Now, this is one of the most frustrating pieces of advice ever, because how on earth do you do that? Well, today I'm going to give you 3 steps to take in your next video that'll allow you to master this. But first, why is understanding your viewers so important? Well, to grow a YouTube channel, you need to create something called viewer satisfaction. This means getting a lot of clicks, keeping people watching and generating comments, subscribes, likes, and long session times. To get those things, you just need to do this. Firstly, make videos viewers are eager to click on. Secondly, produce content that doesn't overwhelm or bore them. Thirdly, create a positive emotional reaction. With that in mind, here are 3 ways to start creating that magic. Step 1, you just want to follow the clues. So getting clicks is the toughest part of YouTube. It's so hard to figure out how to present and package an idea in a way that makes people want to click over everything else they see on the homepage. And the easiest way to achieve this is by following the clues YouTube offers. And guess what? Views are clues, baby. So to figure out what your viewers want to click on, all you do is you find videos in your niche that have broken out way past the channel's average, known as an outlier, and then you create your own version of that. Big view counts signal that viewers are interested in the topic, the title, and the thumbnail, so use those for inspiration. Step 2, you then use AI to analyze comments. So after identifying an idea that resonates with your viewers and increases the chances of you getting clicks, it's crucial to feed your viewers what they really want to know. How do you figure that out? Well, try this. Go to the outlier on the topic that inspired you, load all the comments, highlight and copy all the comments, and then type the following into your favorite AI tool, which is this. Based on the patterns in these comments, what are the viewers' biggest problems? What are the results they want? What interests them the most? And what is their biggest problem? Oh, I said that twice. You don't need to say that twice. Then paste in the comments. The AI will produce a guide detailing these issues and the results the viewers care about. You can then ask them to rank it in the order of the top 3 too, if you like. In your intro, you then mention you'll cover these 3 big issues and you build the rest of your video around solving them. It's like reading their minds. And then the step 3,
is the skyscraper approach. Now you know what the viewers of Outliers care about. Watch those videos to figure out two things. One, what did they discuss that made the video perform so well? Two, what didn't they discuss? Use this information to fill in gaps and address pain points mentioned in the comments, and then add extra details to your own videos. So years ago, I watched one of Hillier Smith's editing videos, and I used this approach myself. His video was an outlier, so I based my own around it, and then asked myself, how can I do this differently? I added my own info, and then showed how to apply Hillier's techniques by re-editing a YouTuber's first video using them. Both videos ended up with over 1 million views. Looking back, I should probably do this more often. Don't just copy their video though. Instead, figure out how to add something new and unique, put a spin on it and make it your own. It should feel like it's completely different. Direct copying likely won't suit your voice and isn't advised. And a lot of the time, people take my scripts from Film Booth and use them as a template to write their own video around, which I also don't advise, because what works for my viewers might not work for yours. All right, question of the week. Nick, he asked me this. I want to make a whole video about this one day because it's the biggest problem holding people back from building a business on YouTube. So Nick asks, is there a way to get rid of product launch anxiety? Whenever I announce a new product to my audience, I get cold sweats and my heart rate goes to 160 beats per minute. How do I get rid of that uncertainty? My answer, Nick, I started my first business around 20 years ago and I've launched many new products. One thing I've learned about those pre-launch jitters is this. I'm always terrified before launching. In March, I had those cold sweats for a week too. You know what? I came to realize that as much as they suck, this is what growth feels like. If we don't keep pushing ourselves to do the things that scare us and ultimately pay off in the long run, we can't develop as people and end up stagnating. It sucks, but if you understand that discomfort is a sign of impending growth and success, it starts to feel a little easier. The second thing that helps me is this. When you launch a product, don't think of it as the end. Think of it as the start. If sales are slow, it just means you need to optimize and identify areas for improvement, not that you had a complete failure. Thinking about the long term and being willing to adjust and learn from whatever happens will set you up for success. Fear of failure that makes this terrifying, but the truth is you can't lose. You just earn or you learn. So think of it as a growing pain that takes you to the next level and you can start to embrace it.
Hey YouTubers, so you guys seem to really enjoy the audio email last month, so I'm just going to keep doing them. This week I want to talk about a really big problem I've been seeing with YouTubers, and it's one that's costing them a lot of money, and I'm talking sort of 4 to potentially even 6 figures a month. So here's what I'm going to cover in the email. Firstly, what is the major issue? Secondly, how it's draining your bank account, and then we're going to look at how you can kick this problem to the curb and where to redirect your energy for maximum gains. Okay, so let's dive in. So firstly, what is this big problem? Well, I want you to imagine you've never cooked a meal in your life, but for some weird reason, you decide to host a dinner party. Now your guests, they show up, they take a bite, and they immediately let out this ugh noise. But instead of heading to adjust your recipe, you invite 10 times more people over, and you just pray that one of them is going to really enjoy this meal. Which is crazy, right? But believe it or not, that's exactly what's happening with a lot of YouTube creators out there. They're banking on sheer numbers to solve their real underlying problem, while their obsession with viewer and subscriber counts is blinding them to the real issue at hand. So here's a classic example. Recently I was chatting with a student who is operating in a really small niche, and I asked them how things were going, and they said, yeah, they're going all right. I just really want to double my views and get that 100,000 subscriber button. Now, I checked out their channel, and I thought, well, you're getting 10,000 views a video, which in a really small niche is not bad at all. But that's when I just stumbled across this real problem. So I clicked on one of their links to a product landing page, and it was a bit of a disaster. No testimonials, no catchy headline, barely any persuasive copy, and not a single compelling reason for me to buy their product. Now, I know someone in a similar niche who's making 6 figures a month with the same view numbers. So I had to deliver some harsh truths, and that was that no matter how many views or subscribers they got, it just would not boost their sales. They were inviting people over to taste a meal that simply wasn't appealing. And this fixation on views and subscribers was taking all of their focus away from the biggest problem they actually had, and it was potentially costing them tens of thousands of dollars every month. So my advice was to hit the pause button on content production and dedicate all their energy to their sales and marketing efforts, because until your sales system is running smoothly, more views are not going to make any sort of difference. So how do you stop obsessing over view and subscriber counts? Because this is such a big problem. Well, I want you to have a look at this. Now, this is an audio email, so you can't see it, so you're going to want to reference the email. But I've shown an image of what 10,000 people in a stadium looks like, and it is absolutely mind-blowing when you see them all together. And I've also shared an image of what 100,000 people looks like. And that's terrifying. And when you look at a stadium packed with 10,000 fans, you don't think to yourself, I need more views and subscribers still. I certainly don't anyway. I am blown away by the sheer number of people watching my videos when I actually translate it to stadium terms. Now, the truth is, most creators just do not need a whole stadium worth of viewers for every video. What many need, though, is a steady income to fuel their dream lifestyle, to enable them to hire someone to help with their channel. So to stop getting sidetracked by subscriber and view counts, what you want to do is start focusing on marketing and measure your success by how your income rises each month instead. You want to be striving for a 10k month milestone rather than a shiny YouTube play button. Now, I get it. A lot of you don't like to see your YouTube channel as a business. But if you really want to do this full time, or you just want to do it for the long haul, you have to start treating it that way because it's just not sustainable otherwise. So where do you channel your energy instead of chasing views and subscribers? Look, if you're a newbie, building your community, it's got to be your first port of call, so focus there. But if each of your videos is hitting around 5,000 plus views, there's a strong chance you've got a viable business on your hand in most niches. And this is where you could start investing more time before you revert to the view chasing game. So firstly, just identify a major problem your viewers have and plan a product that solves it. And then just create a simple landing page to sell it. But you want to learn to craft compelling copy, especially focusing on conversion. And then once you've got your product, you want to start to develop it and then launch it. And after that, you want to be thinking about fine-tuning your marketing strategy to maximize conversions and learn from the feedback your customers give you. Then rebuild bigger and better, or launch an entirely new product and start the cycle again. Then once you've got these ducks in a row, what you want to do is hunt down those views again. This new laser-focused approach to YouTube, it will have a direct impact on your life, and it won't leave you spending every waking second chasing a cardboard cutout button that, although it's awesome having it on your wall and a massive achievement, it just won't put food on your table ever. See you next week.
Hey YouTubers, 2 years ago I realised just how powerful Black Friday could be for YouTube creators with just 2 simple sales generating over $50,000. So today I'm going to show you my super lazy Black Friday strategy and encourage you to try it out too. It will not take you days to set up. I'll even show you what to do if you don't have anything to sell. Let's do this. Okay, so step 1 of my super simple Black Friday strategy. Pick a product. Have you ever been to a restaurant that serves Chinese food, burgers, Indian food and pasta? It takes forever to decide what to eat because there's too much choice. For quick and easy sales, avoid becoming a world food restaurant. Pick one product or service and build your offer around that to prevent decision paralysis in your buyers. It's easier for you to promote and for them to buy too. Step 2, craft your offer. Decide on your special offer, and you've got a couple of options here. You've got the discount. Not usually that big on discounts, but Black Friday is the exception. Keep it smart though. Only discount products that don't take up more of your time, like courses, ebooks, or on-demand content. And here's a pro tip. Don't offer small discounts like 5%. Nobody's going to quickly get their credit card out over something like that. Aim for like 20% plus to get your community excited. Our highest discount ever was about 35%. And this is the other option, value add. I prefer this. Keep the price the same, but add something valuable to sweeten the deal. This could be an extra month of a subscription for free mini guide, a checklist, or another smaller item. Could also be an old lead magnet. Now this is crazy, but people often just add old free content to their offer and sales flying because of it. Then we have step 3, creating urgency. So urgency is one of those powerful sales tools, and here's how to use it. Firstly, time limits. Keep your offer open for just 28 or 48 hours, and then as the clock ticks down, you're going to see more sales come in. Availability. Limiting how many items are available causes people to buy faster to avoid missing out. And cap the quantity and update your site after each sale to show what's left. Or you just combine both of those two things together for a double whammy of urgency. Step 4, promote. Here's your email strategy. If you want to keep it really simple, this is what I did, just send 4 quick emails over 3 days. You can do more if you like, but that's literally it. Email 1 is the heads up. Just let people know something special's coming. Say something like, keep an eye out for tomorrow's email, there's something big coming. Email 2, you can launch. So keep this launch email for yourself very short and build excitement. Set up the problem it solves and the big result they'll get, then include a link to click. Then email 3, just send a 24-hour reminder saying there's only 24 hours left. And email 4, give a final hour push. Basically, you want to emphasize it's the last chance of the deal and it won't come around again anytime soon. If you want to get a lot of openings, make your last email headline final reminder.
thank me later. Here's a pro tip. Keep each email very short to boost your click-through rates. You don't need anything fancy. People know it's Black Friday, so don't make them read a book to find out how amazing your offer is. The next promotion strategy is your community wall. So last year, my YouTube community wall outperformed my email list on Black Friday, even with a bigger email discount. I couldn't believe it. So here's how to use it. Write a quick post to tease the offer, pair it with a strong image, ideally one that proves a result, and then use the same 4 posts as your email to build anticipation and urgency. Then we have your social media strategy. So if you do have a social media following, apply the same approach there. Instagram stories work great for Black Friday promotions. Use a series of Instagram stories to mirror your community wall and email series. But what if you don't have a product? Well, no problemo. There are 2 ideas for Black Friday sales if you don't have anything to sell. First, just host a paid live event. Pick a big problem your audience faces and just sell tickets to a live event where you teach them the solution. Record it and then sell it on demand later. Or you could just offer one-to-one sessions. So use a service like Calendly to set up limited paid one-on-one calls. This will generate urgency and provide valuable insights from your audience's questions. But are you running a Black Friday offer, Ed? Well, no. I recently shut down admissions to my program until January 2025, so I've got nothing to sell. If you want to join the waitlist for next year, you can do so in the link in the email. But if you have a specific YouTube business problem you'd like to tackle, reply to this message and let me know. I might come up with a...
Hey YouTubepreneurs, when someone told me you are doing everything wrong on YouTube, it stung, but it's still one of the best things that's ever happened to me. Turns out my videos were average at best, my avatar was unclear, my thumbnails were a lesson in how not to thumbnail 101, and I just couldn't see it until someone just pointed it out. So to help you figure out if you're falling into the same traps, I've written a brutally honest letter to my past self. There's a bit of a tough love warning alert here. And it starts like this. Hey Ed, you're going to keep failing on YouTube unless you stop doing all the things I'm about to show you. Number 1, stop rushing. You're throwing out 3 videos a week, hoping that one will take off and change your life. That ain't going to happen. You're rushing everything just to post, and it means your strategy sucks, your scripts are confusing, and your thumbnails, someone needs to throw some holy water on them to cleanse you of your sins. Slow the beep down. Spend 75% of your time on research and planning and the rest on producing content. When you do that, you'll realise more than 1 quality video a week isn't really possible, but you'll get better results. Number 2, you don't have enough time. You've got a business to run and a YouTube channel to grow. That's basically 2 full-time jobs, especially when you have no idea what you are doing. Not only do you need to commit more than 2 hours a week to this, you need to build a repeatable system to making videos so over time you practice it again and again, and that's how you get faster. Right now, you're doing something different every video, and it's slowing you down a ton. Number 3, stop making videos you think are good. 99% of your ideas right now are based on, I'm going to make this video because I think it's a good idea. But newsflash, bozo, YouTube isn't about what you think is a good idea. It's about making videos that solve the problems your viewers think they have. The real growth happens when you finally get this and start making content that targets those problems over and over again. Until you accept that your ideas suck, nobody cares about you, you're doomed. Number 4, your ego's holding you back more than your lack of skill. You are so convinced you know what you're doing and that everyone else is doing it wrong that you're blind to how below average you really are. Yes, you can present a bit and your scripts are kind of funny, but most of your info is recycled from other YouTube videos and Google blogs. You've got no fresh insights, no interesting stories, and because of this, it's clear you're not much of an expert. Stop rating yourself so highly, you have a lot to learn, and start to deliver more unique, valuable information. That's when the magic happens. And number 6, or 5 even, September 23rd, 2020, just be careful in the shower, that's not shampoo, that's hair removal cream. See you next week, Ed. Oh, P.S. I accidentally cut the intro off of a video the other day using the YouTube editor. Luckily, it kind of still makes sense, but if you want to avoid making the same mistakes I've listed in this email and actually build a proper channel strategy, just watch the video in the email below. It's going to show you how to find a gap in your niche too, which is when YouTube will enter easy peasy mode.
Hey YouTubers, ever looked at a YouTube channel growing a lot faster than yours and thought to yourself, what are they doing differently? Their videos aren't even that much better than mine. Well, the truth is, they're cheating. So today, I'm going to show you how to cheat too. Alright, so if you want 10 times faster growth like those other channels, you need to start thinking of YouTube like this. So 4 years ago, my best friend got down on one knee and he asked me to be his best man. When planning my speech, I set a goal. I wanted everyone to say it was the best they'd ever heard. But that brought on a problem. At a wedding, you've got the groom's friends. I knew I could make them laugh with tons of inside jokes from 30 years of friendship.
Then there's the bride's friends. I figured I could probably make them laugh too, since they knew me in the groom. Then there's the parents, where I had to cut like 75% of the speech to avoid offending them. And then there was Steve. Steve was the boyfriend of the bride's least close friend, who only got invited because someone they actually liked dropped out. How the heck do you keep everyone interested when they all have different relationships with the groom and find different things funny, offensive, or boring? So I came up with a plan. I thought if I could write a speech so good that Steve would say it was the best he'd ever heard, then surely everyone else would love it too, right? The big day came, I did my speech, and afterwards, the DJ, who'd been setting up in another room during it, said, "I've been to thousands of weddings. That's the best speech I've ever heard." I got a standing ovation from the whole room. Steve loved it too, and people are still talking about it to this very day. But how does this help you cheat on YouTube? Well, the guys that grow the fastest on YouTube are all experts at making videos that keep new viewers who have never heard of them and return viewers interested, entertained, and welcome. They basically make videos the whole wedding party can enjoy so nobody feels put off. When you do that, YouTube will push your content to more and more people just like them. But how do you write for the whole wedding party? Well, here's some quick fire tips. Firstly, build trust fast by showing why you're credible right at the start so people actually want to listen to you. Secondly, don't use fancy terms people might not understand. Thirdly, explain things so even a 5-year-old could understand. Fourth, keep it simple, simple, simple. Fifth, don't tell in-jokes. The groom's friends might laugh, but Steve could feel confused or left out. The sixth, don't talk about other videos you've made in the past. Steve probably hasn't seen them. Never say obviously. What's obvious to you isn't obvious to everyone. Don't say, as you already know, unless it's about something in the video they're watching. And 9, be careful with weird comedy skits. My regular viewers used to love my strange sketches on Film Booth, but my retention told a different story when it got pushed to more Steves. If I really wanted to blow up, I'd tone down the surreal comedy a lot. It takes time and practice, but if you keep the wedding party in mind, you should start to realize when you're doing something the Steves might not enjoy, and that's the cheat code to keeping new and cold viewers happy. See you next week. Ed. That's my name. Wear it out. Oh, and P.S. Last month, my word, my clients got some insane results. I am very proud. I don't have children, but I imagine this is the level of proudness like when they get, I don't know, a bronze swimming certificate. No. Way more. Mega proud. I can't even listen, there's too many. The channel with 8,000 subscribers made over 25k in 1 month. One of my clients made over 30k in 10 days using my product launch system. Channel with 1,000 subscribers started making their first sales from YouTube. A small channel started landing 5k sales from their new offer we'd help them build. I think they're on 10k now, and they're likely to hit 25 in the next 30 days. A brand new channel hit 10,000 subscribers in under 3 months, and they had no experience before. And like I said, this is a few of them. Loads of 1 out of 10s, email lists blowing up, record views, and we build businesses. August, it's going to be even better. I'm excited. But because July was so busy, new people coming in, prices will be going up on the 10th. If you want to join my list of successful clients and become a case study for me, hopefully, click in the link in the email to learn more and apply and get a spot. Otherwise, have a great day.
Hey YouTubers, got something special for you today that the people reading don't. I'm going to read the normal email to you, and then I'm going to talk to you about my experience of recording these emails and just let you know what's happening, and also just give you a quick rundown of how to make them, because they have been getting so much love. They don't get an insane amount of listens, but the engagement from the people who listen is so much higher. So I think it's a no-brainer. Anyway, let's crack on with the regular email. Hey YouTubers, do you struggle to come up with thumbnails that get clicks? Of course you do. Everyone does. It's so flipping hard trying to figure them out to make an image people want to click on over everything else on YouTube. The thing is, there's one type of thumbnail that's easy and fast to make, performs well, and is potentially all you need to blow up your channel. So today I'm going to show you a channel that blew up using this style, another example of channels using its great effect, and how to easily create it for yourself. And if you're struggling to come up with an idea for your next video, just try this and let me know how you get on. A channel that blew up using only this style. So in the email, I have put an image of a channel that has just been exploding over the last 12 months. And what's great about their strategy is they keep their images so simple, literally anyone could make them too. The channel is called The Diary of a CEO, and they have had incredible results using just a face and some simple text in their images. But it's what the text does to the potential viewers we really want to pay attention to. So let me just read you an example of some of the text they have in their thumbnails. The one I want to pull out in particular, the text just says, "You don't need 8 hours sleep." The video is called Revealing the 7 Big Lies About Exercise, Sleep, Running, and something else that got cut off. Doesn't matter though. Other channels using this trick to get big views. So to show you all kinds of channels are using the same system to generate big views, here's a few more examples of it. So this video was called How to Actually Recharge for Maximum Productivity, and in the thumbnail they just had Don't Relax. Another image here, which is called The Biggest Myth in Education, the text in the thumbnail just says you are not a visual learner. And then I did one called If I Started a New YouTube Channel, I'd do this first, and the text in the thumbnail just said don't upload. So what are these thumbnails doing and why is it so powerful? Well, the reason these thumbnails have helped the videos rack up so many views comes down to a few things. Firstly, the designs are very simple, and they are made so that the text is the first thing that stands out. If it didn't, what happens next wouldn't be as effective. Now, the next reason, and the most powerful, is due to something called cognitive dissonance. When we're presented with information that conflicts with our beliefs, it creates a psychological discomfort called cognitive dissonance. Putting it simply, by reading the text in these images that challenge what we thought to be true, we are motivated to resolve the discomfort by clicking. On top of that, these simple statements then go against the grain of what we thought to be true, which creates an emotional reaction like surprise. And when our knowledge is challenged, it suggests that there's more to learn, and this, for the right kind of people, excites them to click. So how do you make this thumbnail style for yourself? Well, step one, all you need to do is ask yourself, what are most people interested in my niche believe to be true that isn't? Now, if you're struggling for ideas here, just head over to ChatGPT and type in, I need some examples of things that could create cognitive dissonance in the music production niche. You would, of course, put your own niche in there. It will then fire out a list of examples, and you know what? It's pretty good at it too. Here's a few statements it came up with in relation to music production. First one was good marketing can make any song a hit, even if the production quality is poor. The next one was you don't need to know music theory to make hit songs. And then the next one was expensive gear doesn't make your music sound better, knowing your tools does. The next step is to work out how to get this statement down to about 4 words or fewer. Now, although some of my examples that I read out earlier didn't do this, as a general rule of thumb, we want fewer words so the thumbnail is faster for people to digest. So here, you just work out the simplest way to convey this statement. Step 3, you need to design it so the text sticks out first. A few simple ways to do this are make the text the highest point of contrast on the page, point arrows at the text, and keep the design very simple so nothing competes with it. And then step 4, think about the visual elements that complement the text. So you could use an item, a person, or anything else that visually gives context to the topic. Rian, in one of the images that I referenced earlier, used a brain in the image with don't relax as the text, and it tells the viewer straight away what the topic might be about. If you're in the image, make sure your expression matches the statement. The days of over-the-top mouth wide open photos are dead. So think about the emotion you want to convey and see how you get on. This really is the easiest thumbnail to design because it does not require Photoshop skills or photography. So put the time in to come up with a statement and see how you get on. P.S. I'll be doing a live stream on the 15th of February. Keep an eye out for the form I'll be sending next week so you can submit your videos for us to work on live. Okay, so these audio emails, what's the deal? Well, first things first, I make them just by recording the audio of the email I've written. So I sit here and I kind of present them out. People seem to really like that. They seem to assume that it was probably going to be just like a boring, monotonous voiceover or AI. Nope, it's just me. Sometimes I can do it in one take. Sometimes, like today, I have to edit it a little bit, but it doesn't take very long at all. I then just upload them to SoundCloud, which is free, and then people can click on the link. I leave them private, but I'm probably going to turn them into a giant playlist at some point or use it as a lead magnet. And then I just sit here with my mic and my laptop and my editing software, and I smash through it. That's kind of it. But the cool thing is, sometimes I accidentally forget to link, and I get loads of emails from people going, "Ed, where's the audio email? Like, please don't stop," because the value of the listener seems to be so much higher than the reader. Also, I feel like if you're listening, you're probably paying more attention because you can fit this around your life, right? Which means you're actually learning more. People, when they read, they tend to skip stuff, they go to headlines, they miss stuff out, and it's harder work. So it's just so easy to digest. I highly recommend that you do it. Don't try and use AI.
Hey YouTubers, have you ever been planning a video and got stuck because you worried someone might argue that your point is not true? This used to plague me. I would waste hours trying to write scripts that countered potential negative comments, and production would just grind to a halt. But that's only one of the big growth blockers comments create. The truth is they can really impact your decision making and force you to go in a direction that impacts your growth. So today I'm going to show you the real damage comments do to YouTube growth, how to overcome comment paralysis, and how I instantly get over hateful remarks. Let's do this. P.S. Due to demand, prices for the YouTube growth system will be increasing in 2 weeks' time. If you'd like to work closely with myself and my team to grow a channel that generates income, click in the email to lock in the current rates. So let's look at the real damage comments cause to YouTube growth. And there are 3 big issues with comments you need to know about. Issue number 1, the 1%. I love this quote. The problem with the world is that the intelligent people are full of doubts, while the stupid ones are full of confidence. By Charles Bukowski, can't say his name. He gets credited for this quote, but the internet often argues it wasn't him, which is ironic. When you're small and you get one comment on a video telling you that the music's too loud or saying something negative or arguing with you, it feels like 100% of your viewers must be thinking the same thing, but this just isn't true. That one voice is unlikely to represent your entire audience. In fact, it could just be them. What that means is, unless you see a significant number of comments all stating the same thing, you need to keep in mind they're more likely to represent the 1% that are full of confidence than the majority who keep their mouths shut. Issue number 2, reacting to the 1%. The next big issue appears when creators read a spiky comment from the 1%, think the majority of their viewers agree, and then cater videos to them rather than the 99% of people they should actually care about. Worse, I've seen people adapt their entire strategy, lose what made them unique, and go in the wrong direction because of these nincompoops. That's a fun word to say. Just because someone wrote a comment doesn't make them right. Issue number 3, fighting with the 1%. I've seen people spend hours writing replies to the 1% in attempts to defend their honour. This really holds you back because it takes focus away from what you should be doing. Strategy, ideation, writing, planning, building products, and so on. It also sucks out the enjoyment of YouTube. You wouldn't believe the amount of larger channels who are all convinced their viewers hate them because of this. The quicker you move on, the better. How to overcome comment paralysis. The next time you feel yourself reacting to a comment, ask yourself, is this a 1%er? If so, move on. That's literally it. Try not to hesitate, just force yourself to go back to more important tasks. How I instantly get over hateful troll comments. Alright, hold on to your seats. This story I'm about to tell you changed my life, and it enables me to flick a little switch in my brain that instantly gets me over hate. So back in 2005, I owned a lawn care company, and I accidentally spilt a bag of iron lawn fertilizer on a client's brand new driveway. I knew this stuff could stain, so I quickly swept it up. The next day my phone rang. It was my customer demanding to know what the big orange stain on her new driveway was. I rushed over, and sure enough, the orange patch had appeared overnight. She was furious. She shouted that if I didn't clean it up, I'd owe her £50,000. I scrubbed for an hour until it vanished, but she insisted I can still see it and accused me of lying and threatened legal action. For a week, I stressed about finding 50 grand, until I bumped into her on the street and she said, "Hi Ed, you were right. The stain has gone. Sorry I was so rude to you the other day. My son died in a car crash that morning." In an instant, all the resentment I felt towards this woman vanished. It was like a switch had been flipped in my brain. Anger transformed into empathy. Now whenever I encounter hate, I flip that same mental switch and think, you know what? They're probably just having a bad day. This allows me to stay calm, relaxed, and focus on tasks that really move the needle. See you next week, Ed. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Hey YouTubers, ever wished that you could get more views with less effort? Dumb question. Of course you do. Today I'm going to make that dream a reality, and I'm going to show you the easiest type of video to make for a views explosion, how to add some creative flair to it, how to keep people watching it, and I'm going to give you some behind the scenes access to the process I'm using for my own. Let's do this. By the way, if you want to build your own YouTube growth system that utilizes tactics like this, there's a link in the email to click on. Check it out. Okay, so the easiest video to make for a views explosion. For you legends who have been reading or listening to my emails for a while now, you will have heard what I'm about to show you before, but I'm going to go way deeper, so pay attention. So the video I'm going to show you how to make works like this. YouTube loves watch time, and as a result, longer videos full of quality content do very well. For this quick win, all you do is take your old videos and compile them into one long one. Charlie Morgan did this recently to create a 22-hour marathon, and its 2-day view numbers are impressive. He picked up 57,000 in 2 days. This is just the start though. I've got a plan to turn this video into more of an experience than just throwing videos into a timeline and hitting export, and I think you're going to like it. But first, are you worried that if you do this, your viewers might get bored? I've been meaning to make this type of video for a while now, but the reason I've been putting it off is because I can't help but think of the viewers who have been around for years, feeling a little bit disappointed when they realise, oh, it's just one of his old videos. I'd probably imagine you're thinking the same thing too, so I came up with a system to solve that, and it'll keep them happy, and it works like this. So this is how to make a compilation video with a little bit more creative flair. Step 1, thumbnail and title. Houston, we have a problem. We need a thumbnail and title that sets up the massive value in a video, which isn't an easy task. I hate thumbnails and titles. I've picked mine.
for the one I'm going to make, but here's a few options I was looking at for titles. They're more relevant to my niche, but you can turn them into something that's relevant to yours. So 1 billion views of YouTube advice for businesses. I posted videos to YouTube for 7 years. Here's everything I learned. The ultimate guide to blowing up on YouTube for businesses. Give me 2 hours and I'll blow up your business's YouTube channel. Free course. Watch me to generate your next 100k views. I like that last one, actually. Please note, right now I am experimenting a lot on Creator Boost, so I'm breaking a few rules. Some of these titles are way too long. Try to keep them below 50 characters. What's important, though, is that you set up a really big result. Step 2, the intro. So think about your intro as trying to make viewers as curious as possible to want to know more. You need to set up the massive value and results people will get if they stick about. This needs to be done in 30 seconds or less. Step 3, modules. Think of your compilation like this. The video solves one big problem. The modules are the big steps people need to take to get a result. The videos are the instructions inside the modules showing people how to complete each stage. You need to plan some modules that make up the mega video. To do that, just think about what big steps people need to take to go from A to Z. I've included an image inside the email, which makes this a bit clearer. Let's use my niche as an example though. So if I want to teach people everything they need to grow a YouTube channel, then I just think, what's the first thing they need to do, then the second, then the third, which could mean my modules look like this. Module 1, presenting. If they suck at this, nothing works. Module 2, mindset. People need the right expectations so they don't crash and burn. Module 3, the foundations. Kind of a broader overall picture of how YouTube works. Module 4, how to come up with an idea. Module 5, how to make thumbnails and titles. I'll stop there, but hopefully you get the idea. And then step 4, you pick your videos to put in the modules. So now that you know what modules make up your compilation video, you can pick any of your old videos about that topic and select the right module for them. Now, if you don't have lots of videos, you can have one video in a module. That's okay. I'm trying to get 3 videos into each, but the video will look like this. There's an image inside the email that's going to make this a lot clearer. It's far too complex to explain. And then step 5, adding creative flair and extra interest. So this is where we solve the whole, but what if my mega fans are upset, it's just repeats issue, and make the video way more engaging too. On the image above, you're going to notice that on the module line, there's another word, setup. My idea is this: before every module, come back on camera and then set up the value of the next module. It's like a new intro. Here's an extract from my script linking modules together to give you an idea of how this works. Congratulations! You've just completed the foundations module, and you are now ready to graduate to the next part of the chain, ideation. Isn't this exciting? These next 3 lessons will show you how to come up with ideas so amazing, your viewers will be like, holy crikey, Batman, I need to click on that Mother Hubbard. But more importantly, I get chased by a bear, flash a bit too much skin, and you'll discover exactly how I broke a world record for views on a YouTube video and how you can do it too. So let's start with how to craft a fantastic idea and a good old-fashioned bear chase. Basically, I'm back in the room now. You're basically trying to make viewers curious to want to stick around after each module by teasing the value to come in the next. Step 6, post-lesson setups. Now, I've made a video to explain all of this, by the way. There's a link in the email below step 6. It's going to walk you through it. But you're going to need to look at the chart again. So, do you see those thin green lines on it? Those are setups, but this time they're after every video. What that means is after every video ends, you come back on screen to set up the next. This is important because your videos don't have thumbnails or titles. The viewers need a bit of context as to what's coming. But also, once again, we'll use this as a chance to inject some new information to keep the mega fans happy. The way I'm going to do this is like so. At the end of every video, I'm going to drop an extra nugget of wisdom about what they have just watched, or I'm going to give them a very short behind the scenes of how I made it, or tell a story about something that went wrong when I was filming. Basically, I'm giving them info I've never told anyone before, and that'll keep the mega fans very happy. After that, I'll set up the value of the next video in the same way we did the modules. For example, let's say a video finishes, and we're going to set up the next one like this. I always thought Tom Scott might have commented on that video. The fact that he didn't tells me he didn't approve of me dressing up at him and flashing his private parts as his team members. Because every time I've made a video about a creator before, they've commented. So it looks like I found the line of what's appropriate on YouTube, eh? Which brings us on to our final video about how to present an idea. I actually deleted this a few hours after I posted it. Can't remember why, but it's all about the time I broke a world record for views and how you can too if you spend time on your idea. So there's another example. I'm back in the room. So if you can't think of anything interesting to say about the video they have just finished watching, then just go on to set up the value of the next. Step 7, film and edit. Now you have your intro and setups, film them,
After that, put all of your videos into your editing timeline, then put the setups in between them and export. That's kind of it. Step 8, expect a lower click-through rate. So I'm not saying this will happen, but just keep this in mind. If your regular viewers are used to 10-minute videos and you pump out a 2-hour bad boy, mine's nearly 6 hours, your initial viewers might not click. Or they might click, watch a bit, and decide to come back to it later when they have 2 hours to devote to it. Now, I don't tend to see these get off to the fastest start. They can, but the pattern I've noticed is they just keep picking up views over time, which is great. So let me know how you get on. I think everyone should try this if they've got enough videos on their channel. If you're brand new or only have a few, just wait. But otherwise, it's potentially the easiest video you'll ever make and basically a free course that could get you views forever. See you next week, Ed. P.S. If you want to grow your own YouTube system with the help of myself, YouTubers, do you find staying consistent on YouTube harder than Arnold Schwarzenegger's peck in the 90s? I do, but consistency is critical if you want to grow a channel and build your business. So today I'm going to show you the reason being consistent is more important than you could ever realize, some tricks to post more often with less time so you never miss a post, and why this will grow your business. Let's do this, or as Arnie would say, I get to the chopper. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. All right, so let's look at why being consistent is more important than people realize. Can I tell you a secret? Right now, I am on a mission to release one video a week on Creator Booth. Not so I can grow the channel faster, but so I can establish what my audience isn't interested in. And I've made an amazing discovery. I'm trying different lengths, different levels of depth. I'm experimenting with how I package content, how much editing to throw at videos, and I'm trying to work out what topics I should cover more often over the long term. Some videos really surprised me of how well they performed. Others have confirmed my suspicions, and some have done rubbish, but taught me a lot. I can then use this data to make videos that will get more views in the future. This is how you play YouTube and why consistency is so important. If you want to grow over the long term, you need to post, learn, and react. If you're inconsistent, you learn slower and get worse results. The real power of consistency. That's only one side to this though. This testing has revealed something incredible. When you have a product or a service, so long as you have a well-optimized sales page and links in your descriptions, every video you post, even if it's a 10 out of 10 flop, will grow your business. I'll be doing a deep dive on this in a few months, but right now it's become very clear that view count isn't having an impact on how much money my business generates. Being consistent, however, is. In short, posting a video a week and then looking at it as more of a lesson and the game-changing video that will blow up your channel will grow your channel and business over the long term. So let me ask you this question. Would you find a way to post a video every week if you knew it would make you money? Start looking at YouTube like this, because even if you don't have a product or a service, over the long term, this is exactly what can happen if you play the game right. The thing is, life gets in the way and we all struggle so much to get content out. So here's how to stay consistent and post more often so that you can learn faster and generate sales too. The secret to consistency. So when I was trying to grow my following on Film Booth, I made the decision to do the opposite of everyone else in my niche and make very highly produced videos. This meant I couldn't post more than twice a month, and even then it was a struggle to keep up. To stay consistent, I came up with the idea of the backup video, a video that was much faster to make. I'm talking 5 to 10 times quicker. The idea was it would buy me time so I could work on my proper videos whilst also staying consistent. Funny thing was, one of my first ever backup videos got 1.2 million views. Remember how I said every video is a lesson? So here's 3 types of backup videos that you can make too. Backup video number 1. On my old channel Film Booth, this style generated 1.7 million views, which isn't bad considering how fast they were to make. So here's how to make one. Reach out to someone who's had a big result your viewers want, interview them, asking them to explain how they did it, package the interview in a way that focuses more on their results than anything else. You're basically getting someone else to do a large percentage of the work for you. Now don't get me wrong, these are still a challenge and your guest needs to have great answers, but there's no denying they are much faster to make than fully scripted and edited videos. But what's the downside? Well, you need to build credibility to grow a channel and a business, and when you interview someone, you're passing all of that credibility over to the guest. As part of this big study I'm doing right now, it's becoming clear that even when interviews blow up, they generate fewer sales. In fact, I see videos with 25 times fewer views grow my business faster. This is why Creator Booth isn't an interview channel, even though my interviews pull in the most views. Backup video number 2. On my old channel Film Booth, this type of video generated over 600,000 views, and again, it took a fraction of the time to produce. Live streams really surprised me. The beauty of them is that after the live event, they become a video and YouTube will continue to push it. Ideally, you want some people to attend live, but most people can't because of time restrictions, so don't think of the live element as the be-all and end-all, potentially a fraction of your views. There's a ton of way to make these too. Some options I tried were slideshow presentations going deeper on a topic, roasting viewers' work, interviewing other experts, and Q&As, although these performed the worst as videos after. There's no editing, no scripting, and they're
very powerful for nurturing a community too. Backup video number 3. This one generated 450,000 views on Film Booth. This type of video is time limited. You basically say to yourself, I have X hours to take a video from an idea to posted, and then no matter what stage it's in, when the timer runs out, it's going on the channel. I actually made 2 videos about my attempts to do this that show you how it's done. There's a link in the email. And what I really love about this was they taught me new tricks to speed up my workflow, but also nobody spotted the things I used to obsess over that took a huge amount of time when I didn't include them in a video. So will you try a backup video? Let me know how you get on. P.S. I'm currently looking for more people to help grow their YouTube channels and businesses. If you want to work with me before the price increase, which is coming soon, click the link in the email to learn more. I share all my secrets with my clients, so they're already learning about my videos that grow businesses, even when they don't perform for views.
Hey YouTubepreneurs, it does not matter if you're trying to make your first 10k or your next million, there's one video you need to make that can turn viewers into buyers like nothing else. So today I'm going to break down what it is and how it generated me $245,000 from one video in 90 days so that you can use it too. All right, so how did this video generate almost $250,000 in 90 days? Well, have you ever thought that the work you put into your sales and marketing might actually be what's holding it back? The longer I've been in this game, the more I believe that to be true. Now, traditionally, we're told that to generate sales and leads, we need to do something like this. Make a lengthy webinar or a deep dive lead magnet, then pitch your offer in it, then drive as many people to the sign-up page so they watch it. The thing is, the math don't math, because let's say 1,000 people go up to your sign-up page, and 50% of those actually sign up to attend and watch. That means 500 people remain. Then 30% of those people actually watch, which means 150 people remain. Then 10% of those people convert, which means 15 new clients. Now this data is based on average benchmarks. Now, 15 new clients, that's no joke. But what if instead of hiding that killer piece of content, you posted it to YouTube instead and removed all the friction that caused 850 of the people who signed up not to watch? That's the decision I made, and it generated $250,000 almost in 90 days, over 2,000 emails, 130,000 views. But not only did it grow my following and bank balance, it helped bring in tons of new people who then went on to watch other videos that generated more income too. So its impact was exponential. Don't get me wrong, webinars and gated deep dives are very effective. But does it not make sense to try this first? Because your webinar won't post itself all over the internet like YouTube will. So how do you make your own big money video like this? Well, have you ever signed up for the free version of a software and then instantly upgraded to the paid because you loved it? When I was trying to come up with my idea, I asked myself, what's the best information I can give? And I realized it was locked inside my program. So I thought, what if I just make this video the most basic free version of it, like the software companies do? I called it exactly how to go from 0 to $1 million on YouTube, and then just laid out my process and the steps to get there. At each new step, I gave 1 to 3 very simple action points, and then moved on to the next. The key is the word simple. When I see people attempt deep dives like this, they're often too overwhelming with information. And the second you do that, well, your video's not going to get sales or views and everything gets wrecked. Really, you want to get as many people to the end so they think 3 things. 1, this was so good I should have paid for it. 2, how do I work with this person? 3, that was actually much simpler than I thought it might be. So if you have a program, a course, or a service, it's a system you've built to help people get results, just lay it out in a video and then plan the steps that take the viewer from where they are now to where they want to be, give 1 to 3 simple, actionable steps from each, and then put in a strong call to action. But don't make my dumb mistake. When I ran the numbers, I lost out on at least 2,000 more emails, and I don't want to think about how much income because I made 2 mistakes. Firstly, I didn't promote my email until minute 19. It should have been in the first 90 seconds for optimum email signups. And then secondly, well, I didn't actually pitch my offer at all. If I did it again, I think I'd have gone the whole 9 yards with a section devoted to showing the viewers how I get my clients' results using the system and then ask them to apply. Even just a simple, hey, if you want to work with me and my team to build what I've just shown you, check out the link below, would have made a big difference. I highly recommend you watch that video. Not just because you're in my funnel and I'm trying to make sure you see my highest converting content by any means necessary, but because you're going to learn a lot and get some inspiration on how to make your own. Ed. Oh, and by the way, if you have an offer,
and you want the full, fat, proven system that is going to help you generate more sales, views, and leads, click the link to learn more.
Hey YouTubers, sorry about the dog woofing in the background. I cannot get the thing shut up, and it is not my dog. So, Airbnb life. Anyway, hey YouTubers, wanna know a secret? Last January, my channel grew 10 times faster, but it had nothing to do with posting more videos or changing thumbnails and titles. So in this video, I'm gonna reveal why it grew, how to take advantage of this yourself, and if your niche can benefit from it too. Let's go. P.S. The final small group of entertainers launches on the 10th of Jan. We're down to the final few spaces. If you would like to get ahead in 2024 and take advantage of my support in an intimate group, click in the link in the email. So why my channel and yours will grow faster in January. So have you ever heard the saying, new year, new me? If you haven't, congratulations on escaping it. It's really annoying, unless it's said ironically. But enough of my moaning, because it's the reason my subscriber count doubled last January, without me having to do much at all. It was like Lord YouTube performed the kiss of life on old videos, and they just suddenly all came back to life and started picking up a ton of views. But why? Well, it's because of New Year's resolutions. People get filled with motivation and they say, I'm going to lose weight, I'm going to start that business, I'm going to grow a YouTube channel. And as a result, a lot of channels that teach people new skills get a big lift in views as people come flooding in to make a big change in their life from New Year, New Me-itis. How do you take advantage of this? Being a nerd, I've been studying the January push for a few years now, and what I've noticed is each year at least one big new name hits the scene and explodes because they ride the New Year, New Me wave. Last year, Danko, Joshua Mayer, and Nisha all blew up a video in the same week. It was pretty fantastic to see, and then those creators went on to have amazing years too. So how do you do the same? Well, firstly, you need to prepare now. So I don't like to promote quantity as a strategy, but in January, if I had more time right now, I'd be looking at doubling my posting to try and take advantage of the New Year, New Me trend, and I'd be preparing that now. Secondly, you need to get tactical. So have a think about the state of mind your viewers are in. Are they looking to start afresh and fix a big pain in their life? Try to come up with video ideas that might capitalize on this. So Danko's title, which is in the email below, which was how to get ahead of 99% of people in 6 to 12 months, was smart because in 6 to 12 months makes it sound like he's fixed the plan for the year. It's also specific, which makes it sound more believable too. Titles like, if I wanted to lose weight in 2024, I'd only do this, use the trend of the new year and the results people want, which should make it super enticing. Thirdly, you got to forget perfect. So quality is king on YouTube, but at this time of year, I think putting 80% of your ability into a video could be better than not getting your videos out at all. If you look at the videos I shared, none of them are perfect. In fact, they're pretty simple. The demand for information spikes, so if you're really focusing on growth in 2024, then this is your best chance to get off to a flying start. And then the fourth thing is, should you sacrifice December? Okay, so don't just go and blindly follow this advice. The next section of the email will help you work this out, but I'd seriously consider not posting in December if it means you can double down in January. But as I said, don't just go and do that. I'll explain how this works below. So can your niche benefit from this? So it's my job to help information-based and educational YouTube channels grow. What that means is much of what I teach is highly relevant to them and less so to others. So please keep that in mind. This is not going to work for everyone. There is a simple way to work out if you have a January hype trend coming your way though, and if you should maybe slow down posting in December to take advantage of it. And that's to simply visit Google Trends, set your location to the most important location you target, then type in your main channel niche and set it to 5 years. Here's the weight. In the email, you'll see a weight loss niche. And the pattern is every January, there is a big spike in searches, and every December there's a low. In a dream world, you'd post all of the time, but if I was low on time, I'd maybe consider batching for a big January assault in this niche. Other niches might not show as much of a pattern, but that doesn't mean you should write off the January hype. Just use your common sense. Do I teach or talk about the kind of thing people set out to start their year learning out? If the answer is yes, get ready for 30 days of easier growth. And let me know how you get on, and good luck. January could be your life-changing month. See you next week. Without a dog. Hey YouTubers, are you sure you're bringing the right viewers to your channel? Because if not, you're going to get fewer views on release, you're going to struggle to grow a business, or worse, you'll fall into the trap of thinking things are going great, when really you're building the wrong audience for your own personal goals, which is a critical error. So today, I'm going to show you how to make sure the right people are watching your content for your goals, what to do if they're not, and why this matters so much. P.S. Thumbnail Uni closes its doors to new members forever on the 1st of March. If you want support from myself and my team before it's too late, check out the link in the email. Why making sure you're attracting the right viewers matters. So a while ago, a video of mine blew up. I was over the moon, but when I looked at the data that shows who's watching, it's mainly 18 to 24-year-olds. Now, don't get me wrong, I have no problem with these guys at all. They're great. But the avatars I want to build a community with are much older. They have different problems, different interests, different wants and needs. So that's when I realized I needed to stop making videos of this nature, because although the views are great, I was falling into the trap of chasing the wrong people, which would have spelled disaster for my long-term growth and business. Putting it simply, not every view is equal. Some will help you hit your goals, others could potentially distract you and pull you in the wrong direction if you continue to make content that serves them. How to check if your videos are attracting the right people. So stage 1, we do a channel overview. So the first step to making sure you're not making videos to the wrong people is to get a general overview of who's watching your channel. To do this, you go to your YouTube studio, then click analytics, then audience, and scroll down to see the general overview of your audience based on the time frame you set. Now ask yourself, are these the right audience for me? Stage 2, you do video overviews. So now you do the same thing, but go and do it on your top 5 most popular videos of all time. This is where it gets interesting, because if you're like me, you might be in for a bit of a surprise, because 2 of them brought in mainly the wrong age group. But what do you do if you bring in the wrong audience? Well, putting it simply, you have to ask yourself a few questions when you see this data. Should I make this video again? Is there any benefit at all to chasing these wrong viewers? How do I make videos that appeal to the right audience? The truth is, for information channels, especially those looking to grow a business, better off getting fewer views with the right people than more with the wrong. I mean, it would be such a shame if you were under the illusion your channel was growing, only to find out that you built an audience you didn't wish to service. So keep an eye on this data. It's worth checking every video a few weeks after release, because you can see it swing wildly, and often when videos break out, this data. Hey YouTubers, over the years I have worked with hundreds of YouTube creators, and I noticed a pattern. They all have the same big problem. Trying to grow a YouTube channel takes too much time. This means everyone struggles to grow and build a business, so it's very hard to get the payoff you deserve. So I spent a long time thinking about why everyone was in the same trap and realized something. 20% of the tasks we do get 80% of the results. But why is that a problem? Well, it's because most people are focusing their energy on the 80% of tasks that don't move the needle that much or at all. This means they waste time doing things that make them feel productive, but these things only give slow or no results. 12 months ago, I set out to try and solve this and came up with the YouTube growth system, which I'm incredibly excited to share with you. On the 20th of March, I'll be unveiling it to the 1,423 people who have signed up to the waitlist. But until then, I'll be dropping sneak peeks of what to expect over the coming days. Speak soon, Ed. Oh, and PS, because you sign up to the waitlist, you will receive an exclusive. Hey YouTubers, are you about to miss out on the easiest views of the year? Well, last week I opened my diary and found a note that I'd written 12 months ago, reminding me I needed to start planning a type of video to take advantage of a trend. This wasn't just a casual suggestion though, it's a proven strategy for easy views, and if you're serious about growing your business, there's only about 4 weeks left to prepare for it. So today I'm going to show you what the high demand video is, how many of them to produce, plus the one downside. Let's do this. P.S. if you want to get to the end of 2024, you want to get the end of 2024 and the start of 2025 off to a flying start, check out the link in the email. All right, so what is this in-demand video? Well, between November and January, YouTube experiences a spike in demand for content that looks ahead to the new year. This means videos about 2025 will be in very high demand soon. What I've noticed for the last few years is that those who jump on this trend early get the best results, which is why in my diary this week, it's telling me to start planning videos harnessing the 2025 trend for release at the very start of November. How to create your own 2025 video. So to help you get started, I've pulled together a vision board of 56 top performing videos that use this strategy. But before you click the link to check them all out, ask yourself this: how many 2025 videos should you actually make? Well, here's my recommendation if you're posting weekly. So in November, 1 to 2 videos. The rest of your videos can be not attacking the trend. December, 2 to 4. January, 2 to 4. And here's a little pro tip. In the last few weeks of January, the 2025 hype often starts to cool down a little bit. So post heavily during the first 2 weeks of the month to take advantage of the extra demand for education. Personally, I'm thinking about doubling up my posts between January 1st and the 20th. There is a downside to this though. So come February, the views will likely drop off from these types of videos as the hype then dies down too. But don't worry, there's a workaround. And this is a little bit of a black belt tip. Prepare 2 titles for each video. Once the video starts to slow, switch to the more evergreen title that can perform all year round. If you're new to YouTube, don't stress, just stick to 1 title for now, as this is quite advanced. I'll see you soon. P.S. I help people turn their ideas into high quality sales generating content. If you like the sound of that, check out the link in the email. Don't know why I went all weird. Have a good day.
Hey YouTubers, if you made a mistake and it generated you 2 million views, would you care? Well, that actually happened to me, along with a few other mistakes that made me money and generated me views. So today I'm going to show you what they are and why you should make them too. Let's do this. Mistake number 1. Was Stephen Hawking your physics teacher? Oh, no, of course he wasn't. And that's because in order to teach, you don't have to be the best in the world. You just need to be a great communicator. So the mistake I made years ago, I'm very happy I kept making, was producing videos about topics I wasn't the world's biggest expert on. When you learn something new or something clicks, that is the moment when you're often able to explain it in quite a simple and obtainable way. What that means is by simply sharing how you did something and being pretty open about how you're not Stephen Hawking's level about it, viewers will still love your honesty and will still see value in your journey. There's a caveat though. It's still worth noting that if you have a lot of experience and credibility, you do stand more of a chance on YouTube now, but it's not the end of the world if you don't. The real key is being a good teacher. Mistake 2. Have you made a mistake in a video and got berated for it in the comments? I have, many times. I called ChatGPT, ChatGTP, throughout an entire video. The nerds really went to town on me for that one. I always have typos in my videos, and if after I film I realise my script makes no sense, I just re-record the audio to avoid setting up the studio again, even though it'll sound like I've used a very different mic at that moment in the script. I even say the wrong things sometimes, just for lols too, like in my latest video where I said J.K. Rowling wrote 50 Shades of Grey. Of course she didn't. I do this because when I filmed my most viewed video of all time, I got back from my studio about 30 minutes away and realised my footage was all out of focus. I thought, do I drive back and waste an hour or do I just get on with the edit? So I just got on with it. If I'd known that video would get over 2 million views, I probably wouldn't have done that. But it taught me that mistakes in our videos often don't matter at all, and really using our time to fix them is probably a bigger issue. Mistake number 3. Imagine spending 2 weeks working on a presentation, and when the big day came, you send an email to your list to get into a 10-year live, and your stream crashes and breaks. How would you feel? You'd be devastated, right? Well, this happened to me, and I felt awful. However, at the end of the month, I looked at my business metrics and noticed there was a massive uptick in applications to my program. Many of them came on the day when my tech failed, and I kept emailing people to apologize. And that's when I realized this mistake had actually grown my business, because by simply turning up in people's inboxes more often, more links got clicked, even if it was just me saying sorry. So even if you send a promo email with no link or tech goes wrong and you have to keep messaging people to apologize, don't panic. This mistake could potentially be a good thing. Ed. P.S. The YouTube growth system is now sold out. Thank you very much for everyone who applied. It's been absolutely amazing. Sold out in under a week, which kind of blew my mind. We will be opening up bookings again at some point. It's likely to be mid-Feb. If you want to be one of the first people to hear about.
Hey YouTubers, when I realised that promoting YouTube videos externally was actually hindering the growth of my channel, I was pretty shocked. Especially since every YouTube advice video ever had said the same thing. Share your videos outside of YouTube, that's how you're gonna grow. So in this week's email, I'm gonna tell you the 3 reasons why you should not do that and what you should do instead. Let's dive in. Oh, by the way, I've got something exciting to share with you at the end of this email, and it's free. Okay, so the first reason, click farming. So I got this message in the Edutainers Discord recently. And it said this.
But I just got a message from YouTube saying that our latest video has basically been stopped being shown to new audiences due to external activity. Now, we do a lot of email marketing in our company, so I can only presume that's it. What would be your view on driving videos to your audience via email? It's essentially saying that we're click farming.
This is the reason not to promote your videos externally. If YouTube detects a surge of traffic from an external source to your videos, it could flag it as suspicious activity and restrict your content's reach. However, this is not the primary reason, as many of you will probably not have an audience size big enough to cause that kind of damage. Reason number 2, the external views traffic source. So if you share a link to a video with your email list or social media followers, it goes down as an external view. External views don't help YouTube's algorithm promote your videos to a wider audience on the platform. Whereas if you posted your video and your viewers discovered it anywhere else on YouTube, it will give YouTube more data to then push it to more new and return viewers, so long as that video created a positive response. And the third reason, homepage damage. The last reason to avoid external promotion is that it could harm your click-through rate in the traffic sources that really matter for building a stronger community on YouTube. For instance, if someone watches your video from an external link and then goes onto YouTube for another reason later that day, they probably won't click on your content when they see it on the homepage or elsewhere on YouTube, right? This could reduce your video's performance in these vital traffic sources as a result. This is why influencers like Mr. Beast simply tweet "new video out now" without providing a direct link. So what's the alternative? Now, I often tell my edutainers cohort to stop sharing their videos externally, and initially their videos will rank 10 out of 10 bottom as a result. After a few weeks of perseverance, their main traffic source for views shifts from external to browse though, leading their videos to outperform previous ones. I also advise them to simply promote the fact that they have a new video out without providing a direct link to it, just like Mr. Beast. Alternatively, they can link to their channel page. Views from here are considered channel page views, and the data YouTube receives from this can help promote your other videos too. All you need to say is there's a new video out, and hopefully people should be smart enough to realize when they see all of your videos on the channel page that it's the first one. Is external posting completely off the table? We're sometimes so focused on growing our YouTube audience that we overlook the broader purpose of our videos, which is to help grow our businesses. If you have a following on other platforms, of course, you can still promote your videos there. However, I'd recommend waiting 7 to 10 days to let YouTube do its thing before you share external links or directly upload the content to the platform of choice. You'll likely achieve much better results with an organic post anyway. In other news, this is the exciting free thing. If you want a free 15-minute one-to-one session with me, I'm planning a new video, and instead of breaking down famous YouTubers' channels, I want to break down yours. And I want to talk to you in the video too and grill you. So if you'd like to apply for one of these 4 sessions I've got available, then click the link in the email. We'll film it, and I'll get it edited up into a film booth deep. Hey YouTubers, I think I've come across a video idea for you that's really fast to make, and your viewers are going to love it. So this week I'm going to show you what it is, how to make it, and why I think this could be something you do on a more regular basis. Oh, and by the way, I'm looking for 20 YouTubers who are incredibly serious about going full-time or making money from their channel. If that sounds like you, keep an eye out for the email I'll be sending tomorrow. This could be life-changing. Okay, so what is this mysterious video, Ed? Well, I didn't used to like Gary Vee. I thought his philosophy around content creation and promotion was dumb. And if you don't know what I mean by that, Gary Vee is a marketing guru, and he used to tell everyone to make loads of content and then just blast it everywhere. It was all about quantity, and I never really got it. I still don't think it's the best strategy for most people, but recently I was having a few mojitos with my friend Thomas, and I brought up how Gary used to produce such an epic amount of content. What he did was he had someone follow him around with a camera all day, and then an editor would cut up all his talks or rambles into videos. So I said to Thomas, what if we did that? I'll just follow you about, ask you questions, and then you can cut it up into a video. That means you can do no prep, and if we film on the move, it might actually make it more engaging than a regular talking head. And let's just use the title, I Wish I Knew This Before I Started Coding, because that's a title that always seems to do well. The next day, once the lychee mojito's creative power had worn off, that's what we did. Every now and then, I picked up the camera and threw a question at Thomas, and he answered it on the spot. In total, it took about 15 minutes to come up with the title idea and content itself, meaning all we had left was the edit, or so I thought. How to make this 10 times better. Looking back, this wouldn't have been a very good video if it was just a Q&A. Thomas, however, threw a few tricks at it to make it work. Step 1, the hook. His opening line was this: 99% of people who learn to code fail and then quit because they don't understand the reality of learning to code. If you watched my video about writing hooks on Creator Booth, you'll recognize this as a strong statement hook combined with a shocking fact hook. This instantly surprised the viewers and got their attention. Step 2, the setup. He then set up the value of the video so the viewer understands why they should stick around. But this is where he hooks the viewer a little more by turning our Gary Vee ripoff into an original format by saying, to show you how to avoid the most common trap and understand all the things that enabled you to learn to code fast, I got a complete beginner who failed to learn to code before to unleash all of his beginner questions at me, so you can discover what held him back and make him amazing at coding as fast as I could. Step 3, building in story, stakes, and breaking down limiting beliefs. Most people would have just made this a Q&A, but Thomas knows the power of story and stakes, so he raised them straight away and said, to make things more difficult, this beginner was really bad at maths, is old, dyslexic, and he's very busy with his YouTube channel, so he doesn't have a lot of time to learn. The reason he threw these things in is because firstly, raising the stakes makes content more interesting. Additionally, these are all limiting beliefs that prevent his avatars from getting started. This means he can use this story to break them down, giving them more confidence to get going. Step 4, rehooking. Thomas then said this, but in this process, we discovered a straightforward method that even he could follow to learn to code successfully. This process is something any of you could use to learn to code too. He's basically saying, if this useless old man can do it, so can you, which builds even more intrigue around it. Step 5 was the content. So from this point on, the video structure was pretty simple. It was me asking him a question, him then responding, then he used voiceovers to bridge any gaps and maintain the narrative flow, and then he sprinkled in little talking head segments where he was in his studio to provide some additional insights. You got to check this video out, there's a link in the email, there's some really funny moments in there too. And he did a great job on the edit. I threw in a bunch of annoying questions to try and wind him up, but he turned them into funny moments with some cheesy music and effects, which made it all just 10 times more engaging. Well done, Thomas. Living with this old man must have really rubbed off on you. but how much faster was it? Well, the title, the planning and filming took 15 minutes, and Thomas told me the edit was 2 times faster than normal too. So I'd say a lot. But to me, the real beauty of this is that for most educators and information-based channels, this is a fast, engaging, and innovative approach to make videos. I think if you're short on time and stuck for ideas, you should try it. You can fit it around your life and shoot anywhere. You don't need the perfect lighting or situation. In fact, I tried to surprise Tom, so he had to think on his feet, making it the ultimate time saver. Let me know how it goes if you try it. I've been getting a lot of emails from readers who are trying out my ideas and are getting amazing results. And hey YouTubers, do you ever find YouTube more frustrating than a jam jar that just won't open, and then you pass it to your kid sister and she opens it first try? The other day I started working on new videos for Film Booth and got totally overwhelmed. No ideas would come to me, everything I came up with sucked. And it reached a point where I just wanted to smash my laptop into tiny pieces because it felt impossible to know where to start. The thing is, my ninja training kicked in, and I was able to get out of this in a few steps. So today, I'm going to show you 4 things you can do when you get stuck on YouTube so you can come up with a great idea and never smash up a laptop again. It's the first step to getting unstuck. You're going to like this one because it's so easy to do. If you are struggling with ideas, titles, thumbnails, whatever it might be for a long time and you're getting nowhere fast, the first action is to just stop and walk away. In my moment of maximum frustration, I decided to go to the gym. When I came back and sat at my laptop, all the frustration was gone, and that resulted in me coming up with not just 1, but 4 new ideas that I think will rock. Don't be afraid to use time off as a weapon. Forcing things can be counterproductive. A second way to get unstuck. Once I had a clear head again, I implemented the second part of the ninja training, which again is very simple. By asking myself, what worked before? So I looked at my videos with the most views, picked one, and thought, I'm just going to do that again in a slightly different way. If you're feeling stuck, just remind yourself not to reinvent the wheel. The simplest answer is often the best. The thing is, although this revealed the easy way out, I wasn't ready to give in and thought I'd try one more trick for some more ideas. The third way to get unstuck. As an information channel, many of your viewers are going through the same journey you've been going through, and that means they'll have the same problems, fears, and goals. So all you need to do is give them the content you wish someone had given you. To do that, just ask yourself this question. What video did I really need 18 months ago? And suddenly you'll find some great ideas appear. The fourth way to get unstuck. Having decided to go the route of making the video that I needed 18 months ago, I thought to myself, what's the biggest problem I had that everyone has and will relate to the most? And that's when I realized the problem everyone has is feeling stuck. And how I came up with this email and the whole idea for a future video too. See you next week. Hey YouTubers, a big outlier just popped up on my screen this morning and it really got my attention, so I want to share it with you because I think a lot of you could make your own version too and generate some big views. So for the audio peeps, let me just describe what this looks like. So this is a video by a guy called Dango, and it's called 44 cheat codes that I know at 44 that I wish I knew at 24. And in the thumbnail on the left hand side it says don't, and on the right hand side it says do. Dan is in the middle, and in his left hand below don't he's holding a coffee, and in his right hand he's holding a bottle of water, and his facial expression looks kind of a little bit shocked and surprised. Hopefully you got the email, you can just have a look at that anyway. So here's a quick tips to help you design your own version of this video. So first things first, you can use a comparison thumbnail like he has. These before and after thumbnails work really well in lots of different niches. So to make your own with this kind of title, all you do is put something everyone does that they shouldn't on the left side, in the don't side, and on the right, put what they should do instead. Ideally, you want to put something that they always do in the don't side, so they're like, why shouldn't I do that? I always do that. And Dan's loud expression's also telling a story which helped to get my attention, even though I'm telling people to tone down the over-the-top faces and thumbnails now. So just keep that in mind too. The second thing you can do here is age targeting. So I've seen titles targeting a particular age group do really well on YouTube. They're hard to ignore because you instantly know, well, that video is for me. Of course, it can also put people off too, but this is what I like about Dan's title. I'm closer to 40, so I want to know what I should be on the lookout for, but I think someone in their 20s would feel the same way too. The ages have made the title more specific while keeping it broad, and that can be a real views magnet. Now the third thing is the numbers in the title. So numbers are just interesting in titles, and they tend to get clicks. But 44 initially made me think, oh, this is going to be a long video. But when I saw it was only 13 minutes, it made me feel like I was going to get a ton of fast-paced information, so it won the click, because I love that fast-paced information. Now the length of the video could also impact how viewers react to this, so you could go either way. You can make a long video, which does very well at the moment. More about that coming to your inbox on Monday and why I hate it. But really, you just want to think about what your viewers like and build the length based on that.
And then the fourth thing is he uses the word cheat codes. So if you watch my free script writing workshop, I'll link to it in the email, you'll know that making things sound easy is a great way to hook a viewer. And nothing sounds easier than cheating. So keep that in mind with your own. You might want to niche down the title a little though, as it's not that clear what niche Dan is in from it. So for example, 13 weight loss cheat codes I know at 44, I wish I knew at 24. And then the next thing is just the title structure. So sometimes on YouTube, breaking the rules works. Really, we want to keep titles below 50 characters, but even if the last 7 get cut off by YouTube, this title, which is 57 characters, still makes sense and creates intrigue. And here's a quick production tip for you. So at the end of the day, this video is literally just Dan listing useful things. And I think if Dan had just sat at a desk speaking them out, it would have gotten boring. But Dan didn't do that. Instead, for each point, he presents the line in a different place. Now, finding 44 places to do this is going to be really hard. So to speed this up, just go outside, film one point, then spin the camera around 90 degrees, film your next, then spin another 90, and film the next, until you have shot 4 parts of your list in one area. Now, it's going to look like you've moved to multiple places, but then in the edit, you can always move the points around so each point shot in the same area is spread out. This video on Film Booth will show you how I did this to great effect. Oh, and before I go, here's what the comments said about this video. So I used AI to comment hack and tell me what the viewers really thought of the video, and here are the things we can learn from them. Firstly, they loved Dan's youthful appearance. Numerous comments marveled at how young Dan looks for his age, which seemed to add credibility to his health advice. Credibility is just so important. You really need to learn how to build that on YouTube, especially if you are trying to build a business. The concise and direct manner of the video was praised often. And then a lot of the comments spoke about the relevancy across the age. And the content was appreciated by a wide range of ages, which indicated a universal appeal. And that's always a good thing, if you want big views anyway. And then they like the practical and unique tips. So unique advice such as the waterproof notepad in the shower he talks about, and specific strategies for sleep and productivity were highlighted. Again, if you watched my script writing workshop, you'll know the importance of making things feel new and how much people love new information and get hooked by it. Anyway, it's the end of week 2 of just sending you emails whenever I feel like something cool pops up. Hope you enjoy this. Have a great weekend. I'll see you on Monday. And by the way, if you want to help come up with ideas that grow a business and a channel, you can stop guessing and start following a step-by-step YouTube growth system that I've built. If you want to Hey YouTubers, I've got the sneakiest little hack for you today. I was going to say this for a video, but you guys are going to get this before anyone else because I'm struggling to keep my mouth shut about it. So in this email, I'm going to show you why I'm so excited, how to make what I'm going to show you, and then how it will grow your email list and community too. And I really think you should try this out. In fact, I'm thinking about going back and doing it for lots of old videos too. So let's dive in. P.S. My October cohort of edutainers sold out. Thank you to everyone who applied. You can join the wait list for the next cohort in Jan 2024 in the email. Okay, so what's the mega hack? Stop being so flipping cryptic, Ed. Well, every 2 weeks I meet up with Adam Earhart. He is a marketing YouTube creator. It's great, we help each other out, we swap business secrets, and a few weeks ago, he told me something that struck a chord, and that was that once upon a time, he created a free course as a lead magnet. If you don't know, a lead magnet is something you create and you give it to people for free in exchange for their email address. The thing is, the signups were low. He couldn't understand it. A course felt like such a valuable thing to give away for free. So he changed it to a one-page guide PDF of that course. This was basically the entire course summarized in a document, and signups exploded. Why? Well, I believe it was because the offer was so simple. A one-page guide takes a minute or 2 to read. A course could take hours and require a lot of thinking and headspace, so it was valuable because it simplified something and saved people time. Fast forward to last week, and I made a new video on Creator Booth about growing your email list. It was 18 minutes long, and it went very deep. When I was watching it back, I thought to myself, this is too much info. Unless people take notes, they're probably going to walk away and never do any of this. That is when the one-page guide idea popped back into my head. So I decided to take the entire video and turn it into a step-by-step written document so that after people watched the video and had the basics understood, they could just follow the guide I'd produced to action the info themselves. This would be incredibly helpful for them and also get signups into my own email too, because as you guessed it, I made it a lead magnet, which the video promoted. But that's not actually what I'm so excited about. The way I made it is, here's how to make your own one-page video guide. So I sat down to watch my video back and write the guide, and after a minute I realized that this was going to take me hours to turn into a document. So I took my script, pasted the whole thing into ChatGPT and said, write a step-by-step set of instructions on how to make 10K on YouTube using email, break it into steps and stages, and use bullet points. And then I just pasted in the script. It sucked, but I know how good ChatGPT can be, so I tried again, but this time I asked it more specific questions about the script, like this. List the reasons YouTubers must start an email based on the previous script. And I asked it, why do YouTubers need to kiss? Along with a whole other heap of questions. You'll see in the email what the results of this was. It was amazing. It listed out everything into a perfect step-by-step process, and then I just tweaked the writing at some parts because they sounded a little bit shoddy, and created the guide. The link to the guide is in the email. Now, this guide ended up way more in-depth than I had actually intended. When I looked at it, I thought, this could have been a paid product, and people in the video's comments really valued it too. With one person saying, I can't believe it's free. The best thing is, with ChatGPT, it took me an hour to make. But did I get email signups? Okay, so it's only been 15 hours since I launched the video, but so far 3.2% of the viewers has signed up to the guide from the video. There's tons of other data about landing page conversions I could go into, but I'm not going to bore you with that for now. I did a split test too, which if I'd just gone with the page currently winning at a 62% conversion rate, I'd have way more signups. But that's not the main focus of this email, just mentioned it for you marketing nerds out there. Now 3.2% might sound low, but I was expecting less. I could probably have done way more in the video to encourage people to the guide, and ideally, I could have shown it on screen to prove how much value was packed into it, but this video will probably go on to do between 10 and 20,000 views over the next 7 to 14 days, which means if rates don't drop, we'll be looking at 600 new people joining this newsletter, which for an hour's extra work is great. Let's dare to dream and say it gets 100,000. It won't. That would be 3,000. Can you see why I'm excited? If not, I'll list it for you. People love simple guides, so it's a massive value add and a great community builder. It's super fast to make with ChatGPT, and it can grow your email list, which will build your community and your business and get you away from the ad revenue trap so many creators are currently screwed over by with the invalid traffic issue. By the way, I'm really sorry if that's happening to you. I've spoken to YouTube, not really saying much. I'm even thinking it would make sense to go and make this type of document for all my best performing videos on Film Booth and then put the link to download the one-page guide as the top comment and above the fold in the description too. Now, if you don't have any emails set up yet or you don't know how to make something like this, just check out my guide with the link in the email. It's going to get you started and it's going to help you build your list too. If you try this, let me know how it goes. I'd love to see some results from you guys for this. And by the way, please do send me your results from this email. It's been amazing to see people.
Hey YouTubers, too many YouTubers are ignoring one of the easiest to use and powerful sales tools going. It helps your channel grow, makes your fans love your stuff more, and it's way quicker to make than videos, plus it can explode your email list. See that big jump in sales in the picture in the email? That's because of this feature. It's called the community wall, and you need to start using it ASAP. So in today's email, I'm going to show you what you can put on the community wall, how you can use it to earn money, and how you can use AI to produce content for it. So the first step of its use is getting your audience excited. So the community wall is no different from any other social media platform. If you post content that gets lots of engagement, YouTube will push it out to new audiences, meaning you can bring in new subscribers too. For me though, it's more about strengthening the relationship with your core audience and providing them with quick and easily digestible, valuable content. So think of it as a platform to turn colder viewers warm. Step 2, you just post your content. To do this, write posts that educate your viewers regularly. However, don't overextend yourself. If you don't have the bandwidth, don't post daily. It might dilute your focus and results elsewhere. But for now, let's assume time isn't an issue, and I'll show you what I do. So I post 5 times a week. Why 5? Because that's how often I tweet. It's the same content on both platforms. I also send an email to my list once a week, and eventually, those emails or sections of them will become community posts too. What if you don't write for Twitter or an email list? Fear not. Do one of these 3 things instead. Option 1, post a script. So take the scripts from your videos, insert a few headlines to structure the content, and post. There's an example in the email of how I did this with a tweet. Okay, option 2, share a section of a video. So most people break their videos up into sections. So if your content makes 3 points, you can cut point 2 out and then copy and paste that section of the script into the community wall. Then just come up with a hook to stop people in their tracks so they want to read your point, and that's it. Option 3, if you've never written a script for your videos, you can still quickly repurpose your videos into written text using ChatGPT. So what you'll need is ChatGPT 4 for the fastest way to do this, but all you do is go to the settings and then activate plugins and install videoinsights.io. When you do this, you can post a YouTube video URL and it will read the script, so you can say, summarize every point made in this video. Or you can ask it questions. For example, based on this video, why shouldn't you make thumbnails after you've filmed? And then it will spit out an answer which you can adapt and use as written community wall content. Don't just post it as it is though. You're going to need to tweak it a little bit because it's not 100% a writing. The beauty of written content is it's so easy to repurpose and people love it too. How does this make sales? Well, there are 2 ways. The easy way, you just post a promotional post up on your community wall amongst all of your highly educational content. Don't just make it a giant sales pitch. Always include a 1080 by 1080 image to get attention and leave a link. That's it. Every time I've done this, Even when I had hardly any subscribers, it made money. And then there's the indirect way. So although you can make sales directly from the community wall, I prefer that over the long term you also grow an email list and then use the community wall to grow that list. This means you can provide even more value to your audience via email, and they'll be more likely to see your content too, because everyone on your list should always receive your posts. You can then promote your products there too. I made a mega guide on growing an email list from YouTube the easy way and included my insanely powerful list growing tips in it. There's a link in the email. The thing is, once you have a list and the community wall's rocking, is everything plain sailing? Well, no, there's still a ton of mistakes that people make that prevent them from generating revenue. So to help you make sure you avoid all the common mistakes, I asked 7 millionaires and someone who's flying in that direction fast what they do to generate 100k if they started again. And then in the next couple of days, I'll be sending this to you so you can take notice of some of the most successful. Hey YouTubers. Sorry to start the new year off with a negative title, but this is very important because I honestly believe if you can follow these 10 steps below, 2024 will be the best year of your life. In YouTube and business terms, they can't control other things, sadly. Anyway, let's start with the first way to fail on YouTube, which I swear by fixing, and that is not having a crystal clear goal. I mean, look at it like this. What's the best way to lose a game of football, soccer, for the Americans out there? Is to not score a goal. YouTube is the same. If you don't have a clear goal to aim for that you want to achieve by the end of 2024, then you've already failed. I know it's only the first of the month, but make sure you have this by the end of January, please. Sound like a teacher. Goals give us a benchmark we can use to help us make decisions against, which will enable us to smash them. For example, if someone invites you to do a collaboration, you ask yourself, will this get me to my goal? If it's a yes, do it. If it's a maybe or no, just move on fast. You should use your goal to determine the answer to every decision you make. Second thing is making your goal subscriber focused. If your main goal is to get more subscribers, then you're going to focus on making content that gets more subscribers. Other than increasing your status, it's smoke and mirrors. You'll make videos with the sole aim of getting that number to increase rather than focusing on building a dedicated community of the right kind of people. This is critical for the long term because a community of return viewers will enable you to build a business, generate revenue outside of ad revenue faster, and you'll speed up your growth and quality by investing money back into your channel and by being able to go full-time faster. When people make the leap to full-time, at the right time, growth compounds. The next is making your goal too small. If you set a goal and then you do as I said and you used it as a benchmark to make every decision by, this will make you incredibly focused on hitting it, which will greatly increase the chances of it happening. The problem with that is if you set a small, easy to obtain goal, you'll hit it. To really speed things up, set a goal that scares you a little. It should make you feel a little bit uncomfortable and you should ask yourself, is this even possible? Every time I've ever set a yearly goal, I've asked myself the same thing and I've never not hit it. This year's is terrifying me, so I know I'm on the right track. The fourth thing you have to avoid is overcomplicating your goal. Do not list 100 things. The more you complicate this, the more overwhelming it will feel and the less likely you are to hit it. Just list 1 to 3 things that you'd happily make your entire focus for 2024 and then write them down. Ideally somewhere you can see them at all times as a reminder so you don't start doing things that stop you from hitting them. Fifth is keeping your goal to yourself. If you have a partner, share your goals with them so they can help you keep on track and encourage you. If not, find a driven friend who's always got your back so they can encourage you and try to keep you focused. Just make sure you trust them. A lot of people out there will feel uncomfortable seeing you strive for success. They'll be the ones laughing at your YouTube dream. Avoid their negativity at all costs. The sixth is quitting when it gets hard. It doesn't matter if you get 1 view or 1 million. YouTube's always hard. As you go, the problems you have change too, but I can assure you it is never easy. At the same time, that is what makes it so rewarding because nothing in life that's easy is going to change your life unless you got in early on some random meme coin explosion. So when times are hard, use your goal as a motivator. You have to be tenacious and incredibly driven to get anywhere in this game. This is another reason your goal needs to excite you. Without that, you just won't have the motivation to survive. The seventh thing to avoid is doing this on your own. YouTube is a very lonely game. It's unlikely that all your friends and family make videos too, so most people understand you, and you'll have nobody to talk to about the things you're probably most passionate about, which sucks. Find at least one other YouTube creator you can talk to, ideally often. Swap numbers, join a Discord, or start a small group that you can meet in weekly or bi-weekly so you can share what's working, what's not, and keep each other accountable and sane. This is a 10x move, not something you should have at the bottom of your to-do list. Eighth thing is responding to every troll in detail. Put yourself in the shoes of someone who writes a smart-ass comment or is just straight up mean to you. What do they do after they have written that comment? Sit looking at the screen, hitting refresh in the hope you respond? No, they go away and due to their low IQ, they forget what they've written and go about with their miserable existence. For that reason, anytime anyone trolls you, just hit hide user from channel and move on as fast as you can. These comments will eat you up for hours hours, sometimes days, and that mental fog will distract you from hitting your goals. Responding to comments of this nature is never ever going to progress you. Learn to delete them from your brain as fast as you can. The 9th is growing an Instagram account. Sorry, Instagram, for targeting you, but if your goal is to grow a long-form YouTube following, then all you should do is focus on that. Too hard to split your time between growing on multiple social media platforms at once. You should only consider multiple platform domination when you've mastered making content and have the ability to outsource tasks. Otherwise, you'll spread yourself thin and impact your goals a lot. Even just cutting out clips from your long-form videos and reposting them is a massive distraction. Why? Well, because you'll have another platform to look at, more data, more comments, more replies, and less focused time on YouTube and your business. And the 10th is worrying about your competition. There are multiple creators in my niche who made videos that exploded in 2023. It's made me feel like I was falling behind or should be doing more of what they're doing to get ahead or catch up. But when I looked at my goals, it reminded me, YouTube isn't about getting more views than other people. It's about hitting your own personal goals. So what they're doing makes no difference to your life at all. When you realize falling behind isn't a thing, so long as you're always taking steps towards your own goal, you'll start to lose that disgusting feeling and can focus on what really matters. Happy New Year, guys. Let's make 2024 estupendo. Is that Spanish? I don't know. Anyway, quick reminder, new video launching on Creator Booth this week. You do not want to miss this one.
Hey YouTubers, most YouTubers are not making the money they deserve because there's an irritating problem we all go through that is holding them back. The creators who manage to get over it go on to build incredible lifestyles, businesses and channels, but sadly, the ones who do not end up never being able to commit to the things that will actually transform their lives, so they stagnate. So in this email, I'm going to teach you how to spot this problem in your own life. I'm going to show you why it's holding you back, and then I'm going to give you some tips to get over it when it next happens to you, because it's almost guaranteed it will. All right, so what is this giant problem inflicting creators? Well, I want you to imagine a water slide without water. If you slide down that thing, you're going to start off moving really slow, but then something worse will happen. You speed up. Your butt becomes a flaming ball of agony as the dry plastic chafes it, and you do everything you can to escape. Ladies and gentlemen, meet friction. In the physical sense, it can hurt. In the mental sense, every time you experience it, you naturally try to alleviate the discomfort by stopping doing the thing that's causing it. So when you think to yourself, I'm going to finally make a product, you look into setting up the software to do so, and it looks confusing and time consuming. And then when this happens, you have two decisions. You go back to your comfort zone and keep doing the tasks you're used to that have no friction, or you throw yourself down a water slide of no water and chafe your butt to try and make something more of your life. And that's why most people never get anywhere. They aren't prepared to ride out the friction, so the next time you're trying to better yourself and things feel overwhelming, stop yourself and realize that you're riding the friction water slide. But don't get off. Instead, try to soothe the pain like this. So now I'm going to list some of the biggest areas of friction you'll come up against when building a product and how to get through them. And literally everyone goes through these, so getting over them can be life-changing. Friction number 1. YouTubers know they need to start an email list, but they hit friction when they start learning how to do it. They're met with complex strategies, confusing terminology, and they're sold the perfect way in tutorials and blog posts, which are overwhelming, thus chafing their butts. Solution? Ignore the complex advice. Make the minimum viable option to get started. All you need to do is build up a very simple sign-up form and then send an email to the people who signed up monthly, bi-weekly, weekly, or more if you like. There's a video in the email that will show you the simplest way to do this. And then once this has become a more natural part of your workflow and friction has been reduced, work on adding more complex automated stuff to it if you want. Friction number 2. YouTubers want to make products, but they don't know what to make. To add even more friction to this problem, they worry that if they don't come up with the exact perfect idea, everything will fail, so the pain gets too much and they jump off the slide and don't build one. Solution? Come up with a list of product ideas you think you could create. One idea overwhelms you and feels like too big a task, just cross it off the list and then make the thing that feels the easiest to get done with the least friction so you can actually get started. That is the most important thing. Once your first product is out, your next will be 10 times easier to make because the fear of the unknown will have subsided. Always start simple so you can see just how willing your audience to buy, and over time, build bigger. Friction number 3. People worry their viewers might hate them for selling, so they never make a product. Solution? There are actually some ways to sell to your audience that even the haters won't mind. But I want to go into a bit more detail on that, so in my email next week, I'm going to send you my guide on how to sell on your YouTube channel without sounding like a slimy salesperson. See you next week. Oh, and P.S. A few months ago, I built a very simple system to help YouTube creators launch their first ever product. Put a small group of YouTubers through it, and the results were absolutely insane, with small channels producing between $900 and $36,000 in their first week of launching. And now I want to help more people do it, so on the 16th of January, I'm going to launch it again. If you would like to turn your channel into an income-generating machine, by the end of February, it will give you a score and show you if you're ready to make money from it. If you are, you'll automatically get sent a video, which will give you a deep dive on how to produce this system yourself, and then you'll be given the option, go away and try it on your own, or spend 4 weeks with myself and my team, and follow my very, very simple step-by-step set of instructions to get your product out. Cool thing is, you can't lose.
I will guarantee you make money, or I'll pay you back any difference.
Hey YouTubers, there is a hidden goldmine on YouTube that most creators completely overlook. It's an easy way to make money, you can get tons of views, and it doesn't require a single edit. So today I'm going to show you what it is and how you can use it to start making money too. All right, so what is this easy money maker? Well, first you need to have something to sell, otherwise this won't work. But if you don't, keep reading. Still got something for you here. Then you just simply host a live stream packed with value and mention your product or service. That's kind of it. My data shows that one of my live streams generated a lot of applications for my program and $29,000 in its first few weeks of life. All I did was include links below the video. So why are live streams great for sales? Well, due to unedited and the raw nature of them, they tend to appeal to viewers who are more interested and serious about the topic. And these are the kind of people who are more likely to invest in bettering themselves when they see your offer. So why should you try them, even if you have nothing to sell? Well, even if you've got nothing to sell yet, live streams can still generate a massive amount of views and grow your channel. One picked up 300,000 views for me, nearly. Another 70, another 200,000. After they go live, YouTube treats them like regular videos. So they just continue to grow their channel forever after the stream ends. So how do you make a live stream? Well, step one, just treat it like a video. Because YouTube promotes live streams during and after they're live, you need to package yours like a video. So create a thumbnail and title that sparks curiosity and promise a big result. If you call it something like Livestream 38, Chats with Princess Consuela Banana Hammock, nobody will care. Step two, plan your intro. So no matter which style you choose, I highly recommend starting with a strong hook and keeping your intro moving quickly. Because when your live stream becomes a video, the viewers are not going to want to sit through preambles like, "Hi, thanks for joining the live. How's the weather in Scunthorpe?" Oh, wet. There's a surprise. You can trim this out later using YouTube's editor, but it's best to jump straight into delivering value. Most of your views are going to come after the stream is over anyway, not whilst it's live. Step three, pick a style. There's 4 styles that I've tried. So option 1 is a Q&A. Q&A sessions might not be the best for sales, but they're an excellent way to get started and they can grow your email list quite fast too. Why? Because you can ask people to join your list to submit their questions before, then simply set a few questions, prepare and answer them on the live stream. Option 2, the presentation. So this requires more work, but for me, it was a massive income generator and it picked up the most views too. So what you do here is you just pick a problem that your viewers have and you deliver a live presentation on how to fix it. You break it down into manageable steps and use slides and examples and diagrams to simplify everything as much as possible. Option 3, roasting, reacting, or fixing. So this isn't possible for every channel, but it's an amazing way to get views and sales by showcasing even your expertise. And it's quite cool for your viewers too, because all you do is ask them to submit things to your screen, which you then roast, fix, or react to. It's an excellent way for people to learn because the problems you fix will often be very common and relatable to your viewers too. Option 4, the interview. All right, this one's not as good for generating sales, but could be big for views, and it has another benefit too. And here you just bring on a guest and ask them a ton of questions. The guest needs to have expertise your viewers care about, otherwise it's not going to work. And an unspoken benefit of this is networking. So I used to try and get other people in my niche to hop on so I could harness their network, but also so I could chat to them after the stream. It's amazing what you can learn when the camera stops rolling. So how do you produce your live stream? Well, you're going to need software that links to YouTube to do this. I've tried loads, OBS, Ecamm, Restream. I just ended up using StreamYard because it's so much simpler than anything else I've tried. There's an affiliate link in the email, by the way, but they'll probably have a Black Friday deal coming up if you want to try it. It's probably not the best. It's probably not the worst time. I'd always recommend doing an unlisted demo stream just to test your setup first. But what if it goes wrong live? Well, it will. I don't think I've ever done a live stream where I didn't mess something up. So just stay calm, fix the issue and move on. But be really cautious about listening to comments like, "Your mic's too quiet," because you'll get them in the chat popping up sometimes, unless a lot of people are saying the same thing. This usually happens because that one person hasn't turned up their speakers and then decides to blame you. So if you try and adjust your mic, it just wrecks the whole thing. I'd also recommend not reading any comments until you've started and you start to feel more comfortable, because I'm always so nervous when I do mine, and a snarky comment will just throw you off track. Years ago, someone used to troll me every time I did one of these in the chat, just simply saying, "You're never going to make it on YouTube," like really trolling me. And there was like hardly any comments in the chat either, so it was just this guy abusing me. But I just kept going, and eventually my sub count got so big they didn't have anything else to say. Let me know how you get on. See you later this week. I got a Black Friday offer coming. Something simple, on demand, and very powerful. See you then. Bye-bye.
Hello. Ooh, what happened there? Hey, YouTubers. Do you like watching long videos, 10-minute videos, or 30-second? I promise that's never happened before. Short videos.
Well, I hate YouTube for this, but it's getting hard to deny that long videos are being pushed like crazy right now. What that means is we should all be experimenting with content to see how our viewers react rather than just sticking to our old ways. So today I'm going to show you big creators reacting to this, a reason other than views for making these, and how to make your own. So let's do this. P.S. What did one hat say to the other? You wait here, I'll go on ahead. Big creators. Okay, so let's have a look at some big creators reacting to length. Am I the only person who finds that funny? Let me know in the comments. Big creators reacting to length. So firstly, Mr. Beast. Like, I try to avoid talking about this shout loud in your face YouTuber because he's not really that relevant to the type of creators I specialize in helping. But he's one of the most knowledgeable YouTube gurus in the world. And if he's testing length with 45-minute videos, it's not for funsies, it'll be for a solid reason. Then we've got Mr. Who's the Boss. So the Twitter sphere recently reported that the tech juggernaut was going to make a 15-minute video, and it dropped last week. And then there's the muscle-bound, bearded, cap-wearing caveman himself, Alex Hormozy, and he's going all in on longs. And one of his videos just picked up 1 million views in a week, which is insane. By the way, I'm a big fan of his, so the name calling is said from a place of love. So why should you try a long video? Well, my general rule of thumb is, if people smarter than you are starting to do the same thing, do what they do. Not exactly Plato levels of quotism, but it's working for me. Anyway, there are more examples of this going on, but these three guys are top of their game, so it's evidence enough for me. So other than views, why else should you make them? Well, let me introduce you to the exciting world of, drumroll please, conversion content. So if you try your best to make an hour-long deep dive packed full of value and it doesn't get traction, it doesn't matter. Think of your deep dive as an asset, one that you can link to below videos, put in your email signature, or even just place as your channel trailer. I could go on, but just don't be afraid to share these manually. My point is this: the longer people consume our content, the more trust and goodwill it builds. So these deeper videos are fantastic at turning viewers into customers or getting people onto our email list. You just need to include a quick call to action, or make sure you have a link to your email or landing page right at the top of your description, and you get some traffic. So how do you make a long video? Well, this isn't the way, it's a way. First, we've got the packaging. So imagine click-through rate as a door, and to get more views, we just need to open it as wide as possible. Your packaging is like the hinge that determines how wide it will go. So you need to spend time on this to ensure it stands every chance of getting more and more views. One way to do this is to promise a specific result. So Aaron, who's part of my team in the YouTube growth system, has been helping a channel blow up using this method of leading with results in the packaging. Hormozy's top 2 videos do it too. So one of them's called How to Get So Rich You Question the Meaning of Making Money. The result is getting so rich. And the other one is, if I wanted to become a millionaire in 2024, I'd do this. Well, the result is becoming a millionaire. What you want to do is think of a big result your viewers want and come up with packaging that makes it clear your long video will help them get it. Then you want to plan your hook and your setup. And this is critical. You've not got very long to excite your audience about sticking around for a long time, so try this. Think about what your viewers really want from this content and promise they'll get it in the video. Make sure you focus on creating intrigue as well as making it clear you'll cover the things they actually care about. And then make sure you reinforce that they will get a result if they can follow everything you show them. You don't need to list 100 things, just pick the big 3. And Simon Squibb recently spent about 60 seconds listing everything he was going to cover in a 2-hour video. Even though the video got 3 million views, I didn't like it. Don't do this. Now, you can go and watch it, but basically by the time he gets to the 6th thing on his list, you just want to skip. Also, because he used chapters, which shows what's coming up anyway, he didn't need to list everything. The viewer can just drag their mouse on it and go, oh look, I can see what's coming. So just focus on the biggest things and hyping up the mega value and move on. The next thing you want to do is create a process. So again, this isn't the way, it's a way. But if you package promising a result they'll care about, just use your presentation to then break down every step of how they go from A to Z to achieve it. That's it. And then you want to get visual. So I love physical items in video. You might have noticed I'm always using jelly beans and water. But things like props, whiteboards, diagrams on paper, when it's physical, there's something more authentic about it. And right now, there's nobody doing physical visuals in the education space better than Yasin from the Viral Video Club. Check out the video below to see how he makes a piece of paper hammer home a point. Flipping brilliant. If you can make each stage of your process physical, I really think you'll stand out a ton from everyone else and keep the viewers more engaged. If you can't do that, just be sure to include visual elements in your video somewhere. And then we want to just focus on the link in the description. Delete every link in your description except one, either your email or your offer, and make sure you encourage people to check it out at least once in your video. Do it quickly and after a ton of value, but keep in mind that people who sit and watch a long video are often very interested in a topic. So you need to give them a chance to join your email list for even more info on the topic, or help them solve the problem in more depth by taking them to your service. And then finally, you want to add some chapters. Most people won't watch your video from start to finish, so add chapters to your video to help them dive deeper into the sections they're most interested in. If you're making a heavily story-based video, never do this. But for a deep dive, it's a really great service.
When I comment hacked Hormozi's latest deep dive, find out what his viewers really thought of it, one of the repeating patterns was people begging him to use them. It annoys people when long content doesn't have chapters, so just keep it in mind. Let me know if you go and do this and how you get on. See you next week, unless I have something cool to share between then. Oh, quickly, one more joke. If you're American when you go in the bathroom and American when you come out, what are you in the bathroom?
Hey YouTubers, imagine getting views and sales just by filming what you already do every day. And no, I'm not talking about a vlog, I'm talking about one of the easiest and highest converting video types out there. I think you should try it. In fact, I'm going to try and do one a month now. So here's exactly how to make one. Oh, by the way, if you want me to review your channel or your offer, you can sign up on the link in the email. The review will be featured on my YouTube channel, aiming to produce another one in the next couple of weeks. All right, so what's the video? Well, this video is a review or a roast or a reaction to your viewers' something. The something could be anything they do or make, like artwork, marketing, photography, content, makeup, workouts. I could go on forever, but I won't. You basically just ask them to join your mailing list to submit links, photos, or videos, and then you just pick a few and you create a video giving your honest feedback on how to level up. You can roast in a fun way or just be kind the whole time. I think this depends on your own personal brand. Why your viewers will love this. So last week I posted this style of video and wow, the response has blown me away. I don't think I've ever had such a positive reaction to a video. People have said stuff like, if you doubled the frequency of these, you'd easily double your, or more, channel. This was up to gold, a pay a subscription to be part of a community. We do this stuff for clients, and we can all discuss and refine our own stuff. This kind of video needs to become a staple for my channel. It made your expertise very obvious. Now, I used to get a lot of love on Film Booth back in the day, but it was mostly about how fun the videos were. These comments were all about the value, and that kind of hits different. You can check out the video. It's called I Studied 1,000 YouTubers. Here's why they can't make money. It's on the channel right now. Okay, so why are you going to love this video? Well, firstly, no scripting. Secondly, it's faster to produce, just reacting. Thirdly, it's going to grow your email list as viewers have to apply, so they do so via email. Fourthly a word? That strengthens your community. And fifthly a word? Proves your expertise and leads to more sales, sign-ups and book calls. But what sucks about it? Well, flipping edit took ages. I haven't edited my videos in years now, but I had to do this one to figure out a new system for this unscripted video style that I could then go on to refine with my editor called Greg for the next one. The issue is, with only like a few bullet points for a plan, I had to cut a massive amount out. That meant that the raw file was like 45 to 50 minutes long, and the final video was 15 minutes. I had to cut out repetition, weird moments. If you think I'm weird in my moments, you think I'm weird in my videos, what you don't see will send shivers down your spine. And things that seemed important at the time, but maybe just went too deep or weren't relatable enough to most people. So even though reacting to people's work is kind of second nature to me now, because it's what I do every day, I think it still took too long. We can get it faster. And for the less experienced creators, this could get you into a right pickle trying to make one, which could probably put you off making them in the future. So here's what I learned to help you level this up and some of my mistakes you can avoid. So the first thing, just plan more. I think I'll probably script my next one. For me, getting everything down on paper first will save me hours of editing because I will still have to cut down the 50 minutes of footage to make something usable. I can't just present an unstructured version and then hand it over to Greg. So with a script, I can just give him the file and he can edit it, and it doesn't really require much input from me. So it'll save hours. This way, you will probably avoid a long filming session too. So I think it's the best way. The next thing, you got to kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. The reason I had to cut out so much, I just naturally wanted to over-deliver value. But in the edit, I watched it and I realized, oh, most of this is probably a level above what they actually need, and it's just going to overwhelm them. So I scaled it back a lot to just 1 or 2 key points per review, instead of doing like a full 100 analysis points exclamation, is that a word, on each one. I'm very tired today, can you tell? Number 3, next thing, don't worry about the comments. So, of course, some Jobsworth came along and was like, well, you missed this, and this isn't that good, and blah, blah, blah. Now, I don't bother replying to stuff like that because I intentionally kept it simple to avoid overwhelming the audience, like I just told you to do. The thing is, most self-proclaimed experts have egos the size of elephants' asses, so they're always going to find a way to chime in, trying to sound smart and call you out. The thing is, when you make a video like this, these trolls will be on your mind the whole time, meaning you're going to feel the urge to make a video that pleases them, not the people you actually want to help but don't. I knew I was going to get elephant ass experts chiming in, being like, well, actually, you could do it this way, but I just thought, forget them. This ain't for them. So just pick one key thing to focus your roast on, simplify it, forget the moaning losers. If they're so brilliant, they should start their own channel. Saying what I think nowadays. Okay, next thing, show, don't tell. So I went viral on Film Booth when I realised the power of this. I pretty much built my entire career off it. Most people just tell their viewers what to do. But if you want to win big, you show them what to do. That's exactly what will make your review video get so much love. Instead of saying you need to find a way to make your product more unique, I rewrote my viewer's promo video, shot it, and then had Greg edit it into a polished promo. The comments on that were out over the moon. Like, they flipping loved it. And then after that, I broke down why I made the decisions I did in the promo. I also remade 2 sales pages, just a small section of them, to show the people how to fix key issues with them. And this is what will set you apart. When you show, people can see both the problem and the solution in a whole new light, and at the same time, your skills and expertise shine through. So go and try this out. Let me know how you get on. Hopefully it's not a complete nightmare to produce for you. I reckon the next one I do is going to be 10 times easier, and I'll see you next week. Ed, aka Edminder, or Mr. Lubba Lubba. Oh, you can submit my channel to my next review, and I opened up a few more spaces in my program this week. If you'd like the idea of getting your content and marketing reviewed as much as you like, there's a link in the description you can click. There's a few spaces left until we open up again in March, maybe on my birthday. 21 years old, eh? Can't wait.
Hey YouTubers, are you stuck for your next video idea? Well, fear not, because I've got a video that you can make, and if you follow the plan, it's likely to get you more views. So today I'm going to show you what it is, and I'm going to break down how to make it. P.S. If you want to work with me and my team to help build your own YouTube growth system, check out the link and apply and have a chat with one of my team. Okay, so what is this video and why does it work? Well, the video's title structure is as follows. X years of Y advice in Z minutes. And it can apply to so many different niches. So for example, 10 years of relationship advice in 10 minutes, 15 years of weightlifting advice in 30 minutes, 29 years of competitive eating advice in 20 minutes. You hopefully get the idea. And I'm seeing videos with this title structure blow up all over the place right now. So Simon Squibb hit 3.5 million views with his beast called 30 Years of Business Knowledge in 2 hours and 26 minutes. And then this video was created on a new channel called Tricky Prolix, and it got 272,000 views in a couple of months. And you're going to probably start noticing these all over YouTube now too, but there's something else that I want to share with you. So I even tried this idea on my Twitter, my community wall, and in my email, and every single one of them performed way above average. So why does this work so well? Well, there are 2 reasons. Reason 1 is credibility. So by saying you've been doing something for a long time, you instantly build credibility, which is critical if you want to get a click and keep a viewer watching. Reason 2 is just time saving. So saving someone 30 years of mistakes and hard work is almost impossible to ignore. So these videos make it sound like you're going to get insane value fast, even when they're long. So how do you make this kind of video? Well, the first thing you need to do is just pick a length. Simon's video was very long, and YouTube loves watch time, and the promise of 30 years condensed into 2 hours is very appealing. But having said that, our other outlier is pretty short. It was only 9 minutes. So before you start, think about the type of content your viewers like watching and what might appeal to them, then build your video around that. The next thing you need to do is establish credibility fast. So even though the title is full to the brim with credibility, you need to reinforce that in your intro. I mean, anyone can write a big bold title. What we need is people to believe you as soon as they click play too. Both Simon and Tricky reinforce that credibility fast in the intro. Tricky says, I've edited more than 1,000 shorts and more than 100 long form videos. And Simon says, I've built 17 companies and invested in 78 startups. It's hard to write these guys off as useless when they have numbers to back it up. Third thing you need to do is put stakes in your setup. So as soon as they establish credibility, they both move into their setup. This is basically where you set up the value of what's to come in your video. Here you tell the viewer what's coming up and try to make sure it's things they actually care about. But then you want to drop in some stakes so they know why it's critical to keep listening. Simon says, if you can't stay on this video without clicking off, I've got some news for you. You're probably not going to make it. Now, I probably wouldn't recommend saying that. Said the wrong way, it could come across as arrogant or negative, but Simon manages to pull it off without sounding like an arsehole. Tricky, on the other hand, has a very different approach to raising the stakes. After his setup, he says, and most importantly, what you should be avoiding, and trust me, there's a lot. This creates mystery and makes it sound like there's a lot of pitfalls to avoid raising the stakes. He even changes the way he speaks to sound more menacing when he says this, which levels up the experience. And then the fourth thing you do is you just deliver your info. So if you went for the long video option, don't throw tons at the edit. Keep it simple, have slides, images, and graphs, and make sure you focus on not overwhelming people. You can't have people feeling confused if you want them to watch for 2 hours. If you went for the short version, make sure you just stick to the best info you have and cut out anything that might get in the way of that. But what if you don't have years of experience? There's another option, fear not. What you can do instead is harness other people's credibility. So Think Media did it with a video called Genius YouTube Advice for 15 minutes straight, and they put Mr. Beast and a ton of other famous YouTube creators in the thumbnail. Then they used clips of other creators in the video, which I don't think you should do. Instead, you can talk about what other people have done to get the results your viewers want. I mean, if you're in the health space, you could make a video called 45 Years of Anti-Aging Advice in 15 minutes. You could then go and research Andrew Huberman, Brian Johnson, and any of the other big names in the health space, work out how long they've been pros for, and then add up this time to get the first part of your title. Then you can simply pull out their best info and talk about what they say and give your own opinion on it too. The cool thing about this is you can potentially social hack and show them in the thumbnails, which will help you get more clicks too. Let me know if you try this. Question of the week. Nick asks, how long did it take you to get successful on YouTube, and what made you stay instead of quitting in the beginning? My answer? I think it depends on what you look at as success. So it took me about 3 years to get into a position where the channel made me more money than my previous business. I then quit my company and went all in. After that, turnover's doubled every year. So right now it feels like the payoff from the years of hard work has come in. In total, I'd say 3 years to hit the level of success I thought was possible, and 5 years to massively surpass my expectations. The reason I didn't quit was because of this. To start, YouTube wasn't really something I took that seriously. I had a 10-year plan to go full time, so I wasn't in a rush, and I just used to make videos for search. Eventually I started to wonder why my subscribers were going up, but when I released a video, viewers didn't come back. I realized search was a bad way to hit my goals, so I switched to trying to get views on the homepage. That's when I got hooked and an unhealthy obsession took over. It took about 12 videos of putting in a ton of effort before much changed, and then the channel erupted, and all of those high effort videos blew up together. The only thing that kept me going is the fact that I expected it to take 10 years. When you're 2 years into a 10-year project, you're only 20% of the way, so mentally you don't think you're failing. I actually felt like I was a little ahead. That's the key to not quitting. Give yourself a massive amount of time. If you give yourself less, you're going to feel like you're getting nowhere fast and you'll lose motivation. Not gonna lie, I still think about quitting YouTube now. I don't think that ever really goes away. It's always a challenge. It can be a pain in the ass too. And also, as you grow, new ones appear, but half the fun.
Do you want a video idea that is really easy to create and it performs like crazy? Good. So I'm about to share to make one. Let's do this. Okay, so first, the proof that this video is powerful. The video I'm going to show you how to make is one of my top performers of 2024 in the first few weeks of uploading it. Started out as one of my best performing emails, it then turned into a top performing tweet, and it became one of my most successful community posts too. Not only that, this style is Dan Martell's most popular video too. It's got hundreds of thousands of views, and it's pretty easy to make. So here's how to do it. Step 1, just come up with a title. Use a title structure like I did, which was, I made 300 YouTube videos and learned this. So the structure is I did X and learned this. So I baked 3,000 cakes and learned this. I made $50 million and learned this. The title just needs to say you did something to an extreme. It shouldn't be too small a number, otherwise it's going to lose intrigue. Step 2 is the video concept. So inside this is a listicle style video that walks viewers through 40 lessons you've learned through doing that specific task. You kind of want to make each lesson a standalone, powerful insight that the viewer can apply right away. Step 3 is your hook and your intro. Keep this really short and then just jump into the lessons as soon as possible. Start by establishing your credibility, share the big result or significant outcome from your experience so that you show you're qualified to give those lessons, and then move on to the lessons fast. 4, the script. Step 1 of step 4 is you want to write down all the lessons you've learned as quickly as possible, just on a doc, without even overthinking it. Just brain dump this thing. Don't worry about the order of the information. Just jot down whatever comes to mind, 1 sentence per point. Don't worry about repetitive points, because similar lessons can be refined later. Just go, go, go. Don't worry about whether each point feels powerful. You're going to strengthen it in the next steps. And do not worry about stopping at a specific number. Aim for at least 40, but if you can hit 100, that's even better. You're going to see why soon. I've put an image in the email of what my list looked like, but I'll read it out to you. It was simply like this. Number 1, your hard work will pay off. You just need to stick to the plan. Number 2, the people you admire will start watching your videos. It'll take a few years, but eventually they'll flood your DMs. Number 3, practice writing hooks as much as you can. You get the idea. Then step 2 is to select and expand on your top 40. So before you do anything, duplicate this document you've made. You're going to see why soon. Then pick your top 40 lessons you think are most impactful. After that, add details or examples to make each lesson more relatable and actionable. But here's a little pro tip. Don't start by saying what the lesson is. People won't then need what comes after it. Instead, lead with a quick story or example and then reveal the lesson. So, for example, instead of saying always focus on video quality, you would say something like, I spent hours on a high-quality script only to realize the video was tanking. That's when I learned focusing on quality content is key. Step 4 is the production and editing. So you want to film the script and then edit it and add a short title or text on screen that summarizes the point. But you want to display this at the end of the point, not the start. This way, the viewers will stay engaged and listen to your explanation rather than skip ahead after reading it. You can check out the link to my video, for example, of how I timed all of this. Step 5, you want to repurpose this bad boy. So remember when I suggested saving or duplicating your original list? This is why. That list can become an email, social media post, or community wall post. You can pretty much just write a hook, then paste it onto anything. And then step 6, you want to do this again. So since you initially wrote down more than 40 points, you now have a ready-made material for your follow-up video. If the first video did well, you can make another with the remaining points. Let me know how it gets on. Ed. Oh, by the way, if you like getting advice like this, I share insights like it daily with creators in my community. Click the link in the email to join the waiting list for when new spots open up in January 2025. And I'm very excited because I shut down applications to this so I could focus on building it even better. And it's getting really good. And I'm building all sorts of things in where I'm like, holy crap, this is excellent. Even if I don't say so myself.
Hey YouTubers, YouTube currently has a massive problem. It's called the invalid traffic issue, and it is annihilating people's ad revenue. In the email, you'll see an image I've attached of someone who is losing tens of thousands of pounds a month. The reason this is happening is because YouTube believes bots are watching their ads, trying to game the system, so they don't charge people for them, which means the creators can't earn either. Now, the scary thing is I'm getting messages every day from channels that have lost their entire income from this glitch, and there's nothing that can be done about it. The thing about the example in the email is, although they're making $70,000 a year from ads, their business generates $2 million. So losing it, they're covered. The reason I'm showing you this is just one reason you must produce a product or service. It's not just about making more money. It's about creating a sustainable future you are in control of. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, I know, Ed, but maybe there's another way for me. So today we're going to take a look at the other ways and the pros and cons of sponsorship, product development, and affiliate so that you can work out which is the best road to take. Let's start with sponsorship. So the pros, firstly, less work. You don't have to create any products at all, so it's really simple. The second pro is no fulfillment hassle. You don't have to worry about shipping, returns, or customer services. The third is flexibility. You can switch products or brands whenever you like and land a sponsor for every video if you want. The fourth is monetization from the start. You can start earning as soon as you have an audience without waiting for product development. And the fifth is long-term monetization. If you build a strong relationship with the brand, you can produce long-term retainer income, although that's rare. Cons, brand dependency. Your income is dependent on the brands you promote. They could drop you at any second or never return, so it's not very stable. Credibility problems. If you promote a product and it sucks or they end up being a useless company, you will burn your trust fast. Negotiation. You'll spend hours wondering what to charge and emailing back and forward. You'll never factor this into the price you charge. Many YouTubers spend so much time worrying about this, it causes a lot of stress and time wasting. The fourth one is brands can actually be pretty pushy and demanding, and a lot of them just don't get it. They'll ask you to do things that will damage your content's performance and can become really pushy on timelines, which makes the whole thing 10 times more stressful and unenjoyable. Final con is viewers and subscribers. Most brands will judge you on how many of them you have. Good ones won't. They'll get that there's way more to it than that, but most of the brands you work with won't. Okay, so let's look at affiliate sales and the pros. Firstly, the best one, passive income. You make a video about a product and then sales of it can come in forever. The second benefit is repeat income. So the best affiliate deals give you a generous percentage of subscriptions, meaning every person who signed up makes you money every month. People can actually make millions doing this. Third pro is there's no fulfillment hassle. You don't have to worry about shipping, returns, or customer service. The next is flexibility. You can switch products or brands if one's not performing that well. And the final one is monetization from the start. You can start earning straight away, even if you don't have an audience. The cons, lower profit margins. You only earn a commission or a fixed fee, which is going to be way lower than the profit you'll make from your own product. Second is brand dependency. If they discontinue a product or change their affiliate terms, this can cause a lot of harm. TubeBuddy recently slashed their affiliate payouts. There was no negotiation, they just did it. So if you rely heavily on it, it's a high risk. Third con is less control. You have no control over product quality, availability, and branding. Fourth is you rely on their marketing. So if the company you promote has a poor landing page, you won't make money even if you drive shed loads of viewers at them. Fifth is audience trust. If you promote promote low quality products, it can erode your trust with your audience. All right, let's look at the pros and cons of building your own product. Pros: brand control. You have complete control over the product quality, branding, and messaging. Then there's higher profit margins. You can make 99% profit on products, meaning it can become incredibly lucrative. Third pro is direct customer relationships. You can build and nurture a direct relationship with your customers. This means you get repeat business over the long term. Fourth is reoccurring revenue. If your product has consumable or upgradable elements, you can benefit from reoccurring sales. Fifth is building equity. Over time, you're building a brand and a product line, and that could have a resale value. Tim Scheuer sold his business to vidIQ, I imagine for many, many millions. The sixth is community building. This one's a bit wishy-washy, but if you make a product, your core fans will be very excited to support you for all of the free value you've given them over the years. So once they become a client, totally levels up the community vibe. Cons: initial investment. You can make products and services for free, but it's likely you'll have to invest something to get started. It is time consuming. Creating a product will take up more of your time than not creating a product. Third is returns. No matter how good your product, people will ask for their money back. This can feel really frustrating, but you just kind of have to roll with it. Fourth is marketing. You'll have to promote your product, which might make you feel a little bit uneasy. Although if for some reason you don't feel uneasy about promoting sponsors or affiliates, then you really shouldn't worry about this. So as you can see, there's no 100% perfect route to go. Really, it's down to your own goals. But it probably won't surprise you that I believe the best route is the product. It gives rooms for exponential growth. You can trust it 100% because you made it. You'll strengthen your bond with your community, and it will get you to 6 figures faster than anything else. The only real problem with the product is you need to know how to market it, and that can take a lot of work. At least that's what people think anyway. The truth is, there's a really easy way to promote your product that makes sales, and you've already got it ready and waiting for you. And in a few days, I'll be back to reveal just what it is and how to make sales from it. See you then. Hey YouTubers, you're probably making one of the nasty mistakes I'm about to show you, but fear not, by the end of this email you'll stop yourself from falling into the same trap again. So let's dive in. P.S. I'm going to be closing the doors to my feedback community for new members forever in a few weeks. I've been working on a gigantic project which will become my only offer in March, so if you'd like to take advantage of myself and my team's support, and click the link in the email before we close the doors forever. Okay, mistake number 1. Recently I noticed a lot of smaller channels diving into creating communities off of YouTube, or at least trying. There might be Discords, community forums, or paid communities. The truth is, if you have not built a following on YouTube yet, then you will only fail in creating one because you won't get enough people into the community to make it useful for anyone. Only a small percentage of your viewers will join it. You'll spend too much time trying to manage it and build it rather than growing your following first, and then you'll dilute your time so your growth suffers too. Online communities are powerful, I'm a big fan of them, but don't fall into the trap of making one before you clearly have a fan base. Mistake number 2. If I could delete one thing from YouTube, it would be the analytics. Don't get me wrong, it's amazing, but we're very lucky to have it, but it's such a massive distraction for most educators. Click-through rate, retention, and watch time are all very hard to measure as it all depends on who's watched your videos, meaning you get high click-through rates and watch times and low views, and then low click-through rates and watch times and high views, which is the exact opposite of what you're told, and it's confusing. As a result, most people are spending hours looking at data they don't understand and then trying to make decisions based on it, which causes more harm than good. The average educator is better off just looking at their view count for a video and asking why did it do well or why didn't it, and then just looking at how much interest people actually have in the topic and the packaging, and how relatable was the video itself. But how do you do that? Well, if you want to learn how to measure audience interest size, watch my latest free workshop, link in the description in the email. And then the third mistake, this is all about the way you look at your channel. The trap is thinking of your videos as individual units. Really, educators need to think of every video they make as part of a team instead. Now, the reason this is important is because the goal of this team is to take people on journeys that educate them, build your credibility, and grow a core audience, and you can't do that with one video. And when you start to think of a video as a new team member, you also stop worrying so much about always trying to set a new record for your channel with each new release. Some topics just don't have the same demand as others, but if you truly believe a less in-demand topic is important for your viewers to learn, then your goal should be to cover it and then point videos back at it with end screens and links and descriptions to give them powerful lightbulb moments. See you next.
Hey YouTubepreneurs, do you ever feel like growing a business or YouTube channel just isn't worth the effort? That was me for most of April. I had zero motivation, but this past week it came flooding back. So today I want to show you 5 ways I got my mojo back so you can keep striving for your goals no matter how tough it gets. Okay, so the first thing is all down to communication. So one of the reasons people lose motivation is because they see low views or slow sales and go, it's not working. And this is why I think everyone should create just a really simple system to capture their client wins. When they share the results you help them get, your motivation will instantly explode. This was the main reason my motivation, which vanished for no reason, turned around recently. in a 7-day period, I got messages from my clients saying they'd launched a new offer and made 20K, launched a new offer and made 37K, launched a new offer and made 8K, followed my system and made 10K in just over a week. I'll put the proof at the bottom of the email. So how could you just not want more of that? So when someone does it for your course or service, email them, hey, we're here to support you through the good times and the tough one. If you experience win, please share it with me. It truly keeps me motivated. One of the first videos in my program covers this because without people letting me know about their wins, it's very hard to keep going. We're going to open more spaces May 26th. You can click the link in the email if you want to join the waitlist. The next thing is manageable goals. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by just a huge goal you've set yourself? Recently, I faced the daunting task of upgrading a large part of my program. Just thinking about how much work stood between me and the finish line just drained my motivation. So here's what I did instead. I stopped focusing on the entire project and just set smaller weekly goals, like finishing one video over the course of the week. And it made all the difference. For you, that might mean instead of saying, I'm going to post every week for a year, you commit to posting weekly for just 1 month first. Or rather than trying to make the perfect video, you set a goal of improving your thumbnails and titles for the next 4 videos. Breaking big goals into smaller tasks makes everything feel achievable and keeps motivation high. The next thing is you just need to look at how far you've come. So on last week's live stream, I shared my YouTube earnings, broken down over 5 years. 1 month in 2021, I made $1,000 in a month for my channel. Fast forward 3 years and I'd hit $60,000 a month. Fast forward another 2 years and I was making 8 times more again. Looking back reminded me of how far I come and it fired me up. So if you're lacking motivation, go back 18 months and your progress should motivate you a ton. The next is you just have to roll with the punches. So in July 2023, I hit a motivational low. I was working alone on a massive project. I was living in Airbnbs in a new country, and I was spending 95% of my time isolated. At one point, I even told a friend, as soon as I hit my retirement goal, I'm done. But one day, my motivation returned for what seemed like no reason at all. And then recently, when my drive crashed again, I reminded myself that these dips never last long. So just keep going, because low points have an expiration date. And the fifth thing is just to reward yourself. Like, do you ever celebrate your own wins? I have never rewarded myself for anything, and that was a mistake. I think if I'd had some kind of big reward, like if you make X this year, you can do Y, it would have helped me stay motivated throughout those tougher times and removed any shame from spending the money on it when I finally achieved that goal. Saying that, I did buy the most expensive electric toothbrush I could when I hit my last milestone. So maybe go a bit bigger than that. It's a good toothbrush though. I highly recommend it. My teeth felt very clean. So usually the email ends at this point, but I want to share a few more things with you. So if you want to get more views and save time, I've got a little trick for you here. There's an epic bank of YouTube titles. Now, your YouTube titles determine whether people will click on your video or not. And if nobody clicks on your video, you won't get any views or sales, and you'll have wasted all that time making your video. So that's why I love this title generator. It's helped me brainstorm different angles to find a perfect title. It uses like psychology to get my audience's attention and then get them to click. And it will save you time whilst growing your channel. You can check it out, the link to it in the email. Also, I just want to point out this week's live stream, I'll be reviewing more channels. You can submit that lower down in the video. And we're going to be opening a few more spaces May 26th on my program. I'm currently working on more updates and the results just keep getting better. Very excited to welcome more businesses in. It's fantastic. You can join the waitlist in the email below. Check out some of the results. So you know I'm not making up this stuff when I talk about all the wins. All right, people, have a fantastic day.
Hey YouTubers, you are not listening to an email right now. This is actually a YouTube script. For the last 6 months, I've been emailing you scripts and then turning the ones that get the best response into videos. At the same time, I've also posted unique content to my channel, and guess what? The videos that were originally high-performing emails performed better and generated the most income too. So today I'm going to show you what high-performing even means, how to turn emails into videos, and how to grow your channel and business by taking the same approach. Let's do this. And for the listeners of this audio email, you got a little sneaky bonus tip at the end too. All right, so how do you turn an email into a YouTube video? Well, to start, I just pretend I'm writing a video, but I don't want my emails to take 15 minutes to read, so only give key points rather than the nitty gritty. If the response is good, I then use that email as a template and expand on the points a little bit more. The video then has unique information in it, so anyone who's read the email still gets new value, but the production time is slashed, and I just feel more confident in what I'm putting out. I'm going to tell you a little secret here too. When I used to post videos to Film Booth, I would physically shake in fear on posting day because I was so nervous about what people might think. This has eliminated that fear, and I really love posting again. But why is this a no-brainer for businesses? Well, if you want to make money with less effort, this is the way to do that. When my email gets a good response, I make sales. But the best thing is I'm seeing the videos that were originally emails also bring in more business than the ones that were not. So my new time-saving strategy is generating income in 2 places at once with less effort. Not only that, when you start to think of your emails in this way, you'll put more effort into them, and that in turn will get you better results too. But how do you know what email to turn into a video? Firstly, if the open rate is higher than average, there's like a neon sign saying this is a good idea. And secondly, if you get more replies than average, that's telling you the content hit home. To me, replies are the most important metric for success. If people go out of their way to thank you or tell you how much it meant to them, it would be crazy not to try and share this with viewers on YouTube too. On the flip side, if you get no response, it's potentially telling you the idea is a no-go. But what if nobody ever replies? Well, in the early days, you probably won't get many replies, so I'd recommend doing this. Ask people a question at the end of your email. If people reply, it's a sign they're at least getting to the bottom, and that's a sign the content was great. And here's a little sneaky bonus tip. Don't worry, this isn't the bonus tip, just the first bonus tip. If you're posting to social media, this just keeps getting better. The email generates replies and business, which then validates the video. The video generates business and validates the social media posts, which guess what? Generates business and impressions too. That's right, once you find something that works in one place, it can get amazing results on multiple platforms at once. So if you hate writing emails, don't give yourself twice the work. Send your list video scripts instead. So will you take on this challenge? And if not, why? Let me know. If you want to learn how I write my emails and my videos and generate business and sales from them, click the link in the email and apply to join my community before the price increase at the end of the month. Okay, audio guys, here's your little audio tip. You might have looked at my SoundCloud and gone, he gets a few hundred listens on these emails. Why is he still doing them? Especially when my list is like 20k. Well, the truth is, my audio listeners are the most engaged. They are the ones that respond the most. And actually, I feel like the majority of my responses come from my listeners. So you are the guys that are literally determining the direction of my entire channel right now because you're the most engaged. When people read emails, they often skip to the bit they care about. They might not get to the bottom. So it's a lot harder to force value down their throats. So I would highly recommend recording your emails like this too. It takes 5 minutes and you guys love them. Thanks.
Hey YouTubers. Now before I get into the hook of this thing, stick around to the end. I'll explain why I sound a bit husky, how I ended up with a drip in my arm yesterday, and give you an honest review on what I thought Bali was like for the last 2 months. Anyway, let's get on with the content. So have you ever wished you knew how to make the perfect thumbnail for every video? Well, YouTube recently birthed a new feature that might make that wish come true. So today I'm going to show you what this game-changing feature is and why it matters, how the new feature works, and 2 strategies to make the most of it. Let's do this. A quick caveat though. So this isn't that new of an update, but I finally had enough time to play with it to give you guys some usable insights rather than just guessing, so let's just pretend it is. Okay, so why does this update matter? If you want to grow a YouTube channel, it's critical you do everything you can to learn what appeals to your viewers and what puts them off. The more you understand this, the quicker you'll grow. Typically, you'll discover what works by uploading a video, seeing how it performs, and then applying what you've learned to your next video. This process, repeated over time, gradually improves your results. It's kind of how you win in the long term. When it comes to thumbnails, the old method of learning what works and what doesn't involves creating an image, posting it with your video, and then waiting to see if your video performed well or flopped. If it didn't do great, the old way meant switching out your thumbnail with a new one in the hope that it would stop the gut-wrenching pain of another flop. Problem with this was, it's hard to know if the new thumbnail was actually performing better unless you had a very obvious increase in views. As a result, this led to a lot of over-analysis and wasted time, especially with smaller channels. Now, this new YouTube update changes the game because we can learn about what our viewers vibe with 3 times faster without such crazy minute-by-minute over-analysis. So how does the new split tester work? You can upload 3 thumbnails with every video now. YouTube then splits your audience and shows all 3 thumbnails at the same time. This is different from the external split testing tools you might be paying for because they typically only show 1 thumbnail at a time and rotate them every hour or day. YouTube believes their method is better though because it measures results not on click-through rate but on watch time, which is confusing because isn't a thumbnail about getting clicks? Well no, think of it like this. All YouTube really wants to push your videos to more people is signs of viewer satisfaction, and that's a combination of clicks, watch time, engagement, shares, and other stuff. So if someone clicks a video and it's not true to the thumbnail and title, that watch time will take a hammering because it didn't meet their expectations, and YouTube doesn't like that. These other tools could encourage you to use clickbait, damaging a video's performance. After a while, depending on how many impressions you've picked up, your test results will start to show. Channels, this will take a few hours. Smaller channels, you might have to wait days, I'm afraid. But when the data's ready, it will display like this. So you'll see all 3 thumbnails in a row, and then the watch time share they've got next to them. You can then pick the option that is bringing in the most watch time, or just leave it longer. Now, a word of warning. I launched a video recently at 10 PM because I was in Bali. I didn't want to wait up until 2 AM to check the split test result, so I went to sleep like a good boy. When I woke up, I looked at the video. It was performing below average. I looked at the split test, and one image had 50% of the watch time and the other 2 had 25%. 2/3 of my options were underperforming, meaning the video got held back until I stopped the test and the views then shot up. This didn't just happen to me either. My clients have been playing with the split test too, and they've experienced the same thing. So does this mean you shouldn't use it if it wrecks your views? Well, I'm a firm believer in experimentation, and if our experiment wrecks our views, we actually win more in the long term, so long as we learn a lesson from it. I'm going to keep playing with it as I'm learning so much faster, and some of the tests I'm doing are blowing my mind right now. I'll make a video on one I'm doing. It's flipping hilarious. I plan on making a video on probably the weirdest test I've ever done, but the results are really telling me something quite amazing. Oh, and another word of warning. Now, I have to admit, I've spoken to a lot of other YouTube gurus about this tool. I'm in a YouTube mega guru Discord, and most of them didn't like it. They said they need more metrics to make informed decisions, and I agree, more would be good. But I've actually been seeing good results with it for myself and my clients, so right now, I think you just really need to make up your mind for yourself. So here's 2 strategies for using the split tester. I've been experimenting with both options. Strategy 1, make a thumbnail in one style, but make 3 versions of it. And make very slightly different variations. So it might be the same image 3 times with a different word on each image. Crazy the difference one word can make, by the way. And then when the data loads, just set the image that's clearly winning or wait longer. Strategy 2, for this option, make 3 very different concepts, and then when the data loads, set the winner, but start a brand new test straight away. This time, load 3 slightly different variations of this winning concept, like strategy 1, and then wait for the winner and set up. It's like chipping away at an ice block to refine your image into a piece of high-performing art. So have you tried the split tester yet? Let me know how you get on. I'll see you next week. Oh, for those of you who care about what I might have experienced in Bali, people do ask. Let me give you the lowdown. So Bali has a lot of hype and a lot of people rave about it and how amazing it is. But on Monday, I ended up on a drip and flying back to Dubai early because I kind of had enough of the place. So let me just start with the good things first before I tell you about my experience. Firstly, I have never met nicer people in my life. The local people in Bali are just amazing. I mean, they just smile no matter what happens. Their attitude is incredible. One night, we were at a beach club and we got a taxi back to our villa, and it started hammering it down with rain. And there's these huge puddles everywhere. And I was like, I'm going to order a McDonald's. But I thought, oh, is the delivery driver going to make it? Because they come on bikes. So I thought, well, we'll see. They'll probably cancel the order. So I ordered by McDonald's and they accepted it, and I was like, oh, okay, this will be interesting. Will he turn up? And about 45 minutes later, I get a message on the app, hello sir, I'm outside. So I go outside the villa and look, there's no one there. I said, you're not outside, where are you? I look on the map and I'd ordered the McDonald's to the beach club that was half an hour away. So this guy had driven 45 minutes on a moped in the rain to a beach club, and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. He's like, okay sir, don't worry, I'll deliver it to you. Drove another half an hour in the rain, delivered the McDonald's. I said, I'm so sorry. That's all right, it happens. He's like, have a great evening. I gave him a huge tip. Nothing fazed him, and this is just the general attitude of the people in Bali. Like, I've never met people like him in my life. It's just lovely. I guess the next good thing's also like the people there. There's a lot of creators, there's a lot of info biz owners, and probably one of the best things for me was I spent a month living with Nicholas Crystal. Nicholas hasn't posted to his YouTube channel for 2 years. Probably one of the most talented creators in the world. I don't know anyone that does what he does any better. He spent the last 2 years building a course, so I saw him every day working on his course. This thing he's producing is like nothing I've ever seen before. The level of mastery, the perfectionism, which is slowing down his progress a lot, but seeing someone so creative obsess over things again, it kind of got me thinking differently again about certain things. It's very inspiring to see, and yeah, he's just a fantastic guy. I had a great time with him, and yeah, met some other cool people out there too. So there is a good group of people out there for sure. That's the good part. I would say the bad parts probably outweigh the good part a little bit. So the issue with Bali is this, especially if you're like solo like me, right? If I travel somewhere, I need to go somewhere where there's some kind of network. And I'm fortunate because pretty much I can go anywhere in the world and put a tweet out saying I'm going there, and someone will reach out to me who will be like interesting to hang around with, good to network with, and then I make a lot of friends doing this. So when I go to Bali, I'm like, right, where's everyone staying? I get told there's certain people staying there. I was like, cool, I will stay near them. so I've got someone to hang around with. And this is a place called Canggu. So you've got Canggu, which is very built up, and that's where people are. The problem is, getting from the airport to Canggu in a car took me 3 hours. Now, this is only 30 kilometers, but it just kind of to show how bad the traffic is. I mean, it's insane. And I rented a moped for the time. Now, I have a bike license in the UK, and I rode a motorbike for years. So I thought, yeah, I'll get a moped, it's fine. The traffic was so bad once, I had to pick my moped up to move it around other mopeds. I got crashed into by a van carrying chickens and knocked into oncoming traffic. I had someone fly into the back of me carrying bamboo. The bamboo flew past my head. I won't lie, it was actually quite fun sometimes, but there were a lot of near misses. I saw a local fly off the back of his moped, smash his head straight into the back of a car in the middle of a really busy junction. And I pulled over. I was like, no one's getting out to help this guy. And then he just stood up, still had a cigarette in his mouth, got back on his moped, drove off. I was like, okay, these guys are built different. But yeah, like accidents happen out there. A lot of the time, the traffic's moving so slow, it's not too severe, but you do see a lot of people walking around with like scrapes and so on. Problem is, there's no like licensing, right? So anyone can just get on a moped. In the UK, your first thing you were taught to do a lifesaver. If you ever pull off or you ever indicate right, you look over your shoulder to make sure there's no one in your blind spot. I don't think I saw a single person do a lifesaver in Bali. So yeah, it's a little bit dangerous. And I think at the stage of my life where 20 years of working, my results are coming in and starting to pay off, I thought it'd be a real shame to die just as my payoff was coming. So that was always on my mind. But other things like the gym I went to was amazing. It's probably the nicest gym I've ever been to in the world. Amazing swimming pool. Everyone was much younger and far more ripped than me. But yeah, and it was like full of like fitness influencers, but it's a fantastic gym. It's been an hour to get to on my motorbike one day. It's 1.7 kilometers away. So traffic is just insane. But because the network is there, if you go and stay in Uluwatu, which is a bit more chill, or somewhere a bit further away, you have a nicer experience of less traffic. But if you want to go and see people, you have to drive hours to go and get them, and it's very dangerous. So that was the thing that kind of wrecked the whole thing for me, is just that, honestly, maybe I'm old and boring now, I just didn't feel safe. Then there's illness. So the other thing they call Bali belly. I don't know if it's just adjusting to a country that you've moved to. I didn't get it. I did end up on a drip for a different reason. I'll get to that. But I went to a wedding, saw some of my oldest friends, and pretty much everyone at the wedding, before the wedding, got Bali belly, which is supposed to be pretty painful few days, right? Also, a couple of people ended up like really bad in bed for days. The groom actually got wiped out after the wedding too. They thought they had dengue fever. So there's just a lot of sickness, and I met multiple people within 24 hours of being there were tied up in bed. So yeah, I don't know if it's hygiene. I think it's water. It's very hard to avoid. I was lucky, but you kind of got to expect being ill there. Then there's the dogs. I love dogs. But yeah, I got chased by them quite a lot. Like I was jogging on the road one day, which is another problem. There's no pavements. You basically run in a road with all this traffic. And yeah, I got chased by a few dogs. I think they're just chasing you because you're running. But a guy I met did the same thing and got bitten by 3 dogs at once. So you just don't really know. There's also quite a lot of like open sewers, random drops. So it is a third world country, right? And I think depending on what stage of your life, that's either exciting or maybe as you get a bit older, the excitement of that kind of wears off a little bit. There's some other things. I got stung by a caterpillar. So I tweeted about this yesterday and it got about 250,000 impressions in 5 or 6 hours. A lot of people siding with me. Of course, you get the other side of the argument where people are like, stupid weak man with tattoos, can't even adjust to the local food, gets ill, all this sort of stuff. I've been all over the world. I spent 3 weeks in a Land Rover Defender driving around Namibia, just sleeping in the wild every night. I drove around Chile. I went to the Easter Islands. I've traveled across Guatemala, Belize, Thailand, all around Thailand, the Philippines, Vietnam. I've been all over the place. And I've never come across illness like this that just seems to be everywhere. Belize is a dangerous place. Like people get shot, but the day-to-day danger of just having an accident just wasn't there. And I think in terms of just like health and safety, I think Bali was the least healthy and safe I've kind of ever felt in a country. But maybe I didn't notice it as much when I was younger. I don't know, maybe it was a bit more carefree back then. So yeah, if you're thinking of going, I think probably make a great place for a holiday. There's a good network there. But if you want a good network, you're better off in Dubai. If you want a really peaceful island where there's not any traffic, go to Koh Samui. That's a beautiful island. If you want a mixture of both, then yeah, Bali's probably okay. And if you don't mind the traffic, it's fine. But I think there's a lot of other places in the world I would put first. Sorry, Indonesian people. You are amazing, though. Which brings us on to the drip. So on Monday last week, I got a fever. Don't know what it was. And it started to get better, but then I flew back from Dubai. I flew back from Bali to Dubai, and my sinuses on the plane felt like they're going to explode. There was nothing I could do about it. It was like chew. I googled it. It said chew some chewing gum, and I asked the lady on the flight, and no one had any chewing gum. So I just sat in agony for hours, and I don't know what happened, but yeah, I woke up the next day and could barely move. The doctors in Dubai are amazing. Come over, put me on a drip, pump me full of stuff. 8 hours later, the fever's gone. Still feeling a bit weird now, but in my whole entire summer, when I left Dubai and started traveling around a lot again, I've been ill 3 times. All 3 times pretty nasty. In the 9 months I just stayed in Dubai, I didn't get ill once. And I think maybe that's one thing people don't realize. When you start piling on travel, moving between countries and stuff, getting on airplanes, you do put yourself in a position where you're more likely to get ill. Also, it's stressful, right? So my plan is just to stay in Dubai, not move around much for probably until next summer. And then next summer just to travel less. I'm not convinced moving around all the time is a great way to build your business and stay healthy. So there we go. There's my rant. Make it what you. Hello, YouTubers. I thought I'd start with a Patrick Stewart impression this week. Anyway, too many of you guys are ignoring one of the easiest to use and most powerful business growth tools going. I'm not even exaggerating much. It helps your channel grow, build stronger relationships with your core community, and it is way quicker than making videos. Plus, it can explode your email list. In the email, I will have sent you a graph with a massive jump in sales. That's the community wall causing that, and it's why you need to start using it as soon as possible. So in today's email, what I'm going to show you is what you should put on your community wall, how you can use it to earn money, how to use AI to make things 10 times easier for you. Oh, and by the way, we're giving away our YouTube Studio Build course for free with any sign-ups to Thumbnail Uni until the 28th of October. Okay, so the first thing, step 1, get your audience excited. So the community wall is just no different really from any other social media platform. So if you post content that gets a lot of engagement, YouTube's going to promote it to new audiences, meaning you can bring in new subscribers and new people too. For me though, this wall is all about strengthening the relationship with your core audience and providing them with quick, easily digestible, valuable content more than anything else. So think of it a platform to also turn cold viewers warm. Step 2, you just got to post some content to it. To achieve this, just write posts that educate your viewers regularly. However, don't overextend yourself. So if you don't have the bandwidth, don't post daily. It might dilute your focus and affect the results of your long form content too because of that lack of focus. To start, let's just try and get something out once a week. But for now, let's just assume time isn't an issue, and I'm going to show you what to do. So I post 5 times a week. Why 5? Because that's how often I tweet. It's the same content on both platforms. You could do 7 times a week if you wanted to. I also send an email to you guys once a week, and eventually those emails or sections of them will become community posts too. Now the cool thing is, I know when I get a lot of replies to these emails, the content has hit a home run. So I usually note down those emails as the ones to share elsewhere. But what if you don't write for Twitter or an email list? Fear not. Do one of these 3 things instead. Option 1, post a script. So take the scripts from your videos, insert a few headlines in them to structure the content and post. I'd always recommend adding a 1080 by 1080 image or a still from your video to grab attention too, because it will help you get more reach when people see it and interact with it. There's an example in the email. Option 2, you want to share a section of your video script. So most people break their videos up into sections. So if your content makes 3 points, you can cut out point 2 and then copy and paste that section of the script into the community wall. Just want to make sure you tidy it up so it reads well though. And then the next week, you could post the first section, and then the next week, the third. And don't worry if people have watched the video, seeing things multiple times in different formats will actually help them learn better. Then just come up with a hook to stop people in their tracks so they want to read your points. And that's it. There's a link to a video in the email which will teach you my hook system. Option 3, get help from AI. If you've never written a script, you can still quickly repurpose your videos into written text using ChatGPT. You need ChatGPT 4 to do this, but all you do is go to the settings in the bottom left and then activate plugins and install one called videoinsights.io. You can paste in a YouTube video URL and it will read the script, so you can type summarize every point made in this video, or you can ask it questions. For example, based on this video, why shouldn't you make thumbnails after a video? And then it will spit out an answer which you can adapt and use as a written community wall post. But don't just post it as it comes though, you need to tweak it and make it sound more like you. The beauty of written content is it's so easy to repurpose and people love reading it too. I've actually cut back a lot on making videos on Film Booth in 2023, but these written community wall posts and tweets
are having a big impact. So how does this make your sales? Well, first, of course, you need a product. If you don't have one yet, then watch the video I've linked to in the email teaching you how to set up the fastest way to make money on YouTube. I got a message from a student this morning saying this. It really does work. They said, Ed, your latest video on Creator Booth was a nice revenue booster, plus 10% net for me already this past week, and I haven't even put out a new video to drive it. I've also linked to another video about building a product system. Anyway, there are 2 ways to do this. So there's the easy way, just post a promotional post. Always include a 1080 by 1080 image to get attention and leave a link. That's it. Every time I have ever done this, even when I had hardly any subscribers, it made money. And then there's the second way, the indirect way. So although you can make sales directly from the community wall, I prefer that over the long term, you also grew an email list and then use the community wall to grow that list. This means you can provide even more value to your audience, and they'll be more likely to see your content too, because everyone in your list should always receive your posts. You can then promote your products there too. I made a mega guide on growing an email list for YouTube, the easy way. I've linked to it in the email and included my insanely powerful list growing tip in it too. I would highly recommend you check it out. Let me know how you get on. Getting replies from you guys who try out these ideas makes this incredibly rewarding. See you next week. As mentioned at the start, this week we're giving away the YouTube Studio mini course to new members of Thumbnail Uni so they can master their camera settings, lighting, and build high quality sets. The members don't just get a free studio course, they can get feedback from a design expert on their new sets too. That's just the free bit. Members also receive unlimited feedback on their thumbnails and titles from YouTube experts like me, and learn thumbnail strategy, design, Photoshop, and photography in our on-demand course, which we are constantly updating to keep up with the times. The creators who take advantage of the support we're providing are seeing amazing results too, and their messaging saying how our feedback is blowing up videos and making the entire course free because it's paying for itself with simply ad revenue. It's also helping them generate more sales too. Putting it simply, if you use the support we're willing to give you on every image, there's only an upside. Question is, are you motivated enough to ask us for help, grow your channel, and seize this opportunity? If that sounds like you, there's a link in the description. See you next week, audio gang. Hey YouTubers, the older you get, the harder it is to grow a YouTube channel. And that's a fact too, because after 30, your ability to learn declines. Also, people of this age have to build a business or work a job. They also care for their kids, their partner, and make content, which often means you just don't have enough time. So what do you do to get results? Well, to celebrate turning 38 yesterday, I'm going to give you 3 tricks that will turn what little time you do have into YouTube growth power time. Power time trick number 1. If you can accept what I'm about to tell you, I'm going to make your life so much easier. Your viewers don't watch every video you make. Even the few that might have seen every one can't remember what you said in them all. I can't even remember the videos I've made. But not only that, people need to hear the same thing over and over again until it really sinks in. That means you can remake videos that are 12 to 18 months old. Say almost exactly the same thing, but explain your point in a different way and add a bit more information. This will make them feel new, give you less work, and enable people to have more light bulb moments. Just don't live in fear of the 1% who might comment saying you said this before, when 99% don't know or care that you did. Power trick number 2. If you want to grow a YouTube channel, have a life, and build a business, you need to realize one thing. 80% is better than 100%. And in some cases, 50% is better too. What does that mean? For information channels, the goal isn't to try and blow up. It's to grow in a sustainable way, build a community, and generate sales. That means all you need to do is create a portfolio of value the right viewers can binge. Because of that, you're better off making videos that are 80% complete and getting them out instead of trying to make them 100% perfect. The last 20% of completion are often small things that take a long time and don't add real value to the content in your viewers' eyes. Focus on mastering the basics, getting your videos out, and building an epic knowledge portfolio. Then turn it into one thing. This thing will speed up production, it'll help you level up skills faster, outsource with less of a headache, and get you better results in less time. And it's our 3rd power trick. Power trick number 3. Why do factories exist? Well, it's because when people want something built fast, instead of trying new things every time, they build the best system for quality and efficiency and just repeat it. YouTube's the same. If you want better results with the time you have, you need to build a repeatable system and reuse it for every video you make. Repeating the same process over and over again will mean you get 10 times faster and better at it. But how do you build a YouTube growth system? Well, you don't, because I've built one for you. It's a tried and tested step-by-step system for growing an information or educational YouTube channel. It's going to stop you from doing anything other than the task to get results fast. It's going to give you a step-by-step system to copy for every video you ever make again, a system for hiring and managing team members, a system for generating emails, sales, coming up with video ideas, and launching products. And it's coming March 20th.
If you'd like to be one of the first to hear about it and get access to the introductory offer, then click the link here. See you next week. Ed. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Hey YouTubers, do you ever feel like you just can't handle having to grow a business and channel as well as everything else you have to do in life? I did all of the time, and I'm not afraid to admit it. The thing is, a while ago, I realized something that didn't just grow my business and channel, it did so in a way that made life less stressful than ever. So today I'm going to give you my simple coping system that makes business and YouTube easy, well, a bit easier. Okay, so to start, let's look at the problem you very likely have, which makes everything in your business feel so much harder. I had it big time at the start of 2023. I just moved to Dubai, where I knew one person. We're going through a breakup. I was trying to sell a car, a massive loss. I was buying an investment property. I was living in Airbnbs. I was setting up a company in Dubai. I was building a new program. And I was trying to grow the channel and business all at the same time. I used to wake up shaking with anxiety. I even made the hard call to walk away from a £10,000 deposit on the investment property I was buying because I just knew my mental health and focus were worth more. The sales guy, so pissed at me, he said, "You're going to lose £10,000 because you'd rather have a beer with your mate than transfer the rest over." But I was that beat. A beer with my friend was all I really cared about. It was a good beer. Anyway, 12 months later, though, the program was ready, and I now owned nothing other than a suitcase with my camera kit in it and just this really limited wardrobe. All I had on my plate was two things. Make YouTube videos in the morning, work on the program in the afternoon. I used to walk around Dubai Marina feeling like I was floating. I was so relaxed. But then something changed. A new thing landed on my plate again. And suddenly that stress returned and everything got so much harder again. Making videos felt like I was a beginner. I was stumbling for ideas and scripts, and their performance, even though it felt like I was trying harder than ever, kept flopping. I was feeling the strain of the business growing too, and it was all because I decided to buy a property in Dubai. And that's when I realized the secret to making life easy and getting better results was that I only have headspace and the ability to handle two big things at once. Otherwise I crumble and everything else falls apart. However, if I stick to the two-thing limit, those two things feel so easy, I get better at them, and I'm insanely happy and stress-free. So if you're reading this, thinking to yourself, Ed's old life kind of sounds like mine, just write down a list of the things that take up your headspace and see how many you can delete from it. I broke mine into these two columns. I've got stresses and micro stresses. So a stress, they're the big things like running a business, a channel, or buying a house. And if you're like me, 2 is your absolute maximum. Micro stresses are the small things that shouldn't cause any real pain in your life, but when you stack them on top of your stresses, their weight is multiplied, so they cause more harm than you think. My micro stresses were things like cooking a meal, cleaning, and going to the store to buy groceries. As a result, I've not done those things since. Now, I know that is insanely privileged, and because I don't have kids and I live in Dubai where you can order cucumbers on an app and they arrive in 4 minutes, which isn't a joke, it's far easier to outsource your micro stresses. But I can't tell you how much easier business and YouTube gets when you remove all of the big and little stresses that you possibly can in your life around it. What's cool is when you realize how powerful this is, saying no to new things becomes so easy because you know if you do them, that you've bought a one-way ticket to Painesville, Tennessee. Which isn't a real place, by the way. That's just me just saying your life will be worse. See you next week, Ed. Oh, and by the way, one of the other reasons I don't feel that stressed anymore is because I've built a system that brings in views, leads, and sales, and it's properly dialed in, so it just runs with less effort. So if you want to build something similar for your own channel business, I'm going to open up a few more spaces in my program next week. Click here to join the waitlist and be the first to hear when it goes live.
Hey YouTubers, if you could only work 2 to 3 hours a day, how would you still make videos and grow your business? Well, for the past 8 weeks, parasites have been living inside me. A little gift from Bali. It knocked me down a lot, and I've struggled to focus for more than just a few hours a day. But during this time, I discovered multiple tricks that are now saving me hours. So today I want to share them with you because they're potentially game changers. So how I kept my channel running with no time. So here's some time-saving solutions I came up with you can try as well. Firstly, a compilation video. I spoke about these in the past email, but I repurposed old content into a compilation video. My editor did most of the work, it took me 2 hours, and in the first 4 days it generated over $40,000. So long as you have old videos, you can do this too. Second thing I did was just revisiting abandoned scripts. So I filmed and posted a script to create a booth that I wrote a year ago for Film Booth that I thought was never really good enough to release. But I was wrong because the comments on it
were actually pretty next level, so I was clearly overthinking. If you abandoned the script a while ago, there's a chance you might be overthinking it too. Shorter videos was the next thing I looked at. I slashed the length of a few videos so I could write them faster. Now these things, they didn't perform very well in terms of views, but I wasn't really expecting to because, well, the watch time is way lower than normal. So if you're struggling for time, you just want to keep the channel ticking, it's another option for you. Then there was the real game changer, AI. I built a bot that helped me write an entire script in under an hour, which is insanely fast for me. And I was blown away by how good it was, and I was annoyed with myself for not doing it sooner too. Now, because it blew my mind, I then built bots for email feedback, scripts, research, and even thumbnails. In fact, AI made the thumbnail in the email that I've sent you last week, and it is insanely good. I don't plan on ever taking thumbnail photos again because this tool is a game changer. Now, I can't link to it because it's not available, but I'm going to make a video about it, and this thing is just so much better than anything else on the market. Okay, so how I managed my business with limited time. So while dealing with the delightful parasites, my clients were still my top priority, but my energy was hard to come by. So again, I use my AI bots to help my clients out too. This means they now had 24/7 access to feedback on their scripts and intros, which slashed my workload, and it's incredibly good. I'm not planning on replacing myself though. I still make sure they come to me for the human touch. So you want to get more done faster? Just ask yourself this question. If you only had 2 hours a day to work, how would you make content and grow your business? Because being forced into that position made me rethink everything. I stopped caring about perfection and found ways to use AI to automate time-consuming tasks. And if you're wondering, well, where could I use AI to help myself? The first step is really simple. Just identify what eats up most of your time and research how AI can streamline it for you. Chances are it can. See you next week, Ed. P.S. If you want to grow your channel using AI,
Hey YouTubers, are you designing your videos to get less views without even realizing it? The answer is possibly yes. In fact, I see the same issue appear time and time again on YouTube, and it holds content back. So today I'm going to show you what it is and how to fix it with a simple question. This is going to help you avoid it and bring more people back to your channel. All right, so what's the big problem? Well, let me ask you a question so you can see it for yourself. So I'm going to give you 2 video titles, and then I'm going to guess which one you were more interested in. So title 1, how to use vidIQ's tag feature, and title 2, this simple trick always gets videos more views. My guess is number 2 was more interesting to 90% of you, maybe even more. The reason I know this is because of the chart I have put in the email. Inside the email, there is an image that represents your total audience size. And inside the circle, there are 2 rings. The outer ring is massive, and it represents 90% of the total addressable audience. And the inner ring is 10% of people. Most YouTube creators make videos for the inner ring, and that ring is known as solution aware. This means they produce content for viewers who already know the solution to their problem. This is why how to use vidIQ's tag feature would have been less interesting to most people, because it requires them to know what vidIQ is, understand why tags matter, they don't really, I just use this as an example, and then understand why they need this advice. If you want views on YouTube, make videos for 90% of your audience. And you do this by targeting a result they want or a problem they want solving, not the specific solution they don't even know they need yet. And this is known as problem aware. That way, you present something meaningful that is more likely to get clicked. And then you discuss the solution inside your content after you have made them care and understand why they need it, not first. The one question to ask before you make a video. The next time you start planning your video, ask yourself, is this title problem aware or solution aware? The answer is solution aware. Ask yourself, do I only want to appeal to a small group, or should I make this problem aware instead? From there, you can work out your best title for the result you want. Bonus point. Try this out. If you've ever made a video and wondered why it performed so poorly, go back and look at your videos that disappointed you and ask yourself, is this problem or solution aware? You might just have a light bulb moment. See you next week. P.S. On March 20th, I'm launching the YouTube Growth System. If you're an information channel looking to grow your channel and business by following step-by-step tried and tested systems, you're going to love this.
Hey YouTubers, have you ever wondered if you should post more videos? Well, recently I decided to double my output on my channel, and I think I finally have an answer for this age-old question. So today, I'm going to help you decide whether you should focus on quality or more quantity to grow a channel. But what does quality and quantity even mean? Well, if you're holding 1,000 apples, everyone on the planet will agree that's a lot of apples. So quantity is really easy for us all to understand. It just means a lot of videos, which to me means more than one a week. But quality, that's something we could all argue about forever. So here's what I consider to be quality content for businesses on YouTube. Firstly, a thumbnail and title that grabs attention of your target viewers. This is one of the most important parts of YouTube. If you can't get a click, you cannot unleash any quality. Secondly, a strong intro. You have to hook viewers immediately by setting up something they care about, otherwise they won't stick about for the quality. Thirdly, you need to give them info that feels new. So delivering information in a way that feels fresh and unique, using examples, stories, frameworks, and simplifying complex ideas is the foundation of quality content, in my opinion. Fourth, confidence on camera. If you come across as awkward or unsure, it weakens everything and it can wreck your quality information. And fifth, production that's right for your avatar. So let me explain. Some viewers love the Netflix look, others want a whiteboard style. Really, the level of production you have just needs to appeal to your target viewers to give it that quality feel. It's when you hit them with a style they don't like, the quality feeling vanishes. So should you focus on quality or quantity? Well, the reason I wanted to try 2 videos a week wasn't just for me. A lot of my clients don't like scripting, so I wanted to try and find new workflows, content styles, and systems to produce videos without one that I could teach them. I'll reveal what happened next week, as it wasn't what I expected. So here's what I learned after doubling my production and going for more quantity to help you decide. Firstly, 2 videos a week is just really hard. Keep in mind, I am a full-time professional YouTuber who has produced hundreds of videos. I have 4 hours a day spare to work on videos, and even I'm finding 2 a week very hard. Now, before starting this, I batch produced 4 videos, spent a lot of time on them, and they performed really well. In fact, they had some of the best comments I've ever had. But after 2 weeks, I started falling behind, so I'm now playing catch up, which means scripts that I would normally refine, I found myself saying, that'll do, and moving on. Big ideas I would have normally developed more, I'm also spending less time on too, and it's starting to feel just more like get a video out instead of make this as good as you can. I think when people think quantity, they think it's just about throwing out as much minimal effort content in the hope that something will stick, but it doesn't really work like that. Sorry if I'm mumbling, I bit my lip yesterday and I've got a massive ulcer on it. Number 2, learning faster. So after a month, I gained 8 weeks worth of learning versus posting once a week. And I've been experimenting with new styles, I've tested different topics, I've tried out a different tone, and I've managed to answer a lot of questions about where I might fit into the wider business niche I was a little unsure of before. So by posting more, it's allowed me to understand my viewers better, and it's helping me make better decisions. In fact, this is pretty crazy. I had a giant list of 100 video ideas that I deleted yesterday because I could now very clearly see they were the wrong tone and fit for my new direction. Imagine if I'd made them 100 videos in the wrong direction. I originally planned this as a 90-day challenge, and I'm going to keep going for a bit, but I might pull the plug soon because keeping up is now making me rush, and I kind of feel like I got a lot of clarity already, much faster than I expected. And the third thing is just leads. The graph that's in the email speaks louder than words. More posting has just grown my channel 2 times faster. It's generated 143% more leads, 93% more clicks on my links, and my views are up. Yeah, almost double. And the fourth thing is mouth ulcers and rage. So let me explain. So for those of you who have followed me for years, you might have heard me talk about how when I was making videos for Film Booth, I constantly had mouth ulcers. I think the Americans call them canker sores. They're very painful. At one point, I had 6 at the same time. And since I quit Film Booth and transitioned from YouTuber to business owner, I haven't had a single one until this week, where I now have 3. Now, one of them is because I bit my lip, but the other 2, they're not. But not only that, I've been waking up feeling angry, which is just not me at all. It's very weird. And I can only put it down to 2 things that have changed. 1, feeling like I'm behind in my content and trying to play catch up. I haven't cared about that for years, but I don't think it is that because there's not really anything at stake if I don't post. So it doesn't affect me the way it used to. The second thing is the YouTube studio. I hate it. I avoided it at all costs for a long time, but now I have to go in twice a week to play the YouTube game because when you want growth, you need to check certain metrics on launch. And I can feel the difference it's making to my mindset. Negative comments, having to fit in times, check impressions, switching over thumbnails and titles. I don't think my body likes it. It's just too much of a coincidence that I've not had mouth ulcers since I started focusing on growth to get 3 when I go back to it. So, time to make your decision. So if you're new to YouTube, the quantity approach doesn't really work because even your attempt at quality is not going to be good enough for YouTube to push you. So to me, I think it makes sense to take your time, just focus on leveling up all of those areas I showed you that make quality content. But once you reach a certain level, where even your kind of rushed videos are pretty good, pumping out more content can speed up the rate you learn about your viewers, which will impact your growth a lot. And really, learning about your viewers is the most important part of YouTube. See you next week. Ed.
Hey YouTubers, over the last 5 years I've seen 3 big traps that can totally wreck even the most promising businesses and channels. So today I'm going to reveal what they are so you can avoid them and earn more from YouTube over the long term. Trap number 1. So my business pushed me to breaking point in 2024. I had no idea how hard it would be running a $400,000 a month business compared to a $100,000 one, which seems crazy, right? But I realized in that time that business is just like a boat. If your boat is only capable of carrying 10 clients, and you try to drive more and more people to it, your systems break, your life becomes hectic trying to stop it from sinking, and eventually you just burn out. So if you want to double, triple, or 10x your earnings from YouTube, first you need to build a cruise ship that can actually carry the weight of your future goal. So before you chase growth, ask yourself, is my boat big enough to handle it yet, or do I need to build a bigger one? Trap number 2. So I quit posting to all social media platforms because I realized that the only 2 things that really grew my business were YouTube and email combined. The result was more income with just way less effort. The thing is, this doesn't make sense. How can doing less marketing make you more money? Well, it's actually pretty simple. If you focus on only the things with the biggest return on your time, you get better results. So the trap to avoid here is simply doing too much and not having any kind of idea what tasks actually grow your business. When you figure this out, it's a growth weapon. Trap number 3, well, imagine playing soccer for San Marino. They're one of the smallest countries in Europe, and you're up against Brazil, one of the best teams in the world. Would you expect to win? Probably not. But that's exactly what most creators face on YouTube. When you post a video, you're competing for attention against world-class creators, people with giant teams, years of experience, and deep knowledge of what their audience loves. So if you struggle to communicate clearly, if you don't understand your audience, if you can't produce content that is close to their level yet, you're not going to outperform them overnight. So many people don't seem to realize the results are in consistently improving over 20 to 50 videos, and they fall into the quit trap due to a lack of instant results. But here's the good news. Even San Marino occasionally pulls off a win, and when that happens on YouTube, it can be the moment your channel takes off. So just keep showing up, keep improving, and your moment will come when you can actually compete. Okay, I'm going to open up a few more spaces to my program in about 3 weeks. If you want to be the first to hear about it, click this link in the email to join hundreds of other businesses already on the waitlist. See you next week.
Hey YouTubers, have you ever wondered if scripting your video is actually worth the effort? Well, for years I've been the biggest advocate for it, but a lot of my clients hate it. So I decided to experiment to try and find a way to produce high quality content without scripts that I could turn into a system for them. So today I'm going to give you a behind the scenes look at what I discovered testing unscripted videos for 30 days. Lesson number 1. So I think when people think about unscripted videos, they imagine talking to a camera with zero planning. So I thought, well, I'll try that out. I gave myself a title and a thumbnail, and I just forced myself to talk. 45 minutes later, I watched it back and thought, wow, this could be so much better. So I scrapped the zero prep idea, and the next day I replanned it based on everything that didn't work from the unplanned ramble. I shot it again, and this time it took 50 minutes. But when I watched it back, I still thought, this can level up a lot more. So I shot it again, which took another hour. To make matters worse, the SD card was corrupted, so I lost all the footage. After I stopped crying, I shot it again. Long story short, I spent 6 hours presenting one video. I was so exhausted I had to take a nap. But my plan was worth it. The viewers flipping loved it. This video was the hardest I've made in years. And keep in mind, I've been presenting for about 8 to 10 years now. The thing is, I don't write things off because they're hard. Nobody gets anywhere on YouTube with that attitude. New systems always take longer to refine. So I decided to make another low prep deep dive that's out today. This time, I prepared a bit more, and I only had to shoot it twice. I still found the filming system exhausting, but my system did improve. So what's the lesson? Unscripted videos still require a heck of a lot of planning to be engaging and interesting, and they take 2 to 6 times longer to film compared to scripted videos, even for someone who's presented for years. Lesson number 2. I have an editing system that I refined with my editor Greg. It allows us to work incredibly fast with almost no feedback rounds. Thing is, this unscripted video broke it because Greg's job isn't to cut out unnecessary sections or figure out what's a tangent. When I send him scripted footage, that's all taken care of in the writing. With this unscripted approach, I had to spend an entire day cutting sections, reordering content, adding extra voiceovers, and essentially editing it myself. But how long would scripting have taken versus unscripted in total? Well, unscripted planning time for this sort of video would have been 3 to 4 hours. Unscripted filming time for this video was 6 hours. Scripted filming time would have been 1. Unscripted editing time for this was 8 hours. Scripted editing time for me would have been like 1, and then I would have passed it on to Greg. So the total time it took me to make an unscripted video was like 16 to 17 hours, whereas doing the same tasks with scripted would have been 5 to 6 hours. But we have an elephant in the room. How long would it have taken me to write this deep dive? Because I've left out scripting. Well, I estimate about 10 hours, meaning they pretty much take the exact same amount of time. So what's the lesson here? Well, if you want to create quality content, there's no shortcut. There's just a trade-off of where you want to spend your time. Lesson number 3. Now, to avoid turning this email into a book, I won't go into the rest of the challenge here. There's a full video coming soon. But the third lesson was this. This experiment was a great reminder of how hard it is to try something new, but also how important it is that you just stop looking for shortcuts. They don't exist. So if you're deciding between scripted and unscripted, the only question you should really ask yourself is, what's the best long-term option for achieving the best results? If your attitude is, I just want the easiest way right now, you're probably not going to get very far on YouTube. I still believe scripting is 10 times better than unscripted because of the massive impact it has on your business and how easily you can apply that skill to other critical areas. I know if I'd not taken this seriously, you would not be reading this right now. See you next week, Ed. And by the way, we open spaces for my program on the 19th of March. Hop on the wait list if you want to apply before I open it to my wider following. And today is my birthday, my final year in my 30s. This time next year, I'm going to be crying.
This week, I have something really special to share with you because I unearthed the secret sauce to YouTube creator and business success. And I strongly believe that by following these 4 foundational principles, your life as a content creator can dramatically change. But first, where did I find this secret formula? Well, I recently had the exciting opportunity to spend a weekend in LA with a group of very successful YouTube creators and online business owners. While I was thrilled to be invited, the epic lineup gave me serious imposter syndrome too. Now, this group ranged from people who had built 9-figure businesses to talented YouTube creators looking to leverage their skills into their own ventures. The plan was to chill for 2 days, share our wisdom, and problem solve for each other, and it was transformative. As the weekend progressed, I noticed that the same 4 principles were repeated constantly, especially by the most seasoned among us. I genuinely believe that these 4 key pillars are what you need to be successful on both YouTube and in your business. So let's dive in. The first one is to own a word. Many of these guys emphasize the importance of owning a word. But what does that even mean? Well, when I work with students, I usually ask them, if you could only be known for one thing, what would that thing be? The idea being to carve out your niche and make that thing synonymous with your personal brand. Like Jake Thomas, he's the go-to guy for YouTube titles, or Justin Moore, who's known for sponsorship. Zach Pogrob, who attended the weekend, decided to claim the word obsession. Every piece of content he creates revolves around this concept, and it has helped him explode his following to over 1 million people on Instagram in a very short time. The second thing is obsession. I will never forget the day I got a message from my mum saying Dad's had a heart attack. I was in London when I got the news. I dropped everything and rushed to Norfolk, where they live, on the train to be with my family. But after a few days, I found myself going home to get my iMac. Why? Because nothing was going to stop me from pursuing my YouTube dream. In the midst of a family crisis, I woke up at 5 a.m. to write scripts, spent my mornings at the hospital, got back and did my actual job until I went to bed at 10 p.m. and repeated. This went on for weeks and weeks until Dad finally woke up and got back on his feet. Looking back, that seems absolutely crazy, but every person on that weekend had a similar story of obsession that they all swear resulted in their own success. Third thing was mastery. If you want to skyrocket your YouTube growth and build a successful business, you need to become a master in your area of obsession. Now, this usually comes naturally if you are obsessed enough, and again, all of the people at that event were constantly striving to become a master of their craft. They read, wrote, consumed relevant podcasts, and practiced relentlessly. And even though many of them are considered masters by the rest of us, they never stop trying to learn and grow. And the fourth thing is focus. Now, just this week, Instagram released Threads. Like a shiny new toy, many will flock to it hoping to blow up on another platform. My advice, don't get sidetracked. Final principle that surfaced repeatedly was focus. Focus 100% on your unique word, your obsession, and your journey towards mastery, and watch the results compound. When your obsession starts to generate income, you can hire someone else to obsess over other things for you, allowing you to stay laser focused on your primary mission. And in other news, next week, a new mini course is going to be launched about building a home studio. It's going to cover production basics and creating a slick looking studio for a low cost, even if you have a tiny room to build in. Also, if you missed my video about 32 passive income ideas for YouTubers, you can check it out in the link in the email. And on Friday, finally going to be creating some videos for Film Booth again, and in the next few weeks I'm looking to do some live channel reviews too, so keep an eye out for the application of that as well. Oh, and by the way, if you found value in this, let me know. This is not the usual kind of email I send, and your feedback helps me to keep trying to push this newsletter forward.
Hey YouTubers, have you noticed a drop in sales this month? Well, the truth is July can be a pain as buyers are on holiday and then their decisions get delayed. But it doesn't have to be that way. In fact, this month multiple clients had their best months ever. So now I'm going to show you exactly how one of my clients got this result, which you could get too with 5 minutes of work. So step one, you just need to fix your sales page. So that means changing things that could be causing issues that stop people thinking that your offer is a bargain. Now, if you don't have any clue at all what to change, you just skip to step 2 of this process. So my client had 3 pricing tiers and they wanted to sell more of the high ticket option. So we gave them suggestions, they actioned them, and then moved on to the next step. Step 2, then you just raise your price. So we then increased the price on every tier and waited to see what happened. That's it. The result was they hit record revenue in one of the hardest months of the year, but something even better happened. The conversion rate of the sales page didn't drop. That's amazing, because if your sales don't drop after a price increase, the market's telling you you're still too cheap. So now we're just going to raise them again. But there is an important warning with this. So before you go and test this, please note, it only works if you're already getting regular sales, know your current conversion rates, and have traffic going to your sales page. If you don't have that data, you can't know that a change works or not. Now, I know this whole process sounds too simple to be true, but this isn't a one-off either. Now, one of my clients recently used this strategy a few weeks ago, and they doubled their revenue. Try it and tell me how it goes, Ed. Oh, and P.S. if you want to generate more sales from your offer using YouTube, I've got a few spaces left in my program. They'll be sold out by tomorrow, so we'll close the doors. If you want my help, now's the time. Click here to apply. Here, not in the audio email, in the email you can actually click on.
Hey there, YouTubers. You've heard telling stories in your videos is a great idea, but have you ever considered that the story you tell could actually be doing more harm than good? In this week's email, I'm going to show you why you need to tell unique stories, the power unique stories will bring to your content, and I'm going to show you a creator who uses unique storytelling all of the time. So let's go. And by the way, I'll be moving the weekly email to Mondays for a little while, just like YouTube. I like to test and measure here too. So the problem with stories, you know those tales that get told time and time again, right? Like the legendary Apple Think Different campaign story, or the well-worn story of Jeff Bezos kicking off Amazon from a garage. Yep, those stories are really cool and they're super inspiring first time you hear them, but by round 2, 3, or 10, they kind of lose their zing because everyone already knows the plot twist. This is exactly why you gotta mix it up and throw in stories into your videos that are fresh off the press and uncharted by others. And hey, if you need more convincing, here are 6 more reasons to do just that. 6 reasons you need to tell unique stories. First one, you want to be a flamingo in a flock of pigeons. Unique stories help you stand out from the crowd. Like wearing a neon pink hat at a black and white party. Your channel becomes this cool, quirky place that offers something different. The second one is you need to keep it real. Sharing lesser known stories show your audience that you're not just another face in the crowd. You're the real deal, dedicated to digging deeper and offering fresh perspectives. Your viewers will love you for it too. Third reason is you want to spark curiosity. So like a treasure hunt, new stories spark curiosity and adventure. Your viewers will be on the edge of their seats waiting for what comes next. Telling the most popular stories shared by everyone else just won't do that. Fourth reason is facts, not fiction. Nobody likes a game of Chinese whisper whispers, right? With unique, well-researched stories, you avoid any he said this, she said that drama, and you keep your content clear, authentic, and bang on point. Fifth reason is the personal touch. With lesser-known stories, you can tailor your content to your specific audience or theme. It's like making your viewers their favorite cup of coffee, just the way they like. And the sixth reason, you want to let your creativity shine. Hunting for unique stories can be like finding hidden gems. You explore, you discover, and you get to flex your creative muscles. You're not just a YouTuber, you become a storyteller. Remember, storytelling isn't just about filling airtime, it's about connecting with your viewers, making them feel part of your journey, and leaving them wanting more. So next time you're brainstorming video ideas, think about using unique stories to viewers. Think about using unique stories your viewers might not have heard to make your point.
Hey, YouTubepreneurs. That's a new word for you guys. I realize I don't really talk to YouTubers, it's mainly businesses. So you're now YouTubepreneurs. Hey, YouTubepreneurs. A few weeks ago, I changed my channel name from Creator Booth to Ed Lawrence. And a lot of you asked, well, how will this impact your channel and your business? Well, here's what happened. I got way more views. I now have more clicks than ever, more conversions, and we had our record month. So nothing bad came of it at all. Now, I changed the name because I have multiple companies now, so I want to reduce confusion. But what's important is I made that decision very quickly because, like many other things on YouTube, it's not that important and can distract you from what really matters. So here are 5 other areas people would love to obsess over that don't really matter and just waste your time. First, your channel banner. If you're spending hours on this, please listen to this. So it can make us feel like this is a really good use of your time because you get a quick win from it. But really, all your channel banner needs to do is set up who your channel is for and make the problem it solves clear. It's not a big decision you should spend hours on. But also, if you've built your channel the right way, someone should land on it and instantly know who you're for and what the problem you solve is without it, so you don't really even need it. And that's kind of the real key for growth on YouTube. So I would probably not spend more than an hour on this. Now, I do have a little sneaky channel banner trick that will make you some money. And it works like this. So a user of my tracking software recently sent this message. I'll read it to you. It said, anyone who hasn't added a link to their channel page should do so ASAP. I only started tracking mine recently compared to the other links I was tracking, and it's already got the most clicks, joint third in conversions for email signups. Basically, they just discovered the awesome power of the link you put in the About Us section. And this is one of the first places I look when I audit a channel, because having a link to your offer or email, not a link to the Snapchat that you set up in 1992, gets way more clicks than you'd think. But what's that got to do with the banner? Well, look at my old film booth banner. What you'll see is work with me, big on it, and an arrow pointing at a link, and it's letting them know I'm a business, and it's pointing their eyes at the link. I would highly recommend doing this too. Now, the next big waste of time is your tags, your descriptions, and your upload hacks. People obsess over upload settings, but they can be a massive waste of time. I upload my video, I add a thumbnail, a title, some links, end screen, and sometimes chapters. You don't really need anything else. Tags are just a place for misspelled keywords, and YouTube has admittedly barely matter. Descriptions don't need many words either, because YouTube reads your transcript and analyzes every frame to work out what your video is actually about. So the truth is, the settings hacks that you might have been taught online can't overpower quality content, meaning they're just not worth it. The next is the YouTube Studio. I used to wake up, hop on my phone, check if I had more subscribers, and then I went to bed with. But one morning, I stopped and asked, why am I doing this? It just distracts me, and one negative comment annoys me and ruins my day. So I deleted the app and came up with a question I had to answer every time before I went in, which was, if I go into the YouTube Studio, what action am I going to take? If the answer was none, I wouldn't look. And that answer will nearly always be none. If you're going in once a day, unless you're a pro YouTuber who relies on ad revenue, you're going in too much. I recently doubled my output on my channel, and having to check twice a week is a huge distraction. It's giving me more numbers to look at, more comments, more mean things that wind you up. I can feel it causing stress that isn't there when I don't look. The next one is indecision. A friend of mine was making about $250,000 a month and had a software business on the side, and he said, do you think I should go all in on that, Ed? And I said, yeah. Like, based on your goals and everything, it sounds like this is the long-term option. The next day, he shut his business down and went all in on the software. I was like, oh my gosh, you are crazy. But this is a pattern I see all of the time in the most successful creators and business owners. They make decisions and then see what happens and react. They don't create endless scenarios of what could happen because they know from experience It doesn't work like that. Can't really guess, and you learn by taking action. So if you're constantly questioning every decision and you're stuck in overanalysis, just pick a direction and move on. Even if it's wrong, keep doing this and increase your output so much that you'll still learn faster than if you question everything. I don't have a clue what I'm doing most of the time. I go, let's just see what happens, then react, fail and learn, or win and, well, yeah, win. The next is sharing your videos. When I started out, every video I made, I'd post to 10 Facebook groups, LinkedIn, Twitter, I'd email it. I go on Quora, find questions on the topic, paste my script in as an answer, and drop the video link, hoping for views. This was a massive amount of work for 10 views, basically spamming everywhere. But it was the advice that everyone gave on how to grow a channel back then. If you're doing this, stop. I shifted my focus to getting YouTube to recommend me instead, and after 10 videos ignoring search and these outdated growth strategies, I blew up. My life changed forever. The best way to grow a YouTube channel is understanding what your target viewers truly care about and making videos that satisfy that with a ton of value. There are no tricks. There are no hacks. It's just a game of focusing on the right things and ignoring everything else. See you next week.
Hey YouTubers, if your videos aren't bringing in consistent views or sales, it's probably because you're making life way harder than it needs to be. So today I'm going to show you the laziest YouTube strategy on the planet, one I've been using for years, that blows up channels and businesses. Here's how it works. So viewers don't want new, they want safe, then new. What does that mean? Well, when someone discovers your channel, it usually starts with them clicking on a single video that solves a problem they care about. If that video delivers a ton of value, they'll check out a few more of your videos and maybe hit subscribe. The thing is, they won't return until your next video shows up on their homepage, and when it does, they'll ask themselves a few things. Is this something I care about? Is this more interesting to me than other videos? Can I trust this creator is not going to waste my time? If the answer is no, your video will flop. So what should you do instead? Well, always take the lazy option first. I made a video called The Silent Hack YouTubers Use to Hook You, then Sneaky Tricks YouTubers Use to Hook You, then Editing Hacks YouTubers Use to Hook You. Between them, they got almost 4 million views. I have another video called I Studied 1,000 YouTubers, Here's Why They Can't Make Money. I Studied 1,000 YouTubers, This Stops Them Making Money. I Studied 1,000 YouTubers, This Destroys Their Sales. I'm using the exact same photo in all of them. So can you see how often I just do the same thing over and over again? In terms of innovation and in my packaging, my channel has never been so boring. The thing is, every time you stray away from what brought viewers to your channel originally, you risk a flop because viewers click on a safe bet. The trick is to give them what they want in the packaging, but then deliver the information in a way that feels new inside the video so they get safe, then new. So do this for your next video. Before you waste hours searching for new ideas, ask yourself the question I always ask before making any video: what can I repeat that worked? This turns ideation into like a 10-minute exercise, and it gives your content a better chance of getting click. My packaging time that was once hours of work is now minutes. It's grown my business faster than ever too. In between these safe bets, that's when you can try out new formats, but you're nearly always going to find they're going to flop. So run this quick test. Think you're like this. So if you've had a video flop, just compare it to your best performing videos, the one that built your audience, and ask, is this video in line with the reason viewers came to the channel in the first place? You're going to find the answer is no. It's almost impossible to get a good amount of views and the answer be yes, unless the video sucked. So just be lazy and repeat what worked. I give you permission. Your viewers will love it too. See you next week. Oh, and by the way, I'm opening up spaces in my program tomorrow. If you'd like to join the waitlist, work with my team and me, got some really cool stuff coming. I can't say too much. You'll see some inner videos soon. You can click the link, join, get early access. See you next week.
Hey YouTubers, you need 0 subscribers to start making money on YouTube, and in this email I'm going to show you why that is, what's more important than subscribers, and what will happen if you make a product too early. Okay, so why you need 0 subscribers to make money on YouTube? Well, it's because subscribers are not active viewers. Active viewers are the ones that are hot right now. So when trying to work out if someone should make a product or not, I usually look at their average video view count to gauge how hot their active community is. I'm not looking at if they can blow up videos, I'm actually more interested in their average video's performance. You tend to find videos that blow up don't actually increase sales. New viewers need to come back and warm up in order to become a client, so that's always been a big focus of mine. But is there a sweet spot for average views per video that means you can make money from products? Yes and no. Every niche is going to be different, but as a safety net, I tend to use 3,000 views per video in the first 30 days as a sign you're ready to make quite a lot of money. That's a lot of people watching every video, even though it might feel like it in YouTube terms, and with the right offer, I think most people could probably go full time. Now, it's not quite that black and white as you're going to see in a few days when I send my next email. But what happens if you make a product too soon when your audience isn't large enough or ready to buy? Firstly, you're never really going to know the answer to this until you try, but really the worst thing that will happen is it will take your focus away from growing your following. So my advice is this: If you can start to get 1,000 views on every video in the first few weeks, it's time to start considering what you could make. And then when you get to 3,000, you really need to have something up and running because you'll be missing out on income if you don't. And in a couple of days, I'm going to show you some channels with 1,500 views per video, bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars a year that prove all of this. I'll see you then. Ed. That's the name. Wear it out. What? If that made it in, then... Hey YouTubers, do you ever wish you had someone who could take a mountain of work and stress off of your shoulders? Well, in November, I picked up a new team member called Cynthia, and they changed my life forever. They're never late, they consistently over-deliver, they're really affordable, they save me hours every week. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I gave them a task that I thought would take me days, and I got it back in just a few hours. They are a YouTube creator's dream. So today I'm going to show you where to find your own Cynthia, and 4 ways they've boosted output in my YouTube business, so you can do the same too. I think I love them. Oh, P.S. I forgot to embed last week's audio email. I've left the link to it in this week's. And P.P.S. or PSS, can't remember which way it goes around. I am putting on a free live event to teach you guys how to write scripts. I've never spoken about this stuff before, and I'm going to show you a really simple system that I think will get you ahead of 99% of YouTube creators if you follow it. It's going to make you write faster. It's going to finally give you some structure. You couldn't trust in it completely. I use it on Creative Booth all the time, and I'm looking for viewers to send me their videos, which I can use as examples in the script to then give personalized feedback to. If you like the sound of that, only members of this email list can apply. There's a link in the email. Okay, where do you find your very own YouTube angel? Well, the good news is this is going to take you like 30 seconds, and it's only going to cost you $20 because this team member is ChatGPT. Now, don't run away thinking not another AI email. I think you're going to like what I'm about to show you. And yes, I named my AI. Okay, so unfair advantage number 1, which is a YouTube growth hack. So pattern spotting is one of the most powerful tasks a YouTube creator can master. Once you recognize words and thumbnails and trends, you can harness them to get more views. The challenge is that it takes a lot of practice and time to excel at this. Enter ChatGPT 4. Now, I'm not going to take credit for this one. It was my fellow YouTube nerd Noah's brainchild. Definitely follow him on Twitter because he's a genius. He wrote a prompt that you can type into ChatGPT which will show you exactly what the high view patterns are on your competition's channels, which you can then harness. It even suggests ideas based on these patterns, saving me hours. Last week, I made a screen recording for my edutainers students that walked them through how to use it. I'm going to share it with you guys as well this week, along with the prompt. Just click on the link in the email to check that out. It's amazing. Unfair advantage 2, course building. About 2 weeks ago, I realized I needed to go and write up notes on every video in an entire course to create what I call cheat sheets. These basically summarize all the key points and tasks that students need to complete under every video. It means they don't have to sit there with a pen trying to remember everything they need to action. So I believe it's a really good service to include. I started on the first of the 24 videos and I realized this was going to take me days. Enter Cynthia. I took my video scripts, pasted them in, and simply asked her to headline and bullet point the scripts. That's it. Cynthia spat out an awesome instruction list that needed hardly any editing, and I managed to do the entire course in a couple of hours. And by the way, it helps if you ask the AI not to change the vocabulary. That way it'll always sound more like you what you paste in. Unfair advantage number 3. I would try this today. So go and set up a Google form. On that form, write a few questions like, what was the thing that you struggled with the most when you started? And then fill in the gap with something relevant to your niche. Or what do you think the main reason you're not hitting? Insert the goal. What's the number 1 thing you'd like to get better at? Then post it to your community wall with a 10 by 1080 image so it grabs attention, and wait a few days for responses. If you have other platforms you can share this on as well, go for it. Then all you do is download your results to a spreadsheet and copy and paste all the answers to ChatGPT 4. Ask it to list in order the most common problems people have based on the data, and it will create a list of the topics your marketing, videos, and services should be focusing on to help your viewers the most. Of course, don't just blindly follow this. You'll need a good amount of replies to get usable data. I'd also take some time to think of other questions you can ask so you can learn more about your viewers too. Now, if you're a course creator or you provide a service where people have asked questions or given feedback, you can use this in the same way too. I've got a great big bank of questions my students have asked over the last 2 years, pasted them into ChatGPT 4, and it made it crystal clear where I need to focus my support and what areas of my content might not have been clear enough based on the results. Unfair advantage number 4. Now this is getting pretty crazy. So I need to make it very clear. Cynthia didn't do this one for me. Bob did. Bob is my name for the Photoshop AI. I think Bob's going to get to the stage where we can just take a simple photo and an AI will turn it into hyper-realistic images that would have taken years of photography experience, beautiful locations, and maybe even an extra team member to help produce. So check this out. You're going to want to check out this image in the email. The before and after is insane. Photoshop managed to zoom
out of an image and recreate someone's legs, build an entire golf course, add a cap, and create an incredibly realistic thumbnail, which I think works so well. For a golf channel in particular, this is a game changer, as you don't need to get out on the course to take photos anymore. You can just take them in your house and then put yourself on a course. But this is not just for golf channels who can harness this. You want to check out this too. There's another image where we've taken someone out of their environment and put them in a ski resort by the mountains, and it looks absolutely perfect. We also used the AI to add some hats and glasses, and what's even more amazing is the AI worked out, and then there's more subtle uses too, where we've used AI to take a simple block shape drawn in Photoshop and turn it into what looks like a poster being held up. Basically, you can replace anything in your hands at a touch of a button now, or just draw on a block shape and then have AI turn it into something more realistic. What's even cooler is this is helping people get more views too. Recently in Thumbnail University, someone added a thumbnail, we then changed the background using the AI, and it resulted in the video getting a push. So if you're struggling for time, creativity, if you don't know what videos you should be making, or you're just struggling to work out why your audience isn't clicking, AI should be one of the first places you turn now. This week we added 3 new videos to Thumbnail University to help members master all of these AI effects above. Check it out if you'd like to do something similar. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next week. If you have any AI hacks that you want to share with me, by the way, I'd love to hear them. I nerd out on this stuff. And don't forget to submit your channel for the live. Hey YouTubers, most YouTubers fail at making money online because they don't recognize a big killer of drive and productivity. And today I'm going to teach you how to spot it, get around it, and I'm going to show you why it gets in your head and stops YouTubers from achieving their full potential. But what is this mysterious problem? Well, it gets a bit weird, but I want you to imagine a water slide without water. If you slide down that thing, you're going to start off moving really slow, but then something worse is going to happen. You speed up. Your butt becomes a flaming ball of agony as the dry plastic chafes it, and you do everything you can to escape. Meet friction. In the physical sense, it can hurt. In the mental sense, every time you experience it, you naturally try to alleviate the discomfort by stopping doing the thing that's causing it. So when you think to yourself, I'm going to finally make a product, you look into setting up the software to do so, and it looks so confusing and time consuming, and this is where you hit friction. When this happens, you have 2 decisions. You go back to your comfort zone and keep doing the tasks you're used to that have no friction, or you throw yourself down a water slide with no water and chafe your butt to try and make something more of your life. And that's why most people never get anywhere. They aren't prepared to ride out the friction. So the next time you're trying to better yourself and things feel overwhelming, stop yourself and realize that you're riding the friction water slide, but don't get off. Instead, try soothing the pain like this. Below, I'm going to list some of the biggest areas of friction you'll come up against when building a product and how to get through them. Friction number 1. YouTubers know they need to start an email list, but they hit friction when they start learning how to do it. They're met with complex strategies, confusing terminology, and they're sold the perfect way in tutorials and blog posts, which seems so complex, thus chafing their butts. Solution: ignore the complex advice, make the minimum viable option. All you need to do is build a very simple sign up form and then send an email to the people who signed up monthly, bi-weekly, weekly, or more if you like. Then you can work on that over time and add in all the complex automation stuff you're told you need, as it feels like it has less friction. Friction number 2. So YouTubers want to make products, but they don't know what to make. To add even more friction to this problem, they worry that if they don't come up with the exact perfect idea, everything will fail, so the pain gets too much and they jump off the slide and they don't build one. Solution: come up with a load of ideas you think you could make as a product. If you look at those ideas and one of them overwhelms you and it feels like too big a task, just cross that one off the list until you end up with an idea with the least friction, and then make it. So once your first product is out, your next will be 10 times easier. It doesn't have to be a life-changing product, you just need to get over this hurdle, because after there'll be less friction. Friction number 3, people worry their viewers might hate them for selling something, so they never make a product. Solution: there are actually some ways to sell to your audience that even the haters won't mind or notice, but I want to go into a bit more detail on them. So in a couple of days, I'm going to send you my guide on how to sell on YouTube without sounding like a slimy salesperson. See you in a few days, Ed. Hey YouTubers, I am really flipping excited this week. Why? Well, because one of the most annoying things about YouTube might finally be dying a death. And there's data to prove it too. So this week I'm going to show you what this epic news is, why YouTube's new tool that established this is going to be a game changer, and then how to use the tool so that when it's released, you get off to a flying start. Alright, so what's the amazing news, Ed? Well, for those of you in Thumbnail University, you'll already know this, but I've been telling people to stop taking thumbnail photos of themselves with their mouths wide open all year. I call it the thumbnail fish face, and the reason you should not do it is because it's annoying, it's unprofessional, and it's outdated. The thing is, every time I tell people to stop with the fish face, they say the same thing, but Mr. Beast does it. And this is why I'm so excited, because this week he tweeted this: I closed my mouth on all of my thumbnails and the watch time went up
on every video, lol. But what is he talking about? Well, the next reason to be excited is YouTube is finally rolling out thumbnail split testing inside of the platform, and MrBeast already has it, and that's how he discovered that, surprise, surprise, mouth shut beats mouth wide open in every video he tried it on. So this is why YouTube's new thumbnail split testing tool is going to be a game changer for us all. So until now, there's only been a few ways to split test thumbnails, and you've had to pay for them. But it wasn't just the price that stopped people from using them, it was the inconvenience of having to log into another piece of software. So pretty soon, when we all have access to this, it's going to enable us to learn faster about what works and what doesn't, grow our channels more easily, and waste less time and money with outside solutions. And I'm really looking forward to getting it. But how do you use it when it arrives? Well, you can compare up to 3 thumbnails at once, which is plenty. You'll then want to keep these things in mind. So don't test radically different images. I mean, you can do this, but if you look at what MrBeast did, he tested 2 very similar images with subtle differences. The same image with the mouth open and the same image with the mouth closed. The reason this is such a great way to split test is that there's only one difference. So he will know that the positive result is 100% due to his mouth being shut. Now, if you split test 2 very different images, you won't necessarily know exactly what caused the increase. This means you won't be able to carry that information over to your next image. Another thing you want to be thinking about here is that you don't just look at click-through rate when you change and split test a thumbnail. If we look at MrBeast's tweet, he actually said this: the watch time went up. That's right, your packaging actually impacts watch time, not just your clicks, and that's currently how YouTube's displaying the results in the split testing tool. Here's a few theories as to why YouTube are making watch time the hero of the split testing. Marques Brownlee said, "I have a really deep twisted theory about how the open mouth is actually getting a higher click-through rate, but slightly more people feel clickbaited and leave the videos slightly earlier, so actually the thumbnail with worse click-through rate will have the best watch time." And then someone called Automated Marketer said, "The psychology behind click-through rate and watch time is intricate. A more shocking thumbnail may prompt a click but not sustain interest, impacting watch time negatively. While the open mouth may get the initial click, genuine engagement depends on content quality." So how does this work? Well, right now it just looks like you start a split test and then YouTube takes care of everything else for you. So it will set the time frame and determine how often the image will switch. So here's how to use the tool to get off to a flying start. Now, you should be doing this already, but ensure that when this feature is released, you have 3 versions to every thumbnail you make to split test. It would be crazy not to use this on every video, new and old, because it will teach us so much and truly make a world of difference. See you next week, Ed. Are you ready to totally transform your YouTube channel? My previous cohort of edutainers just came to an end last week, and we had some amazing results. One channel picked up 105 new subscribers over the 10-week period. Another generated $100,000 from one video. Multiple YouTubers hit new personal bests, and I got countless messages. Hey YouTubers! In this week's email, we'll be diving into 2 time-saving YouTube tricks that will save you hours and our thumbnail of the month winner. P.S. A lot of edutainers invites were sent out last week and 80% of spaces have now gone. Fly here to register your interest in one of the remaining spaces. Okay, so 2 time-saving YouTube tricks that will save you hours. So last week, fellow YouTuber Andrew Kirby said to me, running a YouTube channel is like having a full-time job and a half, and I laughed because it couldn't be more true. Brainstorming ideas, creating titles, designing thumbnails, planning videos, trying to run a business and having a life, we need 54 hours a day. Sadly, that's not on the cards. So instead, here's 2 of my best time-saving hacks that could save you weeks. First one is to limit yourself. So when I was 18, I started a lawn care company. One of the tasks we undertook was called scarification, basically raking up a massive amount of moss and thatch from people's lawns. Sometimes the piles that came out of the machine ended up above my shins. They were huge. Problem came when the business began to take off. We found ourselves swamped, and I didn't want to keep turning people away, so I took a risk and booked more work, but only allowed 90 minutes for jobs that usually took 3 hours. Now you might be thinking to yourself, Ed, that sounds flipping dodgy, but hang in there with me, because this is how I stumbled across the marvel of Parkinson's law. This is the idea that deadlines can cause procrastination. So if you make them shorter, you put in more effort and get them done quicker. It worked almost too well. Finished the jobs in 45 minutes. The cool thing was, the new speed didn't actually impact quality at all. And it turned out that a good chunk of my old 3-hour time allowance was completely wasted. But when I started to work against the clock, every decision counted. So I quickly weeded out inefficiencies and doubled my business. And that's why you need to set limiting time limits for your creative tasks, because when the clock ticks, you won't waste a second on anything. And then the second hack is to block it out. So the process of coming up with an idea and then making the video on the same day is a recipe for wasted hours. That's why you should try leveraging Parkinson's law by scheduling blocks of time to perform different tasks, each with breaks in between. So for instance, my schedule might have looked something like this. Monday 8 till 10 a.m, brainstorm 4 video ideas. Tuesday 8 till 10, plan 4 thumbnails and titles. Wednesday 8 till 10, plan 4 video scripts. Thursday 8 to 10,
Write as much as you can. Friday 8 to 10, catch up and film. Focusing on only one type of creative task during each session not only speeds up your workflow, but also produces better creativity. Jumping from filming, writing, and thumbnails is like throwing your time down the drain. Thumbnail of the month. This month, the students at Thumbnail University had some massive wins, with creators quadrupling their channel growth. And each month, students submit their images to battle in our Thumbnail of the Month award for a $100 prize, and they're placed in the $5,000 Thumbnail of the Year Grand Final. This week we had some amazing competition, with one member getting 1 million views in a week as a result of their thumbnail and their efforts, and other creators smashed their records again. The prize went to Jacob with this bad boy. Now, you can't see this image because it's audio, so I'm probably just going to move on. If you want to check out the images I'm talking about, go and look at the written email in the portal. Jacob won with this absolute bad boy. You're going to have to bear with me whilst I explain this email, because it's quite a visual one, and you guys might not have the visual elements in front of you from my email, so I'm going to have to explain what's in the pictures. Alright, I'll do my best. Okay, here we go. Hey YouTubers, most YouTubers make their lives 10 times harder, and then they complain that they don't have enough time. If they simplified things to an almost silly level, they'd get so much more done. So today I'm going to show you one simple trick to save you hours, examples of creators using it, and then how to get over the fear of using it too. Okay, so step 1, understanding how to get clicks. So check out this image below. So on the right hand side we have a funnel that is representing your audience size, and on the left hand side we have an arrow which is showing you the chance of getting a click. If I go back to the funnel, the top of the funnel, which is the widest and has the most people in, if people discover a new topic, they are way less likely to click. As we move down this funnel, it gets thinner and there's less people in it. So once people are interested in a topic, they are a little bit more likely to click. Once they are a fan of a topic, they're way more likely to click. And when they are obsessed, they're almost definitely going to click. Basically, the further down the funnel, the more likely someone will be to click on a topic they are interested in. Therefore, to get easier clicks, make videos on topics within your niche that have more people who are interested in it, fans of it, or are obsessed with it, not totally unaware of it. Now, if you want to go viral, this isn't necessarily the way to do it. To do that, you'd need to produce content that gets people interested in a new topic they maybe hadn't heard of before, because that's where the mass general audience is. The thing is, you'll have to spend a very long time working out how to package your video, what stories to tell, and then you'll have to execute it to perfection. Most people don't have that ability, so instead, make your life easier and produce videos about topics lots of people are fans of or obsessed with, because you'll build a strong community and get more views. Okay, so now we understand that, hopefully. Let's look at this. It'll make much more sense in the written email, I'm sure. Let's look at the simplest trick in the YouTube game that will enable you to do this with your next video. Step 2, the simplest YouTube trick in the game. Okay, let's just assume for now that if you make a video and it gets a lot of views, you have used your time more effectively. This isn't how I like to look at it for information-based channels, but for argument's sake, today we will. If that is the case, it means always trying to talk about new topics is the ultimate time waster. What you should really do to save hours is the next time you go to make a video, go to your most popular videos of all time, or the last 12 months, and then just remake one of them. Because your audience will be made up of a lot of people who are either interested in the topic, fans, or obsessed, so it's just way more likely that they'll watch it. But you don't make the content exactly the same. That would just be a clone. What you do is make the topic the same and then use a very similar title and thumbnail. This saves so much time because your title is already written for you, just tweak it a bit. Your thumbnail concept and design is almost ready, just tweak it a bit. And you're way more likely to produce a video that performs again because you have evidence that the topic is in demand with your audience. So here's an example of this in action. There's 2 videos here from a watch channel. One of them got 1.2 million views and was called 13 of the best watches under $150. And the thumbnail is just 3 watches on a table. Then they have another video with 1.2 million views called the best watches under $300, and it's exactly the same type of thumbnail, 3 watches on a table. That's it, they've just repeated what worked already. Another option is to do a yearly updated version like this creator called AC Hampton did below. He made a video called How to Start Dropshipping in 2023 with 2 million views, and the year before he made one called How to Start Shopify Dropshipping in 2022 with almost 1 million views. The thumbnail is almost identical, he just made the text look slightly different but used exactly the same strategy for the image. Now let's get on to the reason why you probably won't do this. So most people know that they should be doing this, but they still don't do it because they worry about what their viewers might think if a video is so alike. The thing is, you can't worry about repetition in this way. Firstly, your viewers probably won't have watched every video you ever made and they won't remember all of them anyway. I I can't even remember the videos I've produced. Secondly, as you've just learned, people actually want to click on similar videos because they trust they won't waste their time. So build trust with familiarity and you'll win. Hopefully that made sense, guys. Some weeks I need to use a lot of visuals, which is quite tough to translate to audio. Anyway, move on to the next section. So every month I pick a thumbnail from my students in Thumbnail University to award $100 to and a place in the Thumbnail of the Year finals with a $5,000 grand prize. This month we added a new tutorial to teach people how to recreate the classic top-down thumbnail shot, and some of the guys created epic examples, which you won't be able to see. If you look in the email, you will. They look great. But what I want to point out is something cool. So Jacob had actually used AI to make his image look like it was taken from a much higher angle. And this is something you can do in Photoshop so easily now, which is just going to be game-changing for thumbnail creation. Then anyway, our Thumbnail of the Month award goes to John from Plugin Alley because he took a risk this time and it looks like it's going to pay off. So let me explain. So John's been using a very similar thumbnail style on his channel for a while now because of exactly what today's email has been trying to teach you. But he wanted to do something different. The thing is, different things often cause flops. So to stand every chance of this not happening, he put in the research, looked for another trusted concept, and he came up with this bad boy, which you guys can't see. And actually, it looks like it's going to pay off. It's a 2 out of 10 at the moment for his channel, but his 1 out of 10 was an absolute beast, so he's incredibly happy. And when you take a risk on a new image, this is a great start. We're going to be adding some new content to the community very soon, teaching students how to use AI to create all kinds of wonderful things in Photoshop, and we're closing in on capacity now. So if you're an information-based channel and you appear in your own images and you want to get feedback on all of your packaging and level them up, check out the link below. See you next. Hello and welcome to another exciting issue of Ed's audio email for all the audio peeps out there. Let's do this. Today I'm going to go over 3 big YouTube trends that I believe won't just explode in 2024, but you would be an absolute fool to ignore them. What you're going to learn is what they are, why you definitely shouldn't sleep on them, and the current trend I hate more than anything else I wish would just go away. Okay, so the first trend. YouTube is massive and it's only getting bigger, which is flipping fantastic because it means more viewers, and more viewers means more opportunities for us. Yippee. That's why I think people will finally realize that niching down is the best solution for the majority of us. It allows you to become a big fish in a small pond, which is easy to grow, maintain, and monetize. It's also a happier, healthier, and more fulfilling lifestyle versus trying to become internet famous. People were taught to niche down so they could one day go broad. I don't think we need to ever go broad now. In fact, I think if you decide to stick to a section of your niche and just go all in on it, you could create larger communities than most people who try to widen their net, which is a much harder thing to do too. Casey Neistat explained the current state of YouTube, and I left the video linking to it. And he explains what he doesn't like, but also what makes niching down being so wonderful. The second trend? Well, a few months ago, I ran a test of a new course that taught a really small group of niche YouTube creators how to build and launch their first product. Out of the 12 who launched so far, 11 made their money back in 7 days, 4 made over $10,000, and 2 made over $30,000 in the same time frame. It was insane. And these are evergreen products that will go on to generate 6 figures from channels ranging from 6,000 to 200,000 subscribers. That's why I believe that with the shift to embracing your niche, next year we're going to see the end of the starving artist and enter into the year of the thriving creator. Millions will be generated by channels with small communities who decide to invest their time into building a business rather than trying to create a giant group of internet friends that don't pay their bills. Become part of the creator economy as it explodes and start taking monetization off of YouTube more seriously. It will change your life fast, and it's going to be a mega trend. Trend number 3. There's no doubt that AI changed my life this year, and it did tasks that take days in a matter of hours. I even built it into every single one of my courses to help students use it so that they can get faster results. And it was absolutely mind-blowing to see just how well it works. What's exciting is this is just the start. Next year, we're going to see massive amounts of videos produced with nothing but AI. Just this week, Runway released an update to show off their new motion brush tool, which brought an AI-generated bird to life. Check out the GIF in the email. It's absolutely mind-blowing when it loads. We're going to be able to just produce any kind of B-roll we like, and that's going to enable us to tell better stories and come up with way more creative content, so I'm incredibly excited for that. I think the creators that get into this early are going to have the biggest gains too. However, there's also a potential problem because of video summaries. AI can now summarize videos very easily, and there's a strong chance this impacts views and how YouTube is used forever, because I've found myself using it on a regular basis already, and it's only just occurred to me that this is only going to increase in the future. But it's another big reason you need to focus on building relationships with viewers in ways that evoke emotional reactions rather than just being an information-based hub, because AI can easily replace that. And the best way to do that, become the go-to authority in your niche, tell unique stories, and use a lot of visualization visualization to simplify concepts in a way text can't. And then the final trend, the one I hate, that I just wish would disappear. So recently, a YouTube creator named Sam Sulek has been gaining a lot of traction for filming his workouts, and the internet has gone crazy because of how fast he's growing. People are saying his stripped back style is the new meta, that viewers now want more authentic raw content, that this is the big shift in what we should be making, and is utter nonsense. I once found a channel that had millions of views on every video they made by simply filming themselves making tea or cleaning in silence with beautifully shot footage, and it wasn't anything kinky either. Just in case you were wondering that. These videos, they brought in massive views, and nobody is sitting there saying this is the new state of YouTube and what people want. Really, nothing has changed. He just differentiated and found a style of video that was valued by a subsection of his niche. So the trend I'd like to see vanish is this idea that is pushed on us every year that we all have some kind of style trend we should be aiming for to keep us with the times. People who push this are distracting you from the fact there are so many different viewer types who all want different things, and that the platform is so big there isn't one meta that rules it. Stick to mastering one style and find ways to differentiate and you'll go far. Chase the hot new thing that isn't a hot new thing and you'll end up hurting your progress. The head of the YouTube algorithm has recently stated the same thing too, when he tweeted, "Personally, I think YouTube is way too big to be described by a single unifying meta. I think we'll always have a diverse variety of spectacle, storytelling and authenticity. The audience across them varies over time, but I don't think the trends are universal or binary." Hey YouTubers, have you ever thought your thumbnail and title were great, but then were really surprised when nobody clicked on your actual video? Well, it turns out a massive percentage of people are now deciding what videos to watch based on autoplay, and sadly that means there's one more thing for us YouTube creators to think about if we want to pull in more views. The good news is, this week I'm going to show you how I know this is true, why autoplay could be hurting you more than you know, how to use autoplay to get more views, and I'm going to talk about what we spent months working on to help solve this problem for you. There's also a sneaky 10% off Thumbnail University waiting for you at the bottom of this email, but they're limited, so hurry up. Anyway, what's the big deal with autoplay? So a few months ago, I tweeted that YouTube would be a really different place if thumbnails and titles didn't exist, because it would mean video quality alone would prevail. But then the YouTube algorithm head came flying into the conversation to say that actually more people were now deciding what to watch based on autoplay than just the thumbnail and title alone, which is a problem. So here's why. Let's simplify YouTube down to 4 things channels really need for explosive growth. Number 1 is personality, 2 is credibility, 3 is information, 4 is emotion. So when you nail those 4 things together, they overlap to create the perfect storm for extreme YouTube growth. The thing is, when you turn one of them off, the others become less effective. So if your information sucks, your credibility will take a hit. Or if you have no personality, it will be much harder to create an emotional reaction with your viewers. Now, the real problem for educators in particular is when you turn off credibility, all of the other 3 can die in an instant. And this is why autoplay can cause so much damage, especially with new viewers who don't trust you yet, because whether you like it or not, they are judging your visuals hard. So if your video quality doesn't meet their expectations, they're more likely to not bother watching your content, meaning you can't make your information, personality, or emotional connection work its wonders. So how do you use autoplay to get more views? The good news is, now you know how important credibility is, you can use it to your advantage by simply trying to make a better first impression visually. Now, I don't believe you have to create cinematic masterpieces or upgrade to the world's most expensive camera, or even shoot tons of B-roll in an attempt to impress people. Instead, you just want to make sure you have the very basics of production nailed so that when someone clicks, nothing negative can distract them from what is coming out of your mouth. But how do you do that? It's actually pretty simple. First, just learn how to light your videos. Lighting is the most important part of making yourself look glorious on camera, and you really want to upgrade a light before you buy new kit because it's the thing that makes the most difference visually. The second thing is you want to create a really simple set. I think a lot of people try to overcomplicate their set design. Even just a plain wall with great lighting can create a really strong first impression. And then throwing in a few props your viewers might resonate with can also build personality and add to your visual story. And then the third thing is just create a studio you can set and forget. Turn on your camera and film anywhere. It's very unlikely it will look good every time. So find a space where you can just set up a studio and leave it. And the good news is you don't even need that much space, but having a dedicated area will mean you can make videos faster, have one less thing to worry about, and it'll enable you to trust that in every video you make, you're not denting your credibility by trying something new each time. So here's how we're trying to help with this autoplay issue. So a few months ago, we realized that your set and basic production were now a click-through rate problem more than anything else. So we built a little mini course to teach people lighting, camera settings, set design, and audio hacks. But last week, we decided we needed to give it away for free to anyone who's ever signed up for Thumbnail University, because I believe video production quality is now part of the packaging. So if you're a member, log into the platform and you're actually going to see that whole course waiting for you. If you're not a member and you'd like to transform your channel and business like David below did, sign up to Thumbnail University before Friday this week and receive the Studio Build mini course for free. It's not available for sale anywhere. It's just an add-on. In the email, there's a voucher code for 10% off. See you next week, guys. Have a fantastic week. Oh, and one last thing. People keep asking me, is there any way they can access all the old emails that I've sent? And the answer is no, but I'm going to build it. Hopefully in the next few weeks. Just keep an eye out for the email and you will get a login to be able to access every email and every audio email.
YouTubers, do you ever wonder how long it will actually take to grow a YouTube channel and make a living from it? Because most people get this very long. Some think it will take them years when it could take them weeks, whilst others think it's going to take them months when it will take years. The truth is there are actually 4 different types of YouTube creators, and each one has a different time frame they should expect to see results in. So today, I'm going to show you what that time frame is, help you work out which creator you are, and give you some steps to speed up your own results. Let's do this. Okay, creator type 1. Our first creator needs to accept that it's likely to take them at least 3 years to see life-changing results. Now, it's possible to do it faster, but 3 years is the mark those who stick to a solid strategy can expect to build a strong community and business around it. Creator type 1 has no or very little experience in making content, but also no or very little experience in business. What that means is they need to learn all the basics of YouTube, go hard at it for at least 18 months, and then hopefully they'll be able to start thinking about introducing products and services once they have signs of a community forming. After 3 years, you should be skilled at content creation, understand your audience, and have a business that's looking after you comfortably with consistency, drive, and some elbow grease. The real magic will happen between years 3 and 4, when your hard work's results will start to compound. So if you're new to making videos and you're not thinking in at least a 3-year time frame, adjust this as soon as you can. But what can you do to speed this up? Firstly, get clear on your niche. Secondly, carve out a space in it by solving one big problem for people. Thirdly, stick to a plan, stay focused, and build systems to speed up your production, ideation, and growth. Creator type 2. This type of creator can see results in a few weeks, but it's wise to think in a 6 to 12 month time frame. These type of creators have no YouTube following, but they have a business or an offer that is making them money elsewhere. Some of my students have released their first ever video and picked up 3 new clients from only a few thousand views. This is the nature of creator type 2. When you're already good at the business side of things, have credibility and a sales system in place, you don't really need many eyeballs to get results. Now, that's not to say you'll blow up your channel. Growth will take time, but this type of creator is often more focused on lead generation than making millions of internet friends. How to speed up your results here? Firstly, you need to research and have a great strategy. You need to learn what your audience is interested in, then go to town on that. And then you need to hire help fast. This will enable you to stay focused on the business and get faster growth too. And then you need to be consistent with posting content. You don't have to post multiple times a week, but you need to practice getting good at filming, writing, and refining your workflow. Next, we have creator type 3. This type of creator can go from making $0 to tens of thousands of dollars in a matter of weeks. These types of creators have a strong YouTube community already and no product, but they don't have a product or an offer. So if you're getting around 3 to 10,000 views per video in the education spaces and you've begun to build an email list, you can produce courses or consulting offers, digital products, live events, workshops. The list is endless. As long as you nail the offer and messaging around it, expect to make 5 figures in your first month. The reason I know this to be true is because I put 40 creators in this bracket through a system to help them launch their first low ticket product, and they averaged $10,000 in their first 7 days of launching. How to get a quick win here? Firstly, you have to get over your fear. Fear is the number one thing that stops people making money on YouTube. People worry, what if it doesn't work? But that's not the real risk here. The real risk is you don't try and you end up in the same position you are now. You need to also keep things simple. Don't try to build something big. Test the waters with a simple product that doesn't take months to build. And then you need to build your email list. Email is the ultimate tool for building your creator business. And then we have creator type 4. This type of creator can see massive success from YouTube in potentially a matter of hours or days if they don't fall into the common trap creators of this nature often do. A YouTube creator I spoke to was about to make this mistake, so I'll tell you what I told them, which went on to generate them $150,000 in 3 weeks. This is crazy. But firstly, this creator type has an offer, but they also have a following. So the creator who was about to give themselves 10 times more work for less of reward said to me, Ed, I want to double my views. And I asked them why. And they said, because it will double my business. The thing is, it wouldn't. They currently had a blocked pipe stopping them from making more money, and they were hoping more views would unblock it. Views are not the ultimate problem solver, and generating them is hard work. I always like to look for the quickest win first. I told them all they actually needed to do was unblock their pipe by changing their offer. They did, and hey presto, $150,000 flew in over the coming weeks, doubled their income, and they didn't have to make a single extra video to do so. Now they should put the effort into getting more and more growth, which will then allow their new personal best to double again. How do you get a quick win here though? Well, if you have both a following and an offer, always look to optimize your copy, offer, and marketing before you throw more and more at growing a channel. Once the blockage is fixed, go to town on following growth again, and the speed of results you'll get can be mind-blowing. No matter which type of creator you are here, there is one thing you must have, otherwise nothing's going to work, and that is patience. Although these timeframes are realistic, everyone takes to YouTube at different speeds. Some have all the time in the world to dedicate to it, others less. But so long as you think long-term and stick with it, I honestly don't think you can fail. See you next week. Ed. Question of the week. Blaman asked, does copying titles from really successful videos word for word punish my videos in any way in terms of impressions and so on? My answer, YouTube responds to how humans react. If you post a title that is 100% the same as another video and people click it, watch the video and give all the right signs, YouTube will still give it impressions. If you want to grow your channel and make more money in 90 days, check out the link at the bottom of the email.
Hey YouTubepreneurs, 1,700 people have now applied for my channel reviews. On the application form though, each one has answered a single question. What's your biggest problem? So I took that, whacked it into AI, and got it to tell me what these people who had filled out the form believed to be true that wasn't. I call them false beliefs. And today I'm going to show you what that brought up and how to avoid falling into the trap of believing these things that are just not true. All right, false belief number 1. So if I just get more views, money will follow. So this week, a YouTube creator with over 1 million subscribers posted a video about being on the verge of bankruptcy. It's a really sad story, but it's actually one of many. The truth is, views don't magically make you rich. In fact, they're often a massive distraction from what really matters. The reality is, when you become a large channel, you focus way more on trying to keep views up. But if that gets in the way of making a living, like it often does, you could end up in a tricky situation. So instead, you want to flip your thinking to, if I have an amazing offer and drive the right viewers to it, the money's going to follow. That's going to grow your business, and it's going to make things far more sustainable in the long term. False belief number 2, the algorithm hates me and it's random. Nonsense. I used to think YouTube was broken because my videos were good. You can't see me doing air quotation fingers there over good, but I did. But they didn't get any views. The thing is, I was wrong. My actual problem was that the content wasn't appealing to my avatars in the right way, even though it was technically good. Once I realized the difference between good videos and videos your viewers actually find interesting, I understood how that algorithm really worked. Now, the reality is, there are only a few reasons the algorithm won't pick you up. You're targeting too broad a topic and competing with creators with 100 times more experience, so you just need more practice to be able to defeat them. The next reason is your packaging, your thumbnail and title, just not clickable. The next reason could be your content doesn't meet the expectations of the people who clicked or isn't high enough quality yet. And then the next reason is you have a brand new channel and YouTube hasn't figured you out. False belief number 3, I have to post more often to fix low performance. Nonsense. I used to post 3 videos a week and got nowhere because all I was doing was multiplying the same problem over and over again. Posting more videos helps when you're practicing. So it'll help you practice presenting, editing, and filming, but it won't get you more views unless you truly understand your viewers, what they want, what they don't, and how best to communicate with them. The only way to learn that is to post, analyze, react, and adjust. Just posting without reflection or any real strategy, hoping something might blow up, won't work. And this is all stuff that needs a lot of time devoted to it. Sometimes moving slower just enables us to move faster. False belief number 4, my niche is too small. That's why I can't scale. Now, I know that's not true because I once worked with a creator who was basically one of 2 channels in his niche. His average video got 300 views and he had to stop posting because he couldn't handle the incoming business. The reality is some niches just have a very low view ceiling, meaning they might only be able to get 2,000 views per video max. But that doesn't mean you can't grow a business. It means you can become a big fish in a small pond, which is actually a great place to be. I think I'd rather be that out of anything, actually, because you have less competition, it's less stressful, and unlike everyone else in the niche, you're not trying to compete with these mega YouTube creators who have it all figured out. False belief number 5. Viewers won't pay high ticket prices when they're used to free content. Now, I used to think it was absolutely insane anyone would spend money on a course or a consultant when everything was free. It wasn't until I got really stuck and then decided I need to spend some money on here and had all of my problems pointed out to me in an instant that I realized the difference between YouTube and paying for an expert's help. Once that became clear, I use it as a secret weapon for faster development, and I've now gone past $50,000 spent on storytelling coaching alone. The reality is, most viewers are window shoppers who are never going to spend a penny with you, and that's okay. But plenty of people don't want to waste time on YouTube trying to piece together hours of free videos. They'll gladly pay for a step-by-step system with direct support that makes their life easier. High-ticket offers appeal to those who value speed and guidance over DIY. The thing is, breaking this limiting belief is tough and will only really happen once you take the dive and see the outcome. To help inspire you, here's a message I got from a client this weekend. We helped them launch their first high ticket, and they made $37,000 on launch, but more importantly, listen to their reaction. It said, "Ed, pushing me to make a high ticket was the best advice I've ever received. I thought I'd find the extra responsibility a chore and limiting freedom. But it's done the opposite. It's completely lifted the glass ceiling. I love working with clients, and this feels like the reason everyone gets into YouTube, to lead a tribe of like-minded people and make real impact. That's exactly what I've got now. Crazy that I'm getting paid for it. Thank you, bro." And I couldn't agree more. False belief number 6. Better gear will boost retention. Have you ever clicked on a video with amazing production but wondered why their content gets no views? It's because they've not worked out what their viewers actually want, and what comes out of their mouth isn't that great either. The reality is, keeping viewers hooked isn't about gear. It's about writing, planning, setups, payoffs, stories, hooks, and frameworks. If you're a master of these, the only thing your gear needs to do is not make you look so amateur it hurts your credibility. False belief number 7. Once I find the perfect thumbnail style, everything else falls into place. On Film Booth, I racked up 30 million views without ever finding a single magic, repeatable thumbnail style. The reality, there's no such thing as the perfect style. Sometimes ugly images win, other times they might look slicker than BP's latest whoopsie in the ocean. Neither matters if the video itself doesn't deliver a next level experience. So although I place a lot of importance on packaging and having a repeatable style is amazing, what happens after the click is where the big results are. All right, guys, see you next week. And I'll be opening up a few more spaces to my program soon if you want to join the wait.
Have you ever felt like there aren't enough hours in the day to build a YouTube channel and a business? Well, I used to feel the same way, so I developed a system to grow channels and businesses using less time. And over the past 2.5 years, it's enabled me to launch 6 products, 2 high ticket and humongous, scale multiple YouTube channels, travel the world, build a personal brand, generate $4 million. So in this email, I'm going to show you how to use this system to get more done. And unlike the advice that you hear about cutting out friends and partying to succeed, I did it without cutting out the fun and consumed about 500 mojitos too. Are you kidding? It was probably more like 200. But you can have fun and grow. The thing is, recently, this system cost me $500,000. So I'm also going to show you why. Let's do this. Oh, P.S. Spaces in my program reopen soon. If you want early access before the 20,000 others on my email list get to hear about it, just join the waitlist in the email. Okay, so step 1, you need to time hack. So years ago, I told myself I didn't have time to grow a channel whilst I tried to run a business at the same time. And then I realized that by going to bed earlier and waking up earlier, I could hack time. I pulled 31 extra hours a week out of thin air doing this. Now, I would probably say that I was doing Saturday mornings too, but it still left time for fun on the weekends. The thing is, if you currently have an hour a day to work on YouTube, that's great, it's a start, but if you can stretch it to 2 hours a day, your speed of results will double. It's simple maths. The more time you dedicate, the faster you'll see progress. So where can you find more time? Please note, I have no kids. I repel women, so I'm not in a relationship. I can find 31 hours because of that. Finding this amount of time is not doable for anyone without deep-rooted relationship issues. Step 2, work in seasons. Yes, I love my mojitos and downtime, but I also believed in focused seasons. So seasons, a 90-day sprint, we just go all in on a big project or goal. During these 90 days, what you want to do is work as many hours as you kind of can in a healthy way. So do Saturday mornings, do your mornings, just whatever time you can find, try and fit it in. You also want to sacrifice distractions. So at the moment, I'm in extreme focus mode and I have no apps on my phone other than WhatsApp, which is on mute. So all distractions have to go. And yeah, you got to get up earlier if you can. Now, it might make you a little boring for a short time, but trust me, the payoff is worth it. After the season, we take a well-deserved break to recharge, we hammer a few mojitos, and then you give yourself a pat on the back. 90 days of laser focus can change your life. And then step 3, you want to master the art of saying no. This is a mega hack. So once you've carved out more time and committed to a season, the next step is identifying what matters most. So you ask yourself, what tasks will deliver the fastest results? What's the single most impactful thing I can focus on? Once you know this, anything else that might get in the way of the tasks, you say no to. For example, if your goal is to build a product, use your time solely for product development and just say no to posting new videos. If you get invited to a mojito drinking contest on a Saturday night, you say no because you won't recover until Thursday and you'll lose precious focus time in the week. If someone says, want to come for lunch and it's during your focus time, I'm afraid you gotta say no too. I know it's boring, but like I said, this still does leave some time for fun. Saying no, however, is the best way to grow as it forces you to focus and that brings faster results. If you can commit to these 3 things today, forget Christmas. By March, you'll have a life-changing experience. I don't mean forget Christmas. What I mean is don't use it as an excuse to start after Christmas. Just start now and then have some time off over Christmas. You'll be fine. But why did this cost me $500,000? Well, I believe in saying no so strongly that I take it to extremes, but it's never failed me. So in 2023, I said no to making YouTube videos for 6 months and focused entirely on building a product. The result, the product went on to generate $250,000 a month. But at the end of October this year, I made another bold decision to shut down admissions. The reason was simple. After running the program for 7 months and spending $16,000 on a team to gather client feedback for 30 days, we uncovered opportunities to make the product even better. I realized these optimizations would drastically improve results for my clients and speed things up. But if I tried to work on a product and then create YouTube videos and generate sales and support clients, I spread myself too thin and it could take like 8 or 9 months to complete. So I made a choice. I paused sales. I cut back on content. I entered a season of intense focus to rewrite and optimize scripts, developed AI tools to simplify workflows, and I just refined the product that was already delivering amazing results. Closing admissions meant walking away from $250,000 per month for a couple of months, so that's why I lost out on $500,000 in total. I think some people see this as a risk, but even if it backfires in monetary sense, I'm going to sleep well knowing that I tried.
Hey YouTubers, do you hate making mistakes? I don't, because my biggest results have come from fixing my biggest mistakes, so I've now just kind of learned to love them. That's why I want to share some of the most painful and valuable lessons I learned this year and how I plan to turn them around in 2025 so you can too. And the first one is just not being mentally prepared. In March 2024, I had a new program and this ambitious goal of tripling my turnover in a year. And I honestly didn't think it would be much harder than what I was already doing. I was wrong. Scaling brought triple the stress, introduced problems I didn't anticipate, and honestly, it pushed me to my mental limit. But instead of throwing in the towel when things got hard, I sat down and just asked myself, what's really causing the pain here, Ed? I listed out the specific stress points that felt overwhelming and realized many of them just had pretty simple, clear solutions. Outsourcing repetitive tasks. So anything that was eating up my time that could be handled by someone else, I could just get rid of the pain by giving it to them. But also building better systems and creating processes for recurring tasks that would reduce constant decision-making drain. The moment I labeled my stress points and started tackling them, things just became more manageable. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, just try this. Ask yourself what's causing the stress, write it down, and then just identify one action you can take to kind of ease the burden. Sometimes the answer's simpler than you think, and often outsourcing or systematizing just one task can free up headspace you need to move forward. My second mistake was just lacking empathy. So I've always been very direct and logical, and I respond best to tough love. The thing is, that's just me. And in 2024, I faced situations where a softer, more empathetic approach was needed. And what that meant was my robotic way unintentionally caused some upset and demotivation. So I realized I needed to make a change. Now in 2025, I'm committed to baking more empathy into my communication because not everyone loves that tough love. Now, if you struggle with this too, because I think a lot of people do, here's a little trick for you. I've started using AI to help me. So whenever I feel my robotic brain kicking in, especially with like more emotionally driven topics, I write my reply or an email back, and then I run it through AI to smooth it out. and it's a bit of a game changer. The third one was just forgetting my values. This year, I caught myself thinking something absolutely ridiculous. I was about to repost my Twitter content on LinkedIn when I thought, oh no, don't do that. Your friends are on LinkedIn, and your tweets can be so cringe. But why would I be okay with millions of strangers seeing my tweets, but not the people closest to me? The truth was, in 2024, I played the Twitter game too much. I started focusing on content that got impressions instead of staying true to my values and sacrificing reach as a result. There was way too much, look what I made, look what I did, and brag, brag, brag. And honestly, I hated it, but it's the sort of stuff that just works on Twitter. So yes, my following grew, but deep down it didn't feel right. So in 2025, I'm making a shift, and I'm just going to post content that aligns with my values, whether or not it racks up impressions. I think the long-term impact of staying true to your values brings a much bigger win than the short-term hit of more reach. Anyway, have a great new year, guys, and thank you so much for your support in 2024. I'm going to be sitting on a flight as the clock strikes midnight, putting the finishing touches on my program's relaunch, 10,000 feet above sea level. If you'd like to join me for the next chapter, I'll be emailing the waitlist and update on the January 1st.
Hey YouTubers, if you want to make it on YouTube nowadays, you have really got a niche down. But how? Well, I made an entire 60-minute deep dive on that topic. There's a link in the email. But first, there's another niching tactic people are using to generate big views that I think you should know about. So today, I'm going to show you what this tactic is, examples of it blowing up all over YouTube, and how to make a video that harnesses its power. Let's dive in. Okay, so the powerful tactic revealed. So the basics of growing on YouTube involve making videos for a particular type of person. We call them our avatars. These avatars, they're not blue, they're real life people, not from the future. And they're made up of various characteristics, from things like where they're located in the world to their biggest problems, their fears and their goals. Now the idea is to make videos that relate to this type of person. But here is the challenge. If viewers are at different stages in their lives, it's really hard to keep everyone engaged because they all care more about different things. Until now, that is. The tactic I keep seeing in high view videos is targeting one specific thing, a viewer's age. And as you can see from the example below, the results are epic. Now the example in the email is a video from a guy called Dan Go, and it's called I'm 44. If you're in your 20s, watch this. And he got 1.3 million views in 12 days, which is crazy. But why is this such a big opportunity for creators and businesses? Well, you likely have a dream client, and it's also very likely they fit into a more specific age range than just 18 to 90. So ask yourself, what is that age? Then make a video targeting just those people. So why is targeting an age so powerful? Well, by calling out a particular age group, you might put everyone else off, but you'll have more appeal to the right people. Not only that, once inside the video, the information will feel so relevant that you're likely to get longer watch times and more engagement, which in turn will cause YouTube to push your content to even more of the right people. So how do you make an age-targeted video? Well, start by picking your target age. Don't target an age that isn't the right fit for the future of your channel or your offer. That would be crazy. Then a title. Now, I'm really loving this format right now. This one, which is basically why people over X need to Y. So the example video in the email is why people over 40 must start a YouTube channel. Got 300,000 views in a month, and it was about 100X outlier on the channel. Some other options you could use for inspiration are honest advice about X for those in their Y. So Hormozy did one, brutally honest advice for men to win in their 20s. Another one I really like is watch this if you're X, and then just insert a problem. So for example, watch this if you're in your 30s, lost and achieved nothing in life. Ooh, that's a brutal one. And then there's the thumbnail. So if you can't see the email, basically all of the thumbnail styles for the videos that I've just been talking about kind of varied, but what you often see with this type of video is the image itself is quite raw and it's authentic. So don't over edit them, apply tons of effects, just keep your shot raw and very simple. Content. So think of these videos as a letter to your past self. Maybe I should do a whole email or video on that because these things are powerful. Anyway, to keep them super authentic, imagine you're writing to yourself just at that age, and then just cover the main lessons you'd wish you'd known then. And delivery. Look, don't worry about tons of editing here. Keep it very simple. Just use some text to back up key points to maintain the authentic feeling. And if you want to go deeper on niching, then check out my deep dive. There's a link in the email. And let me know if you try this. I love hearing about the results these emails get you. And it's crazy how many results they get people. See you next week. By the way, if you want me to help you build your very own YouTube growth and income generating system, there's a link. YouTubers, there's a trend appearing on YouTube. It's blowing up videos with very little effort, and there's a strong chance that anyone can do it too. So today I'm going to show you what it is, examples of creators using it, and how to do it for yourself. Oh, and PS, I'll be emailing you tomorrow with an announcement, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Okay, so what the heck is this magic video, Ed? Well, it's so simple, it feels silly, but it works like this.
So take a bunch of your old videos, throw them into your editing timeline, then export as one video and upload that to your channel. This could mean you upload a video that's 2 hours long, but I keep seeing people do this, and the results they're getting are epic. Here's an example of a creator doing this well. Firstly, I need to credit Denver for this. He's a YouTube strategist who posts awesome content on Twitter, and I would not have been introduced to this without him, so I'd highly recommend you follow him. So one of his best posts explains more, saying this: "When I say YouTube likes watch time, this is what I mean. I've been doing this with all my channels, and it is just insane. I've battled with wanting to tell the world, but I also don't want anyone to know about it and force YouTube to change it. But you reading this deserve to know. Make longer videos. RPM goes through the roof, click-through rate and APV will look absolute garbage, but it doesn't matter. Maybe this is why most TV shows move from 22 minutes to 50-minute longer videos. Go now, go." And he shows a picture of a video that's nearly 4 hours long that's simply a compilation of that channel's videos with 8 million views. Their average video gets about 400,000, and the average watch time was 1 hour 15, which is incredible. Now, one of the reasons I think we're going to see these types of videos becoming more and more common is because TV views are increasing, and on most TVs, switching between videos is really annoying. Controls are clunky, and typing a video's name into the search bar is really fiddly too. So long-form content where the user doesn't have to switch to watch the next video just makes sense and explains why 1 hour watch times could accumulate. So how do you make compilations? Firstly, you've got to come up with a fantastic title and thumbnail. Even though your click-through rates will end up low because the length of the video will scare off a lot of people, if you can't get clicks, this just won't work. So treat it like you would a regular video. Use curiosity to try and make people want to know what's inside, and an image that grabs attention and builds intrigue. Then you could go the genius advice route, like Think Media did, where they simply showed loads of famous YouTubers on a thumbnail and called it Genius YouTube Advice for 15 minutes straight. Another option is a video called Watch These 90 Minutes to Become a Better Creator. You would just simply fill in the gaps to make it relevant to your niche. Alex Hormozy and Vanessa Lau had amazing results with this title. Or like Crazy Gorilla, the channel I was talking about earlier with the 8 million view compilation, you can give it a regular title, but state that it is a compilation or series next to it. You could then potentially write a hook that sets up what the longer video's value to the viewer will be, or you could take the Crazy Gorilla approach and just start playing the first video. It doesn't have to be your own content either. You can actually just piece together other people.
Hey YouTuberneurs, so I posted videos on YouTube for around 6 years now, but earlier this year I tried something different and it blew up my views and my sales. So today I'm going to break down exactly what I did so that you can test it too. Alright, so let's start with the problem that many of us have. So in February 2025 I set myself a challenge. Can I find a faster, more effective way to grow a YouTube channel that can actually work for business owners who don't have unlimited amounts of time? Now, I was really kind of tired after years of doing this, still spending hours coming up with new ideas for every video, and it just felt like there had to be a faster way. So I came up with a 90-day plan, which looked like this. To start, I was going to post 2 high-quality videos a week. Then I was going to test 6 different types of video styles, from deep dives to roasts, to process walkthroughs, to personal backstory, to listicles, to trend hacking. Then I was going to measure which one worked best for sales and views using RevTrack. After that, I was going to turn the best performing videos into a repeatable template. The idea being, if the video did well, I'd repeat the intro, the thumbnail and title, and the video structure, each time just filling the template with new content. And the result, my average views per video went up over 2x, my monthly turnover 2x too. And the repeatable templates on average performed better than any video I made that didn't follow them. But more importantly, ideation time dropped from 3 hours per video to 20 minutes. Scripting time dropped significantly, editing eventually got faster, and everything felt way easier. So here's how you can run a test like this for yourself. Step 1. Commit to a 90-day testing period. If you can, do 2 high-quality videos a week. Don't rush them. This is a game of quality and quantity. If you can only do 1 high-quality one, just extend your time frame to 180 days. This can still work. Step 2, choose 4 to 6 styles to test. Step 3, then just batch your ideas. So get at least 3 weeks ahead before you post the first video. That means you'll have 6 ready to go before your countdown starts. Then, step 4, you've got to track everything. So you need to use RevTrack to measure both views and business results. Without this, you can't see the impact of videos on your business, so this strategy just can't work as well. Step 5, you then repeat what works. So when a video performs above average, just template it and repeat it to save hours. So here's why viewers will love this, because everyone worries that this strategy could turn them off. The thing is, they don't get bored by repeatable formats in the way you think, because they love them.
They get bored by content they don't. That means when they see a video that feels familiar, they're more likely to watch it and enjoy it. This strategy has saved me hours per week and helped my videos generate so much more income. And if you want help building this system for myself, you can click the link in the email, and I'll see you next week.
Hey YouTubers, I have written over 1 million words of scripts, and you know what? I'm still fine planning them bloody flipping hard. Well, I did until recently, because I stumbled across a planning tool that has changed the game for me. It's taken away all the overwhelm, it's made it easier to come up with ideas, and once you've done it, writing is way faster too. So today I'm going to show you what it is and how to use it. P.S. In January, I will be putting on my last ever small group cohort of edutainers. If you'd like to be one of the last people to join an intimate group of creators and get a massive amount of support from myself and my team, apply in the email for one of the remaining spaces. Okay, so let's look at the video planning tool you're going to wonder how you lived without. So in the email, you're going to see the game change. In the email, you'll see the game changer in question, but I'll describe it to you for all the audio peeps out there. It's simply roll up whiteboard paper you stick to a wall, and it really has made my life 10 times easier. Now, if I weren't a digital nomad, I would simply just buy a whiteboard, but this allows me to roll it up and take it around the world with me. I've peeled it off a few Airbnb walls too, and it's done no damage so far, just in case you're worried about wrecking your walls, although I can't guarantee that. So how do you use this whiteboard to transform your video planning, and why is it so powerful? Well, the reason it's so powerful is because it gives you a large visual space for brainstorming. Now don't go, I can do that on my iPad. It's just not the same. You need this to be more physical and bigger than a tablet screen. The reason it's so powerful is because you can quickly jot down ideas, draw connections between concepts, organize your thoughts spatially, and this just isn't possible on a document where you have to scroll up and down to see the whole picture. Whiteboards also enable quick editing and reorganizing of ideas. You can erase and move things around and create diagrams or plan metaphors on the board, which just isn't doable on a PC in the same way. On top of that, you will be so focused doing this because whiteboards don't have notifications to distract you. And my favorite part is that a whiteboard allows you to step back and view the entire scope of your potential script at once. This means you can see any gaps or delete anything easily that doesn't need to be included. And it's not just me who thinks this is a mega hack. Some smarty pants called Muller and Oppenheimer sounded proper British in. What was that accent? Oppenheimer have done a lot of studies on this, and it all points to the fact that handwriting enables a deeper understanding of material. So let's look at how to use your new power tool. This isn't really a do exactly as I say thing. It's not supposed to be too structured, but I'm just going to tell you what I do. So to start, I just whack down anything I can think of under the topic of the video I want to discuss. I give myself time to stand and stare at it all. Now, it's quite common I'll just look at it for 5 minutes in complete silence until a eureka moment happens, and they happen a lot more now. And then I take a big step back, and I stand up when I'm doing this, by the way, because I find that helps a lot. And I ask myself, what's missing? What's the most important info to include in the video? What can I delete? What can I do to take this information and come up with a way to make it easier to understand so my viewers might feel smart? Then once I have my plan, I either write it up on a Google Doc, so it's more tidy, or I have another board next to it, and this gets the tidy version. The reason I like having two on the wall is when you write your scripts, you can just look at the wall rather than flip between tabs on your laptop to remind yourself what's next. And that doesn't sound like much of a productivity gain, but it has kept me so much more focused, and as a result, my writing speed has exploded. But it's not just good at planning videos. I'm using this for everything now. Need to plan an email to send you guys? The pen comes out. Need to plan a course? Pen's out. Need to come up with a copy for a landing page? Guess what? The pen's out. So I'd go so far to say that in 2023, this has been the best discovery I've made, and there's been a lot. Convinced? Go and get yourself a whiteboard and report back. See you next week. P.S. I own no shares in whiteboards or whiteboard paper, I promise. Oh, and one last thing. Try this power phrase blowing up videos on YouTube. So each month, members of my thumbnail community submit their thumbnails into my Thumbnail of the Month awards, and the winner gets $100 and is entered into the Thumbnail of the Year awards with a $5,000 grand prize. I want to highlight the words in this month's winning image because it helped a video explode and picked up thousands of views an hour as a result. So what's the magic phrase? Well, it's simply the words, feels like cheating. Put that in your thumbnail and see what happens. It's a big claim. It makes the video feel new, safe, and easy. And these are winning combos. Well done. $100 of Amazon vouchers are on the way to you, sir. See you soon.
Ed. That's my name.
Hey YouTubers, if you're struggling to generate sales, views and leads from YouTube, you just need to understand one thing to change that: the image in the email. Now that image represents the ultimate YouTube sales system, and in today's email, I'm going to show you how it works to generate more sales and views. So why is that messy chart everything for sales, views and leads? Well, in that image, what you're seeing is the effect I've created on my channel right now. What happens is when a new person watches a video, YouTube has figured out that there are 4 more on my channel they'll love. So it keeps promoting them to people who haven't seen them over and over again. What that means is all 4 are constantly picking up views as one video pushes its viewer to another. Now imagine those videos are designed to convert viewers into leads or buyers. Suddenly, one video introduces viewers to an entire video funnel. YouTube becomes a powerful automated market machine running 24/7. Every viewer is guided through content that builds trust, warms them up, and turns them into buyers. When you get this right, you hardly need any other market at all, because if someone watches 4 high-quality videos in a row, they're far more likely to buy. This exact strategy of creating a video referral network generated me 1.2 million in the first 3 months of 2025. No ads, nothing complicated, just great content that aligns perfectly with YouTube's goals, keeping viewers watching longer. Inside the videos, I just do a handful of things to fire up the sales magic and get the system working. So how do you optimize your videos to create a funnel for sales? Well, to optimize your videos to sales and warm up viewers quickly, you need to include 6 steps in each video. To show you exactly how to do this, I just posted a video on YouTube breaking it down in more detail, as it's a little complex for an email. Or if you want the exact system I personally use, you can join my waitlist for the program. Space is opening next week. We'll give you everything you need to create it yourself. See you next week. Ed.
Hey YouTubers! Recently YouTube announced that a video's success is all down to something called viewer satisfaction. What's strange is, this has been a thing for a while, but it seems to have resurfaced and caused a lot of confusion because, let's face it, it's not the most specific instruction. So in this email, I'm going to show you what viewer satisfaction actually means for growth, and 2 things to consider to create tons of satisfaction with your viewers. PS, Edutainers starts on Wednesday, and we have 1 space left. If you want to learn how to create viewer satisfaction in a big way, check out this link and apply. I'll be closing applications in 24 hours. So what even is viewer satisfaction? Well, YouTube's big thing is that not all watch time is created equal. And I totally agree with that. I mean, picture this. You get to the end of a video and think, yeah, that was useful. Are you satisfied? Versus, wow, that was epic. I've got to show this to John. In plain terms, the more your viewers are like, wow, that was awesome, the more YouTube is going to boost your videos. But what does YouTube use to judge this whole satisfaction thing? Because awesome means different things to different viewer types. Now, they haven't given us a complete checklist, but the usual suspects that keep popping up are what viewers watch, what they ignore, how long they're glued to the screen, likes, dislikes and comments, not interested boxes ticked, satisfaction surveys, and a whole heap of other things. But which one of these should you put in the spotlight? Well, I'd say don't play favourites, but pay attention to them all. Here's 2 powerful ways to make sure you're ticking all the satisfaction boxes in one go. The first one, you just want to chase away anxiety. If you're a regular reader, you might have seen me complaining for 8 months about my bathroom getting wrecked by a UK company called Wix. They literally trashed my house and I've had to wash in a sink. I had no idea the stress this was causing me until a true professional was finally sent to fix the mess. A massive weight has now been lifted and I'm sleeping so much better not waking up at 4 AM to plan the court case. My point is this: nobody wakes up at 4 AM because they're just so flipping happy. It's the worry that gets us, and when that worry finally vanishes, that's the best feeling in the world. Now, this might sound a bit over the top, but when people watch an educational video, they usually have a problem that's bugging them. So if you can be the one to squash that bug, you're going to hit the satisfaction jackpot. But how can you harness this? Well, a powerful realization I came to was when I asked myself the question, what's the big problem that's keeping my viewers up at night? I realized that people feel awful when they check their sub or view count at 4 AM to see that nothing has changed. So I diverted everything on the channel to alleviate that, and it grew 10 times faster. So how do you shoo away anxiety and get your viewers grinning? Here's a couple of my favorite strategies. The first, simplify. Chances are there's a ton of stuff on YouTube about your viewers' problems, but a lot of it is going to leave them scratching their heads instead of feeling relieved. This is why I always bang on about metaphors. They can make anything simple and relatable, leading to that aha moment of satisfaction. I honestly believe a couple of my film booth videos got so popular because of the metaphors used in them. People always reference them in conversation. I mean, check out this chat I had with Hillier Smith. The metaphor he drops at the end creates this massive light bulb moment, and simplifying simplifies a concept that usually gets way too complicated. And then the second one is to create a feeling. Teaching isn't just about cramming in facts and figures. To me, it's about teaching in a way that gets people excited to come back for more. YouTube's in on this too because they consider returning viewers a big satisfaction signal. But how do you get people back? Well, I believe you need to stir up some feelings, and there are many ways to achieve that. You could force yourself to always include a hilarious moment in every video. You can dig deep to find the unusual questions your viewers always wonder about and answer them, or you could even just focus on telling the most relatable stories possible. For those of you who've had a builder wreck your house before, did you think about that time all over again and sympathize me when I told my story, or did you just ignore it? I'd be really surprised if it was the latter. The bottom line is, if you make a video and don't put any effort into stirring up feelings, you're less likely to score satisfaction points with YouTube, so keep it always in your mind.
Hey YouTubers, I need to be upfront with you here. This email probably isn't going to feel very relevant to many of you, but you're going to understand why I'm still writing when you get a bit further down the page. So 6 months ago, I took a big risk and I decided to niche down a lot and launched a second channel. I'd seen overwhelming evidence to support that making this decision was going to be the best thing that I could do for my future, and maybe yours too, but I wanted to live and breathe it so I could help others do the same if it was. So I set up Create a Booth, a channel that caters to information-based YouTube channels looking to monetize their business. So in today's email, I'm going to show you the big problem with YouTube that made me do this, the amazing impact niching down has had, and why it's actually changed my life. First though, to understand why I made this decision, I need to explain the problem with YouTube. So the problem with YouTube is this: when you make educational videos like I do, unless you put the word beginner in the title, viewers all come into your content with different levels of knowledge and interest. That means to get a lot of views, you need to keep as many viewer types as possible interested. You basically have to make videos a grandmother, a 5-year-old, a pro, and a beginner could understand. The more happy viewers, the more chance a video has of performing. Now, it is totally possible to keep that many people interested, but the issue I was finding was it was killing my ability to give more in-depth information that I believed would cause big results for a smaller percentage of my viewers, because if I did that, I'd put off 80% of my audience. And when you're a channel that teaches getting more views, that's not a good look. But not only that, I'd fallen into the trap of becoming more interested in views than transforming live. And now you know why I still wrote this email, even though it's not that relevant to as many people, because it's potentially a big impact message for a smaller group of you. So with a burning desire to talk more about the business side of things and impact a smaller group of YouTubers in a much bigger way, I started Create a Booth with the aim of making videos that went deeper into a specific problem and gave myself some rules. Make no attempt to over-optimize every second of the video for retention. Don't chase views, just focus on solving problems I see creators have if it's not a big views issue. Aim for 10,000 views per video and just be content with that. Get the content made faster. And before I go on to talk about what happened, let's just address the elephant in the room. I already had a personal brand that was recognizable in the space, so just keep that in mind. The fast results this had would have taken longer if I was starting from scratch. Much longer. Alright, so the impact of niching down. This is the first thing. My views are a fraction of my main channel, but I've never had as many emails or messages from viewers about the results the content is having on their lives. The videos are motivating people to finally take the business side of their channel seriously. They are taking my simple advice and making money, and for some viewers, it's actually been life-changing. This stuff's free too. Putting it simply, although the views feel low in comparison to Film Booth, the value per view is much higher. Vanity metrics aside, I feel like this is a really big win. The second thing is, it turns out people don't watch Film Booth anyway. So this is going to be a bit of a weird thing to admit. But when I speak to my clients, the majority of them don't watch every Film Booth video. They've seen a few videos, and after that they don't come back. In our heads, we always think every viewer watches every video, but most have told me they got a ton of value years ago and then didn't really feel the need for more. It's not a bad thing, they're busy. And when I think about it, I do the same. I binge watch a channel and I think, love this person, and then I never come back, but I always have a feeling of respect inside me, and I might pop back every now and then. But guess what they are watching way more of? The new channel. I'm talking about issues that feel more relevant in their current stage of their journey. The comments I get below the videos are a totally different vibe to Film Boost too. They almost feel a bit more grateful, and I guess that makes sense when you help someone with a very specific problem they have in that exact moment. Third thing is just networking. About 5 weeks after launching the channel, I got a message from Andrew Kirby saying he's totally in line with my new mission. We had a chat, and then off the back of it, he introduced me to some people, which saw me fly to LA to attend a mastermind with some of the top online business owners in the world without it costing me a penny. By trying to become known for something much more specific and having a much clearer mission, my network has exploded, and the conversations I'm having with people are now far more in line with Create a Booth than they are Film Booth. Next thing is the impact this has had on my business. So cutting back on your main channel is really flipping scary. You worry that you're going to get forgotten about, that your entire world's going to collapse because you believe that you have to keep posting
creating videos to survive, but it's just not true. As you're about to find out, there comes a point where it's an opposite. I should probably state that if you're trying to grow your following though, you do need to keep practicing and getting videos out there. Since starting Creator Booth, I posted about 3 videos to Film Booth. 2 of them I made more specific to cater more to the target audience I want to speak to. So the views are down a lot on them, but the business is growing faster than ever. In fact, the people who I'm attracting to my cohort have changed too. Most of them want to talk about business and growth, and this means I can give more value to the people who join and help them make better decisions too. Putting it simply, niching down has grown my business. And the 5th thing is stress and happiness. I'm without doubt happier, healthier, and the least stressed I've been in years. When I'm in YouTube optimization mode on Film Booth, I can't sleep. I constantly have mouth ulcers, and I'm wired thinking about how to turn dull information into a fun ride for the viewers, so that I can keep more people happy. So since focusing on simpler content and a smaller audience, I have no views anxiety, I enjoy making videos more, and I sleep like a flipping baby. Now, I was pretty cut up when I realised this, but optimising videos for views and stressing over the little things takes a big toll on you. It's a constant mental battle. Then when I put my focus into other areas, my parents started commenting how much healthier I looked. But there is one big problem with niching down, I guess. I still want to go and make high effort videos. Even on my new channel, I'm thinking about giant projects. I've been working on one since May, and I think when I release it, it's likely to have been a video I spent an entire year on. When I talk to others in a similar situation, it's the same. There's something really addictive about going all in on content and trying to win the YouTube views game, but right now, niching down has been a blessing, and I see no downside at all. 2024, I plan on going back to bigger videos on Film Booth, but maybe in a slightly different way. As always, I really hope this helped. Let me know if you found it useful or gave you the permission you need to take a risk on your own channel. I'll see you next week with an email that will be a little bit more relevant to more people. Oh, and by the way, if you missed the live stream on Film Booth about writing Hey YouTubers, people often make no decision at all when they're overwhelmed with too many options, and this is one thing that slams YouTube channels and business growth to a halt. So today I'm going to show you how to overcome this and the surprising result that happened when my decision caused me a massive problem. Okay, so the big problem with indecision. About 12 months ago, a friend told me to invest in the stock market, and I kept saying, oh, the times are so uncertain, it's probably going to go down, and I was paralyzed by indecision, so I did nothing. Fast forward, the market's now up 34%. I was so afraid of making the wrong move that I made no move at all, and that cost me. Overthinking, whether it's about a video idea or a business decision, stops you from taking action, and it's only through action that we can truly learn and grow. So here's how I've managed to get over indecision. When I feel paralyzed by choice, I just write down the pros and cons of each topic. Then I just pick the one with the biggest upside. Now you need to write this down though, because it's only when you see things on paper that the decision starts to become so obvious. Then the key is to completely forget about the other options once you've made a choice. That way you can focus 100% on your decision and avoid falling back into worrying about all the other potential options. But what if you've made the wrong decision? Will you regret it? Probably not. Here's why. In May, I tried to host an event. There were hundreds of people waiting for me. I hit go live and all the tech crashed, so I had to cancel and reschedule. I was mortified. I hate wasting people's time, and because I value my own so much, it stung. On the second day, I got hit by sunstroke and had to cancel again. The third attempt, though, went ahead with no issues. But here's the interesting part. Every 4 weeks, I review my business metrics, things like sales page views, applications, new clients. And during the period I kept cancelling the event, something unexpected happened. I sent a ton of emails like, the event's going to start in 24 hours, the event's going to start in an hour, sorry, here's the new link, oh my gosh, I've had to cancel, here's the new date. There were loads. I was so worried that all of these updates were annoying my list, but guess what? Those emails drove a spike in traffic, applications, and even new clients. And that's when I remembered the advice from a famous marketing guru, which is this: nobody is emailing their list enough. Once I had the time, I went on to build a new email campaign that posted more often, and guess what? That worked too. I went from regretting the decision to using the software that screwed me over to actually being glad it had happened because of this powerful lesson. So if your decision turns out to be the wrong one, the most important thing is to learn something from the experience. When you do this, you end up on top in ways you didn't expect and you lose all regret. And here's something interesting about regret. A study published in the Journal of Behavioral Decision Making, and I know you read that journal a lot, found that people who make decisions quickly are more satisfied with their choices than those who overanalyze. So the crazy part, overthinkers often experience regret even when they make sound decisions. See you next week, Ed. Oh, and talking of decisions, I decided to shut down admissions to my program at the end of October until January 2025 because I want to focus on my clients and upgrades. So there's only 5 spaces left. If you'd like to learn more, click the
Hello, audio YouTubers. So last week I sent an email to the list about a video I made on Film Booth, which I then deleted 2 hours after posting. This week I'm going to reveal why I deleted it and the biggest lesson I learned that made me realise how wrong I'd got YouTube. Let's do this. Oh, and by the way, if you didn't see the video, you can watch it in the email. There's a link to catch up. Okay, so why I deleted the video? The dumb reason. So the first reason is actually pretty embarrassing. I uploaded the video, hit post, and a few hours later I got an email saying I had a copyright claim. And I was like, what? I've not used anything I shouldn't have for once. So I took it down. A few hours later, I went into my studio to investigate and there was no copyright claim. And that's when I realised my dumb mistake. I'd uploaded the video to my other channel, Creator Booth, and also Film Booth. The video was unlisted on Creator Booth, and the copyright had come there because that account wasn't registered to my music provider. I thought, you flipping idiot, but something stopped me from putting it back up on Film Booth anyway. Why I got YouTube so wrong. So for a long time, I'd thought the idea of YouTube was to inspire people. So I'd always made videos to try and make people take action to level up their content, which sounded like a really good idea, right? The thing is, a few months before I made the video I deleted, I produced this one below. There's a link in the email. If you've seen it, it's a pretty unusual video. I basically turned a YouTube advice video into a story about washing a car so that I could get to a wedding. I know, weird, right? Some people loved it, some hated it. Either way, when I read the comments, I noticed something that shook me, and then I remembered seeing similar ones on other videos and had flashbacks to people saying it to my face. To summarize, as they were kind of all along the same lines, people were telling me that when they watched my videos, they made them feel like they'd never be good enough. It was like all the stuff I did to try and inspire people actually overwhelmed them and made them feel like they were a million miles away from getting to the level they thought they needed to hit. And that's when it occurred to me that information channels like my own shouldn't be about inspiring people. Inspiration is about stimulating people mentally and emotionally to feel compelled to do something that's beyond their normal scope of action. And this can actually cause overwhelm. What I should have been doing was making videos that made people feel confident. Building confidence involves strengthening people's beliefs in their own abilities and potential to succeed, so that they feel like they can actually pull off what you were showing them. There's a very big difference. The real reason I deleted the video. Now, I'd felt uneasy about posting the deleted video even before the first launch, but couldn't really understand why. I watched it back one more time before I went to repost it and realised I'd fallen into the same trap. To the right people, the information in it would have built confidence. But I could feel myself halfway through watching thinking, wow, this is so much flipping work. How are the majority of people going to action this when I'm feeling overwhelmed and the video is about how I did something? And that's not the feeling I want to create in a YouTube video, especially one where the majority of viewers are bigger, because it wrecks confidence and stops them from making videos. So ask yourself when you're writing, is this going to inspire people, overwhelm them, or give them confidence to make them realize how great they could really be? If you hit the latter, they'll action your advice, get amazing results, and they'll value you forever. See you next week, Ed. Oh, and P.S. anyone who's on the waiting list for the next cohort of edutainers, I'll be opening up bookings to you guys next week. If you want to apply to try and get on that wait list, I'll leave a link in the email.
Hey YouTubers, have you ever noticed how I never share my new YouTube videos in my emails? If you're new to this email list, you won't have done, but yeah, I don't. In fact, I tend to advise people don't do that. So here's why. Imagine you're checking your email at work. You see my sexy new email with a catchy headline in your inbox, so you click it. Inside, I'm telling you to watch my new video, so you do. You feel a strange mix of rage and arousal, and then you go home with a spring in your step. That night, you go on YouTube and you see my new video on your homepage. But you've already watched it, so you don't click it again, because I'm not that engaging. And instead, you click on a video of some cats jumping on tinfoil. This is why I don't promote my new videos via email. If you watch my video at work and you're not logged in, YouTube will still show it to you later when you are. What that means is, you won't click, and when this happens with enough people, it affects the video's early momentum. Shut up, Ed. This is way too cautious. Surely not. I hear you cry. Well, that might be true, but this is often one of the first things I stop clients doing. It sucks to start because it means their next release get less views, but after a few more posts of a few more videos, over the coming weeks, things nearly always pick up, way more than when they were emailing their list. The truth is, you don't really need an email list to get views. The best way to promote a video is just to let YouTube do its thing for you. But having said that, when a video is a few weeks old, I'm actually happier to share it in my email. But in the first few weeks, I want as many fans to click on it as possible. So this is just how I roll. Ed. P.S. at 11 a.m. ET, that's New York time, I'm going to be emailing my waiting list, a link to apply to my program.
as the doors are opening up again. Anyone on the wait list?
Hey YouTubers, did you catch the latest on YouTube Shorts? Because they've spiced things up with a new update, and whilst everyone's buzzing about it, I'm still planning on ignoring them as they're just not in line with my goals, but they might be for you. So to help you navigate this minefield, I've prepped 5 Twitter threads for the week, but because you're special, I'm giving you all of them today to help make your decision faster if you should ignore them or not. So what we're going to cover is why I think Shorts could hold your channel back, how to make viewers click the links you then add to Shorts, which will make more sense in a second, why people probably won't want to watch long-form videos after Shorts, why I stopped making Shorts, and how to work out if you should actually make Shorts at all. Let's go! And by the way, booking for my October cohort edutainers opened a few days ago. There are limited early bird spaces left before the prices are going to increase. Okay, so before we start, what is the new YouTube Shorts update? In short, see what I did there? YouTube is going to allow you to add links to your shorts to help drive people to other videos, kind of like an end screen does. Now, the reason people are really excited about this is because they like the idea of blowing up a short because it sounds so much easier, and then that traffic blowing up another video. I mean, who wouldn't? But as you're about to find out, it could be a massive trap for you. So let's look at why I think shorts could hold your channel back. What really matters for growth on YouTube is honing your skills in video creation to such an extent that you don't have to rely on a short going viral to gain traction for your long form content via a link. It will create a distraction where people put too much time into gaming a hack rather than the core things you need to actually get more views, and this is going to water down their skill building. People who will benefit the most from this update will have the following qualities: expertise in short form already, mastery in writing hooks, experience in making long form that already grows channels because getting the click is only half the battle, team building because when you add another type of content to push on your channel, you can't do it all to the quality you need on your own. And putting it simply, you need to get very good at both long and short form to make this bridge work, and you need more time to devote to them both, as well as figuring out a cross promotion strategy that actually works. But if you have these skills, then the link feature could be absolutely insane for cross-video promotion. So now let's look at how to make viewers click the links you add to Shorts. And by the way, this feature isn't available till September. The thing is, I don't believe that Shorts viewers will actually want to click on YouTube's new linking system to watch a long-form video 99% of the time, unless you can do these things. So firstly, you need to create an itch the viewer needs to scratch. Have you ever had an itch on your back that is so bad you've resorted to weird and wonderful ways trying to scratch it, but it felt so good when you got it right? If you want someone to leave Shorts, the platform they chose to watch in the first place, you need to make them so curious about what's in the longer video that they'll feel uncomfortable if they don't click it. Just like that time you used a toilet plunger to scratch your back. The next thing you need to do is get very good at opening loops. A straightforward approach to do this is to ask a question the viewer is eager to know the answer to, and then mention that the answer can be found in the link. The next option is cliffhangers. So the idea here is to not provide a resolution to the scenario that you set up at the beginning of your short. So you'll build anticipation right up to the moment when you're about to reveal the crucial information and then prompt them to click the link to discover it. But let's be honest, this is really annoying. It might irritate viewers and it could lead to decreased viewer satisfaction. I thought I'd mention it because we're probably going to see it all over the place for a while until it becomes the new clickbait and people stop. And then there's the double payoff. Given that cliffhangers might annoy your viewers, why not consider a double payoff instead? So what this does is it involves setting up 2 enticing elements in your short video. You want to address one of these elements within the video and guide them to the video link for the second payoff. Of course, you'd present this more subtly. For some, this new feature is going to be a beast. However, mastering hooks, loops, setups, and payoffs is crucial to making it work. Without these skills, there's a risk of producing subpar short-form content that focuses too much on steering viewers in a direction they might not naturally lean towards. Next, let's look at why people probably don't want to watch long-form videos after Shorts. Do you think people actually want to go from watching short-form to long-form videos on YouTube? I don't, because of the highway problem. What's that? Well, I'll explain. So when you drive a car on the highway, after a little while, you get used to the high speed you're traveling at. It starts to feel effortless, and you don't have to move the wheel much, you can just cruise and chill. Anyway, when you get off and drive on regular roads afterwards, it suddenly feels like you're driving really slow. It's almost frustrating sitting at 40 kilometers an hour, having to take more turns and weave in and out of the traffic when you've been doing 100 kilometers effortlessly for an hour. When viewers watch short form content, they receive instant satisfaction by having things set up, then paid off seconds later. This is what makes the content so addictive. The viewer doesn't have to wait or do much work for their reward. known as the payoff. So putting it simply, Shorts is the highway, satisfaction is fast and easy. But when you then suggest people click on a long form video, they go from 100 kilometers an hour to 40, and their experience is going to feel more like the main roads, slower and harder work. Now that doesn't mean you can't solve this problem. Good long form video has lots of things going on. If you're smart, you've got the viewer wanting to see the outcome of multiple things, so they stick around and keep getting that satisfaction they desire. But really, unless you're hitting that every 30 seconds, you might just find your content feels like the slow roads when all they wanted was the ease of the highway. So now let's look at why I stopped making shorts. Even with YouTube's new update, I have no plans on making shorts right now. In fact, I stopped making them after one picked up 1 million views because of this. Firstly, demographic issues. I started off the year making them, but realized pretty quick I was chasing views, not viewers. The demographic revealed that I was targeting the wrong age group, which wasn't aligned with the people who would help me achieve my own personal goals. I have no ambition for fame all over the web, so this was a red flag. And then secondly, headspace. When I was posting them, I was constantly thinking of new ideas to try out, which distracted me from focusing on what truly mattered to my channel and my business. I found myself having to hire more help, which led to more admin work and delegation, and these are tasks I flipping hate. And I realized, why am I adding things into my life I don't like doing? So I stopped. If shorts align with your personal goals and you're passionate about creating them, then you go get them, tiger. But the question I think you need to ask yourself before you go and FOMO in is, have you actually asked yourself if they'll help you hit your goal? I hadn't at the time, and it diverted my attention from the tried and tested strategies that I enjoy and that consistently move me closer to building the life I want. So how can you work out if you should make shorts? I've made a simple checklist to help you determine. So make them if you generally enjoy making them, you want to practice getting better at titles, hooks and editing, you believe they'll drive signups to your email and products, you're curious and just want to test them to make your own mind up, you can see very clearly how they help you build your dream life, you have a good idea of how they'll generate income, you watch them yourself because this is going to make it a lot easier to understand the short form trends and grow, you're willing to build a team to help manage the new workload to avoid watering down your results on long form or short form, you solely aim to grow on short form platforms, or you aim to establish personal brands across multiple platforms. Do not make them if you don't like making them, you think it will be easy, it won't be, you don't believe they'll help you hit your business and life goals, your primary goal is to develop a long form channel, the sole motive for making them is FOMO, you dislike the idea of hiring additional help to produce more content, the target audience you want to serve isn't watching them, you desire evergreen videos that continuously attract viewers over the years, although shorts do appear to be more evergreen than other short form platforms and can pick up views in search too, so it's definitely better than TikTok and Reels still. As you can see, there are so many reasons to create them, but I think everyone needs to make up their own decision, not just be led by the crowd and fear. So let me know the way that you're leading and why. I'd love to know. See you next week.
Have you ever wondered if you should edit more or less? Well, the truth is, for most entrepreneurs, there's an answer to this, and I think the answer is actually less, a lot less. So today I'm going to show you why I think you should try a very minimal edit on your next video, and the reason not enough people consider, why viewers are turning their backs on highly edited videos, why I don't teach my clients anything other than basic editing now. I'm also going to invite you to join my live workshop this Wednesday. It's going to show you how small channels are niching down, growing faster. Got some amazing stories here about some fantastic creators just smashing it and building businesses by doing the opposite of everyone else. I can't wait. There's a link in the email if you want to get that. All right, let's do this. So why don't viewers like YouTube style editing anymore? I always thought my own editing was just too fast. I didn't actually like watching my own videos, believe it or not, but I carried on with super fast edits with something happening kind of every second because it just worked to grow the channel. The thing is, things have changed now, and I no longer believe highly edited videos are the way forward. The reason is down to what I call the Matrix effect. What does that mean? Well, 25 years ago when The Matrix came out, that makes me feel very old, it was pretty common to go to the cinema and afterwards people would say, what were the special effects like? Now at that time, we were going from puppets to CGI, and it meant the advancements in visuals blew up fast. It also meant people would go to the cinema to experience the visual effects as a priority. But now, they're so commonplace, you hardly ever hear anyone say, what were the special effects like after watching a film? Nobody seems to care that much. They just want a good story. So what's this got to do with YouTube? Well, a few years ago, editing tricks and special effects on YouTube were kind of like the Matrix back in the noughties. Viewers would be hooked by them because traditionally YouTube content had been super basic. So transitions and effects, they surprised people and they kept on watching. And YouTube rewarded the creators as a result. The thing is, now we're past that stage. The novelty's worn off, and it's actually becoming more of a distraction than anything else. And that's why I now teach all my clients to keep things simple, to edit at a pace that suits their viewers, and to focus more on the writing than the editing. The thing is,
there's another big reason minimal edits are important for your business too. So what's the other reason you want to tone down your editing? Well, when I was trying to grow my business alongside Film Booth's highly edited videos, I realized something that meant I had to make a change. Very few editors could emulate my style because it was so complex. But also, I'd edited over like 14,000 videos in my career, so I was very fast. Most of the editors I tested out would spend weeks on a video that took me 2 days because they had less experience, so the math didn't add up. So in the end, I just decided it would make more sense to scale things back to a level more editors could handle, so I could outsource and free up my time to focus on growing the business instead. Now, I need to admit, I found an editor who's fast and is the level above me, and he's flipping brilliant, but we've still decided to go a different direction now. So that's the other reason. If you create a complex editing style for your channel, you can potentially create an outsourcing nightmare, which will ultimately hit your business. So try this in your next video. Now, trying a minimal edit is going to be scary to start, but I need you to know this. I once tried a secret editing experiment where I dropped a massive amount of editing and posted something quite minimal. This was in my period when my Film Booth edits were taking hundreds of hours, and this took me like 10. Nobody flipping noticed. I was kind of annoyed, and the video got hundreds of thousands of views. So if you think editing is taking you too long, then maybe you don't need to do as much now. Try an experiment and only do this. First, write your script and film your narrative. You have to learn to write scripts. This just doesn't work otherwise. Sorry, moped just went past. I'm in Bali at the moment. Number 2, add text to back up major points, but don't use effects. Just keep it classy and simple. And then step 3, this is actually optional, add B-roll to your video if you've shot any to complement a story. That's it. If not, just try and get away with the very simple text and presenting. Then launch it and see what happens. You don't need to explain the change to your viewers. We want to see if they even notice. So how to use text in videos. So before I leave, here's my very basic guide to using text. Firstly, use chapters. So you know how a book has a chapter? Videos do too. If you watch my videos at the start of new segments, I usually add simple text to the screen that says what's coming up. For example, if my section moves on to talk about how to launch a product, the text will fill the screen and it will say how to launch your first product. Then you want to try using lists. So when you're listing, say, pros and cons, just have the text type on screen and the list build up as you present. People will read it, listen, and be more engaged. Then you need to keep it short. This isn't a book, it's a video. So you want to use short sentences, headlines, or bullet points. And then you just got to make sure you don't reveal things too early. People often make the mistake of putting text on screen too soon that reveals what you're talking about before you actually say it. Hide the text so it pairs up with what you're saying instead of ruining the surprise. All right, team, we are done for the week. If you really want to learn how to write so your scripts do all of the hard work for you, check out the link in the description to learn more about working with me and my team to help you just do that. Cowabunga. Hey YouTubers, this week I'm going to try and convince you to use the most powerful growth tool in your library more often. But be warned, there's a common trap you must avoid which wrecks its power. Let's go! Your most powerful growth tool ever. If you're a YouTuber with some valuable knowledge, there's a strong chance at some point in time you've figured out a solution to a problem your audience is struggling with too. Maybe you ditched your 9 to 5 to sail the world, or perhaps you've got the secret to kicking a smoking habit. Whatever the issue, if you've figured out the magic solution your audience craves, it's absolutely essential to share that journey with them. So take a look at these 3 creators who nailed this concept and got massive results. Thomas, internet-made coder, managed to monetize his channel within just 3 weeks by detailing how he achieved the outcome his viewers craved, with a video called How I Learned to Code in 4 Months and Got a Job Offer. Then there's George Dunnett, who made a casual stroll past a derelict property into a renovation story that bagged him 15 million views with a video called I Bought an Abandoned Tiny House. Dave Fogarty, on the other hand, shares his journey from being labelled stupid to ranking just beneath Margot Robbie on Australia's rich list with a video called How I Went from $500 to $500 million in 5 years. And that bagged 1.9 million views. I could go on and on with examples, but hopefully you're starting to get the idea. When people share their stories of success, they win big on YouTube. Now let's talk about how you can tell your story and 3 important things to consider. So first we have a full story versus anecdotes. So your story doesn't have to be a fully fledged video. You can incorporate it into your content as an anecdote, just like Alex Hormozi, who constantly uses his personal stories to emphasize his points. The second thing is relatable problems. For your story to resonate, it needs to focus on a widespread problem many of your viewers are trying to solve. If it's too niche, the audience won't connect. The third thing you need to do is embrace the struggle. Start your narrative from your darkest hour the moment you decided to make a change. Your story of this struggle and the transformation will engage your viewers far more than a lukewarm, I tried something new just to see what happened. Remember, your audience will relate more to your challenges than your victories, so don't just focus on the wins. This Film Booth video is about mistakes I made is one of the most powerful I've ever produced because I just listed all of the dumb things I did that held me back,
meaning new and experienced YouTubers related to it too. The next thing is you want at least 80% authenticity. So you've probably seen keynote speakers share stories to captivate their audience. These stories are really finely tuned for maximum engagement. They're nearly always exaggerated for a more compelling listen. Now, I'm not telling you to make up lies though. Really, I want you to realize that you shouldn't shy away from over-egging drama in your story, as this will keep people far more interested, and that means they will learn better too. So I'd recommend sticking to a minimum of 80% authenticity, 20% exaggerated, unless your story is 100% engaging at every step. I'm going to say that's pretty rare though. Moving us on to the golden rule. Now this rule might sound a bit strange, but you need to realize something. Despite your story being about you, it's not. It's about the viewer and their problems. They are always looking for ways to apply your solution to their own life, so keep your narrative focused and refrain from self-indulgent tangents or boasting. After all, they're tuning in to learn how you solved the very problem they're facing, not about your life. In other news, YouTube has a new studio feature, and here it shows you where your viewers actually leave when watching your videos. Find it, go to a newer videos retention graph, then click see more below it, select from the type drop down and hit detailed activity. Below the blue line, you can drag your mouse over the pink and grey bars to see when people started or finished watching.
Hey YouTubers, have you ever wondered how long your viewers watch you before they become a buyer? We've been tracking this, and what I discovered has made a massive difference. So today I'm going to show you why this metric matters a lot, how to turn viewers into buyers faster, how to work this metric out for yourself. Okay, so to start, you need to think about your own viewer behavior here. So when you discover a new channel, what do? Watch one video and then return to every video for years? No, it's very likely that you have a problem that the channel helps you solve. You binge a few videos, come back for a few weeks, then you get to a point where you have what you need and you stop returning as often until you don't come back at all. I call this the viewer cycle. So why does this matter? Well, viewers are going to be in one of three categories. People just starting to explore, people actively seeking a solution now, people ready to purchase from you. Your channel needs to make sure it turns those new people into ready to purchase as fast as it can. Because if your average viewer takes 6 months to convert to a buyer, then it means your content or sales system isn't doing a good enough job of warming them up. Also, most of your viewers will have flaked by then too, because, well, I mean, how many channels do you watch on a regular basis 6 months after discovering them? So knowing your viewers' cycle matters because it's going to tell you where to focus to make sure you warm viewers up faster. Then, when you know that, you can put a plan together. But how do you know how long buyers have been watching for? This is really simple. Just ask them. Put it on your sign-up form or post-sign-up form. When you have enough of them filled out, you'll start to have a good idea of how well optimized your sales from your channel are. You can also track how long between the first time someone clicked on your product link below a video and how long it took them to sign up using RivTrack. So I recently discovered it was taking 3 days for people to convert from clicking on a link to purchasing the software, which is pretty cool. So how do you turn viewers into buyers faster? Well, there's lots of ways, but when you have this data, here's a few things you can do to get them over the line. First, create just one killer piece of what I call conversion content. Just forget the views on this. Make one video that is designed to blow your ideal viewers away so they get to the end and go, how do I work with this person? Traditionally, people have done this with webinars, but you can do it on YouTube with a deep dive, and then you can drive end screens at it. If you want to see how I've been doing that to generate sales, there's a link you can click in the email. Make sure that this video actually converts before you drive more viewers at it, though. The second thing you do is you just post more often. I don't really like this option, but there is evidence to suggest that at a certain point, just showing up multiple times a week will help you convert more viewers, which if you think about it, makes sense. If we want to convert viewers when they are hottest, appearing on the homepage more often when they really want your content the most could do this. The issue is it's not sustainable. And the next thing you can do is just drive into your email. So making sure every video you make has a link to your email is pretty critical, because once you have it, you can send more value to these prospects, meaning you can warm them up faster. Now, there's more you can do, which I'm going to cover in a video that goes deeper on the channel soon. But have a think about this metric. It might just uncover the real reason you're not making sales from your content. Ed. Oh, and P.S. if you missed my free live training last week, showing you how to double your sales in 90 days, you can watch it back in the description. And PPS, I closed admissions to my programs a few days ago. If you'd like to find out when the spaces open up before anyone else, you can click the link in the email to join the waitlist. All right. Thank you very much. I'll see you next week.
Hey YouTubers, ever wish people took you more seriously? Now this might sound mean, but I hope so, because It's the key to growth on YouTube. In fact, there is one thing I'm telling all of my clients to do in every video now so that they get taken more seriously faster. Today, I'm going to show you what that is and how to use it. So let's do this. P.S. I'm going to be emailing the new date for the YouTube live workshop I was going to put on a few weeks ago soon. If you didn't register, you can do so in the email. Okay, so what's so critical right now? Nobody knows who you are, what you have achieved, or why they should trust you. What that means is if you get a new viewer to click play, they're still not that interested in hearing what you have to say until they feel like you're credible on the topic. So the first time someone discovers you, they're scoping you out, and you have to do everything you can to make them go, this person actually sounds like they know what they're talking about, so that they don't leave. This makes breaking out to a colder audience harder than a game of Jenga in the dark. So how do you overcome this big issue? Well, the good news is you can build trust fast and make people realize you're credible and worth listening to in only one sentence. Here's how you do it. I call it the credibility statement. You have two options. So option one, after your intro, quickly drop in something that you've achieved. That might sound something like this. But first, why should you listen to me? Well, over the last 5 years, I've helped hundreds of YouTubers generate hundreds of millions of views and tens of millions of dollars doing what I'm about to show you. And ideally, at the same time, you show some visual proof too. Now, we don't want this to go on for too long, even if you do have a million different credentials, but we do need you to brag about a relevant achievement to the topic you're talking about fast. Option two, this is way more seamless. This time, you bake your credibility statement into your hook and setup so it feels like a more natural part of the content itself. So for example, let's say the video is about teaching people to play the guitar, and the title is 5 mistakes that wreck every solo. You would say something like this: have you ever wondered why you've never played a solo all the way through without making a single mistake? Well, over the last 15 years teaching people to play the guitar, I noticed 5 big mistakes they all make that result in this problem. So today I'm going to show you the same thing I've shown over 1,000 of my guitar students that sold it every time. Do you see what I did there? I mentioned how long I've been playing, how long I've been teaching, and how many people I'd helped. This makes it clear that I'm legit, professional, and can get results fast. Of course, the battle is not won here though. You then have to go on to deliver a great video which will continue to prove how fantastic you are. But we all need to accept that no matter how big our following is, new people don't trust us, so extra work has to be done to look credible as fast as possible so that viewers actually want to listen to us. But won't this wreck your retention? Maybe. But you have to ask yourself this: if someone isn't willing to listen to an extra sentence, are they really that serious about the topic anyway? Personally, I think it's more important just to focus on the serious viewers, so start using it. Riandoris has used the same credibility statement in every video intro he's ever made, and he got to 300k subs in a year, so I don't think it hurts. Let me know how you get on, and good luck, because YouTube's getting harder, the game is changing. So make sure you learn how to adapt by joining me on my live workshop coming very soon. I'm going to show you the secret to finding your niche so you can grow faster and create more impact on your viewers' lives. I'm going to show you the mistakes entrepreneurs must avoid if they want to build a business via YouTube. And I'm going to show you the process small YouTube channels are currently using to generate growth and income with.
Hey YouTubers, would you quit a channel you've been building for years because you thought you'd found a better way? Well, 6 months ago I did, and it's the best decision I ever made. Here are 10 things I learned you should know. I'm going to go deeper on them in a video soon. First is that by focusing on a more targeted audience, I ended up with more targeted clients. They all had the same problems, so I learned more about my dream avatar in 6 months than I did in the last 5 years. The second is that this has grown my business so much faster. Hitting $300,000 in a single week in January and having to close admissions just wouldn't have been impossible if I'd remained so broad. It's just so hard to appeal to so many different types of people. The third is that by having a more targeted audience, I can fix their problems more easily and have more impact. This in turn has led to significantly bigger results for clients than I'd ever had in the past. It's way more rewarding too. The fourth is that it's still so hard not to go chasing views, even though I know this. I'm not sure that urge ever goes away. The fifth is having to throttle views meant I needed new data to track, so I switched focus to tracking signups, applications, sales, and link clicks rather than views. The biggest discovery was seeing the difference it makes when you ask someone to click a link below your video. One of my videos with 10,000 views got 50% more link clicks than one with 17,000 views, simply because I asked viewers to click the link in the first 90 seconds. The sixth thing is it's 10 times easier to communicate with a more niche audience. Before I worried about a joke only someone born in the 80s might understand, wrecking retention. Now I feel like I'm talking to friends. The seventh is so many channels have started a second channel that's more niche, and they're raving about it. James Smith told me how much he loves his more niche channel. It's just so much easier talking to one person. Packaging videos is still a massive pain in the bum though. even though I have a more targeted viewer. I don't actually think that ever gets that easy. The 9th thing is I look at my audience demographic and the audience also watch section in the YouTube studio more than anything else in there now. It's right where it needs to be too. My viewers are older and are watching more mature creators too. And as I creep up to 40, that's quite good news. The 10th thing is YouTube's just 10 times more enjoyable when you don't care about views. Seeing email sign up link clicks and sales come in every time you post a video really makes it crystal clear what has impact. Now, can I ask you a favour? Please reply to this email with one word with the thing you're struggling with the most right now. If I know your biggest problem, there's a chance my next few emails might be able to solve it. See you next week. Oh, P.S. For everyone waiting for my software launch, apologies for the delay. We had a bit of a setback. If you're on the wait list, Wednesday, I'm going to send out some sign-up details for a very limited number of spots. If you're not on the list, you can get on it in the email. P.P.S. If you want me to help you grow your channel and business, click the link. That's not that appealing, really, is it? P.P.P.S. I changed the name of my channel from Creator Booth to my name. Well, I will do in the next couple of days. Click the link in the email to find out why. P.P.P.P.S. You guys asked me to put all my audio emails in one place, so I put a link in the email so you can do that. See you next week.
Hey YouTubers, most people don't like what I'm about to tell you. They panic it's over the top, that their viewers won't like it, that it won't sound like me. That's what they say. I actually felt the same, but I decided I couldn't just write things off without trying them. So I did, and it literally changed my life. My channel grew, my content performed better, and I made more sales for myself and my clients. So now I'm going to show you what this writing trick is, and then I'm going to show you how to use it. P.S. Do you want to join a group of hungry YouTubers growing their channels following my step-by-step system? Click in the link in the email to learn more and apply to work with me. The next 5 members get a special little treat. I'm not going to tell you what, because I'm sneaky like that. Okay, so the writing trick you need to embrace. I've been using this for years now, but I recently felt its power in a way that made me watch a really badly made video from start to finish because I was too afraid to skip a second. Now, I'm not saying we want to intentionally make bad videos, but I'll explain what happened and then you'll understand. So I'm a nomad, which means I live in the exciting world of international tax affairs. One day a video appeared on my homepage about a new tax setup in a country I have family in, so I clicked it thinking, wow, this could be amazing for me. The video was about 8 minutes long. After 4 minutes, the presenter had not said one thing that was promised in the title. They rambled on about a holiday and a few other things that had nothing to do with the topic, but for some reason, I couldn't stop watching. And that reason was I was too afraid that I'd missed the important information that could have a massive impact on my life, so I waited 4 minutes until it kicked in. Now, this is an extreme example, but here's my point. I tolerated 4 minutes of nonsense because I knew what the stakes of not listening to that video were. Could have quite literally changed my life, so I was glued to the screen the whole way. Stakes can be set up in a title and thumbnail like the badly made video, but also we want to make sure we raise them in our content so viewers are hooked by the potential impact our information might have on their lives. What that means is, in order to keep people watching, we have to make it crystal clear what the stakes of not actioning your advice are. And this is the bit people don't like because it makes them feel like they're being over dramatic. The thing is, if you want people to listen, this is what turns average videos into exciting, channel-growing monster hits. But how do you raise the stakes? Well, to do this, all you need to do is make it clear what the big result your viewers will get if they listen to you. You set these stakes in your setup, and then you use them at the beginning of every point you make so people know why it's critical to listen. Here's the bit people hate, and I did too. That means you have to make big, bold claims. This means giving more extreme examples and using words that might feel over the top to you. The thing is, when you get this right, it's not over the top to the viewers. It's exciting, it's powerful, and it makes them learn. And you become a hero. So here's a quick example of how you can do this. So let's pretend we're making a video about how to hire a lawyer to defend you. The bad script would say this. The next thing you need to do is hire a lawyer with a lot of experience. Lawyers with years of experience will do a much better job, be easier to work with, and are worth the cost. Now here is the good script. Okay, so prepare yourself for this a little bit. I'm going to go a bit over the top just for fun. Avoiding this next mistake won't just keep you out of jail, it will make sure your child actually grows up with a father. You'll spend less time in court, reduce costs significantly over the long run, and it's literally the only option you have if you want to drop the soap again without picking it up in fear. And then you would start to explain your point. Which one of those two are you going to pay more attention to? Stakes give the viewers a reason to care, pump them up, then unpack your point. This is a life-changing mega hack that will blow up your channel, make you so rich you panic if you bought the right color Ferrari, and everyone else who ignores it will just sit there crying, wondering when they'll make it, but they never will. Okay, so hopefully you see what I just did there too. So let's move on to the question of the week, because this is another big problem I see. This question of the week was, because I don't want to box myself in and burn out, I talk about Tesla, review products I use, and make money online. I just reached 1,000 subs. Can I still make good money even though I'm not niche down? And this was my answer. So I need to make this crystal clear before I answer this. I work with educational YouTube creators who want to build communities, products, and sell services. My answer is aimed at those guys. I don't know your background, but that's all I can really comment on. So niching down or boxing yourself in, as you said, won't burn you out. It's the opposite. Niching down will mean you become known for solving a problem. By sticking to a niche, a massive number of your audience will have the same problem, which means you can build a devoted community of fans who highly value you for your efforts trying to solve it. When you then go to make a product and sell it, you'll have the perfect audience that wants to buy it. This means you'll make way more money from less views. This also means you work less because you're not stuck chasing subs and views 12 hours a day. Your current strategy isn't building new authority in one area. It sounds like it's more focused on trying to get subs chasing trends. This means you have a totally mixed audience, and if you want to build a long-term sustainable channel and business, pick one of those areas and just focus on it. Tesla isn't going to enable you to build a business. You'll make ad revenue and maybe get sponsors. This is going to be the same for reviewing products too. Although that's not necessarily true in 100% of product review channels. You just need to think about your long-term plan here and what type of creator you want to be. But whatever you do, pick a direction. You currently have 3 channels in one. Oh, and Film Booth is back this week. I think Wednesday. Keep an eye out. I'm going to post a video, and then I'm going to post another video a few weeks later, and then I'm going to post videos on Creator Booth. I'm actually quite ahead. I'm excited to get it out. I've had fun making them. Back in the game, baby.
Hey, YouTube. Crikey, that was a bad start. Hey, YouTubers. Last week, I asked my subscribers to tell me their biggest problem, and I received hundreds of replies, but 2 major challenges stood out. Today, I'm going to reveal what everyone seems to be struggling with, then I'm going to share you some steps to fix one of those issues, and then I'll cover the other one next week. Let's do this. P.S. My YouTube sales tracking software sold out in under an hour. Couldn't believe it. If you missed out, you can join the waitlist in the email. We'll open again in February just to bring in a few more users. Slowly, slowly, catchy monkey, as they say in the UK. Anyway, what's the big problem on YouTube that you guys have? Well, from all the replies, 2 problems made up over 32% of the responses. The first one was niching. The second one was making a product that turns views into sales. So this week, I'm going to give you some simple steps for niching. Next week, I'm going to touch on turning views into sales. By the way, I actually have a 60-minute deep dive on niching. There's a link in the email if you want to watch it. All right, so niching step 1 is just to follow your curiosity. So since I niched down 6 months ago, I've dedicated almost every waking moment to solving one problem I am so curious about, I can't stop working on it. So I literally have to force myself to take weekends off, which is tough because nothing else interests me on the same level, and that should be your goal too. If you pick a topic or a niche just because it can get views, in 3 years you'll be so bored talking about it, you're going to lose motivation. So the first step is to actually ask yourself, what problem makes me really curious to solve? Ideally, it should be a big problem you can work on and refine for years, because the longer you stay curious and excited about this problem, the more you'll become known as the expert on it. And that's when you see the game-changing results. Step 2 is to find your problem ceiling. So a niche is just a problem. So once you have the problem you're super curious about solving for the foreseeable future, you go on YouTube, you type that problem into the search bar and see what comes up. If you find videos about the problem that are getting a decent number of views, then you've potentially found a niche to work from. But what's a good amount of views? Well, here's the thing, niches have ceilings. So the widest fitness niche, it's hard to say, could see videos on squats cap out at like 15 million views, but videos about becoming an ultra marathon runner might have a ceiling of 100k views. We don't have to find other channels making every single video about your problem though. We just need to make sure its ceiling isn't like 10 views and that there's actually demand. For example, if you want to start a weight loss channel, you're going to see a ceiling of 10 million views on some videos, but the competition is insane for that topic. It's too broad. This means you're very unlikely to make it if that's your problem. So instead, you make it more specific. I help female entrepreneurs lose weight, for example, and then go and check demand for that. Step 3 is testy McTestface, as I call it. Once you've got some evidence that suggests there might be demand for your new sub-niche, you just try making some videos that are very clearly packaged to solve this problem and see what happens. You don't make one video and say, oh, it didn't work. This needs to be an ongoing test. On average, 3 in 10 videos perform. This is kind of the standard for pro YouTubers. So look at those 3 after you've made 10 around this problem and see if there's a pattern. Maybe there's a title or a thumbnail style or a variation of your problem that got more views. Then you just do more of that. Step 4 is never stop finding your niche. So the reason so many people struggle is because they get obsessed with finding a niche. Like it's this journey with a final destination. I'm still finding my niche, and it took me 5 years to reach this point. Basically, you evolve as you discover more and more about this problem and you learn new things. So indecision is worse than no decision in this case. So once you've got this problem, just get moving. Keep posting to learn more and more. And that's kind of the foundations of how this works. Don't overthink it. See you next week. Oh, P.S. In about 2-ish weeks, I'm going to open a few more spaces for my program. If working on this is one of the first things that we do, so click the link in the email if you want to join the waitlist, and we'll let you know when it's open, and you can go and fix it. All right.